Oh, hello mọi người. Sorry, anh đang để phòng chờ. Anh đang để phòng chờ đợi tí. Hello bạn yêu, đợi tí. Anh đang post phòng chờ lên. Anh không để like avatar vì là phải dùng điện thoại ấy, mà điện thoại anh cần có việc để ngồi nghe phone nên là sẽ không ấy được. Để không chắc là tràn lên một tí này. Nhưng nhận quà miễn phí. Arcana hiện tại tạm thời không nhận được nhá, tạm thời đang phải gỡ xuống để bảo trì á, tại mọi người nhận nhiều quá. Hình như là mất 2-3 ngày gì đấy. Hello em ngửa. Live giờ học sao em coi đây? Không sao đâu, mình chỉ ngồi xem giải chứ không có cái gì đặc biệt cả bạn ạ. Và xem từ giờ đến chắc đến tối cơ, nên không phải lo. Món đặc sản hàng năm. Khỏe không các bạn? Một tuần rồi không gặp. Gần một tuần. Cuối cùng mà đã được tự do. Nghiện cái gì em tính lấy cái nào? Ở Una anh thấy em nhận Battle Pass rồi. Anh chỉ không biết em nhận Arcana nào thôi. Tập chơi Dota Iviona ăn dậy á. Giờ train cho 5 người, train cho 5 bạn trong Discord chơi Dota, xong rồi sẽ có một ngày 5 bạn đấu với An. An cùng 4 con bot đánh nhau với 5 bạn. Lấy CM giống anh cũng lấy CM. Chém bay hồn mấy đứa không lên dậy. Tân 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 tân. Trời ơi, 23 phút nữa. Ngồi nói chuyện gì đi mọi người. Ở đây mọi người khỏe không? Tuần vừa rồi á, ăn để trong lịch là ăn stream đúng không? Xong rồi nếu tiếng nhạc to quá thì bảo ăn stream xong rồi ăn. Tại kiểu tuần cuối của công việc rồi ấy, nên là có nhiều cái thứ mình không phải là việc của mình đó, nhưng mà mình cũng phải bàn giao cho người khác ấy. Xong rồi mình ăn tự dưng tâm niệm mà thôi, bây giờ mình cứ bình mình làm cho xong rồi mình quẩy cũng được. Đó, thế đấy là cái lý do An quyết định An không stream vào mấy trong ngày. Anh có game của Arcana PA. Game của PA là em unlock chứ không phải là món đồ trao, tức là ba cái style của PA ấy là cũng giống như CM thôi, mỗi một cái Arcana nó sẽ có một cái nhiệm vụ khác nhau của cái người đeo Arcana đấy. Ví dụ như kiểu Crystal Maiden là sẽ phải phá mắt này, em phá được đủ một lượng mắt nhất định thì em sẽ unlock được cái style thứ 2 hoặc là style thứ 3 của Arcana. Thì với PA thì nó cũng có một cái yêu cầu như vậy á, mà anh không nhớ yêu cầu của PA là như thế nào. Thì em phải chơi đủ cái yêu cầu đấy thì em mới unlock được cái style tiếp theo. Còn game chỉ có của Terrorblade thôi. Terrorblade là cái Arcana duy nhất phải dùng game, bởi vì nó đổi màu. Đấy là cái Arcana duy nhất đổi được màu. Không em chơi á, hình như PA là phải giết bao nhiêu mạng hay sao ấy. Khá là đơn giản. Tân. 21 phút nữa. Hôm nay ăn chuẩn bị rất nhiều đồ ăn thức uống để ăn vừa ăn vừa xem. Tân. Mà bị ban nó không đơn giản. Nó là cái điều phải xảy ra, bởi vì Cái gì nhỉ? Bởi vì tất cả mọi người đều có Arcana free đúng không? Thì mặc định tất cả mọi người đều sẽ pick những con có Arcana. Thì mặc định tất cả những con có Arcana sẽ bị ban. Bởi vì mọi người không thích là một đám người kiểu không biết chơi con đấy nhưng vì có Arcana nên nghịch á, để phá game á. Nên đấy là cái phản ứng rất là bình thường thôi. Ăn rồi không cho. Ai cho? Không cho. Đâu cho. Phải lên mùng 9 về đúng không ta? 9 hay 10? Hello Tèo. Anh đang ngồi đợi khai mạc. Nhưng mà có vẻ như ăn sát hơi sớm. Không sao, ngồi nói chuyện với mọi người, ngồi chơi. Ngồi chill chill. Fix and chill. Tân 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 tân. La 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 la. Ồ. Đợt nào Dota cũng là quà như vậy anh? Không. Đây là lần đầu tiên trong 12 năm lịch sử của Dota làm cái trò này. Lần đầu tiên và anh nghĩ cũng sẽ là lần duy nhất. Trời, tại không thấy An báo chim mà đang qua YouTube thấy An stream cái bất ngờ. Yeah, An bảo là An sẽ stream thêm giải á. Cái nhất không để vào là An không để giờ vào ấy, bởi vì An không nhớ. Lúc An lập lịch thì chưa có rõ giờ stream khai mạc của bán kết với chung kết. Nên là không dám để giờ vào. Đây ăn có chân gà xả tắc hay xả tắc. Lô. An có stream setup khác không? Thấy giọng hơi khác chứ. Vậy hả? Đây. Hình như là do cái này. Hoặc là cũng có thể là lâu An không nói. Hoặc cũng có thể đây là cái giọng của An sau khi ngủ dậy được một lúc, xong rồi kiểu chưa sẵn sàng cho một ngày mới. Bởi vì thường là mọi người sẽ quen với An stream vào buổi tối đó, tức là sau khi An đã trải qua một ngày rồi. Tức là An đã nói rất là cái cơ họng của An đã hoạt động rất là nhiều rồi. Nhưng mà đây là giọng của cái người của An khi mà An chưa nói được quá 10 câu trong ngày hôm nay. Thế từ sáng đến giờ, ngoài việc đi mua đồ ra thì An không nói chuyện với ai cả. Cho đến bây giờ mới nói chuyện với mọi người đúng không? Nên là hết táo mèo. Ê, chắc An đi lấy sting. An có ăn uống cà phê trước hay là uống sting trước ta? An chưa muốn ăn lắm. Tí nữa em. Áo mèo. Cà phê. Ồ, đi pha cà phê. Để đi đun nước. Nghe nghe. Cà pháo. Ồ, về ăn phải làm một bữa rau đay cà pháo. Ăn cơm với trứng với rau đay với cà pháo, ăn thèm dã man. Ngon. Rất là Apple meo meo phải em. Prime Beast mạnh quá, đúng rồi, rất là mạnh. Cố mà chơi đi trước khi nó bị nerf. 3 ngày nữa là bị nerf rồi. Đi đun nước. Rồi, vậy đi. Na 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 na. Nghe nhạc đi, có nhạc thì được nghe không ta? Mấy hôm nay anh bị thích nghe nhạc của ca sĩ mặt nạ. Hôm nay anh live giờ lạ vậy, anh live xem giải Dota ấy, nên là anh live đúng một cái giờ ấy luôn, chứ không phải là không có gì đặc biệt cả. Không có gì đặc biệt cả. Để anh mở nhạc nền Dota cho nó nghe cho nó đỡ chán. Tăng tăng tăng. Đúng rồi, trong Dota bạn có thể mua các gói nhạc nền khác nhau để vừa nghe vừa chơi ấy. Thì đây là gói của The Fat Rat. Đây là gói nhạc được nhiều người mua nhất. Đúng rồi, Phát Rat Ấn Độ. Tưng tưng. Mấy cái kiểu bản đồ với pet mua ở đâu? Trong shop á, phần collection á. Thì theo như anh được biết thì có những cái em mua được, có những cái em không mua được. Với có những cái mình phải mở hòm ấy. Thường thì em lên trên cái marketplace của Steam em mua dễ hơn. Em tìm mua dễ hơn. Hôm nay anh tính anh vừa em giải DOTA, anh vừa lắp cái bộ bàn phím mới, cái nút bàn phím mới mà nó ship không kịp, thì thứ hai nó mới đến, thì thứ hai mới lắp vậy. Yên tâm, anh sẽ stream từ giờ đến thứ hai, anh stream thấy mẹ luôn. Mọi người có trò gì vui cứ bảo anh làm thôi. Bạn quay qua sheet làm test hộ mình được không? Bạn là ai? Bạn là ai? Tôi không quen, bạn đi ra đi. Random vô mấy con chơi bao giờ, đúng rồi. Nhưng mà đấy cũng là một cách hay để em học chơi á. Nóng quá. Pin cái này lên. Anh nghe cái nhạc nền này được chính ra hồi nó ra giờ bao lâu rồi ta? Phải 4 năm rồi, 4-5 năm rồi. Đây là cái nhạc này lúc giai đoạn đi lên ninh á, là một là mình đi một mình ở mid, hai là mình đi cặp với một người khác. Đây là cái khoảng thời gian cân não nhất, cân não nhất nhì của game. Đấy là nơi bạn tìm ra được người đồng đội của mình có phải là người tốt hay không, kẻ địch của mình có phải là mạnh hay không, hay chính bản thân mình có phải là đứa ngu hay không. Đây là khoảng thời gian gây ra có nhiều biến động tâm lý. Khủng hoảng tâm lý trên nền nhạc chill của rap. Đấy, ví dụ như đây là cái nhạc này sẽ nổi lên lúc mà Jeff đang last hit nhưng mà Khôi chạy ra tranh last hit, xong hai người cãi nhau. Sao em lấy last hit của anh? Đâu, em ấn nhầm thôi mà. Đấy, thế là thôi, tình bạn chấm dứt. Next Assassin là một con rất khó chơi. Không biết mọi người nghĩ nào, nhưng Nix trước giờ luôn luôn là con khó chơi, bởi vì nó không phải là cái con Nix lúc nào cũng được ấy. Nhưng mà cái người mà hiểu con Nix ấy, có thể gây lên cơn ác mộng cho bất kỳ một hero nào trên toàn bộ DOTA. Bởi Nix có thể làm được tất cả nếu mà biết chơi ấy. Thì đúng là nó assassin mà nó có một cái build để một combo chết một người ấy. Muna về cho em. Oh, trình chơi rắc của em có vẻ lên tay khá nhiều. Ở đâu? Ở đâu? Dạ. Bây giờ làm cái kèo, ok. Bây giờ anh cho dép Una với cả Khôi một team. Đánh lại một mình anh với 4 con bot. Nhưng anh cầm CM. Anh sẽ cầm CM anh đấu với mọi người. Nhận kèo đấy không? Em pick CM thì thôi anh chơi con khác vậy. Lôi cả Viona luôn, nếu Viona tập chơi cho cả Viona vào là 4 người luôn. Anh cầm Masi nhé. Rồi bây giờ một là em chơi CM, hai là em chơi Masi. Ba phút nữa. Đúng, anh rất thích cầm chính con tướng nào em thích để vật chết. Cho mọi người biết sức mạnh thật sự của nó đến mức nào. Masi đang là một trong 4 con hero bị ban và pick nhiều nhất giải. Đúng không? Bạn cứ nghĩ đến cái giải đặc biệt thì sẽ có những con hero kiểu rồng phượng các thứ hoành tráng được pick nhiều nhất, nhưng không. Ở giải này một con hầu gái, một con zombie, một con khủng long và một con quỷ pick nhiều nhất. Akana của Jack, anh nói thật, Akana của Jack về cái hình ảnh ấy nó hơi bị lép vế so với Akana khác. Đây là những cái mà những cái hiệu ứng đi kèm trong lúc chơi của Akana Jack rất là đẹp, nhưng mà về cái ngoại hình thì nó không được đẹp so với các Akana khác. Một con rắn phun độc, không, Viper với cả Venom đều là dạng kiểu bình thường trong mùa này, không quá mạnh cũng không quá yếu, rất tích cả. chậm đâu, tại em chưa biết cách lên đồ của nó thôi. Em chưa làm chủ được sức mạnh của cô hầu gái. Em DOTA không có gì là không giải quyết được em ạ. Chậm thì mình sẽ làm nó nhanh. Đấy. Em hãy suy nghĩ kiểu vậy. Nó không chết thì mình đấm cho nó chết. Go! Go! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Đáng yêu kiểu công chúa không? Đồ kiểu công chúa thì chắc là Crystal Maiden là công chúa nhất rồi. Là Elsa nhất rồi. Yeah, anh nghĩ Death Prophet thì kiểu cô dâu hơn đấy. Bởi vì đồ của Death Prophet giống đúng đồ cô dâu hơn là công chúa. Lina cũng gọi là công chúa. Mirana cũng là công chúa, bởi vì Mirana đúng cốt truyện là công chúa luôn. Và đồ của Mirana cũng rất là công chúa, nếu biết mặc. Lina là công chúa Hải Phòng, đúng rồi. Cái giải này rất là trớ trêu là những cái đội mạnh mà tưởng là sẽ có tiến vào sâu vòng trong ấy thì đều bị loại hết. Còn những cái đội mà phải đánh vé vớt để vào á thì cuối cùng lại vào top 4. Đúng là năm nay là 3. Đô của Naga cũng kiểu công chúa, nhưng Naga là con anh không nghĩ những người mới chơi nên động vào ấy, vì Naga chơi rất là khó. Nên Naga mới vào còn bị chửi. Không cẩn thận còn bị chửi. Đúng rồi, đều bóng. Tundra. Năm nay làm intro nhìn kiểu swag, nhìn kiểu trẻ trâu. Tundra Esports. Hóa ra em là người con của Thiên Triều à? Em là người con Trung Hoa à? Không, no. Ba ông sắc sảo mới cao 1m9. Nhìn ông. Sao một loài do ông Snake King cao 1m6. Trời ơi. Đúng cái xào chọc. Đúng rồi, ẩn mật giáo. Secret. Mừng cho Secret bởi vì kiểu lúc nào cũng rất là cố gắng. Năm ngoái cũng top 3, năm nay cũng được vào top 3, top 4. Tăng âm lượng hả? Ok. Nếu to quá thì bán nhỉ. Zaya. Độ phân giải. Resolution. Mickey. Andias team Liquid năm nay biết sao không? Bởi vì Liquid có bạn Mickey là người Hải Phòng. Ok, Mickey Vũ, tuyển nguyên Hải Phòng. Cho nên nếu mà Liquid mà thắng là Hải Phòng nổ mũi nhất luôn. Người con Hải Phòng. Đúng. Let's go Liquid. Insane. Mickey. Astor chính là team ngựa ô á, team ngựa ô của bên Trung Quốc luôn á. Team không ai nghĩ được vào vòng trong mà lại vào trong đây. Team Astor. Vâng. Boboka. Cái nhạc nền hip hop mọi người đang nghe được hát bởi một hero trong Dota ấy, tin không? Giới thiệu với mọi người, người đứng sau Steam.
I said push their racks, not pause for snacks.
Đây là con người đã lấy đi của chúng ta rất nhiều tiền. Đứng đây rồi.
Hi, it's Gabe in your lane. It's Gabe Newell. Well, we're tremendously excited that we're all getting the Dota 2 community together again. It's been another crazy year, and during that year, there's just been a lot of incredible Dota played, and some not so incredible Dota being played. But now we're putting on TÍ 11. I think it's going to be fantastic. And whether you're there in person at the arena or watching from the comfort of your home, I'm so excited to say, welcome to the International.
Yeah. Chỉ có đợi ngài nói câu đấy. Welcome to the International.
Welcome to the International Grand Finals.
Năm nay đến bán kết mới được tổ chức cho bên trong giải, bên trong sân vận động. Bởi vì là trong cái lúc vòng loại đánh á thì sân vận động được thuê để book chỗ cho một ca sĩ nhất định nào đấy biểu diễn, một ca sĩ rất là có tiếng. Thế nhưng mà đến đoạn chót thì ca sĩ ấy bùng kèo không diễn nữa. Đây là đến tận bây giờ mới được chui vào sân vận động để xem giải.
So welcome to that, everybody watching inside the stadium stand out because I know there are a lot of you. There's also a lot of players, 20 players to be exact. To see them standing there and they are ready to battle it out. Only one team can lift that Aegis, and only one team will be properly remembered at the end of this weekend. Only one World Championship, a lot of pressure. There have already been 16 teams falling down.
Nó dìm hết logo của mấy đội đã thua ở dưới sông kìa. Trời ơi, Savage.
Over the last 5 days.
Thiệt là Savage.
Who will thrive under that pressure? We're about to find out because we are ready to kick off today with some awesome top-tier Dota and top-tier Dota accompanied by top-tier panelists. That's right, I'm Shiva, I'm your host for today. And we got ourselves Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Couldn't wish myself a better panel. Lacoste, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling excited. You know, every single time we have the last couple of days of TI, you know, the nerves are gonna kick in. You can feel the nerves also of the players. Like you want
cái bạn ngồi ở đây bình luận á, bạn tóc đen á, tên là Effie á.
Everything just feels so real the second you see Gabe on your screen. Welcome to the International. The butterflies kick in, the excitement kicks in, and I honestly can't wait to see the conclusion of what has been an amazing
như team nào đó cũng Aster màu đỏ.
Team
sao vàng nữa, team cao đỏ sao vàng nữa.
Immortality to Roshan, and finally, after all of this time, we get to see who will become the immortal one, such as Gabe Newell himself.
Or which 5 players will become the immortal one, and coaches, of course, cannot forget those.
Bình luận viên tóc vàng cũng rất là giỏi. Cũng rất là giỏi vì đã chiến thắng được ung thư để tiếp tục theo đuổi con đường làm caster.
Today we'll have the
Hello,
matches that are
Hajiu.
listed with the red there. We're going to kick things off with Liquid versus Aster, and later today we'll have the upper bracket finals with Secret versus Thunder Esports. And then tomorrow it's lower bracket finals and grand finals time. But that means that this is our finals weekend bracket, and every series that we're going to watch from here on out, Lacoste, is going to be a blockbuster.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at these names. Secret against Thundra, Aster against Liquid. I don't think you can ask for better matchups. Like, we did see a lot of those matchups, especially in the European region throughout the DPC. So that's going to be a super interesting one. And also, we have, you know, Team Aster against Liquid. They only met once this year, and that was at this TI in the group stage.
Yes, and that was pretty one-sided for Aster. But since then, Liquid has had a little bit of evolving happening. And I think a lot of people will remember where we left off, because our final series that we had last weekend was Liquid versus Aster, and I think that's a series that's going to be in our minds for probably forever. It's definitely going to be in the minds of Team Liquid as we hear them talk about it.
I mean, I think the Thunder series, as a group, that's, you know, our best moment so far. I think, I mean, we got away with one.
Cái trận đấu với Liquid và Thunder để Liquid vào được vòng trong này, nó là có lẽ là một trong những cái trận đấu hay nhất của lịch sử DOTA. Kiểu có một cái khoảnh khắc mà bạn Mikke ở bên Liquid chỉ còn 1 máu, xong mà chỉ cần 0,5 giây thôi là bạn đã chết, mà team đồng đội bạn đã cứu được kịp. Quá giỏi luôn.
Why am I doing this? You know, why am I doing this to my team? Why am I not strong-willed enough? I didn't take this 0% to lose route that game, and I was really angry at myself. And then I went to bathroom. I started resetting my mind. I was like, here we are again, you know, like against VG Gaming, but this time it's Thunder Awaken. We still gotta win the 2 games. Like, no matter what we do, go into the next game and, you know,
đây là Matumba Man,
like, really smash them in that game. And
đây là
yeah, let's go.
Carry người Phần Lan đã từng thắng cái khiên này rồi, đã từng thắng cái giải này rồi. Nhưng mà lần này cũng vẫn là team Liquid, nhưng là không ở cùng với đồng đội cũ, mà là ở với 4 người đồng đội mới. Và đây là năm cuối cùng Matumba Man thi đấu chuyên nghiệp.
I know this was like one of our most stressful games. For sure. Like, I think everyone was stressed out of their mind.
I kept dying in a very silly way in fights because I never had a guy next to me to end first. And I was like, I mean, I'm dying every fight. My gold is not going up. I'm probably like the bottom net worth of every core. Like, we're not winning this game. Like,
do not have the buybacks, but they do have an Aegis. They have this overwhelming advantage for the next team fight. But Tumba bought out. He bought out for AC. Short buyback, 400. Oh, there's the hook. The first snap. They're trying to deal with this ward. And ends up getting a freebie. Now it's a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 with the Aegis.
Everything had to go right, even like the second to last fight in our basement.
Nga nữa. Thực chất thì em nó tùy với cái vùng em theo dõi ấy. Thì Trung Quốc cũng rất là mạnh, nhưng bởi vì là đợt Covid vừa rồi thì không có giải quốc tế nhiều á, nên là mình không cảm thấy là nó nhiều chỗ. Nhưng mà năm nay thì đúng là top 4 là 3 châu Âu và 1 Trung Quốc. Ôi, quả này Crystal Maiden là MVP luôn á. Quả này Crystal Maiden đánh chọn vị trí dã man luôn.
It never felt like we were fully out of it, even though maybe the numbers and statistics all said we should have been. And then, you know, at the end of the game, it comes down to literally 1 HP. I think if Mickey dies and Matu's like Infest doesn't save him, then probably game over.
It's a hard fight. You have to pick your jump well. You have to hit these now. Sacred goes for it. Immediately applying for it. Just gonna focus all in on.
Đây, khoảnh khắc một máu cứu được. Ui, trời ơi, đau tim. Đấy, trong vòng cái khoảnh khắc đấy thôi mà không bắn kịp vào để cứu Liquid thua luôn á. Đúng là chân mệnh thiên tử, thắng là phải thắng.
I'm speechless.
I think it's Artesiu said this at, I think it was Arlington Major. He said, God giveth and God taketh. And yesterday, God giveth.
During the 7 years, that has not happened to me. Even winning TI 7 when the last round died, it didn't feel the same. It's just the build-up wasn't there for it. But this time, it really, like, hitting top 4 like this, damn, that was the best thing ever happened to me.
Oh, if we only get like one game that lives up to that hype, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the players will be happy with that too. That was insane to watch. Also, it hasn't happened to Matu yet, even though he won TI. I think it's very cool that there's been 3 Mega Creep comebacks ever at TI. Zion's been in every single one of them. That's pretty impressive. And we got to talk a little bit about the Dota as well, because of course we've had a lot of Dota played. We had a lot of heroes picked. There's been 114 heroes picked so far. That means that there's a couple that are not picked.
Yeah, 8 specifically have not been picked. 219 games. And Purge and I are here to tell you why you're probably not going to see the other 8. Purge, let's get started, my friends.
Okay.
It's been a lot of Dota, but there's a couple of rejects here. Tell me about Clinks.
Clink's vulnerable early game. His team fights weaker than a lot
Đây là
of
những
other
hero
characters. He's not as
không
good
được pick trong xuyên suốt cả giải. Trong xuyên suốt 219 game. Thì đây là những hero không được pick.
Farm's mediocre. Not very many people like her. She needs BKB at a team fight. She's really bad versus Leshrac. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things that sum up to garbage. Boom. Bounty Hunter.
No stuns, no team fight. Like a third as good as a Marcy on your team. Why would you pick Bounty Hunter?
Why would you pick him? Garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. DK.
Dragonite, let's see, he's survivable, but like he's so much worse than all the other good offlaners. Enigma, Primal Beast, Marcy, Brood, Beast, Matt, should I keep going?
No, you shouldn't. All I need to hear is garbage. Boom. Tree Protector.
Teams are farming a lot right now, so like tower push defense timings aren't as important. And he's not even that good at it anymore. The heal comes out slower.
Yeah, I'm not on board. He's garbage. Boom.
Mà những con Mipu ghét thế rồi. Mà đúng cho con Mipu
Mipu
là cái ông cầm cái sẻng đứng đằng sau đang đứng múa kìa.
Bloodstone is his friend, so why do you need to coddle?
Get him out of here. He's garbage. Boom. Techies.
Decent lane, good damage, but he doesn't have any stuns. His ulti is very counterable. There's just better heroes than Techies.
There's a lot of them. I'm really going to enjoy this one because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's...
Oh, wait. I got it.
Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge.
You need this for your own good. You'll get buffed after. Oh wait, there's one hero left.
Oh, there is. Why are you even here?
Đây là một bạn nữ khác, bạn tên là Chipstick.
I might think
Bạn này cũng là một dân chơi Mipu rất là mạnh.
There is nothing.
Nhưng mà Mipu bị nerf rồi.
Also, Meepo was uncontested.
That was brutal.
Neil, it made me really sad, and then I got a chuckle, and I feel a little guilty about it, but here we are. We are also here with the first series coming your way very soon. Of course, Liquid is going to face Aster. It's their only elimination series of today, and I want to make sure that people watching that are tuning in, maybe only for finals weekend, just a recap. What type of Dota do these two teams play? You want to start off with
nó mạnh nó vui nhưng mà nó không đủ, không mang đủ những cái gì cần thiết để em một game.
It's not like a team you can call like, you know, this is like an aggressive team. They play aggressive or defensive, whatever is needed. Like all around, they play good Dota. But one of the most important things about this team that I think makes them unique is the fact that they don't really play roles. They play heroes, and this is something that's been true for like every iteration of Liquid. That's at least the recent ones. You know, where Boxy was playing offlane, and then he can swap to 4 position. Now, of course, he's playing the 4 position. They'll play Matu mid on Sniper, Lone Druid. They'll swap the supports lanes as well. So yeah, this team, the hardest part about them to beat is the fact that they're just hero experts and they can play any lane.
All right, and if we look towards their opponents today, Effie, we got Team Aster.
Yeah, so Team Aster for me are incredibly fun to watch because this brings me back a little bit to the ESL Malaysia LAN that recently happened, and Aster proved to a lot of the fans watching there that individual skill is important, but it's not the most important thing in Dota. Aster are a very team fight-oriented team. They're always drafting in a way where they can come back from a gold deficit just by virtue of outfighting the enemy team. They play a really tight-knit formation on the map always, and the way that they distribute farm around the map is so intentional.
Xảy ra vào ngày đầu tiên thôi, ngày đầu tiên của giải
đó.
Rất là bởi vì nó tổ chức cái khu rất là nhỏ, còn ở đây là có đeo tai nghe để chống ồn nữa rồi. Có một cái năm nay làm rất là khó hiểu là bình thường ấy, trong suốt các năm qua ấy, là các team sẽ đánh trong buồng, trong phòng để cách âm. Thế nhưng mà không hiểu sao năm nay họ lại quyết định không làm thế. Nó rất là khó hiểu luôn ấy. Rất tò mò cái suy nghĩ đằng sau của bên giải là sao không làm vậy. Không biết là có liên quan gì đến Covid không? Let's play some DOTA
versus Team Aster.
Để em nói luôn nhá, lượt ban đầu tiên dành cho Marcy, Undying, Primal Beast và Shadowfiend. Không, chắc không Shadowfiend đâu. Cái 3 con đấy sẽ xuất hiện trong lượt ban đầu tiên của hai team.
Doing great. Hyped to be at a TI, and I don't know, TI vibes are really good, right?
Yes, can we hear the crowd? You guys hear? What's going on? Oh, awesome.
Enigma, đó. Enigma và Primal Beast đã bị ban.
Lower bracket, Team Liquid comes in with a ton of momentum, but now there's been a bunch of days off. I don't know how that would affect them. What do you guys think?
Well, I got some background info. I know that Liquid was hella bored in some of those things.
Lượt ban thứ hai sẽ không dành cho Marcy, bởi vì Primal Beast là đánh ọc vị trí ọc rank hoặc là top 4. Thì mà Marcy cũng chia sẻ cùng cái vị trí đấy, thì ban 2 lượt đầu vào cùng một vị trí không phải là một ý hay. Thì Liquid chọn một ban tiếp theo là ban và carry là Sven. Cũng rất là bất ngờ vì Sven bản này rất là mạnh, mà nó hơi kiểu bị underrated. Cho đến khi vào trong vòng loại, vòng chính thức thì Sven là khá là nhiều. Rồi, Liquid mở màn với Marcy. Marcy này sẽ chơi support 4 bởi Boxy bên phía Liquid. Không có gì lạ. Aster ban Nyx Assassin bởi vì con Nyx Assassin của Boxy rất khó chịu. Con Nyx của Boxy bên Aster bên Liquid rất khó chịu. Bên 1-3 giờ, so với 1-3 rồi hơi bá đạo quá. Aster mở màn lập pick với Crystal Maiden và Leshrac. Crystal Maiden đang là một trong những support 5 ổn định nhất hiện tại game trong game. Và Leshrac chắc là con mid mạnh nhất hiện tại. Chắc là con hero mid mạnh nhất hiện tại. Cực kỳ khỏe. Cực kỳ khỏe với Bloodstone. Bạn đánh vào nó và nó hồi máu. Và bạn chết. Leshrac là con hero mà có thể gây ra lượng sát thương lớn và liên tục. Còn mana là Leshrac sẽ còn giết người được. Đấy là con Leshrac. Bởi vì nói đúng hơn, cả 4 skill của Leshrac gần như là không có cooldown. Và đều là 4 skill gây sát thương lớn luôn. Liquid pick cho mình một con nhện, một con Broodmother dành cho GIΗ ở plan. Đây là một con hero mà anh không nghĩ sẽ được pick lại trong giải, nhưng cuối cùng nó lại là một trong những con offlane có win rate cao nhất nhì game. Cái hơi giỏi là nhện phải đều nhện con, đúng không? Rất nhiều nhện con. Nhưng mà Leshrac lại rất giỏi clear cái đám đấy. Thì trận này GIΗ sẽ phải đánh khá là cẩn thận. Với Leshrac của Monet. Leshrac của Ori. Ori bạn mid của bên Aster là một trong những cái bạn mà có khả năng dùng những cái con hero với sát thương lớn ấy. Như kiểu Lina hoặc là Leshrac rất là giỏi. Đánh rất là chắc tay. 3 lượt ban tiếp theo. Bên phía Liquid ban Mars, ban Naga và Pangolier. Pangolier Pangolier này là lượt ban để chống mid hoặc là offlane. Và ban Mars với Naga là một offlane và một carry nữa. Thì Naga đang là carry hot pick nhất nhì của giải. Thì có vẻ như là Liquid đánh vào cái sở trường của bên Aster nhiều hơn là dành cho mình một cái bài khác. Bên Aster ban 3 con tướng, đấy là Lifestealer, Knight, Londroot và Invoker. Thì cả Lifestealer và Londroot là hai con carry mà Matumaman bên phía Liquid đánh rất là tốt. Nếu không nói tốt nhất giải hiện tại, thì đấy là cái lượt ban rất là dễ hiểu. Lượt ban tiếp theo của Invoker thì anh nghĩ là bởi vì Invoker là một tướng rất là đa di năng, đúng không? Và Invoker có thể gây khó dễ cho Crystal Maiden với Leshrac rất là nhiều, bởi vì Invoker có thể slow, có thể hút mana, có thể phá combat rất là dễ và Leshrac sẽ bị cai rất là dễ. Thì anh nghĩ đây là cái lượt ban để giúp cho Leshrac có một cái game dễ thở hơn. Bởi vì Leshrac là một hero mỏng, nhưng mà phải tiếp cận với những kẻ khác để gây sát thương. Wow.
Okay, that's surprising. I didn't see that one coming. Double spellcaster. I mean, they're sending it to the Michelina. I think
để đối đầu với cả Leshrac thì bên bên Liquid đội chọn Lina. Lina cũng là tướng phép rất là khỏe. Thì trong nếu như mà để nói đi ngang trình ở mid ấy, thì anh nghĩ Lina sẽ hơn kèo của Leshrac, trên kèo Leshrac một chút. Lịch là một con hero mà Insania bên Liquid rất thích chơi, thì không có gì lạ. Nhưng mà cái lần pick súng thì hơi buồn cười. Anh chưa biết là anh chưa biết là súng này sẽ là súng carry. Súng thì sniper thì rất là dễ hiểu là sniper có thể đứng xa, và hiện tại thì trong team fight thì nếu như chọn vị trí tốt, sniper có thể không phải lo về Lina. Thế nhưng mà nếu như mà nhẹ tiếp cận được súng thì súng chắc chắn chết. Nên là đây là cái lập pick súng này nguy hiểm hơn là lợi. Thì Monet sẽ phải chơi rất là khéo. phải chơi rất khéo để tránh khỏi sự săn đuổi của Boxy với Zai, về cả Masi với Roadmother đều rất khỏi tiếp cận. Đứng đằng sau á, bởi mà Sniper tiếp đứng đằng sau. Luật ban thứ 6 của hai bên là Butcher, Push và Primal Beast. Luật ban là Brewmaster có skill tên là Primal. Thì Brewmaster rất giỏi phá rối đội hình. Mà đội hình của Liquid rất sợ những cái người như Brewmaster, nên là đấy là pick ăn thấy rất hợp lý. Ban Butcher một lượt ban nữa dành cho Matumbaman, có vẻ như là bên Aster làm mọi cách để ngăn cho Matumbaman có một game đấu tốt với những hero thủ. Bởi vì nếu anh nhớ không nhầm, hiện tại thì Butcher của Matumbaman đang có win rate là 100%. Ban Dawnbreaker dễ hiểu. Dawnbreaker nếu mà trong đội hình của Aster đang thiếu cái gì đó là thiếu người backup cho Sniper. Dawnbreaker là một tướng hoàn hảo để backup cho tất cả mọi người, đúng không? Bởi vì bạn chỉ cần Dawnbreaker có thể bay vào mọi lúc mọi nơi để cứu Sniper. Lượt ban cuối cùng của Aster là Monkey King, lại một hero nữa chuyên để tiếp cận. Tức là Aster làm mọi cách để chắc chắn rằng Monet cầm Sniper có thể bắn thoải mái. Cho nên bây giờ luật bên phía của Aster còn thiếu một lượt pick cho offlane, còn thiếu một lượt pick offlane, và bên Liquid còn thiếu một lượt pick cho carry. Và Liquid chọn Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker counter Lestrak và Spirit Breaker rất là tốt, bởi vì cả hai con đấy đều cần phải chạy nhiều, mà Bloodseeker counter những con chạy, counter những hero phụ thuộc vào việc di chuyển. Nhưng mà Bloodseeker sẽ rất là mất thời gian để tiếp cận Sniper ở đằng sau.
So if you're, let's say you're entertaining the idea of running standard lanes with 2-1-2,
vậy là
what kind of an offlane
Aster sẽ phải cầm một lượt offlane,
it's a pretty strong lane, right?
và cầm một lượt offlane mà có thể đối đầu được với tốt với cả Bloodseeker.
So XXS would have probably liked to play any of the like 4 last bands of Liquid. So all right, they have made up their minds. It's going to be another
hit lock. Okay.
That's interesting.
What do you make of this?
Hitlock có thể giảm sát thương của đối phương. Hitlock có thể giữ chân đối phương. Hitlock để tạo cổng để chạy thoát. Hợp lý. Nhưng mà không phải là một con hero giỏi để đối đầu với các hero bên Liquid. Lật pick Hitlock này để cứu hơn là để đánh nhau. Khá là thủ. Game này thì chắc chắn là nếu như mà xếp lên phải đi để Sniper đi với cả lane của nhện thì chắc 5 phút sau Sniper phải té, bởi vì nhện đi lane rất là giỏi, mà ở cái lane Sniper chỉ có thể đi với một là Crystal Maiden, hai là Spirit Breaker, thì cả hai hero đấy đều không giúp ích được gì cho Sniper cả. Ở mid thì An nghiêng về kèo của Lina hơn, nhưng mà ở với cương vị player thì Ori kỹ năng cao hơn Mickey một chút. Sniper không thể đi mid được, Sniper đi mid là phút thứ 3 Sniper lên bảng ngay. Lina là bắn chết.
We did nothing. We sat in our rooms, chilled a lot, watched a ton of Naruto, which I'm slowly trying to get into potentially.
Mạnh dạn tuyên bố ở giai đoạn đi lane Liquid trên cơ. Liquid trên cơ Aster rất là nhiều chỉ trên lượt grab này.
those weebs in my game with the anime profile picture? Apparently that's all you need to do to get good at Dota. Let's see if we get a good match, my friend, and we'll throw it to our casters.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. A very informative interview as always. Lower bracket semifinals of TI-11, Aster versus Team Liquid, game number 1. Cinder, I didn't even get your thoughts on the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting that you have this much time to prepare and you don't really know what to expect. And I would say, as far as surprises go, I feel like Astra are bringing something new here. They do get this D-ward, by the way, worth mentioning, is a little bit of a head start for them in that mid lane. They're bringing some stuff here that we haven't seen them play that much. They're playing the Underlord on XXS, the Spirit Breaker on Boboka. I don't think they played these heroes much, if at all, in the playoffs.
Nhưng mà khi cái phong cách thời trang của Zai với con nhện hoặc là với bất kỳ hero nào đấy của anh ta kinh tởm để mix đồ được như thế này là cả một nghệ thuật. Tức là kiểu như kiểu phải chọc nhiều mắt đi để mặc đồ.
I mean, that's the thing about having this many days off is the theory crafting probably gets to the point where it's not even helpful anymore. We're going to see the rebound
Boxy cấp được rune.
Boxy, but Siamese Cat's going to
Nhưng
be
mà
okay.
trên kia cái reset cấp rune hay là hòa rune. Vậy là Monef với CM sẽ phải đối đầu với Boxy và Zai dưới con nhện và Marcy. Đây sẽ là một lane rất là khổ với Crystal Maiden. Đây là một lane cực kỳ khổ.
Set our eyes on. Speaking of which, setting eyes on Boboka is playing very aggressively onto Insania, skilling charge level 1 for some damage.
As Mickey and Ori facing off in the mid lane, Lina versus Leshrac. You can see Zai getting harassed by quite a bit as we have a pause, and I don't know if those are oohs, ahs, or boos, or all of the above, Cinderin, but the first pause today.
And the crowd goes wild.
The crowd goes ah.
Oh.
What a pause!
Sniper được pick 22 lần trong giải và đang có tỷ lệ thắng là 12-10.
Tech issue. We have not been given a reason just yet for why this pauses, but this gives us a little bit more time. All right, so disconnect from Insania makes it seem.
Well, I've heard some players have to change their chat wheel to be not GG, but of course that might not relate to these teams at all, considering they're all good manner players.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a player like Insania having
chắc là
GG.
có vấn đề gì đó với âm thanh hoặc là với setting của game.
You never know. You'd be surprised. You'd be
Ở bên phía
surprised.
Insania.
You know, you might have your opinion on players, and then you meet them in real life.
Never meet your heroes.
Totally different beast, you know?
Never meet your heroes, and that's why I regret ever meeting Sir Action Slacks.
He was your hero?
That's true, actually. That wasn't accurate at all. I just wanted to throw that out there regardless.
The conclusion is never meet Slacks.
Yes. Yeah. I think that was what I was trying to get across. Appreciate that, sir. That's why you're here. You're analyzing my thoughts.
Telling you what you wanted to say.
That's right. Very good. Tell me, how does Zai play Brood this game?
Yeah, so it sounded like, so Toby is quite the Brood specialist, right? And it sounded like he thinks this should be a free lane for Brood. I don't play the hero much. I feel like, from my perspective, Maiden Sniper probably does okay, or at least for a few levels. Once Brood gets level 6, you're screwed down here as Maiden Sniper. You have to evacuate and solve it, but that's where Astra have a hero like Underlord who could go there. They could park the Lesh there if they really have to defend the tower.
Mua đồ lạ, không có gì lạ, đây là cái mua đồ cơ bản trong giải. Nó cũng mua đồ cơ bản trong game luôn á. Bởi vì Jeff mới chơi á, thì Jeff sẽ theo một cái bài nhất định, nhưng mà khi mà Jeff biết cái công dụng của những cái món đồ ấy rồi và Jeff đi lên chắc tay hơn ấy, thì nó sẽ mở ra rất nhiều cái lựa chọn cho việc mình dành 600 đồng đầu tiên để mình mua cái gì ấy. Có những cái item mà em không bao giờ em nghĩ em muốn lên trong lúc đi lên ấy, thì khi mà em có kiến thức một chút rồi thì em sẽ cảm thấy đấy là cái món item có tác dụng hơn ấy. Ở đây ví dụ như kiểu ở lane này Lich của Insania mua rất nhiều tango bởi vì Lich biết là Lich sẽ bị Spirit Breaker và Underlord harass rất là nhiều, tấn công rất là nhiều, nên là Lich, nhưng có một cái hay nữa là Lich có Frost Shield có thể tanh được, cho nên là Lich sẽ có thể trade hit được rất là tốt mà không mất quá nhiều máu, và cái tango sẽ giúp cho Lich giữ được cái lượng máu cao trong khi mà không hy sinh nhiều. Cái cành cây thứ nhất là nó cho em một stat trong tất cả các điểm, đúng không? Em sẽ có thêm một intelligence, một strength, một agility. Em sẽ khỏe hơn một chút, một điểm là một chút, đúng không? Em sẽ có thêm 15 mana, 20 máu chẳng hạn. Đấy, kiểu vậy. Nhưng cái hay của nó là khi em cắn tango với cái cây đấy thì em sẽ được hồi máu gấp đôi. Em sẽ được gấp đôi thời gian dùng tango, và như vậy em sẽ tiết kiệm được cái thời gian, hoặc là tiết kiệm tango để em ăn tiếp ấy.
The position 4 in the enemy team repulls and repositions the wave behind there. You have to go and contest this experience in gold. You can't just let the Liquid side get that for free when you have this double ranged lane. You are willing to take those trades, and ultimately what ends up happening is that ZIE has a grand total of 2 CS to the 10 of Sniper with a good head start here.
Đó, chúng có thể thấy Sniper bị bắt nạt rất là ác bởi Mercy với nhện, bởi vì Mercy nó đánh rất là đau, và nhện cũng vậy. First blood đầu tiên dành cho Mercy của Boxy. Đấy là điều ai cũng có thể thấy trước. Ở cái lane này không Crystal Maiden chết thì Sniper sẽ chết.
Yeah, so he's not the one getting the first blood, but he gets the space in the lane now, right? He gets to, I believe, deny 2 range creeps here potentially. I think the second one will be secured here. It will. By Pichu. But yeah, ZIE will be very happy with that. Even if you don't get that first blood, just getting a little bit of time. He's now going to get his level 3. Currently holding the skill point. Curious what he's going to choose, because it feels like all of the skills here actually have some decent merit with how this lane's playing out. He's eyeing up his options, not choosing just yet. We'll go for the Silken Bola now.
Lich đang làm, Lich của Insania đang làm một cái hành động đấy là full creep. Full creep là một cách để cân bằng cái thế trận của một lane ấy, là khi quái của hai bên sẽ bị kéo về một phía, đúng không? Thì cái phía được kéo về sẽ có lợi hơn là cái phía kia, bởi vì sẽ được chơi ở dưới trụ, và dưới trụ rất là an toàn. Thì cái được full creep sẽ giúp cho cái lane nó cân bằng lại, và đó là cách Crystal Maiden lên bảng. Lane ở dưới bot rất là khó cho Aster. Ở trên top, Insania có rất nhiều quả xoài, và Tango ăn giải thích luôn là bởi vì thứ nhất xoài sẽ giúp cho mình hồi mana, và thứ hai là khi có một quả xoài trong người bạn sẽ có 0,7 máu một giây, tức là hồi 0,7 máu một giây, và nó sẽ stack lên. Như vậy là Insania có gần 3 máu một giây. Nó sẽ giúp cho cái việc đứng ở lane của Insania rất là dễ thở, và Insania sẽ vừa có máu vừa có mana nếu cần, để trade hit với cả hit loss với cả Barathun, nhầm, Spirit Breaker.
Maybe mid, or you open up top and you play up there. Okay, ZIE taking some serious damage bottom. Not enough to die, but he doesn't have any regen except one level in spin.
Boboka phải teleport về. Đó, nhìn lên Lich, mặc dù đánh nhau rất là nhiều nhưng Lich là cũng có đầy máu sau một lần thời gian, là bởi vì cái cách lên đồ của Lich nó rất là về sinh tồn để chơi hit.
We haven't really seen a gank mid. Does that surprise you at all? Because I feel like that's a Spirit Breaker special. As I say that he's charging right now.
There you go. I don't think it's surprising we haven't had it yet, but I think this is a pretty good time to do it. Mickey's running out of mana.
Nhưng mà để anh giải thích luôn tại sao Insania lại lên đồ như thế. Trong trường hợp này có hai cái điểm yếu rất là rõ thấy của cả Pitlot với Spirit Breaker là hai con đấy rất là khỏe, thế nhưng mà nó rất không dứt điểm được một ai nhanh cả. Và Lich là một con hero rất là giỏi để đối đầu với những cái người như thế. Đấy là lý do tại sao mà Insania có thể sẵn sàng mua xoài để trade hit với cả hai con tướng đó. Nếu như là bất kỳ một con nào khác có thể gây sát thương lớn hơn thì Lich sẽ rất là bất lợi.
ZIE currently sitting on 1-0 and 2 in terms of KDA, so
Boboka bắt đầu gai ganh. Ôi, hay quá. Boboka trong vị trí hay quá. Double kill cho Ori. Boboka chọn vị trí rất là hay là sử dụng Spirit Breaker nhưng chặt từ đằng sau, chặt từ phía đằng sau lên để giết Lina của Mickey. Ở vì thường bạn sẽ nghĩ là đối thủ sẽ lao lên từ phía của chúng nó vào mình đúng không? Nhưng hóa ra là đối thủ lại lao lên từ phía đằng sau của mình. Đấy là một bước đi rất là não to của Aster.
able to take full advantage of this space cow.
Yeah, this is the luxury you have in this position with having this Underlord top. It's hard for Matu to put meaningful pressure onto XXS, who's running a bracer and ring of health. He's just buying a full self.
Aster nhanh chóng đẩy trụ boss của Liquid. Đây là Liquid. Cái hay của Liquid đấy là con nhện nó trụ lên rất là khỏe. Thế nhưng mà nếu như bạn vô hiệu hóa được cái len của nhện thì cái tiếp theo bạn muốn làm nó sẽ là đẩy cái trụ của nhện đi, thì như vậy nhện sẽ bị hạn chế các tầm ảnh hưởng của mình đi á. Và đấy là bản đồ của Aster sẽ rộng hơn một trụ.
Top lane is the one we haven't really talked about too much, but Matu,
maybe they're all watching Knowledge.
What's that?
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
That's true. I mean, I talked to a couple Liquid members as well during the break, and I mean, they couldn't find scrim, right? None of these teams probably could find many scrims, so kind of a weird situation, and you kind of overanalyze probably. I think taking some days off was probably pretty important for a lot of these teams just to reset, especially for Liquid.
Massive tiếp cận khỏe nhưng mà
I don't know.
Tiếp cận với cả Bloodseeker và Lensrack không phải là một con mà Massive muốn tiếp cận. Bởi vì Massive tiếp cận vào những con đấy có khi Massive chết đầu tiên, chết chưa kịp biết gì đã chết luôn. Bỏ quyết giày có móng tay nhọn em ạ.
It is very, very mentally taxing to prepare for these games, and you've obviously played a very long tournament already to get to this point, so getting that little bit of a breather, definitely helpful. Aster with a... I don't know if we should call this a recovery. Obviously, the bottom lane was not going too hot, but the rest of the map looking very good. And with that rotation bot where they killed ZIE, they managed to take the tier 1 tower. They almost got the tier 1 tower mid
sau tăng được
as
rồi
well,
là
minute 8,
thiệt
which is
gần 1.000 tiền so với cả
Aster.
mid của bên
ZIE.
Aster.
Wants to go on Monet, but he's going to get frostbite.
Ôi không!
Already at half HP, and Monet can just right click from afar as the charge connects.
Con gấu.
And one more right click should
Ôi con gấu rừng.
Nets himself to kill with another frostbite.
À, con gấu rừng vô duyên chưa? Đang nhiên đang lành nó ra nó cầm cái gậy.
It feels so rewarding and so powerful that if Brood shows at any point, you get this connection. And Crystal Maiden is a great support to play it with in the early stages because you have this long route and slow. You see Pichu in this game choosing to max out Frostbite, which we've seen sometimes.
Aster làm rất là tốt. Aster không vô hiệu hóa được cái lane của ZIE và Boxy rất là tốt.
The route is just so good to allow a sniper to get in all of that damage. Let's see if Monet's skills assassinate or not, because we've seen different sniper builds here on level 6, whether you take that route at all or if you focus on maxing out headshot. Alright, Boxy with the job.
Rồi, combo của Masi và Lina rất kinh khủng.
Mickey gets credit for that kill. That is his first of the game. He has a haste rune still, and with the Falcon Blade going for the BKB as a pretty fast item.
Matumaman đang bị ganh nhưng mà rất thính. Matumaman rất thính. Né được lời canh của Aster.
He read that all too well, so gonna get the D ward, and they force out the glyph. Lesh will immediately rotate into mid. They don't want to lose their mid tower. Ori is gonna show here.
Yeah, well, Mickey is getting charged, so now there's TPs coming into the mid lane.
Lina bị ganh, nhưng Lina có hết nên Lina không sợ. Oh no, Boxy! Ôi!
Yeah, it looked like Boxy was trying to find an angle where he could maybe get a dispose onto the Lesh rack, but what Aster did really well there was that they rotated not only the Lesh but also the Crystal Maiden in the tree line, so when Boxy did try to go for that, it just gets frostbitten from the side and does not find any move.
Đây là bên Aster đang lọi hơn về một trụ ở trên xếp lane.
As Brood does. I wonder what build ZIE goes here. We've seen a lot of Broods go this arcane boots into either pipe or raid pact, these kind of auras.
Aster đang đánh rất là tốt. Aster đang đánh với cái mindset rất là tốt là Aster cố gắng kiểm soát lane của về phía mình nhiều hơn của Liquid lúc đầu để tránh cái cuộc canh của Boxy với cả của ZIE á. ZIE không thể tiếp cận được với Ori với Lensrack hiện tại bởi vì Lensrack phải giết được tất cả nhện của ZIE trong vòng một phút nhạc.
Couple members of Aster in the cover of smoke, ZIE in the trees, but his spidey senses are tingling for once that actually makes sense. Yep. Looks like he'll be okay, so a little bit of wasted time.
Aster đang smoke để ganh để anh Giai. Nó có vẻ là Giai ngửi được. Thôi không, Spirit Breaker chắc được rồi. No, ai à.
It worked out, and now XXX can just go back to where he came from.
This is a pretty cool duo of heroes that we like never see played. The Spirit Breaker plus
hay ha.
Underlord combo. You
Spirit
charge someone,
Breaker track được xong rồi
and
cái
Spirit
gas bay
Breaker
đến.
has that natural follow-up that he needs. This hero's one of its weaknesses, even though it's one of the best roamers in the game, is that it doesn't really solo kill very well. But you know, if you have something like Underlord connecting or Sunstrike, like whatever it is at your disposal, then situations can suddenly look quite promising.
And rune.
With the charge, no rune here.
Moxie is here. Nice pit of malice open to dispose, keeps XXS at bay. Already at half HP, and in comes the Lich as well. But look,
Aster stick này tốt quá.
Continuing on here as Insania gets off his Chain Frost. Looks like he will drop in the end as Matu has finally come to play with the Laguna Blade.
Rồi, Lina giết được Crystal Maiden. Hay quá, Boxy hay quá. Boxy hay quá. Mà Masi nhanh chóng tiếp cận được sniper, hay quá.
And they make sure to bring the numbers there. Matu coming in, Lina with the double damage. It's just too overwhelming. And Mone, yeah, would have probably been wise to not get involved there. You can understand why he's trying to help out his teammates, but Boxy
cái lượng sát thương ở level 6 của Masi đưa ra hiện tại là chắc là cao nhất của DOTA hiện tại.
Wonder if he's going to buy a shard later to try to help with that, but for now, obviously going a pretty standard route, Mask of Madness to Wraith Bands and Treads, eyeing up the Dragonlance, Pike, another way to reposition, of course. And he should need it this game. You got to be feeling really good if you're Liquid with that exchange, though.
Yep, absolutely. The lead has slipped into their side, just barely though. As we get in, I'm gonna rehash this conversation again, Cinder. You know where I'm going with this, I'm sure, but
Tier 5 neutral.
The old Roshan. As we're gonna see another strike onto Insania. Ori's in the air, he gets off the Lightning Storm. But the Frost Shield ends up mitigating a bit of damage here and forces the rest of Aster away as this is taking just too long. They get a high five for their efforts. Which team would you say has the advantage in the Roche pit for both killing and fighting in the area?
I guess for killing, I would imagine Liquid does it maybe a little bit faster. It's kind of close.
After the Underlord.
Yeah. I have a jump in two here. I think we can fight. I'm really sure. Sniper! Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, that was an Eternal Envy type showdown. That was nice.
They got done with their Naruto episode and now they're playing. So, good to see.
Indeed. Anyway, you were saying about Roshan, Cinderin.
Yeah, so I think overall, I guess the Dire, depending on, I guess it's level 1 sidekick. It's kind of hard to say who's faster at it. I do like Aster's chances of fighting in the area in general, though. Underlord, Lesh, and Spirit Breaker, as well as Shrapnel level 4. He's very, very good in that area. But I think neither team has any interest in even thinking about Roche for quite a while. Neither lineup's particularly good at it. There's a lot of risk involved. Foxy will get charged.
Charge in the top lane next to the tier 2, but the Frost Shield comes out.
Ôi, Xenia mở đầu với Chain Frost hay quá, cái Chain Frost này hay quá.
And that is going to cause Ori to drop.
Ôi, Boboka. Đây là lý do tại sao bạn phải ban Masi. Đây là lý do tại sao Masi phải bị ban hoặc không ban Tipic. Quá kinh khủng.
Yeah, they chose to go for that with 5-second cooldown another strike. They didn't have Spirit Breaker ult, so missing that component, but also Liquid seemed like they just read that play like a book, you know.
Mickey lên item đầu tiên là BKB để tránh tất cả những cái khống chế vào người mình để tha hồ tay bắn. Lina là tướng phép, thế nhưng Lina đồng thời cũng là một trong những tướng bắn tay khỏe nhất cái DOTA này. Hay là thôi.
XXS has come to play with his ult, gets off the nice Pit of Malice and Firestorm. Insania looks to be the sacrifice at the very least, but Mickey and Matu want to continue to fight potentially. They're going to try to focus on the Crystal Maiden and a nice...
Ôi, cái săn đẹp quá, rồi. Ôi, Liquid phản công hay quá. Không hiểu mấy anh sao xanh lại nghĩ gì mà quyết định combat của đấy mà khi đang sniper đã chết.
Just Lesh didn't get to play his hero there. Got chain stun completely rebound into the LSA.
Ôi, này sao đỏ bên CS có chốc nhảy không? Sao xanh này cay. Sao xanh nãy giờ là đưa những quyết định hơi khó hiểu đấy. Let's go, Liquid.
It's a pretty small consolation prize. Nice fear here, by the way, from Insanius.
Boxy stun coming up soon.
Yep.
Which absolutely destroyed. My God.
Wow, cái stun đẹp dã man.
And that was the Bloodstone reveal as well on the Lesh, and it just gets destroyed. Not literally, not a Kyle. But Baboka now in the bot lane. He's going for the Shadow Blade. As Zai again, he's just been chilling in the bot lane. He's close to finishing his.
Tức là Aster phải rất là tin tưởng vào con sniper của Monet thì mới pick sniper trận này. Anh không thấy sniper có cỡ thắng trận này được. So với đội hình của Liquid.
He needs to get that item before he really offers teamfight impact. Curious to see what the idea is now. It's coming out. Are you going to see a bigger rotation? Are we looking at a bottom tier 2 tower? Are we looking at a potential rotation into killing a hero mid and then getting Roche? There's plenty of options for Liquid here with the game state they have set themselves up for. And I mean, essentially, if Zai doesn't have to join, why would he, right? He can also just keep farming down here and keep being a pestilence, forcing heroes to rotate down here and defend, putting pressure on the tower and just farming up, get toward his next item. Maybe an Axe could be on the menu. Extremely annoying item to play Spirit Breaker against the Brood Axe. So definitely could be something he's considering.
And Liquid want to keep up the aggression. Mickey now the BKB from Matu. So 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid. And they are
Aster farm ra cho mình cái group bow. Cái group bow này là một item rất là thiết yếu cho sniper nếu farm ra được. Nó sẽ giúp cho sniper có thêm khoảng cách để đứng ở sau bắn. Nhưng với cái tình hình hiện tại thì đứng đằng sau được bao lâu?
Ends up learning more about that matchup overall, and they got to see Tundra beat Aster as well. Potentially that's what we're seeing.
Insania lên phá mắt nhưng không có gì xảy ra. Rồi chết.
You'll be the sacrifice. As looks like it's going to be a trade for the position 5.
Ui.
Nice freezing kill coming up, but it only delays the inevitable.
Oh, they ruptured Lash.
Yep, he gets his bloodstone off just in time.
Leshrac đã bị rupture, đã bị tấn công, đã bị khống chế. Đổi một Lich, lấy một mid và một Crystal Maiden có đáng không hả Aster ơi? Một còn cả một. Ôi, lại còn cả một cái mệnh lên nữa.
What an amazing escape from Baboka there, turning around to dodge the stun and then finding the charge through everyone to survive.
Aster.
Like definitely
Liquid đang hiện dẫn 4k network, 4.000 tiền network. Nhẹ, nhẹ, lại láo rồi. Lại đánh láo rồi, trời ơi, Zai ơi.
He's kind of struggling. He's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, and this is a hero that you do not want in that area. I mean, how much of a comeback mechanic do you have on this hero, would you feel? Based on the items because he has Mask of Madness, Dragon Lance, he's going for Hurricane Pike, so it feels like more mobility slash utility than damage.
Yeah, I guess with this build you definitely do farm slower than if you had, say, Mom Maelstrom, but you probably just have to get the Pike at this time. If you go Mask Maelstrom, you just... It's gonna take too long before you have the essential items to be any sort of presence in a team fight. In skirmishes, this is also a pretty good single target damage build, right? You have a long range, obviously you have you can activate the take aim for the guaranteed headshots, which by the way are only level 2 on Monet currently, so his damage will ramp up significantly when he levels up to 13, 14.
Atumba sẽ bị tấn công, Atumba không đủ mana để dùng. Hay quá. No, Atumba mẹ đen, trời ơi.
I mean, the Fiend's Gate is so cool, but Mickey, he's in the area, he's in Viz right now. Oh, the outside does not connect, but they still get the stun. Laguna Blade to follow, but the Bloodstone healing up. The BKB by Mickey, and that is enough to take out Ori again. He's left by his team via the Fiend's Gate. And Liquid taking full advantage.
Nó tung mana rất là đen, làm đủ mana để bật BKB nhưng không đủ mana để TP về. Phải là pop về.
And probably the bottom tier 2 tower, I don't think you have a chance of defending this as Aster. Well, maybe they are gonna try.
Có hơi quá liều không khi mà...
Finally comes out, it's only gonna connect a couple times, but Mickey looks to be mega dead, and Zai and company have to get the hell out of here. Insania is successful, but Zai inside the Pit of Malice charged up, and it looks like he's going to be brought down as well. Aster successfully defend the tier 2 tower.
it seems like Liquid had the same expectation that I did, that tower was just going to be given to them with a dead Lesh, but the crucial part in all of this is that Mickey with the miss stun ends up using the BKB on the first kill, and Astra are like, wait a minute, can't we just go on this guy and kill him with Spirit Breaker and Underlord? And they could. There wasn't enough protection there. I don't think there was a defensive dispose from Boxy to try to reposition and keep him alive. And that's huge for Aster.
Yeah, we have a rupture. The rest of his team is coming. A nice charge on the two, but the Blood Right does connect. Silence that space scout. But Boxy just getting right click from afar. And Matu, despite having the BKB, does have the move speed to get away. And no range for the Assassinate, no vision for the Assassinate.
4 tháng này hello dẻo, yeah, 4 tháng.
But they're very, very happy with this for sure. The game was starting to look a little bit scary for a while with the control Liquid were getting, but
and the first Roche attempt is here. Aster know that they're in a 5v4 situation.
No BKB on Matumba either.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is just not a very good hero in this time in the game when you don't have that BKB. It's so hard to run in and do anything. You can just get turned on and blasted. So as it looks, Liquid, I think they really want to try to poke at this, but it's just really difficult. They don't know the exact timing either. Every spider is getting killed outside the pit.
Thật không? Thật không?
Thật
không? Không, chắc chắn là không rồi. Dẻo ơi, chắc chắn là không rồi.
Yeah, I mean, it's good on both. A lot of the time we do see it on Lesh because you get so much value from getting the full mana refill when you die as well. But maybe the logic is Lesh is less susceptible to dying straight away. He has more health, he has the Bloodstone, whereas if Monet gets jumped, he can just die instantly. And this way you also maybe open up a little bit more for the potential of poking top tier 2 tower with just the sniper. Lesh needs to go close.
Game đang rất là cân giữa hai phía 14, 16 và network không tranh một chút về phía Aster, nhưng không đáng kể. Không bỏ rình răng.
Both those fours have 4 deaths each for Monet and Ori. But they've kind of brought this game back sooner, and this is
bị block rồi chứng minh sao ạ? Mấy hôm nữa bỏ block bây giờ mà. Mấy hôm nữa bỏ block bây giờ. Đưa Facebook đây để An hỏi cho. Cái pick nhện của Zai bên phía Liquid bị khống chế hơi ác.
A lot of Liquid's Brood game wins, they would be in a much better position than this now. And I think even just in an even game state like this in terms of gold, the Radiant lineup is having a pretty solid time scaling late game. I think a lot of what Brood offers becomes less and less important against this lineup. Whereas Astra's lineup is just going to scale to the moon, right? Sniper, Underlord,
Đẹp trai 6 múi game hay An ủi. Dạ. Bên phía Aster đang smoke để đi kiếm một ai đấy để làm thịt, nhưng có vẻ là sẽ không kiếm được ai. Superman sẽ cần cho mình một cái búa bash để khống chế Ori ở Monet bên kia. DOTA là một game rất là cân não về việc như kiểu chơi cờ ấy. Con A chống được con B, rồi con B chống được con C, nhưng con C chống được con A chẳng hạn. Nên là ui nó bắn, ui trời ơi nó bắn rất ta. Đúng rồi, này là bắn đầu. Em rất là cân. Nó Superman ở đâu phía Zai cần một cái BKB để chống, bởi vì Zai bị khống chế quá là ác luôn. Zai rất cần một cái BKB. XEM sắp có cho mình BKB, như vậy là XEM sẽ trở thành một thế lực trong combat. XEM sẽ không phải đơn thuần chỉ là cứu sniper đó, mà sẽ có thể gây sát thương trực tiếp lên tất cả luôn.
Really nice for them to put to use. Popoka will push out that wave and reposition himself. It looks like Aster are aware.
Em khóc 3 ngày mất ngủ một tuần. 3 ngày mất ngủ một tuần là 10 ngày đúng không? Hay là trong một tuần đấy là có cả khóc 3 ngày.
It will be a fruit in the sense they get some good aggressive wards out. You see they get the good ward over at the Radiant Triangle. and they get a good ward down in mid, so definitely looking
Maxi cũng
for
cần cho
some
mình
sort
một
of
cái BKB vào cái bố bash,
against
nhưng mà
the Aegis team at
đấy là
some
điều hơi xa xỉ
point
cho
in
một
the near
post
future.
4.
But it looks like they'll have to settle for Mickey just, 10-shotting the top tier 1 tower casually with sidekick and double damage. Packing 400 damage with that per hit.
Mickey quyết định là build full đường phép, đường đánh tay để một mất một còn với sniper.
This was the one they had the option to access. I think they would have been happy to take mid, but that's where Liquid were grouped up and covering the lane, so they will settle for a trade in the off lanes.
They will get
Okay.
it successfully. So 2K
Dạ,
lane
ăn
for
ngon.
Aster is the Aegis.
Okay.
ăn
It's
ngon.
expiring in 40 seconds.
Yeah, they will knock on the high ground though. Sniper very good at this, obviously massive range. The only repositioning tool Liquid have is, aside from an offensive pike from Mickey, which is probably a bit naive to think it's going to happen, you have level 2 dispose. So he's feeling pretty damn safe standing down here hitting this tower.
Hello phụt thủy,
Just keep
lolo.
throwing out one shrapnel if you want to hit it some more. There we go.
Chém chó.
It's gonna keep poking at it.
Nhà ăn cơm chưa? Ngày chưa? Chắc xong trận này ăn sẽ lấy chân gà ăn.
That's not going to do too much for him, but he's
Ori BKB.
kept himself away far enough as the Aegis is expiring in 3 seconds, trying to get through the Fiend's Gate. He does so successfully.
Ôi, Hero San rồi, về Liquid thôi, đừng lên, chó nó cắn đấy, đừng lên.
Okay, does not want to take the Fiend's Gate, wants to farm up mid.
I'm surprised Ori went in an edict at that tower. I think letting Sniper just keep doing his thing was pretty good. It only cost him a BKB charge, which is the end of the world. And I guess he didn't force the glyph, so maybe it's okay. But if Liquid find a move off it, the story will be very, very different. Ori is going to walk straight to
Ôi, vẫn đánh. Chết. Hay.
Still find the Crystal Maiden nonetheless. The right clicks are way too much. BKB already popped by
Hay quá.
Montu as they find the kill onto Ori. So 3 dead overall. The complete segregation of that fight, but Liquid coming out way on top.
Yeah, so what ends up happening there is Lesh has BKB cooldown from bottom, and he's walking in the mid lane together with Spirit Breaker. I think a pretty crucial mistake there from Aster, actually. The two heroes were even stacking up, so they got chain stunned and didn't get a charge off to try to protect Ori. He just walked straight into Matu, got ruptured and killed, or actually didn't even rupture, I think. They just hit him. He couldn't get away anyway without the BKB.
ZIE able to clean up to tier 2 mid.
That is a huge swing for Liquid.
Huge swing.
And we won't know for the next Roche for another minute 40, but that is going to be an extremely important factor in this game, as it usually is. But looking at Ori's item progression, obviously he's had the Bloodstone for a long time. BKB is on 8 seconds. He's only used it once, surprisingly. Has a casual plate mail. And I would assume an eventual Shiva's, but still going for his boots of travel. I mean, his farm for a Lesh is not very good this game.
No, I think he's had a couple of times maybe pushing one wave too many, and Liquid have done a really good job punishing him overall. The 5 deaths on the Lesh is a major setback. Compare that to Mickey on the Lina with only 2. Has a 50 CS advantage because of this. The thing I wonder here for Ori is if travel is actually the right choice, because you're obviously playing against Rupture, right? So having extra mobility in the fight isn't necessarily going to translate to more safety or more damage. Whereas having items where you can just stand your ground and survive longer, like you said, the Shiva or something to that effect, could be an interesting choice. But
bây giờ
could be a thing this game. You're against Brood, Bloodseeker and
bây giờ cái mấu chốt tiếp theo của Liquid sẽ phải là để cho Boxy khỏe lên. Bởi vì nếu Maxi chỉ cần có thêm một item thôi là Maxi có thể đánh rất cân mở luôn cái team bên kia.
where the teams are just pushing out waves and farming, because then travels are obviously great. But if we have a key fight coming up sometime soon, this might not be the best allocation of net worth that Ori can have.
Súng vẫn cần thêm cầm thêm đam.
Getting those travels will be known to us now. It's a long respawn.
Yes.
2:33. Will be quite a while before Aster potentially get their hands on that. And I do say Aster because they are controlling the area for now, and they did get the first one. There's no saying that Liquid can't make a team move in there and test it.
Matu has his Mjolnir now. ZIE has had the Wraith Pact type and is going for Aghanim Scepter. Spinner Snare, really?
Yeah, it is very good. This axe.
Có ulti của nhện là dùng để làm gì ta?
This axe Axe is just incredible for map control.
Smoke up, but they see Boxy. They're going to start charging him. Next, Liquid's outpost technically in control of Aster right now. The charge is there, but the Frost is going to keep him healthy for the time being.
Ôi, Boxy đã bị hạ trước rồi. Còn đây buyback không?
Just like that, it's a 5v4, but
buyback đi, buyback đi. Buyback đi còn skill mà. Sùng có đứng ngoài rồi thôi, xong Sùng đứng ngoài rồi. À. Không vui, không vui.
And Aster looking very good now, but like you said, Roche is not going to be up for another minute, so they can't take advantage of that.
Definitely consider themselves lucky that this isn't up, because this would have been an easy collateral for Aster. Ward would have forced 2 buybacks out of Liquid, but yeah, just a very different fight in terms of positioning here, right? So you get the charge onto the Marcy, so she doesn't get to play the fight at all. Ori gets ruptured, they get this Marcy kill, they run back, and then they zone control.
Cả đấy Marcy bị bắt hớ quá, nên cả đấy Marcy buyback thì ok hơn. Có thể đánh nhau được.
There's the Crystal Maiden ult coming up. It's just too difficult for Liquid to re-engage here. And a nicely played fight
Ui,
here.
đấy là lý do tại sao phải giết súng.
Secure themselves a good
Đúng rồi, bắn đau nhắm.
And the control of the pit could respawn on that. Both teams will want to get access to this. This is the second Roche, so will come with a little bit of a bonus.
Bây giờ tôi có underlord là một vấn đề rất là lớn với team Liquid.
Is opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere as the next item.
Okay, that's I like that approach too. You know, you're feeling a lot safer against the rupture. You get yourself that freedom.
Matumba man kill một cái blink, tức là Matumba muốn chủ động blink vào để đánh nhau luôn. Tôi không đợi rupture nữa.
He's also going link.
Oh, yeah, that one makes sense. I'm trying to figure out this.
Everybody gets a link.
The charge is very annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, the only way to take full advantage of that, if you're the Spirit Breaker, is to get an Axe, which he is going for. So the link
Smoke
won't
về
be
phía
that
Liquid, Liquid muốn đánh nhau, Liquid muốn tìm để đánh nhau.
Smoke down from Liquid.
Aster poked the Roche and went out.
Liquid muốn đánh
Liquid
nhau.
are going to come contest this, and they are very right. The top lane is all the way in the
Liquid đang đi đường vòng, cả hai phía đều smoke, cả hai bên sẽ đánh nhau. Cả hai bên sẽ đánh nhau.
Roche has a low.
The same. Boboka is terrifying with that Shadow Blade that he's had for a while. If they get vision on anyone, they could just get stunned out of nowhere on Liquid's side with very minimal defense, except like we talked about the Frost Shield, but doesn't really save you from this Radiant lineup very well.
Hai bên vẫn đang rủ nhau, vẫn đang nhớ nhá. Vẫn đang nhớ nhá. Tiếp cận này, tiếp cận này. Ôi. Ôi. Ai sẽ thấy ai trước? Đố em thấy được anh. Tôi trò chơi trốn tìm. Rồi, sau một hồi cân não cả hai bên quyết định ai về nhà đấy. Lượm nhau xong xuôi tất cả lại về. Vừa rồi như kiểu là hai đám trẻ trâu của hai trường cấp 2 ra rồi. Kiểu cả thầy mày tiêm ra. Tiếp vào là đứng trên trên mỗi thằng nhà xong một thằng nhà về nhà đấy. Ra lườm nhau tí về.
Still posturing on the other side of the map. No one quite ready to fight.
Có vẻ như không phải ai về nhà đấy mà ai về nhà người kia. Liquid ở bên lăng bên nhà Aster và Aster bên nhà của Liquid. Đây là cả hai bên đang muốn tranh Roshan. Đang muốn tranh Roshan.
68% for Aster. Do you feel that? Watching this right now as the rupture onto Ori gets disposed. Ori has
ôi, đây là lý do tại sao con Masi phải bị ban. Trời ơi. Hay quá. Trời ơi, Masi có mỗi cái BKB thôi mà mày vào đấm Let's Rock chứ không có gì xảy ra vậy. Nhưng mà bây giờ tranh Roshan rất là khó bởi vì cả bên phía Liquid không có BKB. Aster muốn đánh nhau tiếp, Aster biết là bên Liquid không có BKB. Giết được Boboka. Ai? Ai? Ai quá, hay quá, hay quá. Liquid bình tĩnh quá, Liquid bình tĩnh quá. Liquid bình tĩnh quá.
Still 5v5, but that is several buybacks from Aster. But like you said, the BKB is very important for Liquid to charge on the Mickey. But the Frost Shield is going to get a lot of his physical damage.
Ôi, sniper có BKB rồi.
Mickey pops the BKB, trying to get the dieback onto Ori's at half HP, but the
Ori chết, Ori dieback, Ori dieback. Muốn nó chết.
Stuck in, so what is he just stuck there, trying to right click his way out.
Wow.
Getting some life steal out. But what the hell? Is he be able to take him out in the end? It's going to be close.
Wow, bọn nó hồi máu kìa. Ôi, cái máu nó hồi máu kìa. Hay quá, Boxy hay quá. Lại là Marcy. À, Monet buyback phí rồi, Monet buyback phí rồi. Wow, cái combat, trời ơi, cái combat. Không, con Rosan này không đáng. Con Rosan này không đáng cái buyback. Con Rosan này không đáng cái buyback. Bởi vì Ori dieback. Aster đánh đổi quá nhiều để cho một cái con Rosan. Này, Marcy nó vào tiếp này. 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 À không, bị trói rồi. Tránh cái Rosan. Ôi không lấy được rồi, không lấy được rồi. Nice try. Boxy nice try. Không tranh được Rosan. Nhưng mà Boxy lấy được cái shot. Hình như quả đấy là Boxy đáng nghĩa là lấy Rosan nhưng mà ấn nhầm và lấy shot hay sao ấy. Okay. Hello, Siu.
Wow. I mean, honestly, the craziest thing about the team fight that we just saw was how long Monet stayed alive, right? It's because he's getting Crimson guarded by the Underlord, so the spiders do 0 damage. Zai has a 0 damage item build, so he's basically tickling him. And Monet was just using Mask of Madness, standing still and pressing A-click on the ground.
I've never seen a sniper stand still for that amount of time. And we have some more action, it looks like, potentially. Rupture. But Zai is kind of stuck. He's going to get charged at it. XXX is taking the brunt of the damage from Monty. We'll be able to get the BKB out in time. Liquid just don't have the damage right now, but Zai, he gets charged in on. Strike and into the right clicks of Monet. And now with the assault onto XXS, this is going to add insult to injury, and this push will be even faster for Aster. No pun, I mean, that was a rhyme. Intended.
Anh sẽ có AC rồi, có Alpha rồi.
How much more can they get? Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis.
50 seconds on Root as well. Yep. And Zaya does not have buyback gold. They do not know this for a fact, but they might have a feeling based on the Aghanim Scepter being purchased that he cannot reconnect to this fight. Still, you have to be a little bit careful about this high ground push. Marcy is very terrifying on defense, and as we've already established, Boxy with the dagger doesn't even need to rebound yet. Dispose and rebound out to maybe force a BKB. Can obviously also rebound in and dispose and then blink out if he's fast enough. If he takes any damage, that is not happening.
Double damn.
His teammates.
He can also do that. He could rebound Mickey in and lose the game. That is an
double damn cho sniper.
We have seen the Marcy shard win games and lose games.
Come on, Boxy. Habibi! I'm keeping over. I can't get it. I mean, I have passive fight, we'll do a good part, I think. Yeah, buyback sniper, and
Sania counting the buybacks there.
Yeah.
Wonder if he counted all of them and wrote down all the times. That would be very impressive. That would be inhuman, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. It's nice to have a human calculator on your team, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yep, I have that every game.
Well, 2 minutes still on the Aegis for Aster. But Liquid, in terms of net worth, have the very slight lead right now. An incredibly close game. DD is bottled for Monet, and I'm sure that they're going to want to use it here to at least get a tier 3, if not, try to get a barracks.
That bottom lane is very, very open. Minute 50. I don't know how much is left of the bottle. When did he pick that up? So if he picked it up around 40, it might have been sitting there for a little bit, but should have enough time to maybe connect on a wave.
Vậy là cái trận xanh của con nhện tạo ra cái tường như kiểu tường băng luôn hả?
For Aster. Very annoying.
TÄKI's was deleted, but
I actually think
lives on in Brood.
I was saying this is kind of the new old TÄKI's spinner snare. It is incredibly annoying to play against. Don't underestimate how much the mental means, but well, no snares bottom just yet.
Double Dam đã được bật và Monet đang muốn bắn vỡ trụ 3 của Liquid.
This tower falls, mind you, with the changes, so Liquid do have another round of defense for the barracks.
Ori finally down.
Yeah, Monet's attack speed is nothing to scoff at. He's got a lot of attack speed items. They have the AC on the Underlord, Mask of Madness activation. It's looking pretty good for Aster. This is a big moment now. Liquid will try to find perhaps an angle. Just pushing out mid for now. Do they even have any smokes left? They do not. Yeah, they do. They have one on boxing. So if Liquid do want to challenge something here, they can, but it's a very, very difficult position to access yourself into. You keep scouting them with spinner snare though. Oh, well, we can't flip another one. No, XXX.
Phát này mà Aster bắt được Liquid tốt là Aster thắng.
Sure, he's having a great time there.
Ê, cái lưới nhện này khó chịu ấy. Cái lưới nhện này khó chịu ra.
That is actually hilarious, man. I think it's my first game casting Broodags.
It's one of those things that's hilarious to watch, and then you're imagining being a player on Aster.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's,
but that's Dota, right?
It is very annoying, let me tell you. All right, Liquid, it's time. Aegis expiring just now. Aster will place XXS to cover the high ground. Foxy gets shown in.
They know they get the flash up, and Monet is right-clicking from afar.
Ôi, Monet! Ôi, đúng lúc Hero San ạ! Đúng lúc Hero San! Ôi! Ây, Liquid hay quá!
An initiation with no vision, I'm pretty sure. Not able to get the rebound. Boxy has been playing out of his mind.
Boxy đánh Maxi hay quá, trời ơi.
The mid lane, Liquid goes with a 7k lead, knowing that a lot of these buybacks will not be available. Only the Underlord at the moment.
And you just love the confidence from Boxy.
Game sau mà không ban con Maxi của Boxy đi nhá, thì còn chết nữa. Ôi, đánh dã man quá. Khiếp.
But they just destroyed him with Marcelina. He didn't even get to play the fight. Probably felt relatively confident with his Butterfly that he had something to stand his ground with, but just not the case. Liquid, are they actually just going to go for it?
They're going to try to go for it.
Ôi, Liquid đánh thẳng nhà luôn.
60 seconds. Tier 4 is already at half HP.
Liquid đánh thẳng nhà luôn đây.
Can Aster actually defend this in a 3v5 situation?
Đó. Cô tử hệ đánh tay đó.
Unleashes pop for Boxy, just priming and ready to go. One tier 4 down. Will Liquid continue on here? 33 seconds on Monet. Crimson Guard is trying to mitigate a little bit of damage here, but there's the initiation on XS. They get the... They force step him as well, but he's going to live inside the fountain. But the tier 4 goes down as well. And now on to the Ancient Ori. Pops the BKB and Bloodstone, but the focus
đánh thẳng nha. Được không?
All they have to do is right click that they'll get game 1. Charge it.
Được không?
Pretty big, but make it continue right click with the data.
Hay quá.
Liquid take game 1.
Woo!
Unbelievable. I don't know
Boxy.
to give everybody heart attacks around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good.
Wow, quả đập nhà.
What an amazing way
Hay
for them to do
quá.
that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke. They run in. They find an amazing fight. There's no buyback on Aster on
Liquid đếm thời gian hết hồi sinh của Sniper tốt. Cái khoảnh khắc Sniper hết một phát là nhảy vào luôn.
They just commit. They run down the mid lane. They push through it, and they get the job done. What an amazing way to end that game. And not the way I thought it was going to end, or the speed.
Yeah.
This happened very suddenly. They found the perfect moment, and they get themselves up 1-0.
Absolutely unreal game. And if you're Aster, obviously we talked about they 2-0'd Liquid in the upper bracket. They face them now, and this is a team. This is a different Liquid team than we saw in the upper bracket. I mean, they were upper bracket, sure, but their momentum, despite this break, is just ridiculous. This is like Team Spirit, not to pat myself on the back, Team DC from TÄI ĐA. Like, a lot of these memories are coming back to me, Sinner, and this team is pretty fearsome, to be sure. Let's go to the studio and see what they have to say. Don't listen to Sinner anymore.
Thank you for that. Indeed, I know that a lot of people were wondering, like 5-day break.
Hay quá.
Momentum, it might be gone. No, it's not. No, it's not. Team Liquid take game 1 here against Aster, so they are one step away from getting to that final day of the International 11. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, where do you want to start breaking it down? Because it was such a close game till the very end when we saw Monet die without buyback.
I mean, that was a great game, just as we expect from Liquid, but I guess I just want to start from the draft, because I think that they did something really cool conceptually that game, which was they countered the Leshrac that they gave to Ori, which is one of his best heroes, with the same timing, the 15-minute pipe timing on the Broodmother versus the 15-minute timing of the Blitzen on the Leshrac. And it felt like every time Ori was taking these fights, he just was not healing. And the BKB from Lina came in so early as well. So I think if you just break it down to basics like that, they had a lot of really cool ideas that they obviously prepared for.
How does this keep happening? Every single time Team Liquid plays, it's just pure chaos, pretty much. You know, ever since like their days in Alliance, some of these players, like that they're not going to be able to close out the game. Something weird's going to happen.
Like
they're serious against Thunder Awaken.
Yeah. Brood coming through the portal of the Underlord.
Yeah, Zai's like, yeah, I got to check it out to see what's in this door. And yeah, he joins, but most of the time he was at the bottom, just chilling, farming his items, something that Effie did mention. This was brutal. Like, this fight right here, people life-stealing from both of the Wraith packs, having the life-steal from the Sidekick, Paladin and Sword as well. I think Boxy is having the time of his life. Like, this is extremely good performance. This might even be, you know, Boxy, Tasca really up there, but Boxy on Marcy completely
that
different.
TP was insane.
Yeah, so many times clutch plays coming out from him.
It's like a redemption arc for him, I feel like, because you know, when Liquid lost TÄIGA, I think a lot of people were thinking, you know, TÄIGA, for this guy, he's an offlaner. He's coming in and taking TÄIGA's role, you know, fan favorite going over to OG, but it's like he has absolutely proven himself over the year. I think we were pleasantly surprised casting him in throughout the EU DPC, but this isn't just like a pleasant surprise from him. This is fucking insane. He's legitimately carrying his team. That last game was entirely on his shoulders. The blink up onto the high ground, the BKB TPF that we saw.
Ngay từ đầu khi anh thấy cái lập pick sniper nhất là lập pick thứ 3, anh thấy nó không
and he was carrying it. He was doing the damage. This guy's a 4 position, not the carry.
No, he's definitely insane on that role, as you say. Someone who's also insane, a little bit, is Distraction Slackers in the crowd.
Rồi, bạn các bạn đó không có tiếng bên ơi. Hello.
I thought that we would go and talk to some people about that last game. Pretty exciting stuff here. Hello, who are you rooting for in that last game?
Liquid, obviously.
Obviously, oh wow. Well, what'd you think?
I thought it was phenomenal.
And what do you think about this stadium here right now? You feeling it? You feeling the TI hype?
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it. We got flags and banners going on. It's great.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
DOTA dead game.
I thought you were one of my people. Can we get one yeehaw, please? Canadian yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Yeah!
Yeehaw!
All right, any Aster fans? Anybody like Aster? Okay, we got an Aster fan. What do you think about that last game, my friend? They need some words of encouragement. Anything to say?
They're both pretty good, but I just support whoever wins the team fight, actually.
Okay, well that's depressing.
Có vẻ những cái bên đấy ý tưởng của bên Aster là pick Underlord để cover cho Sniper, nhưng mà Underlord không đủ. Thì đơn giản là Underlord không đủ. Underlord không cản được phía bắn xa của Lina.
To let those people that are watching know what they missed. Can we please tell them from home how hyped we are? Let's go Singapore!
Let's go Singapore!
Yeah. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Một chút các bạn ăn đi lấy chân gà đây.
What more do we really need? I know that Aster needs a little bit more though, because they got a lot of pressure on them now, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely, because you know, they showed what how good Dota they can play on LAN, but if they don't win this series, this is going to be the second time in TI history that there's not going to be a Chinese team in top 3. There was one time that it happened, it was TI3, but other than that, you know, they are carrying the torch for their region.
Yeah, definitely, because they eliminated the other Chinese team that was in the TI, that was still in TI, and PSG LGD. Let's hear them talk about it.
打那个汤者的时候，我能感觉到我们队有一滩压力，就是自己给自己压力，就没有什么别的原因，就是可能感觉就是放不开吧，就我们。我觉得兰姆他就是，然后输给汤角之后，他还跟我们说了，是我们打的太没有那个进攻性了，就是打得太怂了。然后我们总结过了，就改天就打败老干爹嘛，
就感觉老干爹一直是我们就是在中国赛区最大的竞争对手，然后之前也很多比赛被他们什么3比0、2比0，然后就各种被他们就是被他们干嘛，然后。
Minute 22, Gaben gave Radiant 88% chance of winning.
Damage is going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2 for nothing to start this fight. He's A-okay as Ori. He's going to get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around onto the Primal Beast. This is what's the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. It's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to Say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI 11.
How did it feel knocking out LGD? What was it like?
打完之后感觉又是挺可惜的感觉，就有被死边什么的，看蛮可惜的感觉。
这次到了 TI， 肯定还是想往更高的名次冲刺，想把以前的那些输掉的比赛都赢回来。
我觉得我们今年这个
这
5个人在一起的那一刻，我就觉得我们是奔着今年的冠军来的。我
挺难忘的吧，这7年来，这是我第一次冲进 TI 4强，并且有拿冠军的机会吧，所以我非常珍惜这一把翻盘，然后也很珍惜和我的队友走到现在。
我觉得不管是老干爹还好，还是我们，还是RNG好，为了中国粉丝，尽力去拿下这一个冠军吧。然后之前中国赛区的成绩都比较不错，然后都是老干爹，差不多都是老干爹拿的。然后今年到我们了，所以我觉得我们也要接下这个重任，然后不负众望。
Now that for sure is a lot of responsibility to carry on your shoulders, but if there's one coach that can propel you to do that, it is Alanam, because he's been at every international apart from one. He only missed TI 7. This is his 10th international, his first as a coach, and he knows what you need as a player, I think, Jenkins, in order to make sure that you can focus on your game most of all.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been one of the most experienced people at this TI at the start and at the end. Which it is funny that for this TI, a lot of the newcomers, the new blood, we're actually losing them. We're down 20% in terms of new blood versus old blood. It turns out experience is reigning supreme here, at least in the main stage of TI.
Yeah, Aster still has also a first-timer, Effie.
Yeah, in Siamese Cat. Interestingly enough, we found out today that he's the oldest player on Aster, but he is the newest to competitive play, which I thought was really cool because he's kind of like Aster's troublemaker in that he's always starting fights in pubs in China and coming up with memes. But I really like that you guys brought up the experience factor because that really feels like it was what Aster was lacking. Last year, they had really great results within China, but not internationally. But this year, they brought in Ori, who has so much competitive experience, and it really felt like that was the piece of the puzzle they needed. Just some in-game shot caller, someone to play around, someone who knows their stuff. And if you combine that with Lanham, who we've already talked about has so much TI experience, you can really see the effect of it on this team.
You can indeed. Fun fact about Pikachu, or Siamese cat, is that he went to open a pet shop. He wasn't playing professional Dota 2, but he is playing professional Dota 2. A cat shop specifically, by the way, what's in the name? And he is playing Dota 2. He's walking to the stage right now. We got Team Liquid and Aster for the second game of this best of 3. They'll be taking their places. The pressure is on. The crowd is there to give them more energy, though, to propel through for sure as they are taking their seats. Now, one thing we've been talking about Aster, and we can continue talking about Aster, but isn't it also a lot of fun to hear players talk about players or teams talk about teams? For example, to hear Team Liquid talking about Team Aster.
I think Aster, they're individual. They're very, very strong.
A lot of the Chinese teams tend to have like a very good idea of like cohesion, and they play together very well, and they understand like how to ebb and flow around the map. Like when someone's being aggressive on one side, the other side is defensive, and they play this kind of map very, very well.
I think their individual strengths, along with like, I'm sure Lana brings a lot to the table because the cohesion and their overall strategies is also very solid.
In a lot of games, you can see they get severely outfarmed, but it doesn't matter because they just construct this 5-man ball that eventually will win the game. You know, no matter how much you outfarm them, they will win the game. It's their style, and it works well for them, and we're gonna try to counter that.
Anh được tặng.
Well, and they did already in that first game, of course. I want to talk a little bit more about the game plan that we saw coming out from Aster. This is one of the faster drafts we've had, right? Because you do have 5 days to prepare. We saw the underdog
Liquid đã dẫn 1-0 nha.
XXS Baboka have been playing together in the same team since 2015. That's over 7 years, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years. Some people have not been playing Dota for that long that are in this tournament, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Sticking together, the chemistry is out there, and they're on to something. I mean, Monet did talk about, you know, I'm going to quote him, with the 5-day break, it feels like everyone's caught on a cliffhanger. Like, it's a lot of time to think about what you're gonna do, and I kind of liked what they had in this game number 1 with the Spirit Breaker and the Underlord, because you can have like a bit more of a global presence, and also Underlord against the Bloodseeker, where you can use the portal reset, going back to Fountain while you're ruptured, and then come back in. So you know that they're theory crafted quite a lot. We could see this in game 1, but they might need to bang out something even stronger.
But to talk about the other side of the coin, I think Liquid prepared for this match so well. I was genuinely so impressed. I did manage to talk about it a little bit, but they gave away Aster's comfort heroes. They gave away the 2 heroes that they lost to in the upper bracket, right? They lost to Aster's Lesh and their Sniper in that game 1, and they just comfortably gave it away with ideas of their own. And I thought that Broodmother into the Lesh was very innovative, because typically you don't really think about them as a timing versus timing hero, but that's actually what it turned out to be. And of course, Boxy, who lost on the Marcy twice to Aster, just came out swinging, right? He had a great upper bracket performance, but this one topped even that. So I feel like Liquid, their momentum didn't stop. The 5-day break did not hurt them like a lot of fans were worried that it would do. It actually seems to have benefited them. And you can really see the impact of the 3 coaches in Liquid now in this 5-day break. They really upped their analysis.
And going back to Aster, I don't feel like what they prepared
Liquid bước vào giải này với 3 coach, 3 huấn luyện viên.
I think they
huấn luyện viên tâm lý, huấn luyện viên
especially Baboka on the Spirit Breaker. He was, I think,
huấn luyện viên Trung.
The same way that we're talking about Boxy playing Marcy, if Aster had won, we'd be saying almost the exact same stuff about Baboka. Like, the 4 positions both carried so hard in both of these games. So I feel like the game just came down. It was very close for the entire thing. It was back and forth either way, and it came down to like or 2 like clutch fights right at the end. I think Aster can repeat the same thing, maybe with a little bit of a tweak, and they can feel good about their preparation.
I mean, after the game, it's easy to say, oh, they should have done this, done that, but I don't mind. Like, I think Aster played well. The shot calling, went to use the buybacks. This is where the game kind of went towards Liquid's way, because they used 4 buybacks, and they didn't get too much out of it. They got Aegis. Boxy did steal shard, and it's a mean shot. You know, he also consumed it.
Okay, guys, it is time. We're going to head into that second game of Liquid versus Aster. Let's head over to some experts for the draft.
Team Liquid. Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 2.
Thank you, voice of God. Suns fan here with Cinderin, and again joining us is Stormstormer and Toby from Entity Game 1. What did you guys think?
Nào, có ban Mercy không? Có ban Mercy không?
A lot of action in early and mid game, a lot of fighting. I think you could see the nurse a bit as well. Like
có ban không?
To go for a bit more risky plays and stuff, but I mean that's what the stage makes you do. So,
Aster mở đầu với Enigma và Nyx, có vẻ như Aster sợ Nyx của Box. Aster tranh Mercy. Okay.
When you're in this game state, and he was on the Mercy, which he will not be this time, because it will be on Aster. I think we unanimously agreed that it felt like Boxy probably the MVP of that last game. Yeah. Just tons of playmaking, a lot of confidence, just really landing stun after stun. When his smoke breaks, he's just blinking in, setting things up for his team, giving vision. This time around, though, has to find another solution.
Yep. Draft's looking pretty similar again. I guess the only new hero is the Tusk.
Oh, there's a Primal Beast.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Primal's in the pool, you're right.
So you talk about how Marcy owned, and these are fast picks, by the way. These teams know exactly what's going on, but Boxy's Tusk has been pretty disgusting as well. Like, he's played like 3 or 4 years, like S tier.
BO5 chỉ dành cho chung kết thôi.
Do you like it as a counter 4 matchup against
Aster vẫn trung thành với con sniper, em không hiểu.
I think Boxy just went down his list and took the second hero after Marcy. That's honestly how it goes sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, one of the very crazy things is the 8 sniper on Aster. It seems like they have very high confidence pick. Like, they rate it super highly. There's not a Lina this time, and sniper is usually a Lina counter, so they just like it no matter what. Bans are also looking pretty similar. It looks like Liquid is going the list down again. They banned the Mars second stage as well last time.
Yep.
Don't remember what else they banned. I think Naga, but that was for the Brood, so they might not opt to that.
Yes, they banned Mars, Naga, and Pango. I do think the Pango will go, yeah, it will. So, yeah, it's. I feel like when you're targeting XXS in second phase bans, these would be my 2 go-to ones. A potential honorable mention to Brewmaster. I don't know if I guess Brew's a pretty good hero against Lesh, right? I've seen some teams use it as a counter pick. Just Lesh has this amazing timing with Bloodstone. You just cyclone him and fight someone else.
Này sẽ là của Boxy.
Might be worth a ban here for Liquid as well.
Ban 7 tướng, đúng rồi, ban 7 tướng. Bởi vì cái vấn đề là theo như anh được biết ấy, thì cái bể tướng của Dota ở mỗi giải ấy nó lớn hơn của nó rất là nhiều. Ở bên Dota hiện tại trong cái giải này có 123 tướng mà chỉ có 8 tướng không được chơi thôi. Tức là có 115 tướng đã được chơi trong xuyên suốt giải vừa này. Thế nên là 7 lực ban đôi khi là không đủ.
You're thinking, do you ban the lone druid or do you not?
Paper, it's bad against those heroes. Getting rid of the Lich. This time around, I guess Aster, especially with this opening, are more countered by Frost Shield, and Insania did have a pretty meaningful impact in that last game with some Chain Frosts too. However, would you say Lich is like, I guess the
ban Lich của Insania có ban Aster quan trọng. Aster sợ con Lich của Insania.
He's one of the heroes that can kill the Spire if Lich goes for that. It's kind of a hybrid mix.
I think the Frost Shield would have been good against both Sniper and Marcy. Yeah. Like it would have just countered them too hard with the Lich. Also, the Brew ban coming out last from Liquid, I think that's very smart. As I said, like XXS really loves this hero and would have been a decent answer to the Lich.
TgsmåI là một con tướng không chỉ mạnh về tấn công mà còn mạnh về cứu. Bởi vì quả bóng tuyết của TgsmåI có thể cứu được bất kỳ ai trong vòng một vài giây nhất định á, mà không bị gây nên một sát thương nào.
But I think it makes sense against Marcy and Sniper with the Lich, no? Like, I guess with the Frost Shield.
Do you think there's any downside to having a lineup that doesn't have a ton
Aster
of
lần này muốn Monet bắn được sniper thì phải cover được. Butcher. Đúng rồi, Butcher. Zakiro và Butcher. Zakiro và Butcher là một cái lane cực kỳ kinh tởm. Cực kỳ kinh tởm.
Mika can play safe lane Lesh.
I suppose, yeah, if there's a good reason. Spirit. Oh wow.
Silent. They really want a solution for the sniper in their lineup here with that
backline jump. Giải quyết sniper.
So I believe it was Liquid against Thunder Awaken where Thunder were picking Pudge into Lesh, and he is just insane against this hero. You pop Flesh Heap, you take basically no damage from Edict, you take almost no damage from Pulse Nova if you have any sort of magic resist on top of it. So is a direct counter here from Aster to the Lesh. Do you feel like Storm's matchup against Pudge is meaningful though, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's I honestly I don't have to play any of those two heroes, but it's really a decent matchup mid for the Storms. Really does very well against many melee heroes, and obviously an answer to Sniper, which I feel like they were lacking. I think the mid matchup is probably fine.
Anh không nghĩ Storm là đủ để bắt Sniper.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. So like they could actually opt to put the Sniper mid and the Pudge carry. That could be a very, I think, Sniper fair matchup of midding against the Storm.
Is there a world that you can play a 3 Pudge on XXS? Because he has also played that hero in the past, or is that just kind of outdated at this point? We've barely seen it this tournament, right? It's almost only carry and mid.
I think that would be wild. I think that would be a bit like crazy, especially because Monet and Ori are just insanely confident on it.
Yeah.
And I picture XXS as sort of the team fight hero player, like the Panda like a band out the Pang or the Mars. They even banning like more and more the Tide. I think they want some AoE control on this last pick on Aster possibly.
Liquid, by being second pick, will have the ultimate last pick of the draft. You guys need to pick a hero for XXS now.
Storm cho anh Zai không, Storm này cho Mickey chắc chắn rồi. Anh nghĩ bên the pick cuối của Liquid sẽ là Zai, nhưng mà sẽ rất là khó. Một con đọc lên, còn một con như thế này. Let's Rock không, Zai sẽ chơi Let's Rock, Mickey chơi Storm và Matumbaman sẽ chơi
that good. I'm still curious if Liquid is
Londrut.
thinking about putting the Lash Track possibly on Matsu, but I think it's almost 99% on Zai.
Londrut hơi liều. Londrut hơi liều. Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker là một con còn rồng.
Liquid might ban it though.
Dawn for XXS is definitely an option. He was banned last game as well by Liquid. It's kind of going down the list again. I wonder if there's anything else they have their eyes on as a potential threat that Aster might go for, but yeah, Dawn seems pretty solid.
What else is in the pool even? So Brood is out, Enigma is out, Mars, Pango, Brew, Tide. So many 3s are banned. And the Visage.
Higher. Okay.
Right. Toby got it.
It feels like Dawn is a nice layer of protection for the Sniper later on as well. Like it could be the difference maker about whether he stays alive or not if he gets jumped by like Storm Tusk. Maybe a Dawn ult can buy some time. You also have the hook obviously to try, and you have the... If it gets really crazy, maybe you can get dispose off.
Anh không thích được pick Sniper tí nào. Nói chung là bên Aster đang làm mọi thứ để Sniper có một cái game tốt. Đây là đang đánh trong cái chiến thuật 4-1.
I don't really like Dawn, but it's like the only thing left.
Still the best one. Okay.
Đây là cả hai bên đều chơi pick offlane. Bên Liquid chơi pick carry, còn bên Aster chơi pick offlane. Có thể nhé, có thể là Butcher offlane.
In games that I've watched, not really here at TI. I don't think it's been a common matchup, but just high-ranked pop games, Lone Druid fares well in that lane a lot of the time.
Thì cái luật anh đoán Liquid một là pick Dawnbreaker, hai là pick Lone Druid ở cuối. Không nghĩ ra con nào nữa trong beta này.
Is that a concern for Dawn, or is it still just the best choice you have, and you just kind of
không nghĩ là ra thêm một cái luật pick nào nữa ở cho Liquid. Voi, anh không nghĩ là voi, không nghĩ là vậy, cái luật pick voi đâu. Omni, oh,
okay.
Omni. Như vậy Omni sẽ giúp cho Aster không phải lo về việc đánh tay, bởi vì Omni có thể vô hiệu hóa đòn đánh tay rất là tốt.
They need
Pudge is too good against that.
Yeah, they need someone.
They need damage for Pudge.
Yeah, the Lycian Arsenal. The Spectre is not really.
Ôi, bên phía Liquid khó nhở.
The Sniper, you could double counter him, but I'm not sure also how. Like Spectre.
Khác với cái trận trước, trận này đội hình của Aster rất bao bọc Sniper luôn. Bao bọc Sniper một cách kinh khủng luôn đấy. Butcher có thể hút cứu, có thể tanh. Omni có thể hồi máu, có thể buff, có thể tanh. Marcy có thể mở combat. Zakiro có thể bọc bằng lửa. Wow. Trận này mọi thứ ở trên vai Monet hết.
Matsu plays Morph? No? Maybe he hasn't played it this tournament. He definitely plays it.
I guess. I mean, there's always like, it depends what you practice the last couple of months and how confident you're on it. So, in any case, is this an offlane Omni, you think? Or XXS Marcy? That's actually like...
Matum cười là pick gì mà Matum không chơi là.
Sounds like offlane Omni.
carry Marcy with Omni support. That's also an option.
All right, looks like they've made their selection. They're going to wait till the last second. The whole gyro meme, I believe, is what Blitz said. Just to make Insania sweat a bit.
Morphling!
Okay.
Oh!
Totally proven.
Well, you said it was the best pick, but you also said he wasn't playing it, so you get 1 point out of 2.
Matu was laughing, so I think.
Anh không nhớ là anh thấy Matubaman chơi Morphling bao giờ.
Toby on the case predicting every hero.
Matubaman là dạng carry chơi thiên về những cái con điều khiển đệ hơn là điều khiển đệ hoặc những cái con carry mà kiểu cục mịch ấy, hơn là một con lướt như con Morphling. Nhưng mà Morphling là một con tướng rất là tốt trong game này, bởi vì Morphling có thể làm được mọi thứ. Bắn tay rất là đau và bắn phép cũng rất là khỏe. Hơn là một anti-Morphling.
How do you think Marcy Sniper fares against Lesh Tusk? I feel like that might be the lane to watch here. Is that clearly favored for either team? Assuming it's, or sorry, I said Marcy Sniper. Sorry, Sniper Omni. Do they have the tools necessary to?
Sniper Omni should do very well in this lane, I think. Okay. Unless they get outplayed.
And Marcy in any lane will do well, right? Yeah. I think that's what we've learned at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is still bonkers, I guess. XXS can also do
Jakiro, by the way.
Yeah, so Marcy Jakiro against Morph Maiden probably is going to be a farming lane, largely, right? But the Omni Sniper is definitely an oddball.
I guess the Marcy is also like not counted in any way this game, except the Morphe baby. I'm not sure what the lane goes like, but it's a decent Marcy game as well. Oh.
So, Sir Action Slacks, I believe, is with us here with a nice interview before game number 2. Let's see what he has to say.
An cũng là một đứa rất là ghét Morphling, bởi vì An đã từng bị Morphling hành rất là nhiều. Nhưng mà An rất muốn xem Matubaman thắng với Morphling, bởi vì An chưa bao giờ thấy Matubaman chơi Morphling trong suốt sự nghiệp của Matu cả. Nên là An rất là hóng.
Liquid 没有击败过火枪，你们是做了功课针对他们的吗？
这个英雄对他们的英雄池有一定的克制作用。
Well, this hero kind of counters their hero pool.
A standard answer. All right. Let's talk about Omni Knight. Now, we don't see this hero a lot coming out here. Last chance here. Do you believe in the omniscience? Do you believe that this is the power you need to come back in the series?
其实全能在本次比赛当中并没有选的很多，你对自己的全能有没有信心？信不信他？
我不信他，我也不会选出来吧。
Why would I pick him if I don't believe in him?
Yeah, baby, all right. And I just wanted to give you a moment here with the crowd. Of course, the crowd is cheering for you. I want you to have your last moment, so take it away. Say whatever you want to say.
现场观众有很多人都替你们打气，有没有什么想跟他们说的？
希望兄弟们打气的那个声音再大一点，我在里面听不到，好吧
？Can you guys cheer louder? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, we want that cheer louder. Can we give him one more before he gets to the gang, Singapore? I think that's pretty loud enough. All right, we'll throw it.
Thanks, Slacks and Lan M, Cinderin with Sunsfan.
You're welcome.
Hello, Sunsfan. Thank you. Liquid versus Aster, game number 2. And we're going to see a Matu morph, as we already discussed. We're going to see the Omni Knight support, which is a hero that didn't exist until recently, it feels like.
Ông bạn.
Tell me what this hero offers.
Yeah, so Omni usually will, on level 1, skill Hammer of Purity, which is also what he has done here. So it's his trading ability in lane. You just do some damage and effectively trade HP off. You bring your tangos yourself and you try to trade with either the enemy support or the enemy offlane or whatever is better. And then later okay. That's a start from Ori.
Yep, the hook looks good. He's all warmed up from game number 1.
Yep.
Một cú húc thể hiện quan điểm.
This is an elimination game. Give me Pudge. I want to have fun.
I will say, to be honest, this has been one of Ori's most impressive heroes to watch this year. After it became relevant as a core hero, he's been one of the standout players on it, so I think Aster will feel confident having him running that. To finish off on the Omni thought, aside from this early laning trading that he does here with Boxer, who's pulling the wave, what Omni is going to offer is a lot of defense. It's one of the most defensive supports in the game. You have a strong heal, you have a Dispel that gives regen, and your ulti, obviously, the full physical block, which Liquid have done a very good job at. With their lineup, they have solutions for Guardian Angel.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, he pops the Fairy Fire, so he's going to live as a result. Matu getting pretty low in the bottom lane, and Zai getting low in the top lane.
Rất tò mò với cái con Matum, con Morphling của Matum Man. Nếu như mà để đánh 1 cân 5 với các bạn trong server thì anh nghĩ Morphling là một lựa chọn khá là hay. Anh không chơi Morphling giỏi nhưng mà anh ít nhất là anh có nghĩ là con đấy là một con hợp để anh chơi đồ tình cảm của mọi người.
He has great base damage. He can write good attack animation. Like, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
I think this lane is pretty dangerous for Storm because if you do get hooked, you have no way of repositioning yourself. You have 285 move speed, so you can never outrange the Pudge.
Yeah.
Even if you vortex, the slow isn't enough. Slow yourself. So it's kind of a balancing lane where Pudge needs to gauge whether he can go for a kill or not. And if he can, and lands a hook, it probably just gets it. Oh boy, insane.
Dispose, and first blood this time goes to Aster.
Look at that, it's the same as last game. Marcy jumps maiden and kills her in the same place.
Marcy is, I mean, we talked about it. Wait, Primal Beast wasn't banned at all?
No.
He was ignored, I think.
Completely ignored, wow.
Lại là Marcy.
Yeah, Primal Beast and Marcy, we were both expecting to be the most picked / banned, but to get through at this late in the tournament, shocking.
Yeah, and there's that trade-off.
Ori with the rod. We got a TP coming in, but Boxy is a little too late. Gets the ice shards off.
He's level
Water
1
Rune is
though.
popped by Ori, and it looks like he's fine. Wants a high five. Will he get a high five back? No, Boxy just focusing on CS.
Oh, this is concerning for Liquid. Once Ori gets going on this hero, he has the ability to completely take over games. He's gonna now go and get the bounty rune for a refill.
Oh yeah,
also gonna hook the Centaur for some added benefit.
Great.
Gonna get a Tango, a Heavenly Grace. Everything to make good old Pudge happy here, and yep, that solo kill mid is enormous. He's 600 net worth now ahead of that Storm, and the level advantage is nothing to ignore either. When Storm hits 6 after Pudge, he's constantly at risk. Any connection on a hook is a kill. You can even just walk up and dismember him if the lane positioning is unfortunate for Mikro. He's not paying attention or being careful enough all the time. Yeah, it's scary, this mid lane start for Liquid.
And this is not even taking into account that there's a Marcy on your team that has not even bothered to help out in mid lane because they don't need to.
Ôi rồi, khổ thân.
Insania again as Matu trying to deal some damage to both, but it looks like Insania will be the death for Liquid again. 0-2 thus far in this lane.
Maiden Morph just not the strongest of lanes, especially in the early levels. Liquid obviously acknowledging that Morphling has a good core game, but the Marcy Jakiro lane, insanely strong matchup. Like, you're gonna hit level 3 now as well, Ori will.
Ui.
They're gonna go on top of the
Monet
here. Looks like they'll find the kill first before Zai ends up.
Xong cái level đầu rất là yếu.
So, favoring Liquid here.
Yeah.
Siamese Cat.
Nếu mà trong các việc đi lane của 4 con Spirit hiện tại á, thì Storm là con yếu đi lane nhiều nhất hiện tại.
As long as you get that strength off, you're not gonna die in all likelihood here.
Anh nghĩ cái lựa chọn pick Storm chỉ đơn thuần là một cách để tiếp cận vào Storm nó để vào Sniper để khiến cho Aster chạy về chỗ Sniper ấy, để bo cho Sniper, thì trong lúc đấy team Liquid sẽ xông lên. Storm trận này không đóng vai trò tốt cán là cái Scepter, mà đóng vai trò là thu hút sự chú ý của team bạn.
Might be the first time this tournament this lane is even played, I would imagine. It's very special in the sense that Sniper has basically no way of repositioning himself, but Omni can make you strong enough to maybe stand your ground even against Tusk Flash. As long as there's creeps around that can eat part of the Edict, which, by the way, Zai isn't even skilling. He's going Lightning Storm stun for now, but Edict will be coming later. Perhaps it's enough. I also wonder how comfortable Liquid are playing against this matchup and Omni in general.
Boxy, he's in a rough spot. Gets off a nice ice shards though. Boxy, one of the best Tusk players in the world, of course. We've seen this time and time again. Looking certain death in the eye as poke onto the range creep.
And might have wanted the siege actually, but
yeah, possibly. Either way, the next creep should get him to level 6, and that is where Mickey has to be extremely careful. But Ori's taking a lot of damage here, so we'll see. Has 10 wand charges right now.
It is power rune time though.
Yeah, there it is.
And he's gonna go for it right away.
Immediately, here comes the snowball to try to cancel, but the damage is already done.
Storm trận này khổ quá. Rồi, giết. Hay, đợi.
As Baboka is the one technically getting credit for that one. Zai in the meantime has to TP back to Fountain in the top lane.
Yeah, so the trade-off here is it's a 1-for-1 kill, but Liquid have to bring 2 supports mid to get the trade, and obviously that leaves their side lanes exposed, and Aster identify that and immediately take advantage of that top. Lesh is not a good hero 1v2. This hero thrives on playing with ideally a melee 4 that can set him up and tank some damage, go first. Once that's out of the window, even a lane like Sniper Omni can actually just bully you out. Put on a little bit of a Hammer of Purity and a Shrapnel and just run Lesh down, and he has to back. So,
talk to me about back to Pudge, of course. Can't stop talking about this fat guy, but
understandable.
Ori has his phase boots. He's going for the casual cloak into Ag. That's really fast.
Yeah.
Is that because he's owning right now?
It's that and he has Omni, right?
Em không biết là nói chung là
That extra layer of protection
về
really
draft ấy,
helps
đúng ấy,
in speeding
Liquid
up
mạnh
the
hơn.
hero, going for a faster
Nhưng mà bởi
pace,
vì chưa thấy Matubaman chơi Morphling bao giờ, nên đâm ra rất là khó đánh giá. Nhưng mà lần Aster nó chơi với một cái lineup kiểu nó, cái kế hoạch của chúng nó rất là rõ ràng là bảo vệ Sniper mọi giá. Thế là giải theo thầy sang đúng rồi.
But as long as he's balling like this, I mean, he has died once. If he dies again,
I'm free.
Yeah, but that death, it was a good trade.
It was a trade.
They got the XP.
Oh, close to hitting that hook on Mickey. Had the ward seeing Mickey's movement, which he's now going to ping, is like, why on earth would Ori ever hook here unless he saw me on a ward? Yeah. But Ori did not count correctly with the, didn't account for Storm's slow movement speed.
Không, bởi vì giải nó vào giờ này ấy thì sao?
Obviously not even having boots.
Cái giải này năm ngoái ai cũng tổ chức stream mà, nhưng mà bởi vì nó ở khung giờ khác. Bao giờ mà chơi nó khỏi à? Trời ơi.
But that is a haste rune.
Oh, this rune is insane on Pud.
Indeed. And just like that, Mickey zips as far away as he can, knowing that he can't really contest here.
Or he's going to see Boxy. He might just go for it. No, he's not.
It's not
so
this time.
Keep in mind, Ori's going for a pretty standard Pudge build here. He's going 1-3-2, which means when he activates Flesh Heap, it blocks all of the self-damage from Rot. This spell gains so much from the second point. And when you have that haste rune, you can just run people with Rot and Flesh Heap on the duration. Usually enough to find a key kill in a fight. So you've got to be very, very careful as Liquid around the map right now.
Yep, and they actually just drew. I believe that was boxing. They know that this gank attempt is happening. TP's out.
Yeah, really impressive.
Good attempt from Ori.
Yeah, good read.
Pop the haste now and get back to mid.
Great read from Zai to TP there, because I think a lot of players in that situation just start running and probably get out from running, aside from the obviously Pudge connection there. So he knew that that was a haste play coming in when Sniper started playing aggro and instantly TP'd away, so well done. Still a very Aster-favored early game. Last game was a lot more even at this point.
Yeah, but with all this this movement, it's kind of created some space here for Matu to catch up a bit. He's top 2 net worth right now, so he's off to a pretty good start. He, of course, went for... Oh, he's going straight Lincolns right away. First item. This is like super old school.
It's pretty old school. It's not a build we see.
Rebound. Is eventually, surely Crystal Maiden doesn't run away from somebody. Surely he is dead. They want Ori to try to get these Flesh Heap stacks.
Ôi giời. Và đấy mà né được hút thì.
His name, which is now at 3. But yeah,
that might be the longest that Maiden escape from gank ever.
So that was like, I thought it was slow motion at first. Yeah. Big zip in with a connection from Boxy. They're focusing on Boca. They get him. Mickey a little bit low on mana as Ori is now TP'd in. Looking for a connection of their own, faking the hook, not going to go for it.
That was with the power rune picked up from Mickey. He got a double damage, and that enabled that play to be very swift. So immediately converting that to a support kill. Not the biggest, but it's still nice for Liquid to force rotation, if nothing else, from Aster. They do get the TPs in toward mid, which I think arguably are worth more than the kill itself in that instance. Just getting Ori as well as
Morphling của Matubaman đánh ra kiểu classic. Classic ở đây là sẽ lên Lincoln đầu tiên, bởi vì Morphling rất giỏi trong việc sống sót. Thế nhưng mà nếu như bị khống chế ở đây, đặc biệt là ở đây là một cái Butcher ấy, thì Morphling sẽ rất dễ chết. Nên là Lincoln sẽ giúp cho cái việc Morphling né được một đòn khống chế để có thể lướt đi vào đổi máu. Muffling có thể đổi giữa hai chỉ số strength và agility. Một là sẽ có một bộ giáp và đam rất là to, hai là có một lượng máu rất là dày.
He's the one kind of isolated right now. The snowball is going to buy him a little bit of time, but he's just going to get right-clicked by Monet. So a really easy kill here from Aster.
Yeah, Liquid even brought a maiden for that just to die in a 2v3. That feels really bad. You're the one allocating resources to try to threaten the sniper, and he's just standing his ground, showing to be way too powerful with the Omni Knight behind. You kind of settled for trying to go on the Omni, but just not possible.
Oh, we got Ori. He's going to get the dismember up, but that's against another punch named Matu. Trying to get off a little bit of damage here, but he's going to get Ice Path inside the Macro Pyre, hook back into the frame, and down goes Matu. Zip back in, but now the Heavenly Grace comes out as Mickey has to walk away in shame. Aster here in numbers. Not sure if they see Insania, but...
Yeah, he's got no resources left.
He's a pig.
Oh, this is one way Maiden can escape for a few seconds, but now
she's potential. Crystal Maiden jukes in slow motion, but XXS is here. And again, the longest chase of Insania's life, but he created a little bit of space.
Hey, you'd think it's impossible for him to beat his record from 2 minutes ago, but here we are. He actually kited them for a good half minute there. If you're a maiden, you take that. That feels pretty good,
actually. Yeah, for sure. Oh, splitter the connection. There's Matu coming in with the waveform. Monet's just going to get right-click down in Oblivion, but Ori is coming into the fray as well. He's going to get stunned right off the bat. Is this the 3 versus 1 against his tanky Pudge?
Đúng rồi. Giết được cả, giết được cả mid lẫn cả, hay quá. Giết được cả mid lẫn carry.
Heavenly Grace for Siamese Cat. So 2 core kills for Liquid.
Yeah, and a tower. That could not have gone any better. And not a ganking duo you would expect in that instance as Monet. It's the Lesh Morph gank in the side lane. And the TP too late from Ori, and Omni Knight did not have one, I believe, so couldn't show up and protect in time. A big moment for Liquid, just recovering a lot of their early game deficit there. With one swift move, they find 2 cores in a tower. Doesn't get much better than that.
That was a savior-friend syndrome domino effect. Something. But on the bright side for Aster, Ori is more than halfway to his Ags, and once he gets that against a Lesh, against a Morph, it still works that way in Morph, right? The health reduction. Actually, can't remember anymore.
Yeah,
that was changed.
It should favor Aster.
So a really good Pudge Ags game.
I'll cancel the Pudge out there. I think we can kill him too.
Cái đấy là cái ton của Muffling. Cái ton hóa thành khẩu shotgun.
They sound very happy all the time, don't they?
They do. I mean, it did win game 1.
That's true.
That'll help.
Indeed. Not able to connect here. But yeah, I mean, this game was definitely Aster's favorite, but that one move, it felt like it brought Liquid back into the game.
Scepter chắc để đốt giảm máu, hồi máu của Muffling.
You can see Zai still working on the Bloodstone, obviously.
Của Muffling với của Lesrat. Nếu mà platform.
Mickey getting relatively close to finishing the Sage Kaya. And of course, on Matu's side, let's go back to this Lincoln Sphere. This is like a Dota 1 classic. Literally every game you buy this first item. And then early games of Dota 2, it kind of transitioned over and then disappeared pretty much. I don't remember why at this point. More items were added.
Yeah, a lot of the times you would see now, I think most Morphlings buy Falcon Blade into something else than Lincolns. There's like plenty of item builds you can go on this hero, but I'm just looking for the reasoning for the Lincolns. If is it Dismember, is it Dispose?
Oh, Mickey zips in, but there's 3 members of Aster. He doesn't seem to give a crap about it. There goes the Guardian Angel, and Mickey's just gonna get punished right off the bat. And Aster super happy with this exchange as Insania baiting them into a potential chase of the lifetime again, but they will give up on that.
Scepter của Buster là tăng độ, tăng tầm ảnh hưởng của Rod. Tăng Scepter tăng tầm ảnh hưởng của Rod và giảm khả năng hồi máu của đối phương khi bị dính hiệu ứng của Rod.
Mickey needs backup. This is not the greatest Storm game to solo kill in because the enemy supports are actually relatively tanky, right? There's a Jakiro, there's an Omni. If you want to get a solo kill on either, you really have to burst your entire mana pool away, and then you might not even be able to get out afterwards. So
Ê, cái nốt là shot
might have had to wait for the Sanj Kai there. That could have made the difference potentially.
And Ori destroying an illusion here as we're going to see a bunch of items picked up. So Bloodstone for Zai, and we saw Ori's Aghanim Scepter now being completed.
Pudge is insanely strong right now. He's easily the strongest hero on the map. If he has Omni Knight protection and he gets Flesh Heap off, I think Liquid genuinely can't even kill him with 5 heroes during the duration of Flesh Heap plus Heavenly Grace. So they've got to be pretty strategic about how they approach this fight. Ori has queued up his next item. It's going to be the Blink Dagger. So, well, they're going to go on him top here. Flesh Heap is
going to try for it. Ice Shard's blocking him in. Nobody nearby, but he's going to go for Dismember. Instantly canceled thanks to the split.
Trời ơi, nó có scepter rồi.
But the hook back in. Split Earth is coming. He's faking it out. Doesn't do enough damage though, as I could just be walked down on. Ori with another stack of Flesh Heap. That's up to 7.
Yeah. They need more heroes than that. That doesn't cut it. It looks juicy, right? It looks tempting. He's even half duration Flesh Heap when they initiate. All it takes is for one support to show up, and Ori can clean house there, and that's...
Dã man quá.
And Aster back to 2K now.
It feels like Liquid will not make that mistake again. It's kind of like you're testing the limits. Are you able to pull that off? The answer is no. Next time you're bringing probably the Storm or the Morph to make sure you get that done. But it's a costly learning experience. It's 2 heroes dead. It's almost a mid-tier 1. It's more Flesh Heap stacks like we talked about. And something else I guess we didn't mention. Marcy with Pudge is pretty interesting too, just for the rebound moves. This hero isn't too fast, but when he initiates, he jumps on him. XXS will finish the tower here, no problem.
Yep, not really defended. Rebound, looking for an opening, but none to be found yet. Okay, he's going to be shown, but no Blink Dagger yet there for the instant initiation from Ori.
We see Matsu going for standard morph here. One of the best items to get against Pudge with the Ags. The stat steal is very powerful, and you steal this obviously stat resistance as well, so you can maybe lock onto him and bring him down. It's the link hits that's a little bit unusual, I would say. Maybe we're talking about that a bit too much for it's not like
let's bring it up for the 3rd time.
It's not like an insane rarity, but I think a lot of players in this spot would have gone for a cheaper build-up with Falcon Blade into the X, or maybe
well, I would say
maybe it's a Manta game. I don't know.
First item is variant. Yeah. But there's Dismember, there is Dispose, and there's Assassinate.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep.
So, I mean, that's one argument is Lincoln's is extremely good when there's only 3 things that cancel, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also a feel-good
Morphling lên trận xanh để gia tăng cái sức mạnh nếu mà biến thành một người khác ấy, bởi vì Morphling ultimate của Morphling là có thể biến thành một đối thủ nhất định. Rồi, mình chọn. Thì ở đây nếu như mà biến thành Butcher ấy, thì Morphling sẽ là một con Butcher khỏe hơn con Butcher gốc. Đầu tiên so thành màu xanh lá cây là cái mũ, đúng rồi, là cái mũ của năm 2018.
Awareness there from Aster as their lead continues
chỉ có
to grow.
2018 mới có thôi.
4K with the Blink Dagger now online on Ori. So he can just jump in. I would assume a BKB would be next.
Đúng rồi, gọi đấy không có ai có đầy đủ hết mọi thứ màu xanh lá cây. Bởi vì chỉ để chọn màu đó.
Just have to try to keep Aster at bay a bit, and you know what this conversation's going against Cinderant.
Yep.
Who does it benefit?
Who's tier 5 neutral? Roche.
The same joke every time.
That's
eventually somebody will laugh.
That's the thing, though. When you get toward the end of the tournament, you run out of content, right? It's the same with the teams. But actually, we should. Drafts have been pretty creative today, so that's been pretty cool.
True.
Roche. I guess if Boxy had more levels in tag team, probably the Radiant is the faster Roche killers. But overall, Marcy will always be one of the best heroes at doing it as a core. Level 2 Unleash with 4 in Sidekick. Speaking of which, Mickey.
Zips just in time. Wants to get a little bit aggressive, but he's outnumbered.
He'll get out.
Be able to get out.
Good reaction. If that connects, that could have been really scary. But yeah, I guess either team can Roche relatively quickly if they find 1 or 2
Marcy có BKB rồi.
Game plan here by Aster. They're rotating top to start taking control of this area so they can start threatening Roche. And if Liquid is showing 2 cores on the enemy side of the map or something like this, you could just sneak it with Marcy plus Sniper, I guess. I guess actually, they're pretty good at killing it. So, both teams looking at it more and more. Yep, there we go. They see cores bottom. Well, it's only one core in the Lesh, but let's see if he pops the Unleash or not. XXS is holding on to it, so this will be a slower kill than what it could be, but does offer the protection of, in case a fight breaks out, he has that BKB Unleash, which is very, very powerful. And yeah, Aster know that they don't need it at all to kill it. They will grab it. Looks like it's going on Monet again, like last game. Could have seen it on Pudge in this one, honestly. I definitely think Ori is in a position to just go crazy with an Aegis, but...
Không, để bắt chơi cầm Rosan ta.
Yeah,
Bắt chơi
Monet
cầm Rosan ngon
always
hơn.
gets the Aegis. That's what we've learned here. No matter the hero. Onto the high ground, the hook connects. But CNC trying to get away, but some good moves. Not going to be enough though. Split Earth onto the sniper is the rest of Liquid trying to get away in this bot lane. Shrapnel slowing him to a crawl. Zai continuing to get headshot. Do they have the do? Ori with a double kill across the map. Now top lane looks like Liquid want to try to get something out of this.
AK's out of mana.
He is. I don't know if he can get this kill. Has to TP out.
CM quả đấy sử dụng gậy đẩy Fox Stab để té, sau đó hóa thành con lợn bằng cái item đầu lợn.
They're all on cooldown or unavailable, so Mickey, I mean, that was just a full-on global fight, top to bottom to top again. Very understandable that Mickey tries
mà không có Maxi vào làm CM thoát.
Again, Storm just doesn't have enough in the tank to solo even the Jakiro.
XXS, that's who they want. Foxy has a blink dagger, Walrus punch as well. XXS gets off his BKB and Unleash, and now he wants to fight because Ori has come to play.
Hay quá,
nice save from Foxy. But it's going to cost them the Crystal Maiden again. It could have been a lot worse for Liquid.
Wow.
But Aster
Không, quả đấy CM dùng Fox Stab nhanh hơn là Butcher. Butcher chưa cắn kịp thì CM đã dùng ấy rồi. CM đã dùng để né rồi. Hay quá.
XXS, he's going to get split earth with Matu just right-clicking him. Looks like that's going to be enough with the Adaptive Strike as well. And Aster, like they're going to retreat despite having the Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Nice dodge on the hook there from Liquid. Both of their heroes sidestepped it to the right. If that connects this fight, it's totally different, but they dodged that Ori play. And also great play call there from Mickey to go for the Omni in this situation. It's not an obvious move that you're able to pull this off, but with the hook connection from Matsu, they get that kill. Sure, the trade-off for the Tusk isn't the best, but it's good enough. When Omni's out of play, suddenly you can access new targets. You know there's no BKB on XXS, and that dodge on the hook, crucial for how this fight plays out. Zai would have been in a very precarious position there, but just run away and reset.
Rất là sáng tạo ở cái quả là nhảy vào Omni thay vì nhảy vào Sniper. Mặc dù ở cái vị trí đấy nhảy vào Sniper dễ hơn, nhưng mà quả nhảy vào xong rồi để cho Butcher hook hay quá, để cho Mockling hook hay quá.
So you steal 20% of their strength. And then he steals 40% status resist because it's a strength hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's very meaningful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, obviously, part of the equation that Ori does have the Omni Knight. We cannot forget how much that matters in this instance, because even if Morph steals away a lot of Pudge's tank ability, Pudge is there, or Omni's there to return it to him.
Yep, true.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Will be a tower for Aster bottom. Zai is doing a lot of damage top from the fog.
Zai chơi Rat.
I mean,
Rat bằng lên cái đòn đứng trong bụi để làm nổ nhà.
Lead though for Aster, but again with the Aegis and now knocking on the high ground on the tier 3 bottom.
It's a slightly different vibe to this than the last push they did last game in a similar situation. Feels like they're in a stronger spot.
Yeah, Monet continuing to get side kicks, which he didn't get last game, so we'll definitely expedite the high ground offense.
Cả hai bên này đang có một thứ ba.
Actually forced out a fortification from Aster.
There.
But Ori, he wants to go in deep. Instant initiation, counter initiation from Liquid. Snowball connects, the zip in by Mickey, pops the BKB. He gets dismembered. He's gonna die inside the BKB.
Oh my god!
Zips away with just a sliver of HP. Now can go heal up in the fountain. Now that the BKBs are down on Aster, but the hook comes out from Ori. Zai gets off the Bloodstone, but it matters not. The rot is too powerful. Now this Rax is under peril.
They're still pretty sustainable, Aster, with the Omni Knight. A lot of the time, Storm in situations like this can start finding kills.
Dài đừng có với tệ quá.
Around for too long, but Aster are
Dài quá
not
đừng có với
phased,
tệ
they're
quá.
not worried. They have enough in the tank to keep the heroes safe. You even see the salve here from XXS going to be up to full health again. And it's like nothing happened for Aster. The only thing that's really on cooldown here that matters is the Marcy.
Oh, the blink hook, dismember, death for Insania. Aegis is down, but this is going to be a full set of racks now.
Một rack rồi.
BKB. I mean, not that they could kill him anyway before that.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining here for Liquid is that Mickey survived because of the status resistance of Kai Assange, right? He would have died otherwise. So, I mean, it's a very thin silver lining. It's like, it could have been worse, but essentially you got basically nothing and lost a full lane. And Aster are gonna start looking to push out the other two lanes on the map to keep this pressure. Now, bottom lane's going to be a constant issue that Liquid have to deal with to get pushed out, and that means Aster will look to push out mid first and actually making a rotation towards top, feeling like they could find BK up here. This time he will have BKB
Anh nghĩ là một trong những con spirit khác thì ok hơn.
Pichu's taking the outpost. That will be a giveaway to Mickey that they fear. He also has a ward there, keeping him safe.
Ori is eyeing a Shiva's as the next item.
He is. It's kind of incredible that Matu is higher net worth than Nemec.
Net worth xanh ít nhỉ? Yeah, bởi vì mốt farm rất là xanh. Cái lúc đầu mốt farm rất là xanh.
Feel like it.
Like 200 CS, but Matu has almost 300.
He did go Lincoln, so it's not really a damage build, right?
Right.
But now he's going Scotty. He's only a point booster away. But I feel like it's going to be one item on top of the Scotty before he's really dishing out damage, like a butterfly or whatever he wants to end up going.
Damage.
I mean, is there any? No, you're not going to go BKB this game. It's way too defensive on top of the
Dire's
Lincoln.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you probably don't go BKB at least yet. I don't know what the best option he has really is. Can you even go like Daedalus after this? Just really hard commit on the damage part so you have a way of killing Pudge? Because I feel like that's what this game comes down to right now. For Liquid, the problem is they don't kill the heroes they need to kill. Aster's lineup's just way too tanky of a wall, and they're so confident they're going to go Aegis. They're already trying for a blind one into the tree line. This is a possible fight for Liquid because there's no Aegis this time on Sniper, but if Aster continue to have good formation and very good coverage with wards from the right,
okay, bye-bye,
that attack angle that Liquid need, and Aster are going to constantly pressure this tower with Liquid Fire, with Shrapnel plus attacks from
đánh nhau thôi. Không biết ôm đi. Khó quá. Thôi một đều rồi.
Another kill from Monet. Ultra kill overall. Ori wants another hook. He gets it. Mickey completely out of mana as Monet trying to finish the job, but able to zip away is Mickey again. But Boxy slow to a crawl.
Ôi, Rampage.
Monet just sitting in the back while his fat friend
Đây là đánh sức rồi. Ôi.
5 to his name.
Just an insane strategy from Aster, but I really think Liquid's idea of jumping the Omni Knight there feels like the only possible way that they can win a fight, and Aster were just quick enough to react. I think it was a
đây là
defensive
cái
dispose from
ví dụ điển hình của việc là tự tin vào cái drop của mình. Tức là team bên Aster ngay từ cái lúc pick ấy đã không có nghĩ là không chê đối thủ, mà là làm mọi cách để team mình có thể hoạt động một cách tốt nhất.
They lose a lot of heroes. Try here.
Yeah, Mickey. Oh my god, the damage.
Hello,
don't underestimate Monet. He's just picked up a Silver Edge. He hits really damn hard now.
Hello,
You do get the melee Rex.
Oh, and there's a double damage.
And there is a Roshan a minute 20, which neither team knows, obviously.
This was the attempt to delete Siamese Cat, but he got off the Guardian Angel. And Liquid just lose the fight after that.
There's just way too much damage. Matu can't stand his ground. He's pretty tanky, right? He's got Lincoln's, Ag, Scotty, and he turned into Pudge, I think. Didn't matter. It's way too much damage.
Got it.
This Aster lineup just proving to be formidable so far in the game. And if they...
Okay, Insania, he's dead.
He went scouting. He found them.
Yeah, we can see that Roche won't be up for another 45 seconds, so Aster just biding their time. Just want to play disciplined Dota, make sure they don't throw any leads.
Here's the tricky part for Liquid, though. If they give away this second Roche, I think the game is effectively lost. But the Roche will spawn before Insania is up. So if Aster are in position at the time it spawns, they could effectively force a 5v4.
Ngủ đi em ơi.
And even if it's just the maiden, it's still a pretty crucial thing for Liquid to not have there. It's a force staff that's out of play, it's an AoE slow that's out of play. Aster just need to keep scouting it, and if they recognize it, they will be able to grab it for free.
Ngủ sẽ ngon gấp đôi.
Courier will be sitting in the Roche pit, never mind.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work anymore. But Roche number 2
will try to burst them back. I like this. This is another approach, maybe. Maybe you can defend Roche by pushing bottom. Force a rotation, but Aster just elect to use the glyph here to maintain Roche control. Rather than CP back basically any hero that could have defended that tower.
Yeah, I think Matu's gonna... Maybe they just give up the Aegis and Shard and try to get a Rax themselves. Matu going to town on this tier 3, but it's going to force the TP out. Under Jakiro actually cancels it.
But Matu will still be scared off, and that is the Roche. And now the problem for Liquid is, okay, so it's extremely hard to take this fight that you kind of have to take, so you're going to try to make this split push play, but the only lane you can split is the one that the enemy team has strong creeps in. So Aster just going to force down mid, and the bottom lane will defend itself no problem unless Matu knocks on the front door. He's the only hero that can do anything about it. He's not doing it. Too many heroes missing on Aster, he doesn't feel safe.
Monet with the Aegis, he takes the Shard as well, so has the concussive grenade. Even more slippery. It feels like the initiations from Mickey are pretty crucial. And this feels like a game you need to go Ags or something, but he's just going to be too far away. Actually, the Orchid is a good choice against the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
That is one way to try to counteract, but the problem is he has an Aeon Disc and Force Staff.
They actually can't prevent him from getting spells.
They
need to get a Nullifier, which is very expensive.
Nobody wants to buy it. They have no Dispel for him at all, and yeah, he just needs to not get chain stunned to death and silence. Just get a Force Staff ulti off and a Heavenly Grace, and he's basically done his job. So yeah, so that play is out of the window now too. Pichu identifying that is the one play Liquid had based on the previous fight, and he's eliminating that one. So if Liquid can't force them back, they have no reposition. I mean, they have an offensive force staff on Insania. I'm starting to look kind of desperate approaches because it feels like
Force Staff into the split.
Cái này như là 700-800 nữa.
I mean, otherwise this just happens, right?
Oh my god!
All right.
All right.
That was close.
That hook went right through the two polygons that exist for Morphling.
Anh ở đây đến chiều, đến tối. Gặm chân gà. Xem DOTA.
From Matu, but again,
Cười
they're on the back foot. BKB picked up by Zai. And this is like they have good defense with Lesh and the Tusk to some degree as well.
They just have absolutely zero map control, right? That's the problem. Bottom is pushing in, mid is pushing in, and top is now also starting to cross the halfway mark. And if Aster want, they can cut the next wave top. So Liquid are completely cornered. Matu's going to turn into Sniper, so taking away some of that agi.
Liquid bây giờ cần một phép màu. Này, này, nói chung bên cái một số cái immortal nó từ xưa ấy, thì nó cũng không còn đẹp nữa rồi ấy. Thì ví dụ nhá, anh lấy đơn giản ví dụ con khỉ, con monkey nó có Arcana, có immortal, thế nhưng mà cái set vàng của nó đẹp hơn cả immortal. Thế là đâm ra không phải immortal lúc nào lựa chọn tốt nhất nữa. Juggernaut cũng thế. Juggernaut có set của Miracle đẹp dã man.
The sentries that you usually put in this area, which you see from Aster, the first sentry that they have did not find the ward, but ultimately they get it.
Yeah, looking for the jump onto Matu. They're all smoked on the low ground. Overwhelming blink, not quite up yet for Ori, but
yeah, this is kind
ready
of
to go.
telegraphed because nobody is like Zai is getting pretty far top.
Yeah, they scanned it. They just scanned it right now. Trying to delete the ward. They do so. The hook is in, but Ori not able to connect. Aster having to reset, still with a minute 20 on the Aegis. Now they can just do the old sniper trick again. Get this tower kill. That's the biggest thing preventing them from getting onto the high ground anyway, on top of the split earth, of course. Lincoln's is popped now. Hook not connecting again from Boxy into the hook from Matu. Already half HP on Monet, but again he still has the Aegis, and Zai getting destroyed.
Ôi, Zai chết nhanh thế.
Friesenfield comes out just for a split
Ôi,
second,
một
but
nào.
it matters not. A second
Ôi, Zai chết nhanh quá.
Hook on into Monet, but he gets a concussive grenade off again. And Liquid crumbling here in game number 2. Aster coming back with a vengeance, looking to get the mega creeps. Fireback comes out on
Zai chết nhanh
There's
quá.
one last potential stand here from Liquid. McKay not able to do too much. A nice ice path comes out into the dual breath. They find the Pudge finally, but how much is it going to cost them? Boxy ticking away ever so slowly. Matu, the last remaining member.
Chọn Nigma.
He turns into Pudge. Or still Pudge, in fact. Has the rot. Just getting kited. Finally gets disposed back into the ice path. And he's actually staying alive thanks to the strength more. Has to reset back into the fountain. Boxy has to be careful. This will be a dieback for him. He's going to tick away.
Matu had 6,000 health because he also had the strength from Pudge.
That is a very beefy boy as the mega creeps now come out.
Ý là Nigma nó vẫn là một cái team làm cho người ta rất là phấn khích khi xem. Nhưng mà cái phong thái chơi của team nó không ăn được ai cả. Nó không ăn được ai cả. Cái vấn đề đó là thế. Miracle bây giờ đánh kiểu là ở cái ranh giới là một là rất là hay, hai là rất là láo. Và các team thì dần dần là họ cũng bắt được cái bài của Miracle rồi ấy. Thế là Miracle bây giờ vẫn là một mid hoặc là carry giỏi, nhưng mà không phải là mức siêu sao như hồi xưa nữa. Còn y hói thì thôi.
For the most part, Aster just crushed them. I love their draft. I think the Omni Knight last pick was brilliant. They get their Pudge on Ori mid against the Storm of Mickey. He gets a solo kill. That's about as good as it could have gone for Aster. So we'll see.
Cool.
Liquid have had their backs against the wall many times already.
Yep.
They're definitely not scared of a game 3.
That is very, very true. This is going to be a hype game 3 for sure. Let's
Đúng rồi. Ông đấy là Insania. Cái đợt ban nhầm là của Insania.
Thank you very much, Suns fan and Sinner. And indeed, a game 3. We wanted a game 3. We're getting a game 3. Very excited for it. But first, let's talk about how we got there, because this game definitely was a little bit of a change up from Aster in terms of game 1 versus game 2, because it was incredibly dominating here, Lacoste, for them. They were so difficult to kill.
It was. I really didn't feel the influence of this Storm Spirit pick. I think Aster put them into a trap where both supports, we're talking about Omni Knight, if he gets the Heavenly Grace off and Jakiro, a hero that has a lot of strength gain, they're very difficult to pick off, and they always had a really good read where Team Liquid is gonna strike. So Storm did try a couple of times at the early stages of the game to try to go in and get some pick-offs going, but it was not successful. And I want to talk about timings as well. Being able to get Aghanim Scepter on Pudge at the same timing as Leshra gets the Bloodstone, and then taking a fight, reducing Morphling's healing and also healing from the Bloodstone. All I'm gonna say, if Pudge is played by Ori, you got nothing to worry.
Now, honestly, what?
Or you don't need. Okay.
Sorry. Don't be sorry. No, I honestly think that was just an incredible performance by Ori. I mean, if your Pudge is solo killing the enemy Storm Spirits in the mid lane, that's more than you could ever ask for, right? His items came at right the amount of time. Siamese Cat on the Omni Knight knew just when to play with the Pudge and when to stop playing with his sniper, and it just felt like all of the pieces of Aster's draft aligned with each other so nicely. And I just love the fact that they took the Marcy away from Boxy. Right, they had previously beaten the Marcy twice in their upper bracket series versus Liquid. They just lost to it. Instead of being shaken or maybe questioning their openers, they take the Marcy for themselves, which they then pivot into an offline Marcy with the last pick Omni Knight, which I think nobody was prepared for here. So I'm just really impressed by how Aster handled that game 2. And these game 2s at TI always turn into pudge territory, sniper territory, SF territory. Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated
trận sau ấy, Liquid phải đánh cho cái rap
and going for
mà
your
mình
cheese
thoải mái.
picks. So,
Cái trận vừa rồi cảm
10 out
thấy
of 10
đánh
drop
hơi
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the Omni.
hơi ép, hơi gượng ép quá, hơi gượng ép kiểu cái việc
Liquid even said it in the interview that Aster, they play together. You've said a bunch of times they play for team fights.
2-3 năm trước thì nói là X-Storm để counter sniper ok, anh đồng ý. Nhưng ở cái năm vừa rồi ấy, cái năm trở lại đây ấy, thì nó không hoạt động thế rồi. Storm yếu đi và sniper mạnh lên.
You have the Omni who can save people if the enemy team tries to jump in, like isolate one hero. It's like if you are good at the team play element of Dota, this is one of the best drafts that I've ever seen for that. And I would expect a potential Omni ban in the later phases of the draft in Game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised with that dominating performance indeed. We actually have an Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Action Slack.
Bà Chibi không thấy. Bà không thấy đâu. Chắc vậy.
You bet your booty I'm an Omni Knight specialist. We have 90 seconds to give away 2 Storm Spirit Pillows after that Storm Spirit. I want to hear the best Storm Spirit impressions. If you can do a Storm Spirit impression, so raise your hand. Can you do it?
Zip.
All right. Can anyone do a Storm Spirit? Right.
Haha, I'm here.
Audience? Oh. Storm Spirit impression, sir. Zip. Jeez, what is wrong with you guys? All right, come on, somebody. Okay, hurry.
Storm Spirit.
That was pretty good. Take your pillow. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We got a few more seconds here, my boy. Excuse me, sir. This will be a tight fit. Excuse me. There we go. Perfect. Sir, please be good.
Storm Spirit.
All right, that's good enough for me. Can you beat him? No.
I don't know.
Okay, great. There you go. Thank you very much. All right, back to the panel.
I'm not going to remember.
Well, okay. Thank you, Slacks, for that. Yeah, I didn't have high standards set for this Storm Spirit.
Mấy game của trên Shopee bán nhiều mà.
And people got free stuff, so we're all happy for them. Who we're also happy for is Matumaman, because he made it very deep in a tournament that he, from the get-go, had already said, Effie, it's his last ever.
It's very sad, but I mean, for a last run, he's performing spectacularly. We saw it in that earlier video where he talked about how he felt like he messed up that first game versus Thunder. He went into the bathroom, he washed his face, and he said, you've done this before, you've done this so many times, and he delivered for his team. And we've talked time and time again about how Boxy showed up, how Mika has showed up, but Matu has shown up in spades. I think he's playing some of the best Dota in his life right now, and his teammates are just so inspired to get this win for him before his last run.
And with that in mind, we actually do also have his teammates talking about Matu's retirement.
To put it frankly, it sucks. Because I think, you know, like right now I feel like I just want to keep playing.
Anh có gối Jakiro.
He's a really good dude.
Anh có gối Jakiro.
He's very stoic, he's very finished, but
áo,
he's also very good at Dota.
Áo hình quân bài, quân ca và tan.
I mean, the reason why I'm retiring is
áo PA.
I was already contemplating after last year's TI, like after losing.
Ba cái kill và một con Roshan. Anh có rất nhiều pin gắn, pin đính thẻ của DOTA.
I mean, in the moment, you always go with the motions that why you could have done better. Your mind just keeps like barraging you with these feelings and like what you should have done. Did you throw the game for your team? And it's truly miserable feeling. This was your worth, kind of. Like what you put into this year, this moment was the worth, and you weren't good enough. This year, obviously, I mean, I was crying after that lower bracket final against Team Spirit. I mean, it's heartbreaking to lose that way.
Will he get another rampage at TI 10? Absolutely, Yatoro! And they're going to call GG. The underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on.
This doesn't satisfy me equally anymore. Like, I just feel tired. I'm doing it out of sense of it's my job and duty to become better, or like stay at least like as good as I was before, or like maintaining the form. I feel like whatever you choose to devote all your life for, you better do it like fully hearted. Like, there's no way I'm gonna half-ass this thing. Like, it's gonna eat me alive. That's how I feel.
think this year, especially on the team that we're on now, he's kind of embraced more of a leadership type of thing. So he's kind of got that. Yeah, he's our stoic, bearded Finnish leader.
For me, I think this TI maybe not that sad because I get to relax after the race and enjoy my retirement days. So for me, it's really a win-win, you know.
It sucks. There's no real other way to put it.
The Dota scene, I think, is gonna miss him once he's gone.
I don't think it's like a very reluctant leave, but hopefully he'll do what JerAx did and come back in a few years, and we'll be waiting with open arms.
They're with you.
Rip mất tụi mà sao lại nói thế? Người ta nghỉ hưu thôi mà sao lại rip như kiểu người ta tèo vậy?
I just saw him.
Don't worry, he's very much alive, and he has had a fantastic career. Still having it, by the way. He's not out just yet. There's, of course, one more game, and he could potentially go all the way with that as well. But we wanted to make sure that we highlighted because this is a TI winner, one of the two still remaining in the tournament. And Lacoste, it is definitely a guy to be celebrated.
Oh,
most definitely. I like how the rest of the team also does celebrate Matu in a way. You know, even after a couple of years, if he wants to come back, they're going to be waiting for him. Definitely a good dude, you know, gives you that energy. And I like the way he talked about, you know, giving his 100%. You can feel it in the way that he plays, also taking the leadership role a little bit. But he gave everything. This is what you need to do when you're playing professional Dota, like at this level. And I think we can, you know, see Matu in the next 3 months sitting at the boat, just enjoying himself.
Oh, you know he will.
That makes sense considering he was part of 4 anchors plus the C captain.
I believe he was the C captain.
And if he wasn't if he was an anchor, he has definitely qualified as officially a C captain.
He's definitely not an anchor of this.
Not an anchor. C captain in the eyes of millions of people out there in the world.
For sure. We all know retirement in Dota 2
doesn't mean
it's hard. Apparently people can't.
It's too good.
The game just keeps pulling you back in.
I think that if you're competing at this level, you have this strong drive to just always be good, to be the best, to play for that glory and not necessarily for financial reasons. And this sense of competition inside of these players is so strong that it's hard for them to stay away. But he did mention in the video that at this point he's just tired. It feels like a chore to him right now, and when you reach that level of burnout, you do owe it to yourself to just see what your next step in life is. So I fully support him in all of his endeavors, and I mean, he's just one of the greatest players to touch Dota. His results have been excellent. He's been on some of the most emotional stories, from winning TI with a team to getting kicked, to then getting 3rd place, to now going through the last chance qualifiers when people counted them out. I mean, this guy is just really part of so many awesome stories.
Yeah, he also was in the live studio that got the 1 HP Pango. I think that moment will be immortalized in Dota 2 history for sure. Just like I think all TI winners are immortalized, and all these guys want to be TI winners. Yes, Matu and Poppy already still in and are already immortalized, but they want to do it again. And all these guys going back to their booths, they just want to make sure to win just 1 game of Dota 2 to make it to the final day, because that is all that is standing between them and a lower bracket finals. 1 game, Jenkins.
That's absolutely right, Shiver. He is from Finland, but of course Matamoment does not want to be finished after this game. He wants to continue playing.
Yes.
High five, Lacoste.
Yeah, very good.
Go on, Jackie.
How long were you sitting on that?
At least 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for getting that out just in time. We've talked a lot about the teams, and earlier on we heard Team Liquid talk about Aster, and now we're going to hear Aster talk about Team Liquid.
Liquid 其实在这么些年一直是一支很强的队伍。
我觉得他们因为一直在进步吧，因为他们首先从突围上打上来的，然后一直在就跟进自己的打法，然后再努力的改进自己的错误。
我觉得他们的那个教练挺能领神的，因为我昨天在网上看见了他们的那个语音聊天，他们在赛前，然后他们会一起团结鼓励一下，就是说一些大家能团结的话，这样。
我觉得他们主要是马土巴曼为这个队一直在改。就是他能适应各种的打法，就是马桶巴，就是为这个队付出很多。
虽然之前我们2比0了他们，但是 他们能重新杀回来，但是然后也是不容小觑的吧，所以我们依然还是会很重视他们。
And they have been taking them very seriously, which is why we're here in this third and final game of this elimination series. Who will take that spot tomorrow? We'll have to wait to find out. But I want to hear from my panel what's going to be the key element in this third game according to them, Lacoste.
According to them, I mean, Team Liquid, they did go like full 5 heroes, blue heroes, last pick, water, literally, and it didn't work out for them. And also one thing to know is if we want to like check the pattern that has been happening during the main event is all Western European teams are eliminated by other Western European teams. So, you know, Team Liquid does have an upper hand here. And then we have 3 European teams left in top 3 that can eliminate each other.
But to that, I would counter being the sole Chinese team left in the top 4, and after having eliminated PSG LGD, who are the fan favorites in China, Aster are really feeling that pressure of needing to perform here, because not only do you want to win for yourselves, now you feel like you're going to win for an entire region, you're carrying the hopes. So they definitely are equally as motivated in Liquid, but I just love seeing how much these two teams respect each other. I mean, the way that they talk about each other, the way that they just value each player individually and have obviously put in a lot of time preparing for each other is going to make for a great series of Dota. I mean, I think this last game is going to be a banger.
It's good for Aster that they didn't feeling the weight of an entire region, especially such a proud region, could be crushing, especially after game 1.
No, my friend.
So
you miss out.
Yeah, this is a scary team considering they feel that weight, and instead of it crushing them, it empowers them. And maybe that's our boy Random that's you know partly to blame for that success.
For Aster, I feel personally they perform the best when XXS is on an initiator type of hero. We saw that game when he was playing the Underlord, who obviously provided a lot for the in terms of map movements. But when it comes to the way that they've traditionally taken these team fights, other awesome initiations, if they lack that, it does feel like overall they are playing a little bit worse. So what I want to see for this game coming out of Aster is just putting XXS on that initiation hero and just depending on him to win his fights.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Marcy in that case because we have seen Marcy win both games and in very successful fashion. Obviously, Marcy was the star of the show for game 1. XXS on the offlane, Marcy Lacoste are doing the same thing.
Yeah, the hero, I mean, this is the reason why this hero is
the most popular hero of this international, just being able to close the gap strongly and scales really well into the mid late. We saw Boxy in game 1 that he can also scale from position 4. Like, people did figure out Marcy going for BKB instead of the previous build that we had, like Blink, Ether Lens type of a build. And you did say Marcy win both games, but also Lashrak lost both games. And that's a big question mark for me for the game 3. Whether teams are going to prioritize this hero in the first phase, I feel like it's gonna be a no.
I think there's still merit to this hero. They just have to kind of set up for it a little better, right? Because, for example, if that Pudge from game 2 had been a Lashrak potentially playing with an Omni Knight, it could have looked better for him. But I do agree with Lacoste that it does seem solved at this point. But for Liquid, what I do want to see is Boxy on another roaming 4 just demolishing the game. Like, he has been the bread and butter early game winner for Liquid. He's the one who goes from lane to lane. He just has so much impact early on. So absolutely do not put this man on some backline support. Do not do it. Just give him what he's best at.
Yeah, it's something that I was a little bit worried about seeing Baboka on a Jakiro, Jenkins, but he crushed that one too.
Yeah, he did very well in that game. I mean, especially after the game 1 performance, it's like, no, like, give him a playmaker. Like, this guy's clearly on fire right now. But in game 2, I guess he was actually literally on fire, given the Jakiro.
Only one half.
Yeah, only one. Yeah, 50-50. But no, he played really well. I mean, the thing is with Jakiro is like, for good Jakiros, it kind of is an initiation to a degree, because like if you're coming out of a smoke, for example, you can hit with like a clutch ice path. Like, at least there still is like clutch potential with Jakiro because of the ice path ability.
Other abilities are not as flashy.
Sao mà lấy hơi bất ngờ là Prime một biết không bị động vào.
He did some work. He really put in some really good work.
It's time to find out what's going to happen. Game 3, Aster Liquid. Let's go.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster.
Team Aster.
3.
Game number 3. Loser goes home, winner stays alive. A lot of storylines, of course. Last Chinese team, Matu. Talked a lot about him. Everybody's rooting him on, of course. But last game, what kind of adjustments do you guys expect to see?
Không thì nó cũng tùy từng phía. Anh nghĩ là vừa lấy cả hai team vào ban Marcy để bước vào cái tâm thế là Aster có một bài muốn sử dụng, đúng không? Nó không hoạt động ở game 1 thì làm cho nó hoạt động ở game 2. Liquid thì thấy mình counter ở game 1 tốt thì nghĩ là game 2 mình cũng sẽ counter.
Yeah, so if you're new to Dota and you haven't watched so much, generally in best of threes, a hero that loses the first 2 games is then first pick in the 3rd game. That's very normal. Happens all the time because there's nothing better than seeing a hero that got crushed twice, winning the 3rd game to show that you're the best.
It's not her fault.
Give me Nick Slash.
XEM bản này rất là hot. Vì nó XEM bản này có thể làm nhiều thứ hơn là bình thường.
Liquid right now probably is a sniper 8. Like Aster seems so confident with that hero. They just literally picked him at 8 last time, and Liquid right now is probably like not in the easiest spot about this. You're probably already making up your mind.
Liquid có cân nhắc ban sniper là hai không?
Might be decent no matter what. Nix is pretty good against a sniper. You can carry base a shrapnel if it would come out.
So just to clarify, when you say Sniper 8, you mean the 8th overall choice of the draft. That means both teams have done 2 bans.
Yeah.
That means it's the 4th pick.
Không sao cả.
Sorry.
This is
pro player lingo.
Yeah, it's pro player lingo. So
sorry, yeah.
it's a good way of referring to, like, once you're in the lingo, of referring to the order in which heroes are picked. But if you're not familiar with the lingo, you're like, Sniper 8? I thought the highest roll was 5. But
cái hay cái buồn cười của ba cái lập pick này là cả ba cái người này theo cốt truyện ấy, liên quan đến nhau. Lina với CM là chị em của nhau và CM sống ở khu băng giá với cả TÄS là bạn của nhau. Đúng rồi, đây là ban Sven. Sven rất là mạnh. Sven chỉ có một cái sửa duy nhất mà khiến cho Sven mạnh, đó là cái scepter của Sven. Primal Beast! Tức là hồi trước đấy Sven khi mà lên được cái trận xanh ấy thì Sven khi săn sẽ bay vào đối phương luôn. Nghe ban đầu nó rất là lợi, nhưng về sau mọi người nhận ra cái hại của nó là đối thủ có thể dùng nó như một cái bait ấy, như một cách để nhử Sven vào ấy. Thì Sven bây giờ được sửa là Sven có quyền được chọn, một là bắn săn ra và không phi vào, hai là phi vào. Thì anh nghĩ đấy là một trong những cái sửa rất là đáng giá cho Sven. Bởi vì bây giờ scepter của Sven có thể tùy biến được như thế, nó không dồn Sven vào một hướng chơi nữa.
Oracle Lightstealer ban, I don't quite get the Oracle ban, what that is for.
Đấy, ban sniper An bảo mà. An bảo là hai phải ban sniper nữa.
It's a bit of a special ban. Lightstealer makes sense. Matu loves the hero good against Primal Beast. Liquid sticking to the Mars ban as always. They did the
thì khi mà nó có hai chế độ đúng không? Nếu như em không autocast nó thì nó sẽ đứng yên. Nhưng nếu như mà autocast thì nó sẽ bay vào. Autocast bằng cách ấn chuột phải vào skill. Hoặc là ấn nút An.
It gives you a hard save against the primal. I guess it's one of the few things in the game that can even stop a pulverize, right?
So yeah, I guess the Fate's Edict is really good.
And you also protect yourself from a potential like Huskar Oracle second phase where they pick the Oracle first, and now you kind of have to, you know, cover that base, and then they don't even need to go there. So I do think there's value in it, but it is definitely not a common choice here.
Ban này có vẻ rất là sợ con này của Matuman.
In the end, it's one of Insania's best heroes, or maybe his best hero after all. Also, we see the Punch being banned out. This time, Aster bans it, even though they did really well with that hero last game. But already they got the Primal Beast, which they might put on mid, so it's a bit weird to pick the Punch with that.
Is this telling you that they want Lesh? That they banned the Pudge? Is that setting up for that?
Ban Omni! Trời
like, they run a lot of this Lina Pudge combo, where like the Pudge is like SMI core and the Lina out of mid carry.
Mà trong tay của Zai nó quái lắm em ơi.
Interesting to note here that this is the first game where Pango is available in the second stage.
Mà trong tay của Zai nó không đơn giản là thần chiến tranh mà nó còn gọi là thần lừa. Nó đánh mind game dã man.
Liquid might pick it up right now as both Mickey and Zai play it. 4.9.
Okay.
Anh đánh.
That was first picked many games early on in the tournament.
and disappeared completely almost in the last few days.
Well, now Penguin's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, so how much importance would you put on Aster having a way of breaking Tombstone? Is that something they specifically need to pick for in this game, or can you kind of play around it?
Aster bây giờ sẽ phải nghĩ đến cách mà con nào mà đánh đủ nhanh để phá được mộ.
First of all, they need a hero that can even lane against Undying.
Yeah.
That's highest priority, I would say.
Yeah, Undying like has like these two annoying aspects, right? Very dominant laning stage, but also related to Tombstone. So you can kind of think about the hero in two ways. I mean, in terms of hitting Tombstone, the Lina is already on Liquid, which is a normal answer to hitting Tombstone. The Sniper is also banned. So
anh nghĩ là Liquid sẽ pick là tiếp theo là Pangolier cho Mickey. Pangolier của Mickey là một chắc là Pangolier hay nhất của giải rồi. Một con nữa anh nghĩ sẽ pick nhưng mà không khả thi lắm, đó là Shadowfiend.
It's interesting. It also
Pangolier rất là khó chơi. Pangolier là con phải điều hướng rất là nhiều. Naga rồi.
Does XXS play the Naga?
Is it post 4 Naga?
Okay, Beastmaster.
Post 4 Naga is very possible.
Attack speed aura for the tomb as well.
Kiểm soát map.
Not the primary reason they're getting it, but what's the Beastmaster logic in this spot?
Beastmaster is a good hero. Can pick.
All right.
Does this mean anything for Primal Beast position? Are you expecting
Disable
4?
I'm
expecting Primal Beast mid and post 4 or carry Naga.
Yeah, I think so too. Interesting though, I think that Undying is a pretty strong lane against Beastmaster, right?
So yeah, but really bad against Naga.
Yeah. I mean, do you lane Naga Beast into Undying?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, that definitely works.
That's interesting. And the Pangolier.
Đoán chuẩn chưa? Anh đoán chuẩn chưa?
Already have a hard lockdown for the role here. They have the Beastmaster.
Đây là một game rất thích hợp bởi vì Pangolier có thể counter được CM lẫn Primal Beast. Nó cũng là một cách để clear bóng rất là tốt của Naga. Pangolier nó không khó để lắm. Và nó là hero tủ của Mickey á. Nên là
maybe she goes next, but she might just go for the other core items instead.
It's a pretty solid lane for a carry.
Đang định bảo Matuvaman có thể pick Lon Root thì nó phim nó ban Lon Root luôn.
I mean, in terms of games, it's not the most free illusion game hero, I guess, because of the Pangolier. Pangolier is one of the best illusion game heroes, but it's playable, I guess.
Monet loves Drow.
Draw's still cool. Yeah, Draw's still cool actually. Yeah, that's an interesting.
Hai bên đều sẽ cần pick carry hoặc là
pretty interesting. I agree.
I think Monet likes Morph, also very good.
He played an insane morph at TI7. I remember that when LFY looked like the team that was going to win the whole tournament at one point. Monet's morph was scary.
So Liquid thinks
tức là Liquid muốn pick Void à? Liquid muốn pick Void đúng không?
I mean, whether they think it or not, you kind of have to pick your poison, right? They probably identify the options that Aster have, and they just probably choose the path that they think is the least scary, which is a support that kills Tombstone on its own. Would you agree with that?
It's interesting. I think this is a better offlane Lash game than last game. But this game, they went for Pango instead.
I mean, Pango was always banned as well.
Yeah, they banned it themselves last series.
Ban Bloodseeker. Ban Bloodseeker là bởi vì Bloodseeker counter Primal Beast.
Is that telling? This Bloodseeker ban, is that just, okay, well, what does Matu play well? It's Lone and Bloodseeker that we're most scared of? Or is this setting them up for their next pick? They obviously don't have the ultimate last pick, so they're going to have to show something key here.
I think it is good against Drow.
Okay, the Seeker? It's definitely already good against Primal Beast, I guess.
Manstorm.
Disruptor counters like a hero who has to move to deal damage.
What if they would have picked it
themselves?
Yeah,
get a Snapfire, đúng không? Snapfire. Lý do ban Snapfire thì anh có thể đoán thứ nhất là một con đứng xa để clear được bóng của Naga. Con thứ hai là để không cho Aster pick, bởi vì Scuba của Snapfire phá mộ của phá cái tombstone của anh đây rất là tốt. Đấy là hai cái anh có thể nghĩ được.
Either that or carry Naga.
What was Forza cool as well? I like the Drow a lot. Drow against Lina is also legit, and there we go.
Yeah, Drow đây rồi.
Is it
Game quá tốt cho Drow. Chống con đây.
Liking against
that would be very interesting.
Drow. Does he play it?
Drow counter được Antaka và bắn được xuyên và nó bắn được vỡ xuyên bò cái ulti của Pangolia. Không hiểu đấy đưa ban stop cho lắm.
Maybe it's a bit annoying, maybe, but I mean, of course, besides that, it's pretty decent.
For now, you have Beastmaster problems first of all, so
yeah,
you need to deal with that lane first.
You can pull off Phantom Lancer, right? It's also one of the classic counters to Drow. It's too hard against Primal Beast, I
feel like they will even lose lane against Naga Beast.
Yeah, it's too rough.
This Naga Beast second stage seeming to work out. It's crazy. But I'm curious how that lane will go nonetheless. But yeah, PL also a bit annoying against to play against Maiden and the Beast. But that's still a pool even.
Lifestealer, which kind of sucks, right? It's banned actually. Never mind.
There's a random Ursa, but it's also not good.
Matu go.
Không, Pickbella là chết em ơi, Pickbella là chết đấy. Chết với con Beast luôn á. Pella là counter cứng của Beast luôn. Pella là Beast counter cứng Pella luôn.
Oh no.
Carry NS.
I feel like
xếp lên Night Stalker.
Okay, this is very special.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have to choose a winner now after seeing that.
I think Toby is on.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm on board with us.
Không, Matumba sẽ vẫn là carry, Night Stalker carry.
It's like decently strong this game. She has to play against Raw and Drow.
Điểm mạnh của Night Stalker là có thể khống chế được tầm nhìn. Đó, bên kia có Beastmaster nhưng bên này sẽ có Matumba để khống chế tầm nhìn là một.
Do you feel like Night Stalker is a solution against Drow in general? Like he can obviously get on top of her, but the supporting cast around it with Song of the Siren, with Roar.
Áp sát được Grow với CM khá là ok với Beast, bởi vì Beast sẽ không thể dùng được skill xung quanh Night Stalker.
Okay, so with that, I believe
nhưng khá là tệ với Naga.
Let's see what they have to say about this game number 3 draft.
Nhưng Night Stalker không phải là một hero tốt để đối đầu với Naga, nên là về late game thôi. Game này
Yeah, I mean for sure. Aster is such a sick team. We really
game này Lina sẽ là người
if his last game, what do you want to play? What do you want to go out on? What do you want to have fun on? And so we let him choose.
All right, and there we go. The Night Stalker, huh? Do you believe in his choice? Do you think he's got it? Does he feel it? He got the energy from the booth?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good. I mean, he's a pretty bad Night Stalker, but you know, it's his choice.
All right, my friend. Well, I gave Lanham the choice last time, so I'm going to let you have one more speech out there to everybody watching. You're a crowd favorite here, so any words out there to the audience?
Yeah, you know, if this is our last game and this is Last Day's last game, I know he really appreciated all the support. It truly means a lot to me just to be up here. We're blessed every single day. Thank you to the fans that are watching. You really make this all possible. Every year I realize that more and more. So thank you everybody who came here to see Last Day play and the rest of our team. This one's for you.
All right, we'll throw it right over to our casters. Thank you.
Cố lên, Matumba thắng đi. Trời ơi, bằng dù không hơi đặt câu hỏi với con Night Stalker.
10-minute discussion here by both of us will be about Matu Night Stalker and what we think. I mean, the idea of a hero jumping on top of Drow makes sense. I would assume an Aghanim Scepter might be something that he'll prioritize, along with obviously the BKB and a Blink Dagger. Am I missing anything else here? You can eat the boar when you get the shard. Actually, you can eat whatever Helm of the Dawn, right? Does that work?
Yeah, you can
during
eat
nighttime.
You can eat the Helm of the Overlord even.
Yeah.
Right? It's the only thing in the game that counters that, which I think was a big part of what inspired.
Is that only during nighttime or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe so.
So it's all about getting...
Now you're making me question myself.
Yeah, I know. I do that all the time. Sorry about that. Boxy's going to Ice Shard his way onto the low ground, but he's going to be met by Boboka. Going to have some nice blocks.
Yeah, it only targets Ancients at night. So that's the only time he can kill the Overlorded Ancient creature.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, this is a completely out of left field pick. Nobody expected it. You heard Entity, they were not expecting it at all. Stormstormer and Toby, obviously, and I'd be willing to bet that Aster had no clue this was coming either. So, you know, that's sometimes surprise picks like this show up amazingly, and sometimes they fall flat. Either way, it's a really creative response here for Liquid, and it's a pretty polarizing carry. I'll say that much. Night Stalker has his games, but he also has games where he falls completely flat.
You are the expert on this hero too.
I used to play at mid. It was a different time. You don't go that build anymore. Well, to be fair, nobody went that build.
What was the build?
I went earn Ewells.
Yeah, đến Antaka.
It was different. Yeah, it sounds horrible now, doesn't it?
Just awful.
It worked back then.
Your career makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
We are into the game,
Everyone was awful.
Siamese Cat getting pushed out here by Zai, playing the Pangolier. Yeah, talk to me about the Drow Ranger, because you guys all predicted it. Why is it so good this game?
So first of all, you have the Beastmaster aura, which is nice for ranged right-click carries. Secondly, Liquid don't have the best backline jump, right? And it's also just a favorite of Aster's in this tournament. You saw them play Sniper 2 games in a row. They like playing Monet on this heavy long-range artillery, so just...
Đây là Antaka đầu tiên.
The only catch that Liquid had until they picked the Night Stalker that could maybe get on top of her is a Tusk or a Pango, which both kind of get countered by Force Staff. So you naturally want to buy Pike on this hero anyway, so it feels good. And that's why we have so much focus on this NS, because I think he has a very clear job in this game that he needs to perform. And if he does get to do that, it could look amazing. So mid lane, something we talked about as well. How well this Lina does. Primal so far so good for Mickey. He's been playing a great Lina this tournament in general. He won with it in game 1.
Well, what's the reason that Primal, I wouldn't say he's fallen off necessarily, but he was completely ignored in the first 2 games, I believe. This is a hero that was picked or banned in basically every game in the group stage and a lot of the main stage.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't consider it good enough. It's hard to remember all the drafts by heart, because there might have been some counters in play or other heroes picked that you know, just bumped his priority down a little bit. But it was pretty surprising to see overall, given how even the later stages of this tournament.
Không đánh giá cao Primal Beast với cả
I mean, we even cast a game, I believe it was Ace playing Primal Beast, where like there's 3 hard counters this year, and he destroyed.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't even matter.
Oh, top lane, big damage onto Zai here.
Yep, he has a shield crash for that damage mitigation, but it's worn off now. Gets off the swashbuckle with the tag team combo, as well, but it's not enough. Aster strikes first, and Monet's gonna get help with this. Frostbite from Siamese Cat. Is it going to be enough for a double kill? Indeed. They get 1 each, and Aster on the board early.
Ở đấy dài liều bởi vì có sai chặt xích không đủ.
The swashbuckle tag team combo is extremely strong. There's not enough damage yet.
Drow has pretty decent armor. She's playing with 7 armor in the lane with the Wraith Band. And Crystal Maiden is really good against this lane, I have to say. Like, the slow against Tusk is amazing for countering out tag team. You have Frostbite as a disarm as well. Like, there's not enough in the tank there for Liquid. And it's kind of understandable that I wouldn't say they're desperate, but they're really eager to try to find a kill in this lane, because that's what's going to give them comfort. But that was just not the time. Maybe a level 3 timing would have been a lot stronger for them, with 2 in tag team perhaps, or 2 in the either crash or swashbuckle. See, Zai will choose the crash here. Instant frostbite. He's going to take quite a beating actually for getting that creep.
Gets the swash off, but he's going to lose a lot of creeps to denies, it looks like. Can't really get too close. You can hear Primal Beast just belching in the background. What the hell that was?
Yeah, you love that.
Yeah, Lina farm dễ với tất cả những con cận chiến. Không có con hiện tại không biết được bất kỳ một con bánh tay ngắn nào có thể đi được lên với Lina. Lina bắn quá đau. Phép đau và bắn tay cũng đau và bắn nhanh đó. Không có một con nào chịu nổi luôn, kể cả DK. Giáp dày cũng không chịu nổi.
Liquid favored right now, but obviously kill wise not so much.
Yeah, Matsu's finding some great farm for sure. He has 3 mangoes that he can use during nighttime, which is coming up. That could lead to a chase. Speaking of chase,
from Boxy, Monet, he's gonna get the multi-shot.
He's gonna
turn this around onto Zai.
Nice
kill for Aster. An attempted TP out from Boxy should be fine.
Đầu quá.
Yeah, that's still, even if you survive there on Tusk, this still feels bad, right? Because you're abandoning a lane with creeps in. That all this experience just effectively going to waste now. Monet has been going to be close to level 5 when Zai returns on level 3. This top lane is just... It's toast for Liquid. This lane is not good. But the other 2 are going great. So both the Lina as well as the Night Stalker are having a good time. And as we talked about, nighttime now for Matsu could lead to some aggression in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Unfortunately for him,
anh tự hỏi là Matumbaman sẽ có đi đánh nhau vào đêm đầu tiên không? Bởi vì anh chơi Night Stalker nhiều. Thì cá nhân em thấy cái đêm đầu tiên là cái đêm khỏe nhất của Night Stalker. Đây là cái đêm mà nếu như mà mình đi ganh được mạng á, là mình sẽ có một cái bàn đạp rất là tốt để đi lên. Nhưng có vẻ sẽ không đi. Bởi vì Mathumaman muốn đánh Armlet, muốn đi.
Yeah, it is actually kind of tricky for the NS when you look at it. There's both the Orb of Venom
Cái
and
đích
Naga and the
của
boars.
Mathumaman của Nice ở trận này ấy.
This slow is going to be pretty substantial.
Nó sỏi. Tức là đêm đầu tiên sẽ bắt đầu phút thứ 5 đúng không? Đấy là cái bởi vì anh hay đi cầm Nice ở mid thì đấy là cái phút DC ra là phút thứ 5 và mình được level 6 thì gần như là Nice có thể ăn thua với tất cả các thứ trên bản đồ. Thì trong vòng 5 phút đấy mà mình gây được áp lực lên cho cả 3 lane thì mình sẽ tạo được khoảng trống cho teammate mình là 1. Mình có nhiều kinh nghiệm với tiền là 2. Nếu như mình kiếm được kill. Đặc biệt nhất là mình gây áp lực lên team bạn. Phải cẩn trọng hơn.
I dare say might be Zai's lowest net worth this tournament minute 7.
Yeah, Pango versus these long range heroes. Any hero that can orb walk is a pain for this hero.
1,600 net worth on Pango to the 2,800 of Beast, so 1,000 net worth difference between the offlaners. And Zai's just not being given any space. He buys a ring of health to try to sustain, but he's almost going to get killed off by the Crystal Maiden here.
Yeah.
Has to back off once again, and it's tricky now for Boxy as well, right? Because where do you go as Tusk? It's hard to gank mid against the Primal. If he has any vision, he can get away with this onslaught.
Bottom lane, we're going to see the Tombstone come out with the Void, but XXS can just TP away knowing that the Void is on cooldown.
The Tombstone used as well, pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, but still,
không nghĩ là nên dùng mộ ở đấy.
Kind of items that we're expecting here from early on. He's going to get. He has the phase boots going for the armlet. He had the helm of the Iron Will very early, so he can turn that into the armlet soon. Pulverize onto Insania. Trample to follow. Soul Rip's not going to be nearly enough to heal him out of that. And top lane, again, the aggression coming out from Monet. The multi-shot has been owning. Boxy gets off the health salve. It's going to get canceled, but can he get out of this? He pops another one, it looks like. He's still going to live. And Zai is there.
Yeah.
Fists.
That's Pango this game so far.
I mean, is there any consideration? I mean, I know it's elimination game, but to give Boxy some farm and have like kind of a transition into core.
I think that ship has almost sailed. It's 8 minutes in and he has no net worth, so his recovery curve is way too hard, right? He has the lowest net worth in the game.
Ui, hay quá.
Pulverize came in, or Ori still had the Pulverize available. Looks like there's going to be a kill, but the Laguna Blade.
Hay quá, hay quá, hay quá. Ui, Mickey quả săn hay quá.
As Liquid TP in spades, double kill from Matu. LSA connects onto the high ground.
Hay quá, Mickey cả. Đấy là lý do tại sao anh bảo đêm đầu tiên Mathumaman có đi đánh nhau không? Bởi vì đêm đầu tiên Nice rất khỏe.
I think Ori didn't have enough mana to go for the combo he wanted to. Monet threatening Zai here will lose vision in the fog and not try to chase.
He has been on 10% HP the entire game, it feels like.
Yep.
But Liquid, like you said, in the other two lanes, pretty damn good. They get the tier 1 mid as well.
Còn 1 phút, nhưng mà nếu mà để OT đến phút thứ 10 giờ mình sẽ có 10 phút 30 giây. Thêm 30 giây đó. Nếu như mà có rất là mạng của Monet ở đây là Nice Sucker. Nói biết ngay mà. Biết ngay mà. Đêm đầu tiên thành công. Đây là một game rất sắc mỏ của Nice Sucker. Bởi vì An sẽ làm tương tự như vậy nếu là An trên Nice Sucker. An không bao giờ đứng yên ở cái đêm đầu tiên
này. Starting to stabilize a little bit more. And as for Matu's build, I think you go Armlet. He's getting the shard, which is just a given here against Beastmaster. Probably just BKB after, right? I don't think there's any reason to buy Ags when the Naga is support.
That's true.
You'd rather get some
target initiation on Mickey. Snowball comes in from Boxy.
Cứu bằng tác chưa hay quá.
Gets off the Laguna Blade though. Man fight versus Ori, but looks like he's resigned to his death here. LSA not able to connect as Mickey drops to XXS in the end.
Hey, Monet
Thunder. Not doing a ton here. He's gonna be able to snag the invis rune at the very least. But we got the onslaught coming in, but no vision. Although Zai will get clipped a bit by the trample.
Yeah.
Now they know there's no
showing up
there
with the Hurricane. Pushed back into Lina for the kill. And they're going to turn this into a tower push. So this is kind of scary times for Liquid. You don't have Dark Ascension for 10 seconds, but at least you have the Glyph. Maybe it's enough to hold this tower. Zai obviously has the Invis rune, which is something they also have to be wary of. They know he has it. He could be anywhere right now. That's how Invis works.
Thank you.
And he's actually going to... Oh, that's an Observer Ward. Never mind. He's not going to... He gets some important information that Liquid could act on here. Still no Rolling Thunder, and now he's showing. Roar was faked out.
Yep, gets the squash and shield crash off. He's playing very cocky right now, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of his team is in the area. But XXS is quite tanky, going for
tiếp theo Nightsucker sẽ muốn lên shot. Cái shot của Nightsucker cho phép Nightsucker ăn creep. Và buổi đêm có thể ăn được cả Ancient. Để hồi máu và mana rất kinh khủng, gần như là một cái Midas luôn. Tiếp theo chắc BKB xong bố bash. Bố bash và AC một trong hai cái này.
I feel like we've seen this before when Night Stalker offlane started becoming a pseudo counter to Beast, that Beastmaster would just bypass Overlord because you're kind of just giving too much over.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this approach. You still want the Dom because it just does that much this early in the game, but don't spend too much net worth on just getting creeps eaten.
On the other side of the Ice Shards, nicely done from him. But we can see the CM here as Matu able to get the 4 shot off. It's a lot of damage coming out from Dark Ascension.
But that's Dark Ascension. I think he was hoping to get a bigger kill on the Primal Beast there, but Boxy's charge just barely
cả cái ulti là chạy nó có CM hơi tiếc nhỉ. Tại vì ulti level đầu của Nightsucker rất là lâu. Rất là lâu. Gần như là 3 phút tối cho đến phút thứ 15. Nightsucker cho không thể làm gì được cả.
Which isn't too unhealthy for their lineup, to be honest. If there's a hero in this game that can have low net worth and still find major impact, it kind of is the Pangolier, right? So it's not a requirement for Zai to be farmed. Maybe he's going to go something like a Dagger and just try to find a good ult hero there, or at least eat the Roar for his Night Stalker, which is also really important. Yeah, very close for now.
We've seen games, I think it was at the Arlington Major, Night
Mà lúc
Stalker.
đêm không. Tức là ultimate của Nightsucker sẽ hoạt động là khi mà buổi đêm ấy, thì kể cả qua là 3 ngày nó cũng sẽ thành đêm trong vòng 1 phút, 30 giây. Thì cái quan điểm của An khi chơi Nightsucker là cái ulti ấy, khi mà mình lên level 6 mà lúc ấy đang đêm mình phải dùng luôn, bởi vì khi mà đêm hết ấy, thì cái cooldown của cái ulti sẽ chạy xong, và trong lúc ban ngày khi mà mình đi farm thì mình có thể dùng ulti để mình đánh nhau hoặc là mình làm gì đấy, bởi vì lúc ban ngày Nightsucker rất là chậm. Thì cái khoảnh khắc mà Nightsucker yếu nhất ấy, theo cá nhân An ấy, là phút thứ 10 đến phút thứ 15 và phút thứ 20 đến phút thứ 25 nếu như không xanh, bởi vì lúc đấy ultimate nó chưa có level cao, nó chưa cooldown thấp hơn đó. Nightsucker sẽ nhiều thời gian, Nightsucker sẽ không thể làm gì được. Đúng rồi, Nightsucker mạnh hơn vào ban đêm. Cái ultimate nó không chỉ biến ngày thành đêm mà nó có cho phép Matu cho Nightsucker bay lên được nữa, bay lên để lấy tầm nhìn của chim ấy, tức là có thể nhìn xuyên cây được đấy. Đây là cái nguy hiểm nhất của Nightsucker. Khi vào đêm, Nightsucker skill 1 sẽ slow lâu hơn, skill 2 silent lâu hơn, skill 3 cho tốc độ đánh và cho tốc độ chạy. Đó. Và ultimate có cho cả sát thương.
Beastmaster with a troll creep and 2 boars. They don't need to risk anything by putting a hero in range of that tower. Just let the summons do it, stand back. And Boxy also doesn't really dare to commit onto killing the summons. First of all, he's terrible at it, but even if he were to try, he could die.
Cái việc sử dụng ultimate của Nightsucker nó cần
that one up, but you can look for your own move. Liquid will try to find some sort of opening, and there might be a little bit of a false feeling of safety with that hawk finding nobody. Liquid know it's there though, because they have a sentry.
Kênh chỉ có tăng hình thôi. Đây Nightsucker là bay như kiểu
they can somehow get the right vision. They see XXS on this ward at the bottom.
Winter Wyvern các thứ á. Kênh làm gì có bay đây, kênh chỉ có chạy thôi.
So it's just going to continue to be farm session here. As I should mention, Baboka, you did bring up the potential Aghanim Scepter. It is not a carry Naga, of course, but be able to get the ensnare on the rolling.
Cái nào có bay ở trong game ta?
It feels like Pango does go shard every
Winter Wyvern,
Nightsucker. Ensnare the Night Stalker instead, which is true, mega high impact. So
V6.
If he gets there on the Naga, it could be a game-deciding item. Usually support Nagas will not get this until pretty late, but
Lina bây giờ bay lên được để có trụ xanh.
If they just keep pushing out these lanes with the Beastmaster,
bay lên xong khó lợn hơn. Lock walk. Lock walk. Lock khi mà dùng có shot có jetpack bay lên nhưng mà sẽ khó turn rate cao hơn. Turn rate của nó cao, nó rất là khó lợn.
Gets out thanks to his onslaught. So gank attempt from Liquid is thwarted.
That's a Dark Ascension. So
yeah, and it's a full 4 minutes until night. So Matu's going to be at a big disadvantage. And
Liquid are going to try to put it to use here.
Okay.
So
they're going to lose their tier 2 in all likelihood, but they can get this first Roche.
It's just pretty much the biggest value they could get out of this insult when it fails to connect.
Might be a contest.
Tranh nhau.
Zai's gonna get off the rolling thunder. It's only been an illusion to start. Baboka looking for the song, but he's getting controlled.
Hay quá. Zai hay quá.
The roar applied to Zai, but it's really just a delay tactic. It feels like gets ensnared on top of this, but Monet Company still want to fight, but he's gonna get Laguna bladed. Mickey pops the BKB, focusing on the CM, but now on the other side of the tree line, taking the right clicks. Looks like he's gonna be the first to fall in this engagement. But Pango died on the other side, and now they're gonna get the Night Stalker. Matu in a lot of trouble with the LSA's connecting.
Ôi, hay quá.
Beautiful stun from Mickey. Centaur gets the stun on top of him now. And he's left to his own devices, completely surrounded. The gust is there, multi-shot and the axes. So Aster, they get some kills in retribution. Liquid taking the Aegis away, some respect from Aster.
Yeah, what a great fight from Matu that was. Just perfect armlet toggles, keeping him alive 2 times in a row. So at the very least, Liquid get out with him alive, but they do lose their Aegis and the second life on Lina, so can't really consider it a true win. At the very least, they don't need to worry about the Roche going Aster's way in the next minutes. But Aster, I think, still should be feeling pretty good about this overall exchange, considering the song didn't get them the Aegis contesting. And they roared the Pango, I should say, just to save the Naga, so they didn't have this for the Lina or for the NS, which also prompted Liquid to feel strong in this fight, right? But keep a look at Matu here. So first the Pulverize here comes out, no follow-up damage is available. He's frostbitten. Is going to toggle out of this one with Monet's shot mid-air and the charge.
Yeah,
we're back to
another
live.
fight. Hold the horses here, Cinderin. Looks like Simon's going to be the first to fall, and now XXS is the one that's completely surrounded, so wrong territory for him. Matu gets credit for that one, and he is very close to a BKB.
That was a killing spree, so some extra gold on that one for NS. 100 gold to go.
Still another 2 minutes in the nighttime. So he should have his BKB in his inventory with nighttime still here.
Yeah.
If Liquid want to try to take advantage. Of course, still has Dark Ascension. And does have the shard, by the way, so has been eating creeps. So I guess he went for the casual Ogre Axe into shard, and now is finishing BKB.
Yeah. I guess he changed his idea, changed his mind halfway. Seems like a little bit of a weird way to do it, but...
Well, that Ogre Club, it seemed to save him in that last fight.
I guess so.
Extra HP is pretty nice.
Ui, group bow cho Row. Đẹp quá.
Close to connecting the roar there, but not quite.
Blocked out, but yeah, Liquid not wanting to engage, it looks like. Very even game. And Aster showing some balls. I mean, they fought despite not getting the Aegis.
Yeah,
not
and
having
throwing the roar in the Pango, yeah.
Yeah, no roar as well.
But sometimes,
item tiếp theo nó sẽ phải chọn lên là Nullifier
and you get to take the initiative, it can work. And I don't know if you would consider that fight successful for either team. It was kind of a draw, but you could see where Aster were coming from. The fact that Pango roll is down is very important for especially the Primal Beast, who now has BKB. So the next fight will be of a totally different nature coming out from Ori. Liquid might choose to smoke here. They are grouping up 4, they will. Aster in a strong offensive position down here, pushing the tower with Ori in front. They have the ward covering the back angle. And they're going to expect Liquid to do this because of the no heroes on the map. They have the prediction that this play is coming. Liquid do have Dark Ascension, though.
His smoke gets popped. He's going to pop Dark Ascension, but he's the focus. He's going to get roared inside his BKB. So he gets a ton of this damage. Now XXS is the one stuck basically on this cliff area. He's going to get right-clicked down quite easily. So nice kill to start things out for Liquid.
Rồi, rất là miss.
Zai on the other side here is Laguna Blade's going to find Siamese Cat. So just like that, it's 5v3. Now Mickey pops his BKB. Ori kind of a no man's land. His team still has Song available if they need to pop it. They will. Mickey, his BKB runs out, and the rest of Aster are going to be able to walk away, it looks like.
Outstanding fight from Liquid there. The BKB usage was just perfect, right? Matsu gets it off before he gets roared, and Ori thought he was going to connect on the roar outside of BKB, so he committed all his stuff to go in on the Beastmaster, or sorry, on the Night Stalker, together with Beastmaster. That play fails, then Beastmaster's isolated and gets killed. Pango, in the meantime, is completely cutting off Drow from the entire fight.
Primal Beast vào đấy ở ai không hiểu lao vào để làm gì khi mà
this BKB crucial, right? Otherwise Ori
nói chung vào đấy thì ngủ cũng đi về được thôi, nhưng mà hơi phí. Có thể không mất thời gian như vậy, hoặc là có ăn nghĩ theo kiểu não to hơn là Primal cố gắng xông vào để dụ BKB của Lina. Cũng là một cách, bởi vì BKB sẽ mất thời gian dần dần khi thử mất. Ví dụ giây đầu tiên là lần đầu tiên sử dụng là 9 giây, lần sau chỉ còn 8, 7 và 6, 6 là hết cỡ. 1 giây BKB nhiều khi nó đang giá.
2K lead now for Team Liquid. And the Aghanim Scepter for Baboka almost there.
Nghe đổi BKB. Nó trong một số trường hợp nó đáng, bởi vì Lina đúng không? Lina mà không có BKB thì khá là dễ chết. Nhưng mà Primal Beast thì không.
And if we have, we've forgotten about it. I like the concept, but it.
Nhưng mà nãy giờ tiếp cận Row rất là khó. Bên Liquid tiếp cận Row chưa thành công.
We're gonna see here very shortly why that is.
Yeah, so Zai is not buying the shard that TÄTI talked about as kind of a pseudo counter to ensnare Axe, but he's going Lotus, which is another way of solving it. Doesn't have it yet though, so this coming fight could be a big surprise factor for Zai, where he's relying on going in on the Drow. If he gets ensnared and Drow gets to focus him for a few seconds, he dies. The fight's going to be of a totally different nature than the last one.
Yeah, I mean that's the downside of Lotus is it's way more expensive than Shard obviously, and he is
tất cả luôn.
Pretty far away.
Nhưng mà cái chính là cái cung. Nó giống như kiểu của Red King. Cái chính là cái đầu.
Probably, yeah.
Với các con lại là đi kèm. Cái đó đổi một skill.
Rough of a game it has been for
nhưng nó có một bánh chính để đổi tầm bộ hình dáng ấy, là cái râu là cái cung, là cái nỏ.
Healthy enough to continue to fight as now Ori is stuck in no man's land.
Ôi rồi.
Down he goes as Zai going in with the rolling thunder, now applying all the pressure to XXS. He's going to get disarmed for the time being. This is
rồi, bắt được 3 sắp 3. 2 sắp 1 ọp lên, nhưng mà Row lại chạy. Row lại chạy.
He might still have to use it here.
It only just came up toward the end of that. He didn't have it to save Ori. I think he could have maybe BKB TP'd out, but I guess maybe Tusk was in range for a punch. But yeah, these engages from Ori have just not worked out the way he wanted it to. He's charging up the onslaught, and the moment he does that, Insania drops the tombstone before he gets jumped, and the follow-up damage just wasn't there anyways. They didn't even kill the Undying to start off the fight, and Liquid make a very easy fight out of that one.
Liquid with a lot of fans here, obviously, now gaining some momentum in this crucial game number 3. Getting this tier 1 tower, but it looks like Aster wants to try to defend.
They're too late.
They are. Tower falls. Now we have a silver edge on Mickey.
At the same time, Drow gets BKB, so Aster now have another tool against the Pango roll that's been ruining Mone's game so far. Now he can reliably get some damage off.
Got everything off. Yeah. Clicking off the. They need to get the fuck out. He's gonna TP out on Primal too. Oh, he has no.
I'm running it.
Primal. I'm killing Primal. Yeah. Looking at side. Kill 2 boys. Look at the beast. Running. I'm killing CM. CM's dead to me. Still running in.
They almost seemed surprised that he was there. It's like, oh, there's a Primal Beast here all alone. Okay, we'll take it. Interesting build from Matu.
Lina là vẫn theo đâm.
BKB Armlet now has a basher, but not opting for a blink dagger or anything like that. Instead,
Lina sẽ là
very
cái phép của em đánh vào càng nhiều target thì nó sẽ lên stack. Tối đa là 7 stack và mỗi stack sẽ cho em tốc độ đánh. Thì Lina bị đâm tay nó có khả thi hơn nó phép. Nhất là trận này.
The BKB doesn't do anything anyway.
Yeah,
it remains.
I wonder if.
But I feel like Blink Dagger at some point is going to be pretty important for him. But into the Roche Pit, Liquid go. And yeah, Aster have an idea this is happening. They're going to smoke up. Is it going to be too late? No, it's at half HP right now. The Rolling Thunder coming in, mostly on illusions. He's going to get roared right off the bat. They're focusing on the pit now. No Song to come as Mickey gets the Aegis. Song a little bit late. Is there a shard on the ground? There is, but Boca steals the shard. As here comes the onslaught. Looks like the focus is on the Tusk to start this out. The Naga's going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1. Matu wants to fight, but a big multi-shot coming from Onet.
Hay quá, hay quá, hay quá, hay quá. Triple kill, Mickey, hay quá.
Dropping like flies. Ori has to BKB. Onslaught to safety. Looks like he's fine, but Liquid coming out on top again in this fight.
Yeah, these Roche calls they've made so far in this game have been absolutely perfect. Again, Zai with the coverage against the Naga rotating in and getting the Song off, and it took them quite a while to kill Zai during the roar as well, because he has the armor of Lotus Orb instead of the shard. Makes him a lot tankier against the Drow. So you're going to see the replay here. Pretty much same situation as earlier in the game. The exact same spot, same logic. Song too late. He's like, wait, there's a shard. So we'll go and grab that.
And he consumed it, by the way. We're going to need to see what the other shards are in this game. I mean, there's a Beastmaster shard that he has not purchased in there. I don't know about that auto-consumption. Song healing is...
It is good.
Definitely, it's not bad, but it's one of the weaker ones on their teams for sure.
Ôi, giọng An có bị bé không? Tại An đang ngả cái ghế ra xem.
The best one is like maybe Drow. I don't know. It's
maybe
Drow Primal
I think Beastmasters is the best by far, surely.
Nãy là Naga có được cái shot.
Yeah,
cái shot.
The thing about dive bomb being a root, right? They already have
the
okay. Lotus, which I believe counters
An đang nằm gần trên ghế.
So I'm not sure if that does enough compared to the other ones, but either way, they now have a Song that heals.
They could have had rock throw, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think the rock throw could have also been good this game.
I mean, in the pit, that's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also amazing for Ori because it gives him a reliable cue that he can go in. Like if he hits a rock throw on, let's say, the Night Stalker, perhaps he has the confidence to get a charge that is going to connect, right?
Yeah.
Lớn hơn rồi. An đâu tại đây đã về lại. Không phải vì An cũng nhận thấy là hôm nay kiểu hôm qua Melbourne tự dưng mưa xong rồi lạnh hơn bình thường á. Thế là họng quá nó hơi khô. Nãy giờ An nói An cũng thấy là mình nói không giống ngày thường. Tiếng Rô nhận được. Đây là cái Mindbreaker. Gây silent trong một giây. Xong rồi là đi pha cốc trà uống. Nóng uống cho nó ngọt giọng. Nói cho nó phê.
And for the side of Aster, what are the items that they're waiting for? It looks like for XXS, the BKB is still not there. About 1,000 away from finishing that, but it looks like they're going to smoke into this Aegis. Maybe this will catch Liquid off of guard here. Hawk giving a little bit of vision. Boxy in the area.
Aster muốn đánh vào lúc mà Liquid tăng trưởng mạnh để kiểu bất cái bất ngờ ấy. Nhưng mà lộ rồi.
And smoke just pops there. Evoca with the instant ensnare. Wants to get off the Song, but won't need to. They'll just walk away casually, dewarding. Still a little less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
Yeah. Do they want to use it though? There's no repositioning from Aster, so you can go and hit this tower with Lina, knowing that the Aegis will be sufficient coverage. Like you're not going to get swapped into base and killed there and die again, for example. So
wait, there's no Vengeful Spirit in the game? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Yeah, well, that's one of the displacement spells, Shannon. There's more than that.
That's true.
There's no Marcy.
There's no Pudge anymore.
No Pudge.
Sadly.
Yeah. It's starting to look better and better for Liquid. Mickey is now solo pushing bottom tier 2. Super confident here.
Yeah.
Knowing where Aster are. We'll grab this tower.
They're reading the situation very, very right. So tier 2 dead, and Mickey can now, you know, poke at the tier 3 a little bit if he wants.
He does.
Now that his teammates are arriving. We see the win probability right now, 77%.
Win rate 77-23.
In this game number 3.
Guess what? It was 81 for Aster earlier.
Wow, really?
At minute 15. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. Like,
I don't 81?
I don't know if
I mean, they were winning, but it wasn't until 80-20. That's wow. Surprising.
Yeah, Bangalore clear bóng rất là nhanh với skill 1. Đã nữa có búa set còn nhanh nữa. Búa set với búa bass còn nhanh nữa.
Literally nighttime related, perhaps.
I don't know. I do feel like they could have put this a bit more to use, to be honest. I think there was a way for Mickey to push out a little bit more, but like you said, nighttime might be a concern. And also, if you're feeling in a pretty good control of the game, this is maybe the one way you give Astra a big comeback, is setting them up for a successful kill in their base into Song and more kills when you try to escape. This way you can just keep controlling the map. You're closing in on the AC on Night Stalker as well, so that's going to be a part of the next fight. He's coming out now, as a matter of fact. So yeah, they're just keeping it cool. It's obviously a huge moment for them. This is a very...
Yeah, đúng rồi, AC.
Top 3 at TI.
Yep.
Don't want to mess it up.
Well, the time
sau đấy mà Tumberman sẽ lên Blink 2, Blink búa, Blink Strength.
So some potential power spikes coming out. I mean, a fresh BKB, pretty important, but it is a Beastmaster.
Yeah, not sure how impactful this is really going to be. It feels like he's been able to get his roar off the last fights anyway. So I don't really know if this is going to be very noticeable compared to the Night Stalker AC, which is definitely a big bump up in strength for Team Liquid.
Scan coming out, it's gonna miss, but onto the high ground they go. Siamese Cat is completely isolated now. He gets destroyed inside with a huge rolling thunder on the two. Forced to BKB from Monet. It looks like Mokoka will be the sacrifice. So 2 quick kills for Liquid. Tombstone has been expended along with the Dark Ascension.
Mà này sắc cỏ nhìn nó sợ lắm anh.
Supports for Aster have buyback. Here comes the pulverized BKB from Ori.
Không ăn thua.
But there's the Lotus Orb reapplying it, and now the BKB from Matu able to walk away from the song
cái chọc
relatively easily,
của
but actually stuck inside.
cái skill 3 của Pangolia. Cái skill 3 của Pangolia nó cho phép có tỷ lệ bị disarm khi bị đánh bởi Pangolia. Thì cái chọc ấy, đúng không? Bây giờ có phần trăm trong cái việc đánh của Pangolia gây disarm, nếu như cái chọc nó chọc nhiều phát thì nó sẽ gây ra disarm gần như là lần nào cũng thế. Nhưng mà nó có tỷ lệ như là 18 hay 20% gì. Nhưng mà đúng không, 18 hay 20%, nhưng mà cái skill 1 của Pangolia nếu mà ăn đủ ấy là bị chọc 4 nhát. Thì suy ra là gần như là chỉ có 20% tỷ lệ không đẩy nữa. Ui da.
I was hoping we get a replay of the real in, if I'm being honest. Really hype. Good initiation from Ori, though. And
they just don't have enough damage. He's too tanky.
Indeed.
Drow is not quite there yet.
Wait, we're gonna wait. Real in. Wait, there it is. Unbelievable. And then he dies. Very dangerous fish to reel in, no doubt about it. Like you said, Roche is probably next on the list here for Liquid if they can continue to have this map control. We won't know for another 10 seconds when it spawns. As now Matu is eyeing the nullifier. Is it just for the Hurricane Pipe? Oh, there's also a Ghost Scepter on Siamese Cat. Yep. I don't think there's any Yules though. But still, pretty big counters to both those items.
Nullifier là item tiếp theo lên. Yeah, Nullifier là item có thể counter tất cả các con trong lineup của Aster. Khi mà bị dính Nullifier thì cái người bị dính ấy sẽ bị giải buff liên tục, tức là bất kỳ có một hiệu ứng tốt nào lên người cũng sẽ bị giải hết và bị gây chậm nữa. Thì đấy là cái không có gì có thể cứu được bên Aster có thể cứu được nhau.
Likely before this glyph comes back up, whichever team gets it. And if that is Liquid, that basically opens up for a free tier 3. They'll obviously get another glyph after that, but this Radiant lineup kills towers really fast if Lino gets to just stand and deliver.
Indeed. But Aster.
Đây là cái lúc mà Aster phải đánh cẩn thận, Liquid phải đánh cẩn thận này.
Pulverized gust to follow, but the rolling thunder is coming in, and Sani is going to live. Now the roar on top of Zai, they're right-clicking him very easily, but XXS is taking damage as well. So it's a 1-for-1 in terms of the position 3s, but they lose the primal beast as well.
Cái trade đấy không tốt, cái trade đấy không tốt cho Aster. Aster chơi của đấy hơi tệ. Zai đi nhưng mà bên kia primal beast cũng với cả Beastmaster cũng đi mà.
Such an awkward situation to play as Naga Siren there as well, right? What do you do? Do you song to try to save your
không nghĩ là Aster nên đánh nhau. Hơi tệ. Bởi vì
actually, no, he could have songed, right? He was in roll. I actually think Boboka maybe with the heal would have made the difference, but he was holding on to it.
Đó, đánh là mất Rex. Cái lý do mấu chốt là bởi vì lúc đấy là gần vào màn đêm rồi, không nên đánh cái tay sắc cờ vào màn đêm.
Fortifications popped. And they're going to reset. They're not even, they're not going to go for the melee. Don't want to overextend. And Roche will be up in 10.
And they do have natural night for 4 minutes, so Night Stalker is still very powerful despite not having Ascension. Matu can still do.
Oh, nice ice shards. Here comes the initiation. It's actually ruins it for Ori, but he gets the pulverize off after the BKB, getting kind of ahead of three here, but LSA not going to connect.
Ở đấy là gần đêm thật, nhưng mà Night Stalker cũng dùng cả đêm multi luôn để lấy thêm sát thương. Ui, Lina nó bắn kìa, trời ơi.
They're gonna get the melee racks and likely go for Roche after, although there are no creeps here, so the backdoor protection is enabled.
The wave is coming now though, so easily gonna get the first lane. The question is, are they gonna stop there? Mickey is insane.
Cái nhận biết dễ nhất của đêm ấy là phút thứ 5 trở đi. Đúng không? Bây giờ nó sẽ là 5, 15, 25, 35, 45. Đừng nhớ vậy được. 5 phút đầu của mỗi khung giờ sẽ là ban ngày và 5 phút sau nó là ban đêm. Hồi xưa thì tính khó hơn bởi vì hồi xưa đêm của Dota chỉ có 4 phút thôi. Nhưng mà bây giờ là 5 phút. Dễ tính hơn.
So kind of making a point that he can play whatever you damn want.
That's right. And they're in the Roche pit. And Roche has the Aghanim
Tôi chưa chết bạn nào luôn đó.
Which I hope it's on Matu. For the love of God, please.
It will probably be on Mickey.
Damn it. Wait.
It was on currently Zai. Okay,
Mongolia, yes, I.
Okay, fair enough.
Also good.
Mongolia sẽ phải chọc 4 hướng.
Discussing him buying it himself. Now he just gets it for free.
And look at that, he's top 3 net worth now. Would you look at that, Cinder? And after that rough start, all it takes is some Roches.
Thời gian trong mắt.
No surprise to see him on third here.
Night Stalker là con lợi dụng trực tiếp. Bởi vì cái cơ chế của Night Stalker là hoạt động theo ngày và đêm. Có một số con có thể thao túng thời gian nhưng mà một lúc ngắn thôi, nhưng mà có. Thứ nhất là Phượng Hoàng, Phoenix. Khi Phoenix dùng ulti thì ngày cũng thành đêm cũng thành ngày. Khi con thứ hai là Luna, khi sử dụng ulti Luna thì ngày sẽ thành đêm. Ui, ui, con Naga này, lập pick Naga này là bóp hơn là để đánh nhau. Dawnbreaker không có, Dawnbreaker không làm gì rồi. Ôi, lên quyết thắng. Hay quá! Đập tung ba men! Một con nữa là Slack. Slack nó bởi vì ban đêm Slack nhìn được xa hơn ban ngày. Sẽ nói là được Slack hết. Hay quá. Top 3. Yes.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Boboka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, Mickey on the Lina again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud. Top 3 secured. They will know who they're playing against after the next series coming up later today, but I feel like no matter who loses that one, it's hard to call them a favorite at this point.
I was gonna
really scared.
The momentum, we've seen it so many TIs, I mentioned it earlier. This is a team you do not want to play against right now. You could put Night Stalker position 1 for God's sake, and it worked out here for Liquid. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about Matu and the rest of Liquid's performance.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinder, and indeed, Matu's career continues for a little bit longer.
Bye bánh tàu nha. Đây là nhánh thua, đúng rồi, đây là nhánh thua. Vậy là tàu đã ra đi. Bây giờ chúng ta là cuộc chiến của 3 anh châu Âu.
I'm here with Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. And there's a lot to break down in this game because we know that Blitz at the end of the draft was like, how do you get Night Stalker? Well, we just asked Matu which hero he would like to play last, Jenkins. And it was Night Stalker that he has not played at a TA game before.
Yeah, he had a flawless game on a stupid hero. I'm just going to put it out there. He was just trying to have a good time, try to have fun. It clearly worked. I'm kind of thinking that next year, at TI, perhaps the meta instead of Yatoro with the bald meta. Retirement might be the meta coming out because Matu's performance in this game was absolutely amazing. I mean, I think all of Liquid stepped up like in every single fight. Zai was jumping the back lines well. We saw twice he saved the Roshan. In Zania, of course, he's probably the one making the Roshan calls, as we heard. In the True site, Mickey, he functioned as the true carry this game, even though there was a flawless game from Matu. And Boxy, he's playing his Tusk. Like, the guy had some insane shards this game, just like he has in other games.
Absolutely. Like, the front line of Team Liquid in these games, like positioning, understanding who needs to soak up the damage. Whether it's a Night Stalker using the BKB getting roared, and then Pangolier has a free pathing in the backlines. Like, Acer just did not have enough damage that goes through BKBs. Once they pop their BKBs, Acer runs, and they're already man down, maybe even 2 man down, and it makes the fight so very difficult. And I think the big key important here is also having vision advantage. You do have Night Stalker, you do have Tombstone, fighting underneath the ward so many times, and Matu, as we see him, clapping for himself, keeping his dream alive.
And genuinely, it was such a great Night Stalker pick. It fit the game so well. You have this Lina from the mid lane who's going to need protection, who can dish out the damage but is very susceptible to dying and Liquid played around Mickey on his Lina so well. They were reacting to those early game rotations so nicely, and because this Night Stalker went for that early game build with the armlet, all of a sudden they had this hero to play around from the safe lane while the Lina farmed up, and they just had the late game security of this Lina outscaling potentially anybody on Aster's draft. Also, Jenkins did mention this, but the Pangolier did so much in these team fights and protecting objectives, like camping the Pangolier near the stairs near Roshan, because that's where Naga walks down from to try to steal it, is just so good. It worked out twice in one game.
And that is with Zai having a very, very bad game. And we have obviously last week heard Blitz do a speech a couple times, but what's better than the speech from Matu?
I mean, guys, no matter what happens today, we win and lose as a team. No matter who the fuck fucks up or anything, we're gonna win and lose together, yeah?
It's very wholesome, and they won together with that as well, so congratulations once again. And I would also love to hear a little bit more from our winning team, which is why Avo is standing by with Insania.
Không, anh nói là sợ Naga là bởi vì lúc đầu anh nhìn cái draft đấy thì anh nghĩ là Naga sẽ chơi carry. Anh nghĩ là Naga sẽ chơi carry nhưng mà hóa ra là Naga chơi sub 4. Chứ không để draw thì lúc đấy em thấy lạ lạ mà.
They really got us in game 2. It was nothing intentional there. And they're a tough team, like it comes down to very small margins, and I think they really had us there.
In the first game, you guys managed to beat the sniper pick as well, which was a big thorn in the side for a while. Was that a bit of a morale boost for you guys? Did you come in confidently against that pick?
I think game 1 went a lot according to plan. Maybe not gameplay-wise. I think having the 5-day break, we were kind of a little bit nervous, I think, when we started playing the game, but like halfway through the game, we got comfortable again. And you remembered, like, it's the same event we've been playing the entire way.
Right.
So yeah, no, game 1 went pretty well, I think. Yeah, Sniper, I don't know, it's a good hero, but I think we had good answers to it.
And finally,
anh này vẫn là Liquid mà. Hồi trước đấy là đánh cho Lion.
Spur of the moment kind of thing.
Đấy là Erland, đúng rồi. Cái đợt với kèm ra rồi Erland.
I'm trying to think if we actually did scrim it during these days.
Xong rồi.
I'm not sure, but he's been playing it for a while. Like he played it back.
Anh không biết là cái việc team hiện tại của Liquid ấy, chắc là Erland ấy. Anh không biết là lý do gì mà họ không ở Erland nữa mà họ sang Liquid. Thì em đoán là một là hết hợp đồng, hai là Liquid họ có cái lời mời hấp dẫn hơn nữa, hoặc là Ireland muốn thay máu. Anh thì em không nghĩ là Ireland muốn thay máu bởi vì đội hình này đánh rất là tốt. Thì anh nghĩ là hết hợp đồng.
This is not going to be my last hero. The confidence, that's good stuff coming from Insania there. Yeah, Team Liquid moving forward. I feel like we have to talk a little bit more about Team Aster as well, because eliminated from TI before the final day, our final team coming out of the region, China. Because you mentioned it earlier, it's not been done.
Bạn nào đang ngồi xem nãy giờ đứng lại
that was the last time China did not have a team in top 3, and this is going to be their TI as well. But Aster had a great performance. Like this whole year, you know, they were not able to go to lands at the start, but once they show up at land, their performance is really good. Like, and they also show that you know, PSG LGD, they can beat them, they can eliminate them from TI, and you know, competition is their proud region, no doubt about it. And I think we got to give credit to all of these players. We have like Pichu, Sammy's Cat, up and coming player that showed up TI and
first TI
carried really hard for position 5 as well.
Yeah. And XXS, I cannot emphasize enough how much this player does for his team. He is such a clutch player. He's not just the playmaker, but he's the one who folds least under pressure. I can recount so many times where things looked bad for Aster, but then he just comes out with these big black holes or these big arenas. So just having someone like that on your team who can bring things together for you is so important. And of course, Ori, who we mentioned, he really just pieced together the team. I think Aster should be really proud of their performance. I remember in an interview, Monet said that once they were at Arlington and they heard the crowd cheer for the first time in a very long time, it just re-energized them and it gave them the excitement and the motivation to just play well. So I really hope that they can hold their heads up high and be satisfied with the results they got today.
Yep, XXS and Baboka. I just hope we get to see them together again next year. The greatest bubbies in Dota 2 history. I think they're #1 for played of all time. Or is that for teams that still exist? Because I know there's, you know, Dendy and Puppy, and I think maybe they're like 3rd of all time or something like that.
I know that they surpassed Fly and No Tail at some point, because I know that
I think they are #1. I think they're
doing really well together.
At the very least, for the teams that still exist, people that are not retired, like these guys are the greatest of friends, and I'm happy to see that they still have the synergy after all of these years. They've got some, you know, young up-and-comer in their team that's, you know, giving them the energy. They've got the coach who's played 9 TIs. This is the 10th TI. And yeah, I have high hopes for them next year because they finally broke the curse. And this is the first year that we're seeing them break the curse. Usually it's some LGD at this point, and Aster is the team that loses, you know, maybe 7th or 8th. We'd be impressed by them. But next year, I think there's good things for this team coming.
Yeah, this is already a better result than they've had so far. Monet, of course, he did come 3rd earlier, but the rest is as top 6 max, or as you heard from my panel, Pichu, this is the first TI he's played at.
4th place? That's amazing.
4th place is insane. Lanham, his highest position as a coach. He did come 2nd at TI1, but you know, it's a pretty formidable team, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do next year. But first, I'm looking forward to hearing some final words from them as Avo is standing by with Baboka.
Thank you. Here with Baboka, and you guys, for Team Aster, there's been a big redemption year, especially in comparison to last year. We've seen an incredible improvement for you guys, both in majors and TI. How has this journey been for you guys? How do you feel about all the effort you managed to put in and seeing the fruits of your labor finally flourish?
Aster 在这一年当中有很大的进步，无论是打 Major 还是本次 TI。然后在这一年的努力当中，看到现在这种成果，你觉得自己的付出有成果了吗？
我觉得我们整个这个队 Aster 都尽力了吧，但是我们就还是差一点吧，就是我们就没怎么经历过这种比较激烈的时候吧，就是还是有点太急躁了。
I think as a team, Aster tried our best, but as a team, we lacked experience and we didn't play to our fullest.
Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that have supported you throughout the year and will continue to support you after this TI performance?
有没有任何话想跟一直以来支持你们的粉丝说，然后本次 TI 支持你们的粉丝？
这只能抱歉了呀，感觉是有希望的，就因为自己的没打好，还有我们对整个的运营就没打好嘛，就反正是有机会的，说声抱歉吧。
All I can say is apologies. We could have done it. We had the chance, but we didn't play to our fullest. So all I can say is sorry, apologies.
We're going to go now back to the panel.
Well, I don't think Aster has anything to apologize for. As we have highlighted, this is Still top 4 TI, a very, very good result, something to be proud of for sure. We are, of course, moving forward without Aster. We've got 3 teams left remaining, and those 3 will stay until the end of the day. No more eliminations. This was our only one that we eliminated today, so you know it's always a painful moment, but it has to happen. But it's a good thing that we are one step closer to crowning a champion, and we are going to be having a little bit of a relief, of a breather, with our Dota 2 historian, Pyrian Flax.
Red more twists. How did they get the recipe? I don't even have that one in the archives. A welcome appearance and impeccable timing. A fresh import from our old friends Sithel and Quirt. Now they're engaged in a triumphant revival with something called the Candy Works. By all means, sample the fare. Oh my. Could it be? But it is. Here in my archives. Greevil Taffy.
TÄI. Đây là cái event đây có lẽ là một trong những cái event được mong chờ nhất trong DOTA mỗi năm. Không phải An, nhưng mà nhiều người rất thích cái giải đấy. Đây là cái event Halloween, gọi là event cấp kẹo.
So, how about it, pro players? Remember when you first played
TÄI.
All I can say, like, the first TÄI was kind of epic. I feel like that was like the best mode ever released.
It was like 2013, 2014. These events I used to have play with a lot of friends, and I used to look forward to the holidays because there would be some cool event that comes.
It's also might be good at team building. Good.
What's that? No, the very idea is absurd. Technical difficulties strike even the best of us. A coincidence of little concern. Bring on the next dapper guest. One who surely remembers when.
可以跟自己的一些好朋友去参加，或者也可以跟一些。
我cái gì đấy? Cái gì đấy?
Oh bollocks, that's right. Where there's Greevil Taffy,
event à? Đây là event à?
Everything. TÄI. My archives. My Ascot. Wait a minute. The Greevils aren't a problem. They're an opportunity. The Candyworks opening soon. There's money to be made. Riches beyond the meager touch of Midas.
An không cày, phải chắc là An không cày TÄI, An chỉ chơi cho biết thôi.
Even consider paying the help.
Nhưng mà năm nay bảo là nhá, cái event này của DOTA sẽ cho phép lấy những cái món đồ mà trước giờ không được lấy. Tức là những cái món mà bị limited á.
Saddle my fiercest penguin. Tonight we ride for gold. We ride for Taffy. Punch Greevils. Destroy your enemies. Ride a penguin. TÄI is back.
TÄI back.
To see it, and you love to play it. Looking forward to that for sure. Looking forward also to the Dota 2 that is going to be played very soon. We're going to just close the book on the series we just watched and look a little bit ahead. We've got 3 teams remaining, Effie.
Yeah, and all 3 of these teams are from Western Europe. The top 3 teams at TI are the teams who, at this point, know each other the best. They've spent the entire year playing against each other in pubs, in scrims, and in LANs. And I think it's no surprise for me personally that the top 3 of this tournament are the ones who attended the most tournaments this year, as other regions weren't really able to get to some of the majors because of certain reasons.
They did also play like 2 teams at the top 3 at the international are last chance qualified teams. So they did play some extra games. They did manage to get here, get the meta, and kind of form the meta for themselves and also for the rest of the teams, which is kind of impressive.
It is impressive indeed. We've already seen Liquid play. We still have 2 teams to play. But before that, we're first heading to the arena to see what Slacks is up to.
Hello, everybody. It is time to show you the end of a very long journey. It's one of the best times of the year for me. It's time to tell you who won the Dota 2 short film contest. Now, before we get too into it here, I just want to say a word to everybody that submitted one. I mean, again, the Dota 2 community is so creative. Everything that you guys make has so much passion, and this is the moment for us to celebrate some of the hardest working guys in our community to show their love of Dota. So before we get to third place, ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for everyone that submitted to the short film contest this year? Thank you so much. I'm sure they appreciate it. All right, well, time to get into it then. In our third spot, it is a very exciting video. It was done live action, which is extremely rare, and it's very hard to pull off without being cringe. As you can see, me up here, completely cringe. So let's go ahead and take a look at our third place winner.
Live action Dota này, đóng phim. Cái này cái live stealer. Không thích cái bộ này lắm. Không thích cái short film này lắm.
I think he's gone.
Ui giời.
There you have it. Congratulations to Fierce Lego Link. I mean, the costumes, the set design, everything about that, and the live steer itself, absolutely incredible. But coming in second place is another very unique submission. This time, animated, hand-drawn, I believe, of an incredible moment that you might recognize. Let's check out our second place winner.
Giải nhì là ai đây? Đây là khoảnh khắc ATG Rampage. ATG Rampage, một mình Rampage cả 5 người. Anh nhớ không nhầm là vậy. Đúng rồi. ATG cầm náy Rampage 5 người. Đây là TI 9 không? Không phải TI 9 mà như là cái giải gì đó. Một cái giải gì nhưng mà cái khoảnh khắc này dã man lắm.
And there you have it. Congratulations to TUYÂt. And in case you didn't know what that was the iconic RTZ 1v5 rampage that happened over at TI 9. So such a cool little feature there. And the time has finally come for us to reveal the first place winner. Guys, please put your hands together for one of the best SFMs I have ever seen. Let's take a look at our winner.
Bộ này hả? À. Tầm này hả? Xem những cái này mới thấy là Dota hoàn toàn có kinh phí để làm một bộ không bằng Arcane thì cũng phải bằng 8 phần Arcane nữa, nhưng mà nó quyết định không làm.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for For Fun, who is now a multi-year winner of the short film contest. An absolute fantastic job there. And again, guys, it is so great to see these short films come out. Such creativity, such incredible.
Cái anh làm cái phim này hình như là năm trước đã cũng thắng một lần rồi.
To the community for releasing those. Congratulations, For Fun, on your $25,000 first prize. But short films are not the only creative things that the community does. No, in fact, just as creative is the world of cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cosplay competition at TI 11. Fantastic. And I'm not alone here, my friends. I do have several friends here, co-hosts, judges, cosplay aficionados themselves. Alodia, hello.
Hi, Slacks. Love the energy. But before anything else, for you to participate here with us, you gotta wear a costume. Are you game with that?
Yes, absolutely. Please.
Thằng anh ghét con Park lắm. Anh ghét con Park lắm mà hôm nay.
All right, so hi guys, I'm Alodia from the Philippines. Today I am cosplaying as Puck, and I'm such a huge gamer. I love Dota. I've been cosplaying for the past 20 years, and I am truly honored to be here today with all of you amazing guys. So thank you so much Valve and Dota for this prestigious event.
Park này
I'm
hiềm
so
thì
lucky
không
to
ghét
be
lắm.
here.
Thank you for coming, and your puck looks amazing. Give it up in the puck.
Anh muốn cái áo huynh này.
All right, fantastic. We also have some judges here as well. We have Tasha, of course, a fellow cosplayer. Fantastic, thank you. And you will be judging. And then who do we have over here?
Vera Chimera.
There you go, Vera Chimera. Give it up for
Nhìn cũng
our
ấm đấy.
judges, please.
Nhìn cũng ấm đấy nhỉ.
Go. All right, guys, we have got some fantastic cosplay. We are ready to go. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I've been ready. I'm in the hoodwink. I'm set. All right.
All right, game.
Yep. Okay, well, we're going to start things off. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not avert your eyes from the disgusting but delicious Hattie Acker as the Weaver.
Look at that. This cosplayer was able to successfully mimic Weaver's silhouette by crouching. He's able to hold this position and move around with the help of a trolley. All powered up with the help of lights. Be careful when he casts Swarm.
Fantastic.
Đẹp quá nhỉ, cái này Sukuchi kiểu gì?
In the other competition, watch out the trees. Comes Zai now has the
Timber.
timber saw.
So cool. This timber saw's armored weapons are made out of rubber sheets to make him look structured. He incorporated LED lights to make his weapon glow. Make sure not to be in his line of sight when he casts Swirling Death.
Fantastic. And coming up next, it is Fish Ice as the Hoodwink. Okay, I thought what? You're stealing my Hoodwink. Wow, that is beautiful. Now you win.
It's your twin.
Hoodwink này nhìn
You think Hoodwink's weapon is
Hoodwink này nhìn cũng ok đó.
It's actually made out of rubber sheets painted to look like wood. So make sure to dodge his acorn shot.
Oh my goodness. Coming up next, it is some hot stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ryuki as Lina. I remember her from the anime.
It's amazing. So
Hisa.
if you look closely at her heels, they are transparent to make her look like she's is floating, which is similar to the game. So also held up by wires, her skirt is actually
Không có bùng lửa.
keep it
Này không bằng cosplay Lina của Việt Nam. Đầu bùng lửa cơ.
Artificer and Avion Tees present the
Rubik. Sao Rubik đẹp này?
Lifting him up and putting him down.
Insane! This Rubik, if you look closely, his staff is powered up by fairy lights cleverly embedded within the crystals. It is also used rubber and wood to craft the leaves.
Yeah, Rubik Black Doctor. Có set này mà.
Definitely safe
Có set này mà.
with this Grand Magus spell steal.
Hình như anh có.
Fantastic. And up next we have Pitik as that disgusting lifesteal. Oh, it's hideous. It's
Look at his stance. It's pretty intense. His suit is actually made of silicone, so it's more flexible for more movement. So don't let your guards down when he casts Infest.
Oh, infest me any day, my friend. Coming up next, we got Shabazz as the Ember Spirit.
Đẹp rồi. Cái này Ember đẹp rồi.
This Ember Spirit's costume details are insane. The structure and shape are made out
Set
of
Ember này
rubber
cái mắt mà sáng lên được là chuẩn luôn đấy.
neon paint to make his weapons glow. Watch out when he does Fire Remnant.
Okay, and next up is King KJ. Is that really Lich?
Wow.
That's really Lich.
Yeah.
Nobody could be that
Wow.
Oh my gosh, he's huge. If you guys are here in the stadium, he is 2
đẹp chưa?
meters
Của Lich
tall.
đẹp chưa?
And if you look closely, he's using 2 poles to control his arms and hands. So be sure to disperse when he
set này là
casts
dùng
Chain Frost.
Fantastic. Coming up
Dùng
next
để
is
điều khiển đúng không?
Otawa, as you know it from your
Wow. Oscar đẹp này.
Huskar used a
Oscar này cũng đẹp
combination
này.
of silicone molded to look like muscles for more movement and rubber sheets for his weapon. His eyes are also glowing with the help of LED lights. Always be on guard when he
Đấy,
leaps
Ember
on
phải làm được cái mắt này mới đẹp. Yeah, Huskar nhìn giống nhỉ?
And last but not least, the librarian with the most. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rukia as the Warlock.
Warlock gậy đâu?
If you look at the Warlock's lamp,
What?
if you look
Gậy đâu?
closely, the mask and the lamp are all 3D
cosplay không đủ.
printed to get
Cái
that
gậy đâu?
precise angles.
Warlock có gậy nữa mà.
Before we give it up to our winners, please can everyone give a round of applause to all the
Anh nghĩ
cosplayers
là
here today. Absolutely fantastic.
anh nghĩ là một là Rubik, hai là Lich thắng.
We will begin. Now,
Hoặc là
our first
Huskar.
category here is called Best Technique. What exactly does that mean?
The best technique award is for the cosplayer with the most clean and precise work. It should be designed to be easy moving and durable.
That's right. It's all about the movement, the preciseness of the animations. Yeah, just like Hoodwink. That was perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Best Technique, it's Artificer and Avion Tees as the Rubik!
Rubik thắng giải technical. Chính xác, đẹp quá, Rubik đẹp quá. Mặc dù anh có quen một người, anh có quen một người anh, người chú hay thích chơi kiểu content, và này hay thích chơi Rubik, hơi đau não. Nhìn con Rubik anh lại nhớ đến người chú đấy. Chắc chắn không phải là lò gót đâu.
The biggest transformation award goes to Mizuko Otawa as a Huskar!
Biggest transformation, cũng được.
Transformative. All right.
Muốn Lich thắng, Lich làm đẹp quá
Can we talk a little bit about what a judge's choice is?
Absolutely. Well, judge's choice, it's a mixture of both portrayal and precision of the character. So we want to find a nice, healthy balance of all the little talents that we can find so this person can really up their cosplay career.
All right, fantastic. Judge's choice. The winner is your boy, Hadiaka at the Weaver!
Weaver thắng hả? Weaver thắng hả?
Reminds me of when the support Weaver was happy. Carry Weaver, very depressing.
Weaver thắng hả?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for Best in Show, the most coveted of them, the best overall, right? Are you ready?
Are
you ready?
Oh, very.
Yeah?
All right, I'm ready.
Lich.
Okay.
Lich.
Best in Show goes to the cosplayer who scored consistently in all areas and criteria, which is accuracy, craftsmanship, portrayal of presence, and creativity.
Fantastic.
Lich.
And your winner for Best in Show of Cosplay TI 11 goes to Ember Spirit, the Shabazz
Ember. Anh muốn Lich sẵn. Lich làm đẹp. Anh không nghĩ là Lich làm rõ đẹp.
Fantastic. Alodia, what did you think of all the cosplayers here today?
They were amazing. Like we saw them also the other day. It's like
không, cái này là một cái sự kiện trong giải thôi. Em mới từ cái mắt. Anh cảm thấy Lich phải thắng.
So much for hanging out with us, seeing all the creativity of the Dota 2 community. We got short films, we got cosplay, and we've got such more great Dota to see here today. But you don't want to go anywhere because we got something I know you're going to want to see coming your way right now.
Nào, cái gì tiếp đây? 24 tháng 7 2018.
We've been waiting here for like 2 hours. What is going on?
I don't know.
Gì đây?
Is anyone in there? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what can we do for you?
Hey, which one of you goons wants to have a meeting at 6:30 in the morning? They're firing us.
Okay.
They're firing us.
Calm down. They're not going to fire us. I'm sure it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Mr. Newell called you in today concerning last year's Gabe Newell Mega Kills pack.
Okay, yeah, they're going to fire us.
Lại bộ,
Mostly you, but...
lại bộ voice pack của... cho anh biết thì... giám đốc của Steam có một bộ voice pack ở trong Dota. Tức là khi các bạn chơi, các bạn có thể nghe thấy giọng của giám đốc Steam Gabe Newell rủ rỉ bên tai các bạn.
I got you, girl. All right.
Back? All right, listen here, Gabe. N. If you so much as think about firing us,
anh để shuffle, ta có nhiều á. Anh để nó đảo như liên tục.
And burn this building down with you in it. Do you understand what I'm telling you, friend?
No. This is not a package deal.
Chỉ có audio với map là anh để cố định, còn voice pack là anh đổi liên tục.
Mr. Newell is amused.
Yep.
That's why this year he would like to record a follow-up to his greatest success, his Mega Kill pack. But this time, it's going to be recorded by you two.
Voice pack của... voice pack của hai người này luôn à? Hay quá nhỉ?
Scripts personally written by Mr. Newell himself on your respective stools. One for Casey and one for Jack.
Voice pack của Casey và
It's actually Jake. Gabe knows that though. We've worked together a lot of times.
Hay này.
Your name's Jack.
What?
It's Jack, okay? You're changing your name to Jack. Listen, this guy's fucking crazy, all right? Last year, I was the taste tester for pet food, for pet food. But now, I'm the VP and my name is fucking Gary. Gary, all right? So listen, just be happy that your new name starts with the same letter. Okay?
Could I please be Karen?
I don't know. Does the script say your name's Karen?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. You guys are doing great. Keep up the good work. Help me.
Asshole.
Let's start recording now.
First blood. Vast implications into the lore.
Nice.
Double kill. Dab on those haters. Hello.
Oh, yeah. No, none of that. Stop that.
Monster kill. Is this what you guys want? Because I'll give you what you want. Gabe, is this what you want? Because I can do more. A lot more.
He hates it.
First blood.
Do that one, but with no teeth.
Okay.
Để giải thích cái context của cái clip này, năm trước hai người này có ép giám đốc của Steam là Gaven thua một cái đoạn như này, thua một cái voice pack như này. Thì năm nay ông mới chơi lại, năm nay ông bắt hai người phải thua.
Yes.
Good. You did a good job for once.
Good job. I know.
Nice. All right.
Thanks, Gabe.
Bye. Thank you.
Time.
Invite us again. When do you think it's coming out?
Well, let's see. They've got to edit.
Why is this door?
Một tuần sau.
How long is this gonna take? I don't know.
This
Dota
is
rồi,
long
Dota đây.
for them.
I'll take a look.
right.
Hey, how much longer are you guys gonna be? Gabe? Gary?
Oh my God. He's dead.
Duh. Oh no. Hey, did you look inside his pockets yet?
Oh, okay. Going straight to the looting.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty standard.
This tracks. Of course.
Quảng cáo sim deck.
G-Money.
G-Money.
Oh. Gabe? Gabe, it's Casey and Slacks. We were just calling to check in on the status of the Casey and Slacks announcer pack, remember?
The what?
The Casey and Slacks announcer pack. You know, that thing you locked us in here 4 years ago to do?
Right. That was Garbo. Gary's fixing that, right?
Oh,
Gary.
Gabe, I don't know how to tell you this, but
Not again. Gary, bring me the potato phone.
Gabe? Gabe?
Potato phone.
Gabe Johnson here, founder and CEO of Aperture Science. Welcome to this phone call.
Okay, man, it's G-Fat.
Who?
G-Fat?
Gabe.
G-Fat.
Gabe Newell. I saved your life in Nam.
Right. Yeah. Choking on a hot dog. That was a dark day. What can I do for you?
I'm calling in a favor.
Sounds ominous. I'm in.
Chú ở Việt Nam
What's
bởi
going
vì
on?
bị
Nobody's talking.
bị hốc
Are we still talking? Because I got a hot dog cooking.
hot dog ấy hả?
Okay, I'm hanging up now. In 3, 2, bye-bye.
Part 2 này, part 2 này có cái gì nào?
Let's go! Let's go! A cosplay celebration! A Cave Johnson announcer pack! My boy J.K. Simmons coming in the clutch! Can you believe it, my friends? It's celebration time as we're getting ready for our next series. I'm here with a Sheepstick, a Lizard, and T. Sheepo, can you believe it? A Portal announcer in my Dota 2?
Dude, I'm so excited. I was just talking the
Công
whole
bố
time. First 'cause I
một
thought
cái
it
gì
was
đấy
Science
liên
and
quan
Casey,
đến
but then I thought it
Portal
was
mà lại ở trong Dota.
Cave Johnson.
I'm here, don't worry. We gotta get on to some
Nghe
more
có
of the
mùi đấy
Dota,
nhỉ?
so let's close this
Dota năm nay định
party
làm cái trò gì
down.
đấy?
I know we're having a lovely time, but we have Dota to get to. It's intense times here. This is upper bracket finals. It's secret and it's
Portal announcer có rồi.
and it's going to be
Portal announcer có rồi.
guiding you through it. I've been given a little bit
Cái ông
of
trong
press
Portal vậy.
release.
Ông anh đoán là ông ấy sẽ vào cùng với cả Action Slack với cả
We've had
Casey.
issues with James in the past. And that's not the case this time. No, he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather, so you're stuck with me for the rest of the day. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. I'm sorry, people in Singapore, and I'm sorry here in Norway. Apologies, friends. You've been doing a great job building up all the chemistry over all of playoffs, but now I'm here to mess it all up. So, T-Gov, tell me about...
no, not me first, not me.
No, don't worry, it's brackets. Let's talk about brackets. Is this my camera? Is that my camera?
Brackets.
Let's talk
Đúng rồi,
about
dừng phát
brackets.
hai
I
bên
think
mở
that's how it works. Or we can talk about the state of the Dota. Yes, we
Anh
just
chỉ học
saw...
nhất là hero mới.
We just saw Liquid take down Aster.
Hero mới và đổi map. Map nó sẽ thay đổi đấy.
This is the second worst host I've ever had.
Good. We're setting the bar high. Lizard, you haven't gotten a chance to talk, and I know Too Good regularly stopped you.
Secret Tundra. Ai sẽ thắng?
Where were we at in the bracket?
Should I even try talking?
I'm not going to cut you off, I promise.
I can actually speak.
Listen, please.
Amazing.
T clearly wants to say something.
Yeah, we've come a long way to get where we are into the penultimate day with 3 EU teams already. Secret, Tundra, and Liquid waiting in that lower bracket. Secret and Tundra, the upcoming match. You guys have been like both. Wait, actually, it's TÍGA. You've been covering the EU scene, right? So you've seen this matchup many times before.
Yeah, too many times. No, but I think the surprising thing here, at least in Europe,
the
history of Western Europe, Secret has always been 5th place in the region. So they come now to TÍ, and it's like the top 3.
Không phải là vì production mà là vì cái meta thì nó chán.
For Secret, at least for how kind of difficult their whole DPC season has been.
Especially since they came all the way from last chance qualifiers. It has been been a hell of a journey for 2 out of these 3 teams, but it's not that much of an anomaly for these teams who have taken the longest journey to TI to do well in it. This is all the teams that have come through wildcards, regional qualifiers, and now last chance qualifiers in TI 11. It's not that weird for them to do well. Sheepstick, we basically started the wildcard process come TI4, but it seems like a direct invite does not guarantee you a high placement.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think a couple of players talked about, going through the open qualifiers. I mean, that's just part of the call. Like OG, didn't they win one of their TIs off the back of that? It's right there, yeah. Like that was probably one of the biggest hype stories ever, and I'm happy to see other teams taking this momentum and just running with it.
It's the momentum, right? It's also the sheer amount of games that you're playing through the LCQ, through the group stages. Like, you get the feel of the meta, and if you have the right players that are very skilled, but perhaps need a little bit of refinement, like Crystalis is. Right. Actually, wasn't it Thompson as well with Monkey King? Right, like the first year, the TI8, it was Thompson with Monkey King as well that came into the scene.
Thompson was a pub star. He was doing Meteor Hammer Invoker, and then starts winning a TI afterwards. But it's all these teams put together that had a little bit of unique secret sauce that got them to this point too.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you have... I completely blanked, won't I, mate? Yeah.
It's my fault.
Yeah, you just asked me the hard questions. I want James back. Yeah. Nah, it's good. No, I think the main thing for at least, like, let's say Liquid, it's they're playing with their hearts. You know, I think TundRA, they're the team that's calculated. They break everything down. And Secret, they are kind of forged through the fire of having to go through one of the more difficult seasons. So now that we have our top three, we've got passion in one team, technical ability in the next team, and then kind of just Secret's just resilience in the other one. So it's just, it's an incredible top 3.
Wait. What is TundRA out of those 3? They're the technical
team? Yeah, they're nerds. They're the cool nerds of the group.
They're definitely the nerds.
Yeah, they're the ones that break it down.
I would argue that before them, Liquid were the nerds, right? Like, when you imagine Insane,
I agree. I think TundRA are the passion. Like, TundRA is the team that works harder. They're more passionate. They care so much. You listen to them talk about Dota. It's like, yes, we spent all hours of the day scrimming, pubbing, talking to each other. Like, they live and breathe Dota. Obviously, everyone that gets to this point in the tournament has, but they're very open and vocal about how much they love the game.
Every single one of us that has worked with AUI, with AUI, as an analyst, as a coach, that man lives and breathes Dota.
He's a degenerate, for sure.
And he eats with his bare hands.
Yes, I've witnessed it on multiple occasions. And obviously, Aster no longer in the tournament, but each of these pairings that brought them to success, TGov. I think that it's a little bit unique how it's not always just the offlane and the carry that's winning these games. It's not always the mid and the support. Each team kind of has their own dynamic.
Yeah, coming into the top 4, you know, shout out to my mate Benji, we went through this. We wanted to look through the average kills by 10 minutes from all the top 4 teams. These stats were based on from yesterday. They haven't taken into account the series we just witnessed. But if you already look here, for example, Liquid averaging 5.71 kills every 10 minutes. Compare that to Aster all the way down at 4.1. The key thing here is look at Secret and TundRA. They're biggest contributors to this kill average. For Secret, support Joe, Zayats and Puppy, the 4 and the 5, they unlock their lanes, they rotate around, they make the map quite big. On the other hand, TundRA, it's the offlane Joe. It is like the world star offlane Saxa and 33. These guys, they are dominating lanes. They are crushing their opponents. And that gives TundRA the ability to enter the game. So we have these top 4 teams, now top 3. But the key on kind of enablers in the early game, it isn't always just the 4 and the 5 or just the mid lane. It is different from team to team. So that's going to be the big disparity in this matchup, at least Secret and TundRA. Can they shut down this offlane?
And I'm surprised that it's specifically not Resolution and Zayats that are doing the magic, because they were the pairing, I thought.
They were the pairing, right? Like, they played in the same team, they come from the same region. But when you think about it, this is probably the team where Puppy feels the most comfortable with since Na'Vi. They're pretty much all Eastern Europeans, right? Like, you have Nisha as well, you have Zayats, you have Rezo. But Zayats and Rezo, you can feel the full DOVA momentum from them, right? Like, they're diving all the time.
I mean, yeah, Rezo and Zayats, it's more about their synergy, their ability to talk to each other and have a good lane. But Rezo's not really the playmaker of the team. He's very much like, they're playing him as the core. You'll see Crystalis moving much more than Rezo in the team, for example. And like, you just see people going, gravitating towards Rezo's lane. We're going to gank for Rezo's lane. We're going to make Rezo have a good game. He will stay in his lane and farm, and then only move out of his lane via a TP when there's like a mid tower to push, or there's a Roche down that can be taken. Because this team also plays really nicely around having heroes that can take Roche early with the Slardar carries, the Marcy's, the Tusk, all this stuff.
And we talk about TundRA being a bunch of nerds, but it's a nice argument. But why don't we back it up with a source? What better source to talk on TundRA than Secret's Puppy?
I think Tundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, you know? They're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, you know? 33 is just gonna come up with some stuff, and you're gonna look at it, and you're gonna be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Street Breaker mid lane.
Tundra using a lot of Zoo heroes for
vậy là sẽ có 2 voice pack ra mắt, một là của JK Simon
if he plays it
của Portal, 2 là của Action Slack với cả KC.
Well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Tundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like
wrong
manipulate
tempo.
the game a lot. And that's what
Not quite my
Dota
tempo.
really is about. It's about breaking
Faster.
the game. And
Level
they do
75
pretty well.
Battle Pass.
And they were able to break the game all the way here to the upper bracket final. But they've been here before, T. Stockholm Major. I remember everyone's like, oh, Tundra. They completely massacred the group stage, come in, and then at the finish line, they kind of stumbled.
Yeah, I think the thing for Tundra is they always have like the smallest hero pools of any team, but they have like the strongest understanding of how they want to play it.
Yeah,
like the interview they're mentioning, 33's off lane. He's played 6 heroes so far at TI, and they're all kind of the Zoe annoying heroes, the Enigmas, the Visage, the Beastmasters. So if you're against this type of team, if you can do the prep, there's been a 5-day break. You've been able to study everything. This is where Tundra could potentially falter, but they're also so damn good.
I also hope they don't overthink it, because that can sometimes hurt you even more, right? Like you're overthinking it, you're thinking like, which one of those Zoo heroes should we ban from 33 so that we don't lose 2 games under 30 minutes once again, like in the group stage.
Is it for the Konami for this one, Sheep? You think that they took their time off like Liquid did and won?
Oh, I mean, Tundra, they had the smallest hero pool coming into this final, so maybe they have new heroes. A lot of the players like to talk about bringing new stuff in.
Em kéo đến level nào là nó sẽ hiện cái đồ đẩy level đấy.
Doom as well for 33 that he loves and has a lot of success with.
Oh, new hero, let's go.
All right, you want to see new heroes? Let's see some new players. Let's bring out Tundra Esports.
Tundra Esports. Bây giờ em kéo đến level 75 thì nó sẽ hiện lên cái món đồ 75 em có được. Nên em sẽ có nếu đã level 75. Mấy cái ở giữa thì có cái nào nó hiện cái đấy thôi, có cái nào nó hiện cái đấy thôi. Còn có phần thường ẩn nhưng không, anh không biết.
How superstitious are you? Because if you believe Puppy's trends throughout the past few TIs, it seems already fated that he should be second place in this one. Win or lose in this game, he may end up in that grand final. But is it his turn to take an Aegis one more time? Will he be able to do it with his teammates that he has brought from the brink of near irrelevancy this year? Secret made 78 DPC points for the entire season. Now they show up here October in Singapore, and they're ready to take it away.
Yeah,
now,
ready.
Let's see how they faced off against their opponents. I want to see what Tundra thought about Team Secret.
And Monet here to assist with the damage. Her BKB's already been used, but it doesn't matter. The cleanup from Aster is here. The 5 for nothing. They will take that.
Our first day, I would say, was not too successful. We had a series, series that we really thought we should have won, and we ended up losing them. Nobody really kind of played to their best.
Stop lấy cái gì? Chắc là điện thoại các thứ.
With the PC, right? No distractions and just focusing on the game.
Hay mang điện thoại với thẻ các thứ vào.
You know, crowd cheering maybe for the opponent.
Mình phải đến level đấy, không cần.
And it's just a lot of new
cái này có phải stream 10 tiếng Dota cho mình trước vậy? Mà chắc không đến 10 tiếng đâu.
getting used to it is the most important thing.
The stress still kind of gets to you sometimes.
First upper bracket game against OG, where I played Slark. During the lane, I fed the first blood.
Oh my! Wow, that was a crucial mistake from Skitter, staying up a little bit too long.
When you're kind of dying on stage, and then the audience is cheering for the opposing team, like you kind of have to kind of mentally block that out, because like if you let that get to you and affect you, you're just gonna be on a downward spiral.
Chắc mai 10 tiếng. Có thể. Anh nghĩ mai 5 game thì mới là 10 tiếng. Như kiểu năm ngoái là 5 game mới đến 10 tiếng. À, năm ngoái hơn. Năm ngoái là 11 tiếng.
We really gave it everything this year.
Không phải anh cứ có giải livestream thôi.
And also, I can say just from individual point, I think every one of our players is like now at the best form they've been in their life. I can say for myself, like this is the best I've played. I feel very confident, and I think it's the same for my teammates. And when these things happen, it's just anything can happen.
This is my first TI, first time on a really big stage. For me, it's all about managing stress. I like playing against EU teams because it makes me feel way more comfortable because we know them, as you said, so not much of a surprise if they kind of know what's gonna happen.
Anh cũng muốn TŭNRA thắng bởi vì TŭNRA là một team trẻ và họ là những người xứng đáng có một cái chiến thắng khỏe. Nhưng mà anh cũng muốn Secret thắng bởi vì anh rất là thích Resolution và anh muốn TČI có cái kênh thứ hai. Khó. Nhưng mà đợt này anh thích cái cặp đôi Rezo với cả Zayak. Anh muốn được nhìn Nisha thắng. Nisha của Secret rất giỏi nhưng mà rất là đen. Nên là anh muốn Nisha thắng.
Some of the players on Tundra are no stranger to it, but some of them may not have made it to this point. At least the man standing behind them, AUI 2000, has climbed the mountaintop, and he knows what it takes to get here. And now, Sheepstick, we have to see how these two teams face off. They've done it a million times. This is a classic Western European DPC face-off.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to be looking towards this mid lane and how these players are able to make moves on the map, because it feels to me like both of them are quite space-creating players. Like even Nisha, when he plays something a little bit more greedy, like a Lina or a Lesh, he either makes space just by, or like makes farm for himself just by killing everyone and having a huge game, or like he'll itemize, he'll get boosted travel on a Lina, he'll make sure he's always able to connect to his team and make moves. He'll go for that ether lens, the less greedy build. Like he is always there to just destroy everyone and build his team up.
Yeah, coming from the European region, I remember Nisha back in alternate attacks. I felt him on my skin. I felt just how difficult it is to play against that guy, because no matter what you do to his lane, no matter what you do to him, eventually he finds farm and he's just so stable, like you can't break him. He's silent, he doesn't give any interviews, but he brings all that energy into his gameplay.
He's always having an outstanding game, but how does that contrast to 9, who's going to be facing on the other side of that river too?
Again, I think for 9, at least within the draft, Tundra always does an exceptional job at just having a really strong foundation in regards to, you already know roughly what 33 is going to play. You kind of know what Skid is going to be going, and it gives 9 a little bit more creativity to kind of lean into his deeper part of the hero pool, and maybe we get to see that today. There has been a 5-day break. I've looked at his pubs. He is playing a couple of the spicier heroes. Only a couple games, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Please, don't.
Yeah,
I want to keep these secrets. But I know we watched the previous series, Sheep, and you were very like, oh, nothing's changed. It's the exact same. So did these 5 days, were they just there for people to take some time off?
Well, I think Aster had a little bit of creativity there, and also we had that nice stalker. But for the most part, it's like, oh, they're picking Lishrak and Marcy and stuff. But I like what you're saying. 9 does play creative stuff. I think that's cool. He probably might bring something else out, and he makes them work. Like his Tusk, he maxes Ice Shards and Snowball, and then he'll just go and gank somewhere and then farm through the jungle with those 2 spells back to mid, and like he's always keeping up farm that way.
To hijack Tsunami's question though, like they had 5 days, and Tundra, they're a known team for, maybe...
Say it, Lizard, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, they flake at lands, right? Like it gets a little bit difficult. Do you guys think that these 5 days break might have been rough on them?
I actually will go
overthinking.
I'm going to say the opposite.
Okay.
I think that the 5-day break will give them the confidence and kind of the learning requirement to bounce back
But they were good already.
Yeah, no, but I mean more like, so they were dominating in Stockholm and stuff, right? And then the intensity and the speed, then they falter, right?
Okay.
But now it's like, you win, you get top 3, you take a 5-day break, you get to kind of reassure yourself, this is why we're doing well.
Let's
maybe think about this at Spice.
They don't go to sleep dreaming about puppies staring at them from across the stadium every single night.
Anh đoán trận này Secret sẽ ban đoán trước nha. Reset là 1, Godmother nhẹ là 2, TÄI
Who do you have higher expectations of? Who do you think that
Beastmaster là 3, ít nhất có 3 con đấy.
Oh my god, we're at
Này chắc chắn ít nhất có 3 con đấy.
finals TI. Is this Secret getting rattled?
Coming to this point, at this
Hoặc là một trong 3 con đấy sẽ được
like,
pick bởi
basically the pinnacle of esports in
Tundra.
Dota 2, right?
Exactly.
I believe you're looking at Puppy, you're looking at Team.
Okay.
Like, they must have prepared something really nice for Tundra, because Puppy is that stoic Estonian. He doesn't mess around. He's like, if I'm correct, we win. If I'm not, we lose. And I'm sure that he figured out the correct way to play this.
CÀNG 10k này. Nào, các bạn có chơi CÀNG 10k không? Ở đây CANG 10k giải thích đơn giản là trong game ấy, ai team nào sẽ đạt được 10 kill trước. Thì Tundra với cả Liquid, Tundra với cả Secret, team nào sẽ đạt được 10 kill trước. Hoặc là CANG 10k.
And Tundra, they also talked in an interview in the break about how they think their ideas are the best coming into this final. So I'm super excited to see them put that to the test.
Kèo này em chọn Secret, em tin vào bộ đôi Zayak với Rezo và Nisha.
So in regards to the captaining side, head to head, just player to player. Not talking about teams, just purely head to head of the captains. And maybe Snaking, he understands Secret and the Puppy kind of style of play, because statistically they're pretty even on the captaining side.
Yeah, and I want to see if that experience does play a favor. I do think that the devil-may-care attitude has been very successful. We saw the previous True Sight. Silent, obviously, is a little bit more storied on team spirit, giving those speeches and giving that foundation. But the players, they were just happy to be there. And I can see some of that on both sides, on Tundra and Secret. If they have the strong base, I mean, you brought up Crystallis Lizard. This has been a glow-up story for him.
Oh, for sure it has been. Like when he came back, when he came into the scene, when I was watching his games, like every single time I open Western European DPC, I see a Monkey King played by Secret, and most of the time they are losing, right? But not only did he grow throughout the LCQ, but in the group stages as well. His hero pool has widened, and the way he plays his heroes, he adjusts to the game. Like Rezo, in so many games, he's the actual carry. Like, he's playing the Smarty on the offlane. He's getting BKB Blink, Tezo, whatever. Like, he's just bashing you. Meanwhile, Crystallis is just there making space, going in, creating stuff, making things happen for Nisha and Rezo.
Lên Blink mà biết mình làm gì thì hãy lên. Còn lên Blink mà cứ làm cho con bò thì đừng chơi. Phi vào mà đánh nhau.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret.
Team Secret.
Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the Singapore Upper Bracket Finals here at TI 11. And it's going to be a very intense series. We've got two Western European juggernauts matching up against each other. Both of them have won 11 games in a row. That's finally going to break open here in this game. I've got SVG, Quinn, as well as Fly, who are going to be joining me for the draft here of this opening game one. Gentlemen, I want to take with you, Fly. What's your first opening thoughts about this upper bracket final?
So I think this is definitely one of the more exciting matches that we have, because I think these are two very different teams and how they approach the game, how they want to draft.
Đúng rồi, ban Let's Rock của Nisha, ban Let's của Nisha quá kinh khủng. Ban Let's của Nisha là một cỗ xe tăng.
How did they come here with all the preparation time they've had?
Yeah, I mean, she talked about the differentiating ideas and like the playstyles, like Fly just said, and like the hero pools are just completely different. Neither team even dips into the other team's hero pool at all, as opposed to the OG series against Tundra, where they're trying to steal each other's heroes, like mismatch of stuff. Like they just pick completely different stuff.
I mean, we already see where the bans, right? Blishrak, Team Spirit have won their last 4 games with this hero. Tundra, I don't think they touched it in forever in the tournament. Same with Doom and CM on the flip side. But I tend to agree, these guys have very different hero pools. They use them in very different ways. I'm kind of curious what Secret chooses to leave in. Obviously, they're chosen to ban this Doom strategy, which I think was one of the underrated strategies Tundra's actually used in this tournament. But again, you're leaving all of those zoo heroes for 33. And also leaving some of Sox's best heroes in the tiny, the hoodwink, some of these low CD stun skirmishes. You have to be able to deal with these, and I think in some ways, Secret have to understand where these strategies are going to come and already have the preparation done.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the pretense behind this Tusk pick is, right? You have, like we said, you have a long break to think about, you know, okay, Tundra likes the zoo, they like the, you know, the 5-man, this ball, and you open with a Tusk and you wonder like what the idea behind that is.
So we see the
Mirana. Nhẹ, đấy anh bảo rồi, có nhện mà. Thế thì hai kia không phải ban nữa.
So this is something they definitely prepared. And we see that they keep picking this Mirana. Initially it was versus heroes like Marcy, so it's a hero that can get away in lane. It's hard for you to kill him. I think it's a similar concept, you know, versus the Tusk. You know, you can get out of shards. And then this Broodmother first too, we saw it earlier today. It did kind of struggle earlier today, so I'm kind of curious to see what Secret's answer is to this Broodmother.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Tundra. They are always going to jam this Netta offlane duo, and they're just going to say, hey, here's our heroes, deal with it. Netta's played this reverse monkey matchup a million times. I'm sure Crystallis has as well. So it comes down to, hey, we're both okay with this matchup. Let's see which one of us is actually right about how this lane goes.
I do think Secret's one of the teams that's happier than a lot of others taking their carry early this tournament.
Yeah.
Especially for Crystallis. I feel like they're pretty contentious. Okay, what do you want versus the Brood? They already thought about it. Pick the monkey. They're happy to go into these second phases, getting what they want. This is kind of an awkward opener to me, though. I feel like a lot of times Tundra either goes this Brood Zoo route or they go the Mirana skirmish route, not necessarily together. Like, this opener to me needs some stuns and some lockdown. Otherwise, you're getting kited around in the fights. I feel like especially when you play with Mirana, you generally get that stun setup from your offlane. They're not going to have that option now because I'm pretty sure we're not going to see Brood on any of these other lanes. It's kind of like you need both things to get enabled in the second phase. So Tundra really have to think about what they want to ban here, so when they get to that second phase, something comes out to enable both these together.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you have 9, so you have this counterbalance in that your mid-hero will probably have a stun. 9 almost always plays these random skirmishy heroes, but the bans being on point is very important, because if you're picking this melee this melee mid-hero, weak laner against Nisha, one of like the best players in the world, insanely high skill, you have to worry about, hey, is this lane going to be okay if we pick Spirit Breaker mid, and if you can counterpick this, bam, and you know, you get slammed, so you have to be really careful about that.
I mean, something else I want to note is that they actually did take the Tusk first pick, which is one of the heroes Tundra has played the most for the mid lane. So we talked about them not really sharing the same hero pool, but Tusk is one hero that Secret plays. You know, usually it's been on Zayak. I think it's only been on Zayak. And it is something that 9 plays. So they are going to try to find something else mid lane that could fulfill that similar role. I think especially with a hero like Broodmother. Like you guys said, it is important to have some kind of stun. You have a Mirana and a Broodmother. They might look at something like Primal Beast for mid lane, for 9. What else does this guy play that, you know, could do this for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Spirit Burger. He's played like a Void Spirit in the past. A lot of these, you know, sort of unorthodox heroes you don't see super often. I mean, Avery talks about the Brood and Potem being sort of awkward, but I think there can be some sort of similar dynamics with Tusk Monkey King. Generally, when you pick a Tusk first phase, you sort of balance it with some magic damage, maybe a ranged hero to lane with it, and they pick the Monkey King instead because they're getting that response to Brood. So you look at a first phase where both teams have heroes that they want, but maybe the heroes themselves, in terms of the way they interact, is just a bit unusual, which I think adds to like how things turn out, because it's not very common hero pairings.
Yeah, so these bans are a bit telling, right? Because Secret is banning Slark, they're banning Ursa. These are heroes that are good against these melee types of offlaners, so you can kind of see that they're planning something in the next phase already. I don't think these bans have anything to do with the Monkey King necessarily, right? They're kind of planning their second phase because they are first pick. They're gonna have to pick blind. They're gonna get counterpicked. So it's interesting to see. Like this gives us a clue as to what they're up to.
There's also a possibility they just want some beefy hero for Rezo in terms of Tide Hunter. We've seen him played a couple times. That would indicate the Slark Ursa bans like you're talking about, right? And then go. I honestly think this Enigma ban is kind of whatever for me. Yeah. I think when you do this Brood opener, I don't think you care about Enigma. And I think if Secret really wanted that Tusk Enigma, they would have taken it. I think it's almost like a bait at this point. Because I'm more in line with what you're saying, Tal. Like, they're probably going for something to help deal with the Brood in terms of AoE, that they're afraid of the safe lane, just run at you, beat you down heroes, making the lane matchup too unplayable. I also wouldn't be surprised to just see Hoodwink come out for Tundra out of phase. I think it's their go-to with this Brood. It's like either Hoodwink or Tiny here to get their low CD stun playmaker, and then I think Secret can already think about what is Puppy going to play into that. If you want the big AoE team player, you have to think about what that hero's going to do in the Brood lane, because that lane is deadly for a lot of those types of heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra pre-picks this bottom, so Puppy maybe less likely to want the Chen. I think the interesting thing about a lot of these bans is they're not really banning like heroes that maybe are like super ideal for the specific situation. They're kind of just like going down the list of, hey, this team likes these heroes, let's ban them. because both teams have a very specific hero pool, and they're like, you know, there's a Kunkka ban, you know, that you wouldn't see that against any other team. You know, there's this like Dirge ban because they play 4 Dirge. There's like, you know, a lot of really specific things like that.
Yeah, so I think we are going to see. I'm expecting something like the Tiny, like SVG said. For Tundra, we're gonna see, because this is gonna be one of their setups, most likely, and then the whole draft is gonna be revealed from Secret side, and Tundra is just gonna get to respond. So they're thinking pretty hard about this ban. They're taking a lot of time because they're gonna ban. They're gonna pick their hero here. So they banned the Pangolier, another hero that's pretty good against Broodmother. And let's see what they take here. Okay, this.
Anh bảo Tiny mà. Oh my god, I'm so good.
Heroes, they're all very, very comfortable.
I'm so good.
Soxa is very, very good at laning on the hero. He'll skill the tree, they'll go in lane, they'll contest every CS. Like, they're not going to get these denies in CS free. They're going to fight them. They're going to double last hit. They're going to use this tree.
Secret sẽ phản ứng với Dawnbreaker. Secret sẽ phản ứng với Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I now think if you're Puppey, you're just taking that damage dealer. I think your options are like, we've seen Jakiro and Lich played a lot this tournament. I think both.
Dawnbreaker.
I like to see a Wyvern, but
Disruptor. Okay, Disruptor. Okay.
That is a good killer for both Broodmother and Mirana. She cannot leap out of the kinetic field. It's
nice.
Also, if you ever get to see Broodmother,
anh chị xem em bao giờ có bồ mới chắc vài tiếng nữa.
So it is one of the best brood killers.
Vài tiếng
I
nữa.
think this other pick is going to be something along Tidehunter, Mars. Those are what the bans indicated to me. So something that deals with brood again, because you do have to address this here. And they go Magnus actually. That's
Magnus.
That's a very interesting choice here. We actually, if we were looking at pub history, Rezo was playing this a bit in pubs over the break. So this could definitely be some mag strat they built and have a good idea going in. Like, hey, we're gonna second phase mag because nobody was going to ban mag going into this game 1, right?
I think it's also not out of the question. This is a
Voice
soft
Spirit.
flex. Niche is a player who can play practically any hero in the game.
Nếu như con Magnus này không phải là của Rezo thì sẽ là Voice Spirit cho Nisha.
Maybe they get some Viper, some sneaky hero last pick that makes Skitter's lane almost impossible.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call because it is something that Puppey as a
Em nghĩ em
captain
thấy
has
biết đâu
always
những
taken
người
a
kia người
liking
ta
to,
unblock
being able to flex his
xong
heroes,
rồi
whether it's a
nhằm
monkey
quay
king
nhại
that
với
can go middle
nhau.
or safe lane. In this case, the Magnus. They are willing to put supports in either lanes. And we see the response.
Naga.
Okay, how do you guys like that?
The Skeeter classic, right? Manta Orchid Heart every game, push the tempo, abuse the early team fighting. It's also an arrow setup. You get this sleep and that combo, which is really nice.
Thế
The
thì
lane
không
always
Voice
feels good. You
Spirit
get
được.
the minus armor with the extra Mirana right clicks. The
No
more setups you
Voice
have with
Spirit.
this Mirana, it's nice. I think it's also a
có thể
combo
lên
they've
BKB.
abused mission-wise a lot this tournament. Like Naga's pushing in the lanes, making people show, sending illusions
Invoker.
to the fight, and then at the same time you have this Pada multi that's hiding your back
Invoker.
line. It's super deadly in these team fights. We're talking about a team fight from
Nếu mà
Seeker,
ban
which
như thế
might
sẽ
be
phải ban
predicated around glimpses or big RPs. Suddenly you have illusions going in and you can't see anybody through the Mirana ult. Makes all of those spells tremendously harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme of the way these team fights play out is super interesting. Like, depending how the early game goes, it's a world where Team Secret has an impenetrable wall. They're chasing you. You can't run
Tundra có muốn ban
They have
Silencer
this
không?
RP waiting in the wings. A really
muốn
fat
ban
Monkey King. There's
Silencer.
another world where Tundra has all this garbage running at you, and you can't see anything, and they see you, and they kite you, and they poke you, and you have Disruptor playing on the defensive, which is just generally not what you want.
They're basically the zookeepers here. I do think Tundra is definitely going for this vision
Prime
type of game,
Beast
right?
sẽ
They're going to
không
push the lanes
chơi,
in,
không
and
được
Secret
pick.
has to show in order to push the
Hai
lanes
cái line up
in.
đều
They
không
don't
hợp
have
với
that
Prime
much
Beast.
loot right now, and then they're going to play around with this vision. They're going to set up kills on the map, and meanwhile Secret's just going to want to fight them. Whenever they see them, they can bring numbers. They can just take the team fight. They have a bunch of strong spells. You know,
Secret cần một con
RP,
gì
you have the Disruptor ulti, the
có thể
Monkey
follow up
ulti.
với
They have all
Magnus
these team
hoặc
fight
là
spells
mở
and
combat
Tundra
cho
doesn't.
Magnus.
So it's again two different approaches, which is what we were expecting going into this. And this Wyvern ban
Không nghĩ là
is
Voice
actually a
Spirit.
pretty smart
Người
one, I
pick cái
think,
hay
because Nine does play Wyvern mid, and this is a fantastic Wyvern game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was a really clutch read, honestly.
Yeah, one of the old school mag lineup counters, right? I mean, do you think the lane shove here for Secret is going to be an issue in terms of like disrupt their tusk?
Những cái màn ban pick trong game này nó đau đầu á, nhất là ở cái trình độ level cao này, như nó như kiểu là chơi một ván cờ mà bạn cái việc ban pick này nó sẽ đưa cho bạn vào một cái thế cờ thắng được á, một cái thế cờ bạn sẽ có thể thắng được á.
I feel like you're getting split up too much. You're not going to have you might fall off with the damage at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they could be looking for something like a Zeus, which, you know, maybe helps with the damage, gives them sort of this global presence so they can help deal with the lane some. I think this, you know, sort of sneaky, maybe niche mid hero you wouldn't think of so much. This type of
Chính là Secret cần một con gì có thể check được con nhện.
Yeah, it's like Zeus. What do you think about a Timbersaw for a Secret? Could potentially go different lanes. They don't really have any damage
Zeus là một ý hay nhưng mà dễ bắt.
So they can't find an answer. But this Batrider ban is also something that's potentially giving a hint towards Timbersaw. But I do agree, either way, they need a hero that can deal with these illusions, with these summons. Just something that can also connect to the team ideally. So,
một là check được nhện, hai là kia là bóng Naga.
Something like that.
I think anything mobile that can deal with the lane pressure so that other heroes can group a little
bit
before those spell synergy will shine is going to feel good for Secret here. And like you said, any of those heroes is right up Nisha's playbook, right? We've seen him dominate the year on a lot of those spellcaster carries.
I mean, you can see Tundra, they're thinking about the Magnus mid potentially as well. They banned the Darks here, so clearly thinking, hey, this Magnus is not guaranteed to the off lanes. You could have some flexibility here. Like, let's keep our mind open about these bans.
All right, clutch call is Timbersaw. Otherwise, I'm going to go with something like Ember Spirit or Storm. That's my call here. Let's see.
I respect the chatting up.
Let's see the Tinker. Tinker busted out.
Wow.
I'm down for it.
Nisha thằng 4-0 mất Gunka của.
Zeus.
Yeah, that is
the very classic 9 hero. So I'm not feeling the Tinker right now.
It is an extremely good Zeus game for Tundra as well, if depending on what Secret's pick is.
I do really like Zeus for their heroes. It's perfect for how they want to play this map.
Do you think they just steal it here? Like, is Puppy thinking about, hey, if we give him this last pick, Zeus, suddenly the global threat with so much lane shove just becomes debilitating?
It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. They don't have that much reach between their heroes. They have the sleep, but other than that...
Ember! Okay.
And it soft blocks the Zeus a little bit, right? At least you're going to need some gap close
Anh đoán
threat him a little bit.
Đúng một nửa. Anh đoán là với cái đội hình này thì sẽ cần một con kiểm soát tempo, kiểm soát cái nhịp của trận đấu ấy, thì cả ba con Spirit để làm được. Ember clear bóng tốt hơn.
I mean, I think the Zeus is honestly not that unlikely. I think
Ember kia bóng tốt hơn, Ember giữ combat được lâu hơn hai con Spirit còn lại.
Run into without abusing this vision, abusing the long range poke. We talked about that being sort of thematically what their lineup wants. If I think about heroes that 9 plays that fit in that wheelhouse, it's the Wyvern, it's the Zeus.
Hoodwink?
Yeah, I mean, even something like a Hoodwink is possible, to be honest.
Talking about long range burst.
I feel like 9 is such a unique player that it's very hard for me to call what he's actually going to play here.
The only other hero I can think of he's played on playoffs, especially with the Mirana, was the Spirit Breaker game that he had.
Khó đoán với cả team của Tundra là bởi vì team của Tundra cái cách họ nhìn vào game này nó rất là khác so với những cái team khác. Tức là khi mà Tundra họ có một cái draft nào đấy họ muốn triển khai ấy, thường thì họ sẽ không chơi đúng cái vị trí mà con hero đấy thường chơi, mà sẽ đảo lên rất là nhiều.
It in.
I mean, I was thinking, you know, because every time they see this morph, they see this Ember, they're thinking, you know, Hour of Devour. I thought they were going to pick it earlier on in the tournament. He goes Midas, he goes Ags. Suddenly the multiple saves
come out of the play, đi lên khỏe với Spirit.
It's going to chunk through the course
team bên kia có 4 tướng là không phải intelligent.
Yeah, fits that style, fits that long range, sort of gives you that damage, that scale, so you aren't all in on this Naga who's playing into Magnus, who's playing into
cho anh đổi được không? Trận này anh vote Tundra. Anh thích draft của Tundra.
Yeah, it's also decent against Disruptor. I'm gonna go with Secret on this one still. I think they have a really solid lineup. I think Tundra has to play a very concept style of game, like it is their view of Dota, and they have to really make it work this game. But I think Secret has an easier understanding of how they're going to play this game. They can just brawl. Tundra has to be very smart about which fights they take.
Yeah, I mean, ease of execution is definitely on Secret's side. As the game progresses, this Ember and Monkey with Empower,
OD là một trong những tướng tủ của anh.
Khi anh cũng quên mất this vision advantage. Fight this RP all the time on OD. You can't show, you can't hit, you're just waiting.
So you're both favoring Secret right now, right?
I'm favoring Secret.
I think so, yeah.
Avery, last one on the panel, and I'll just remind everybody, 100% win rate, 9 OD. There have only been 4 games, 3 of them have been Tundra. They've won all of them.
Well, you're convincing me with every stat you throw.
You gonna stick with the stats, Avery?
I think Tundra might take this just because this type of playstyle with the lane shove being super obnoxious on the map, so many summons, so many illusions. You lose one hero, your map starts to crumble. It's so annoying in a game 1 scenario.
Nếu như mà trận này Secret làm cái nào đấy mà trận hỏng được OD trong bọn combat thì Secret ăn. Bởi có một cái mà con OD nó rất là mạnh đấy là nó có thể tham gia vào giữa combat ấy, và nó phá đám rất là tốt. OD không bỏ combat không giỏi. Nếu là một trận mà có Magnus thì OD sẽ muốn đứng sau để phá giữa Magnus.
All right, Fly. Any last thoughts? I mean, what do we need to see from the side of Tundra?
I think Tundra has to do well in their lanes, especially when you got to counterpick their lanes. If their lanes go well, they can slow down the grouping up tempo of Secret.
I'll cut them off if you need me.
They're good to go.
All right, Avery, and the side of Secret?
Don't feed too many kills around the map. Make sure when you take the fights, you drop the hammer on the OD instead of the other way around, and you get the big RP with your BKB timings. Secure Roshan. Make sure you fight around good areas with your vision. don't get
trận
outclassed
này
by
OD
them
mà
on
tiêu
ulti.
thì
All right, everybody, I know you want to be able to see Secret versus Tundra, but of course, we got to be able to check in with our favorite man on stage. It's your Action Slacks with the coach interview.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I am here with TÄUI 2000. Sir, this is my first chance to catch up with you. You know, your drafts have been called disgusting, cheating. Team Secret said before they got into this that you guys are cheaters with these drafts. Is that how you feel still? Are you guys keeping up with that sick theme?
huấn luyện viên của Tundra cũng từng thắng cái giải này.
That's what they said. They said you guys are cheaters
Mùa thứ
because
5.
your drafts are so
Bây giờ
disgusting.
mùa thứ 11 rồi.
Maybe. I think we're playing heroes that we're comfortable on, and I think this game give it like a good vision of the game's supposed to go, and if we execute, then we'll feel really good.
Speaking of heroes that you're good on, my friend, I think we got a 100% win rate on OD very, very fast. Is this going to continue that for you guys?
Hope so.
Okay, well, he hopes so.
T5 là Evil Genius, T6 là Wing.
Standing by.
Không thấy mà mình xem được. Anh bắt đầu xem T4. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We did have this situation where
mình xem là 8 năm rồi.
kind of walking around while this coach interview was happening. Fortunately, we got this pause. Avery, we were talking about it before this game started. What was the storyline to this upper bracket finals? And for me, you actually said something that I thought was very fitting. You reminded me that Tundra was once upon a time one series away from being able to go to TI 10. They barely missed out on that one.
Very true.
Second chance for them, right? And being able to be here at TI 11, and they've made the most of that chance. They've gone very far through the tournament so far. And Secret, of course, everybody knows about that. There's a huge second chance right there. They had to go through the last chance qualifier. That's the ultimate second chance right there.
That's all you get. After that, there was no other opportunity. They've made the most of it, right? I mean, these two teams, second chances, they still have one in the bag, too. Upper bracket. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when you know, hey, if things go wrong, we're still in it. That said, I don't think either of these teams wants to drop down, and they definitely don't want to lose the dominance in terms of the meta.
Set này của khỉ đẹp
These
này.
teams are trying to define what's going to get them to the finals. If you get there with that definition in place, gives you a bit of an advantage going into those early games, because now you're saying, hey, no one has broken what we're doing. And especially for Tundra, who I feel like has just had one of the more unique styles this tournament. Banking off the zoo, banking off the lane shove, Outworld Devourer. Who else is playing the mid heroes at 9 is playing at this event? Nobody else. I'll answer for you. This is a team that really wants to keep that momentum going and not have people kind of break that strategy and make them second guess, hey, are these things as strong as we think? Because like I always said, right now, they're just playing what feels good.
I was telling Bruno backstage, I was like, I feel like this game, this series could be just like just a stomp of a 2-0. I don't know which side it's going to be, but I feel like it's definitely two different ideas matching up against each other, and somebody's going to walk away right, and somebody is going to be a little lost mid-series and figuring out what to do.
Definitely possible. This is a make or break situation, and Puppy, the all-time experienced captain, he has made or broken a lot of teams. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go that way. That said, early laning phase, another situation where you have to play versus Tundra offlane, one of the most annoying offlanes in the game. You're always pulling waves, always disrupting the equilibrium. Never seems like you get that 2v2, so Puppy's already doing a little shenanigans with Soxa down here, chasing him down, trying to meet the waves. Of course, this will give solo speed to the other two, Soxa does not want to run through mid.
And this is kind of what Puppy was talking about when he was saying that they're just kind of like, I like to refer to Tundra, I'm not sure if I would call them dirty cheaters, but I would say dirty and nerdy. That's the combo that I think of when I'm like, what is Tundra? What makes them dirty and nerdy, man? These guys are the guys who break down the game to a science. They know every little mechanical interaction. They know every little dirty thing you can do in lane in order to swing a bad matchup, and you're seeing it right here. And Secret, they also know that, and they have come up with a plan to be able to deal with that. Puppy's trying to, you know, as you said, meet the pulls together.
I mean, you can call it dirty and nerdy. I don't know. If you're in top 3, I call it just good Dota.
Yeah, that's good.
Figure out the mechanics, abuse them better than your opponent. It's one of these things that these guys do the best. And meanwhile, Secret, they're going to have to play with that double melee offlane. So Skeeter is going to have a really good early game. Like, he is going to have very nice timings on his Naga. He's playing into mag. You have to keep in mind this Tundra lineup, they have a couple save mechanics built in versus the big AoE team fight that Secret's trying to push down later, right? You have to sleep to counter-initiate, you have the Astrals to counter-initiate. It's a lot of time you can waste for this BKB duration that at some point Crystallis might end up going here and trying to take the Roche fights with. Already queuing up Maelstrom, so the more you can deal with the lanes for your supports, the better off Secret's going to feel in this game.
I also feel like the damage on Secret isn't like the fastest in the world. You know, like I could see a very real scenario where Crystallis
Ý chết nha.
First blood, not quite. But just the damage could just be a little bit slow. There goes that save, there goes the song, and you're gonna reset.
Like Secret, when they choose a target in this game and they choose to go on it, you have to commit, and you have to commit hard. And you also have to get out of these lanes. Like, we've seen this Brood just destroy some of these side lanes. 33 is having a pretty good time. He has not had to invest a huge amount in regen. Normally these super early waves
không chị ơi, không chị ơi.
like
Cái
Monkey
kiếp này
Nintendo
của chị là hỏng rồi.
Oh, 9.
It's got a fairy fire.
Just as we showed the stat there of how successful OD has been at TI, and specifically, there it is, the 9 OD. The only other team to try out this hero was Team Spirit, who ran it in the off lane with Collapse. Didn't quite work out for them. It is interesting, though. It's the first time they're going to be playing Dire side OT. Wonder how much that changes.
Quick TP mid.
Yeah, an early rotation that's going to catch 9. Collapses. Oh, no, he ended up on the wrong side
Ôi,
of the 9.
đen quá, trời ơi.
It was just good old-fashioned luck.
Quả đấy mà xuống sông được đẹp.
Close enough to the cliff there that it put Science on the wrong side.
Nice little move. He'll sure it up. Still at Fairy Fire. I'm not sure he goes down. There's just not a huge amount of mana in the tank for Nisha there either way, but I think they're happy to get out of this lane in a pretty good position. Snaking, losing his courier. Not going to be too happy about that one.
Oh, even worse. Our Ember Spirit did not actually get a chance to refill his bottle, so talking about being low on mana, it only gets worse. Looks like Snake King, it's just going to fall. Resolution. It's way too hard with the 2-2-0 build he's got going on.
Yeah, this is the buff to Shockwave, right? This Mag Hero is pretty strong on lane. Like, he's just chilling here with the ring. Downside of Mirana Naga is you can't pressure super early. So Rezo is just having the time of his life up here. Even CS with Skeeter, first blood gold on top. Even more unstoppable. And him having a good game is really nice because he has the most flexible item choices to some degree. He can go more early utility. If he can go the Vanguard, Arcane Boots, Mech, some of these early items can help them skirmish, accelerate the tempo. And at the same time, he's going to scale his other 2 cores.
Puppy steps a little bit too far forward. Crystal's going to come in, trying to help his buddy out here, but it's not going to be enough. Too much damage from 33 and Zoxta. As I believe Puppy thought he was doing a little bit of pulling. 33 is going to take some damage in return. He can jump into the trees and make a go for it. As you can see, Zoxta was even trying to cut down trees to make sure Crystallis gets caught. But ultimately, feels like just pushing the Broodmother out of lane is good enough for him.
Honestly, giving Monkey some solo XP might not be the worst. I don't think Puppy wanted to stay down here too much longer.
That was a close call. You see that? 9 tried to stop Nisha from being able to pass over the bottle over to the Disruptor. But it did go off, and he did get that refill.
Every little thing on the main stage adds up. Puppy's lingering around here, maybe trying to secure the vision for this 6-minute rune. They would really like it to go the Ember's way. Since this OD, of course, not one of the bottle mids. So this gives an opening for Nisha to really get these 6-8-minute runes, power up on the map. If it's haste or double damage, he's going to be in heaven.
And he's got 3 mangoes in the bank right now, and he just needs 1 creep to die, and he'll have level 6. And that's where that kill power from the OD, especially as he's been ramping up all those imprisonments. So this is a dangerous situation.
There's 3
Zox is going to cut over that 1 creep. It's going to die right now. He's going to get his level 6. Now they've got the ultimate to drop it. If they kill the Ember Spirit. Now look to be able to chase down Puppy as well. Puppy with a spiteful last breath kills the Arcane Rune before he does die. But a successful rotation by Tundra, picking up 2.
Contesting that 6-minute rune, getting the level advantage on OD. Those little lane things matter. And 9 will drop that first hammer, cement this fate. No rune for Nisha. That was one he really would have wanted. We can also see like some of this minor synergy. You're gonna have to care about the Astrals a lot more in this game because every Astral means a free arrow for Snake. In the fights and the skirmishes in the river, we didn't really talk about this OD bottom combo, but it's a classic for a reason.
Uh-oh, Chrysalis. He go a little bit too far forward here. He's trying to get the Jingle stacks up and then be able to swap over, hit the big swing that gets him back up to full, and it's 33 who thought they could challenge the Monkey King. Step to the King A3, best not miss.
Damn straight. That almost pushed him to level 6, so Stahl is having a pretty good time down here in this bottom lane. Like, he is really taking it to the Brood, which is exactly what you want to do. You need to slow down this Brood's level 6 timing as much as possible. That's when you can start to ignore your core matchup, get to the jungle, cut waves, accelerate the farm, get into that right pack pipe or whatever utility he wants to go. That's what unlocks Tundra's 5-man team fight. If all that gets slowed down because your Monkey King is killing the Brood early, it means your time to get to this Maggot power ramps up considerably. So Secret, I feel like they're having a pretty good time on lanes here. I mean, this is probably in the upper band of what you would expect or hope for, especially from a Mag lineup.
Talking of that, Mag, when you talking about, okay, more time for the Empower to kick in for the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit, do you think that also means that they feel very comfortable going like pretty far into the late game against the Naga Siren because they have these big steroids coming in?
Tấn công bởi
He's going to be kept in place. Not long enough though for the Monkey King to get those stacks.
I mean, I think you're always confident going late game with a triple melee core mag lineup. But like we said, TÄNDRA does have some of the safe utility to play around with it. Nisha
jumps over to his Remnant. Did have enough mana for that one.
That's a DD. They can skirmish around mid.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Dust is coming in.
Max Slight.
It's dangerous though. The imprisonment, the self-save underneath tower. They get one last hit. Ooh. He's gonna go for it, Nisha. He wants his kill.
1 second for Slight.
Is he far enough away? He's out of range. And now they've got the toss over the arrow into the snowball pickup. Dodges the arrow nicely. They are going to be able to get another round Slight. Look at 9. He's creeping in on the side. He's going to come in at the last second to be able to bail out Zoxa and get the kill on Isaias.
Wow.
TÄNDRA bringing the numbers again to shut down this Ember's momentum.
Hay quá
That's
nhỉ?
a huge rune. We can see the damage coming through. And of course, the whole time that flies out, 9 gets to complete his Midas. Already proccing it. This is the build he is favored on this hero the whole tournament. Midas into that Axe Rush. It's going to be extra attack speed and extra item progression for him.
Arrow that arrow. Ooh, hit the range creep first.
And both teams really trying to play around these mids.
Oh, goodness. Look at that stack. Rezo is going to be huge. No stacks on the side of TÄNDRA, so this is going to be, they're already up a bit in net worth. That'll continue with stacks like these.
And 33 just has to walk out of base here. He's choosing to save his TP. I guess they're going to send him mid. He's tired of going against this Monkey Disruptor kill combo. At the same time, he can't really go against Mag. I don't think he feels great just sitting up there potentially feeding Spiders playing into Vanguard. 33 a little lost this early game. This has been one of the rougher starts for him I feel like I've seen all tournament.
Yeah,
he's jungling with Insatiable. This is not the route of progression you want for your offlane Brood here. He's trying to get to level 6.
No, you're supposed to get, you're supposed to get 6 in lane, and then, you know, you just are able to, even if your lane is hard, you could still jungle so much faster. The fact he has to do it at level 5. Ugh. That's going to feel terrible for him.
It also pushes Soxa more towards these mid skirmishes, which again, we're seeing 10-minute rune.
Holding
Might
the
be a
place.
bit of trouble. Depends how much Secret commits.
Snowball afterwards should be able to keep it in place. Arrow sneaks in from the side. Oh, actually tosses over Zions at the last second. Tries to block him off, but is going to be caught by the imprisonment. Probably surrounded here. I don't think Secret can do too much to stop this one. Indeed does fall 9 with a killing spree already.
I mean, Secret's got to be happy about both their side laners just getting full farm and solo XP, though. Like, sure, you're winning some of these mid skirmishes a little bit. You're contesting the runes. Ember, he's getting his economy drained a bit. He has some power to catch up. Rezo and Crystallis just happened free-for-all in the first 10 minutes here. I mean, like you said, they are going to be big.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Rezo, feel like he's had 2 different modes this TI, one of which has been like this carry style offlaner who he just is like picking up second most net worth on Team Secret, is just absolutely destroying in the mid to late game. The other mode is where he's just running around with Zions nonstop, and they're just constantly looking for kills. It's definitely going to be the former, where Rezo's just going to take a lot more time farming in this game.
I mean, he can play carry Mag to a degree. He did opt for the Vanguard, will go Blink. I mean, it's a tri-carry lineup. They're fine going moderately late here, no matter what. And quick smoke from Secret, trying to activate the Strengthless Magnus with the catapult. Push this Tiny out of here. They don't want to let TÄNDRA just sit up here and leech XP, especially when nobody can defend this tower on their own.
Yeah. If they successfully kill this Tiny cleanly, they can go ahead, take the tower, get a decent bit of map control, especially since Crystallis is still able to hold his safe lane, no problem. TÄNDRA just really hasn't been able to activate around that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to double man smoke yourself, which is exactly what TÄNDRA is doing.
Found him. Caught him in.
Ui.
Shards, Shockwave, and Soxa. Well, all you can really do is delay the inevitable at this point in time. There is going to be the rotation to bottom, so now we are seeing that activation to the other side of the map. Question is,
Crystallis should read this though, right?
Yeah.
You know no one's defending top. This Naga's sending illusions mid.
It's so greedy to try and hold your safe lane tower like that one. The arrow's going to come around, but he was already on the trees. An interesting interaction where midway through the air, he got hit by the imprisonment, but managed to land on the trees anyway, and the arrow was off the mark as a result.
Ủa tại sao lúc ấy dính sát thương rồi mà khỉ vẫn nhảy ta? Cái đòn nhảy của con Monkey King nó là cái rất là khó hiểu. Mà ăn chơi ba lô nó không hiểu nó hoạt động như thế nào. Bởi vì đúng nhá là khi mà nhận sát thương nó không thể nhảy được. Nhưng mà trong một số trường hợp nó nhảy, nó bị sát thương nó vẫn nhảy được luôn.
Especially with Ember, the mobility on the map, Secret's invading your jungle. This lead can build a decent amount here in the next minutes if Secret make like one more good move. Meanwhile, Puppy's just been soaking the levels mid. I mean, he's 6.5 with Arcane Boots. He is farming up a storm, as Puppy likes to do.
That is true. He's had a very long career, and most of it has been playing sort of a greedier style 5 position. Because he's still, like, you know, we talk about, like, the captains, the old dogs who play 5 positions still. And there's so much talk about, like, oh, well, the strategy and drafting they do. But Puppy, when it just comes down to the play, he's still got it, man. He is still one of the best 5 positions from a mechanical perspective.
Oh, absolutely. He's also one of the best at killing creeps.
Well, that's a mechanic of sorts. Invis, Moonlight Shadow, they're going to be able to set up the toss and arrow combination that catches Nisha looking around in that dire jungle. Tundra reclaimed that bit of real estate, while they're also simultaneously taking the mid tower. Maybe not right now, but the Spiders, they'll eventually do their duty and bring it down. So
this is the downside of Secret Support Duo. They do not deal with the Broodlings. So 33 can have his way in terms of cutting waves, pressuring buildings, forcing Secret Cores to split up. And that's where those moves from Tundra with Moonlight Shadow or the vision they have on the map from Naga makes it a lot easier for those to work.
Yeah.
This is where Secret have to choose how they play the map, and they have to choose it carefully. If they have more anchor points like this Monkey or Mag they feel are strong,
here it comes. Just group up. Blink reveal. Skewer back. Small little distance. They do hit a nice combo onto Science here. But they might be able to catch both here with a beautiful save. The chains on top. Snake King's going to get run down. Zoxa does get bailed out, though, by 9.
Nice.
And that OD hits pretty hard. They don't want to play around him. They want to finish off that support. They do claim it. 33 was kind of hovering around here. Isn't able to do much considering the lack of farm that he has. Doesn't really have an item to play with just yet, which is going to be that Wraith Pack build.
Does end up claiming that tier 1 mid with the Broodlings on the back end.
That's nice.
And steals the rune from Nisha, so getting a little extra damage in. Of course, that with the Mag Blink reveal. Maybe not the best target Secret wanted there. They would have really liked to just RP this OD and take the fight without that save. That's going to be a big consideration as well, right? When Rezo blinks in, you have to keep track of the Astrals. You have to keep track of this Nagasong. Because you get turned around on all of a sudden, maybe your Static Storm is gone. Maybe you expended some remnants in that RP. Fight's looking a little worse, right? Yeah. Wukong as well. There's a lot of static spells that Secret can drop in these team fights. It gets reset. You have to rethink matters a lot. So when
Rezo
nice sidestep there. Instantly read the where a ward was going to be, and actually picks up the last hit before Snake King can get the deny.
Secret baiting this bottom. Rezo pre-TPing. Stalls might get aggressive here. He has Maelstrom online already.
Hit him with the stun first, follow up Snowball, just 100-0, nice and easy. And now Tundra, this little push that they were looking for, it's immediately denied.
Secret is doing a very nice job of holding their map. They're not building a huge advantage, but it's hard to do versus Naga Brood, who are just going to excavate the lanes no matter what.
Yeah.
The one advantage they're building is some of this XP, right? You look at Rezo, he's level 12. Compare this to some of the Tundra cores. Skeeter just got 10. The Brood was suffering for a while, still only 9.5. So Secret does have a decent level advantage here, especially on their Monkey and on their Magnus. And here's another smoke, looking to use the Magnus' strength right now. Convert it into some map control.
Yeah, they've cleared out that bottom right-hand side of the map. Now they're going to sweep through the map and try and catch somebody at the very opposite ends. The problem is this Naga Siren's pushing in so aggressively. It's no heroes are showing on the map. Tundra's just playing safe.
This is going to be the name of the game. Like, if you can get these smokes to land, they're crazy valuable, but good luck, right? How are you ever going to catch anything in this map when Tundra can always just force you to show? Now you showed Rezo back on his own. Here's the setup.
Present into arrow, staking perfectly on point there. And before the Mag even wakes up from that stun, he is dead. Also look for that. We've got a Blink Dagger Tiny now on the loose for the side of Tundra. So this just increases the kill power when they do split Secret up, when they do force them to show on these side lanes. This individual kill power of Tiny and Mirana, or the OD Mirana, whatever it is. It's going to be scary, especially for Chrysalis, who keeps on trying to hold this safe lane and doing so successfully, honestly. I mean, he is known as a Monkey King expert, and he's showing why. The fact that he's been so wily, staying away from Tundra this entire time.
Have to tank the smoke.
But the Coyote might have just finally...
Wow, thính quá. Thính quá.
Once again, hypes away to the trees.
Like you said, Blink Tiny here. Can also blink and eat his tree.
Catch Snake King. Thinking
Thôi,
about the
đừng.
Now this is a little bit of a stretch. Crystal is really trying hard for this one. The rest of his
Ui,
team not
hay vậy.
Snake King is going to be caught. No leaps in hand.
Wow, Zayak, trời ơi. Zayak bro.
Very valuable for Secret. Those
Wow,
are two big
cái quả
killers on the map.
iShot
So
đẹp
now
quá.
Secret, they could split up probably pretty aggressively here and try and push in the waves.
That was the one spot Secret wanted to bring everybody because it's where all their vision is. They don't have much vision on any of this top portion where Skeeter has just been constantly pushing his lane, stealing triangle farm. 33's in their jungle, scouting out with broodlings. The vision is always going to be a constant battle for Secret, so they really have to maximize
Đấy,
what
cái
they
kèo
can.
này
And that
đứng
just
nắm
means
trong tay
bringing the
lời.
numbers. Every time you bring the numbers, if
Không
Tundra
tuổi.
get out without losses, they're super happy. They lose a couple heroes there, it means you're probably losing an objective. Secret get the most out of that play, and it's going to push this Monkey King up to
Sao
BKB,
đã bàn thật đấy,
200
vừa
gold.
khích.
It's a very big item for him. It means he can commit in the fight. Your Astrals don't control him as much anymore. Can't just arrow him.
OD lên
It's also
xanh
great
chắc
for
được đúng rồi.
Like he can deal with the split pushing
Ngô
because
sắp
now
đẹp
if he
lắm.
gets
Do
imprisoned,
ai
okay,
do
I'm just going to pop
bữa ba ở vần.
BKB if they try and arrow.
Cô kèo thì đừng có
every
là
item that
nhại
helps him
nhá.
stay out on the map independently is going to be
Này
amazing
kia.
for Secret here. This is going to be Ags done on Outworld Devour, I believe. So this is a big power spike for Tundra. They also have Orchid on this Naga. You're not ready. If you get Orchided out on one of these cores, Nisha is not close to BKB. He's still 1,000 off. Tundra really want a big core kill into Roshan here.
Oh yeah, getting a pick off on Nisha would definitely be the most amazing opportunity for Tundra. But
Wow, má ơi, nhìn thằng ba nó dùng nhện. Wow.
crawling all over the map, this is one of the advantages of the Broodmother. You feed away a little bit of gold and experience, but what you gain out of it, the vision, what you see, that information is very much worth the exchange.
Sometimes what you don't see, that scan clipped them on Roche, so Secret thinks they're roaching right now, and nobody's home.
Yep, it's gonna break. Snake King.
Ôi không, trời gậy rồi.
Away successfully in time. All three leap charges used to get out of town.
À,
Resolution.
trời gậy, đẹp quá.
Not gonna be able to find that opening with Blink Dagger. So.
Secret's going to think about this tier 1 mid, and they're also going to think about Roche here. Remember, their Roche teamfight is absolutely insane, as long as you don't get Song.
that is a very good point. They've got all this good AoE, like area control team fight between the Static Storm and the RP, the Wukong's command, but it all goes away if you get songed at the wrong time.
But I feel like you man up for it here if you have the Ember BKB. Yeah, if they're 200 off this, might be why they're hesitating a little. I think if you had that BKB plus the Monkey BKB, that contest is just not there for Tundra. You just BKB up near the end of Roche, or go any type of Song contest, and you're super happy committing for this objective. Nisha's going to go bottom, try and deal with the split push, which is always going to be a nuisance. TÄI? He'll take it as well.
Very nicely played, but does he get out?
Moran ults.
Oh, here it comes.
Orchid as well.
He has an illusion root, so they know about this. They can't just Orchid him straight up. They've got to be able to find a way for him to be able to pop that and then catch him afterwards. But Nisha, he held and held and held. He's like, I'm not popping this. I bet the only reason he went to that bottom lane was because of that power root.
Definitely that deep, yeah. He would have been out of there way sooner. Yeah. Have that. Saves his life from the shadows, quite literally. And that'll push him to his BKB. I think Secret is now a lot more confident to force Roshan, and as we see, straight into the pit. They have max tag team out on this Tuskar, so this is going to drop pretty fast. Tundra do have an option to contest here. Remember, they have pretty much everything up, and they have this Raid Pact on Brood. But it's going to be a little too hard to push through this middle lane. That'll be an objective for Secret, and a big one.
Wow. I'm very surprised they're giving this up with the Naga Siren on their team. But at the same time, if they contested and lost, I feel like that would be the beginning of a Secret would just take a huge lead at that point in time, right? You would get map control.
Yeah, absolutely disaster.
Yeah.
I just think it's not even a favorable fight for them right now. Fair. Like at the point where both those cores get BKB off, now you have to fight into Wukong, you have to fight into an RP. Rezo can stay super far back. He went 4-staff Blink, so his catch range and initiation range went up a lot. This 4-staff can also help save people from an arrow combo, right? As long as they're facing the right way, force them a little deeper, it forces Tundra to commit with you. That sets up for your AoE turnaround a lot. This is the part where I feel like Secret's a lot stronger as long as they can connect, and
Smoke out of the pit.
Connects.
Cut across the map.
Hay quá.
Does manage to get the Tiny here. 3-man Avalanche is going to find the bit. Time actually gets the other side of the shards there. It's going to be a snowball that chases them down. So they're only going to get the one.
Yeah, nice,
which Tundra is probably accepting of a smoke for a forward position. Not too bad.
They'll take it. You do have to think about how much of the map you're giving up here.
That's true.
Again, your Naga and Brood can like split push these lanes out, but you're losing on the XP advantage every time you make this trade. And at some point, you have to win that fight. And the more of those you give up, the harder that XP hill is to climb. And I'm serious. Look at these levels. You have a level 11, level 12 cores compared to level 14 or 15. It's already a significant gap. That means another level of talents, some more goal on the map.
Do you feel like that's something that is more valuable than it has been in previous patches? Because nice catch there.
Just found him.
What a beautiful skewer. Saksa was looking for a toss back there, couldn't quite get it, and looks like they're just going to be maybe not. Nine walking out of the Wukong's man. He gets glimpsed.
Này, quay lại đây.
Now he dies. Now they actually get the slight chains onto 33 as well with a double BKB pop and the static storm on top of that. That one's going to be 2 cores dead on the side of Tundra Nisha. With the last remnant, it's a BKB hunting for even more heroes, but Saksa said, you wanted me? I jumped in.
Ôi da. What?
2 cores dead on the side of Tundra Nisha. The
Mình.
last remnant, it's a BKB hunting for even more heroes, but Saksa said, you wanted me?
Wow, quả ném tên của Zayek.
Gets him away. A skewer back almost catches Snake King, but he managed to leap out. The glimpse doesn't pull him back far enough either, so Saksa daring to dive in like that was a bold move. Almost got the kill on Science, but instead ends in his own feudal.
More advantage going Secret's way in these 5-on-5s. Just doesn't feel like Tundra can take the full mana fight. Of course, Odie getting caught is worst case scenario, right? Anytime they can displace him, take the fight around the fact that Odie has to Astral himself, they're going to be super happy to do so. And of course, that glimpse. You got to think about it here. Like, this is a very powerful tool in this game to just keep Tundra heroes where Secret wants them. You can save your buddy, but what happens after the saves are gone?
Yeah. I mean, it's such a great, like, win more kind of spell, right?
Yep.
They win this initial part of the engagement where they get 9 out of the way. And once it's forced, Tundra is like, we can't fight back, we have to retreat. That glimpse becomes probably one of the best support tools in the game.
And I really like how Secret's itemized this game. Like, they are not being too greedy on a lot of their heroes. Rezo went the Vanguard 4-staff so he can bail somebody out.
Okay.
Puppy's just going to Lotus. That's going to help deal with the Naga Orchid and the net for Ember, right?
Ember bây giờ, Ember BKB các thứ rồi.
And of course, you have Tuskar who now gets his Blink, so you have Blink Snowball save online as well. These are 3 really powerful tools for Secret to reset those arrow combos. If the arrow combos aren't landing, your next best bet is these tossbacks to try and displace the fight yourself, right? Throw people into the OD hits, into the Naga illusions. You abuse the vision to a maximum.
Sounds like right now the supports have to do a lot of heavy lifting on the side of Tundra, and even then can be countered. We'll see what they can do, though. Tundra are going to go for a 5-man smoke. This is... I feel like we haven't seen them do this in maybe the whole game.
Now, they might find this Zayas Tusk, and they will.
Yeah, they will. They're going to toss him over the side here into the Orchid. Now, Puppy shows up. He actually ran in. Going into this one. The Static Storm goes out. The Wukong's man on top of that one. They're going to chain it with the stun from Chrysalis. Make sure that the Marauder can't get away. Nice imprisonment save. The 5 position is going to come back. The statues and the slight. Make sure he stays down.
It's another toss back here if Tundra want to think about it. Oh, Rezo is going to displace it first, though.
Yeah, there goes the toss over to the side. So both repositioning spells being used here by an RP locking up the OD ultimate was dropping on BKBs. Nisha, they're going to fight it out with Chrysalis. So the song isn't going to be enough for Skeeter unless the song on top of that one now with the BKBs failing out. Can Secret continue this fight, or Tundra? Are they going to be able to be the ones to catch over hero after hero? A glimpse back, not going to do enough though, as it's going to be Nisha caught by the Orchid. Everything he has, including his life. They may have had the Aegis on Team Secret, but it's Tundra who come out the victors in that well-played team fight.
Oh, these long team fights are going to be Secret's bane in this game because these Astrals add up. They're just out of mana by the time that fight is done. You look at that Ember's mana pool and the death pool, it's 580. You got nothing left to do anything by the time this fight progresses past that song. Just an awkward initiation too, right? Both Secret supports pretty much taken out at the start to some degree. Puppy has to drop the full kit. Just look how much this Mirana death gets stalled. Was a snaking by, but now we're getting more player arrow.
Static Storm trying to protect him, but it looks like with the imprisonment, it's probably going to be enough. Now, Zoxa's life is going to get traded out 1-for-1, but they do have the ensnare on the Monkey King here. He doesn't have his BKB, not for another 20 seconds. He's in big time trouble. They do manage to get the skewer back on the 9, but without the Monkey King, do they have anything to take advantage of this one? They do have the Ember Spirit coming in hot. 9, he needs to get out of here, but this damn kinetic field is locking him in place. Nisha goes for the kill. Nisha will claim it. Shockwave managed to finish him up the end. Now with the BKB, he's going to challenge Skeeter. Doesn't really have the damage against the Naga Siren, so we won't find a secondary kill during that BKB timing. They did cost Secret a buyback there from the Disruptor.
Expensive.
You can see how chaotic these fights can become very fast for Secret. They want to take the more organized 5-on-5 engagements where they get their big spells off and kill a core. The second these Astrals starts coming out, Lotus Astrals, arrows flying through on top of summons, on top of illusions, on top of broodlings. It's too much gunk to keep track of. At that point, especially if your BKBs are out, the fight just becomes a nightmare.
50 phút mà mới level 22 à? Thế là không được rồi.
Grabbing the gem now that Tundra have kind of gotten back some of that map control away from Secret. They can start taking down some of these wards. Map goes dark for Secret. It becomes even harder to deal with these kind of split push lineups, right? When you don't have the vision.
It becomes harder to team fight too. Like Secret's a bit reliant on the jumps at this point. I think it's about who they initiate on, how they anchor that engagement. Ideally, it's OD every time. Trying to be
game, but it's not dead even anymore. No BKB on the Ember Spirit. Gets caught by the Moonlight Shadow rotation of Tundra.
This map is just way too hard to play. Like Secret need to do something to regain some vision control, regain some lane control. It's not necessarily going to get easier for them in the next 10 minutes here. Again, there's just so much ghost push happening on the map. You have Naga Illusions cutting top, Broodlings cutting bottom. Tundra can group, Tundra can pick you off and not have to show that much to do it. Another toss back mid on this mag. Getting forced out.
Prisman reset here. Puppy. That's going to be a dieback on him.
No, Puppy down, Puppy down.
Dropping everything. Ultimately, you're going to be dead for the solid 60-70 seconds. You might as well throw all your spells out there.
It's the same cooldown.
It really is.
You are giving some extra mana away. Pumping up the OD a little bit.
Pick up a lot of momentum now on the Tundra side, a 4,000 net worth lead, and they're the ones now assaulting buildings. And I think that's such a scary part of these split push lineups when they start getting on your side of the map. It becomes harder and harder to get it all back, right? You feel like you're constantly, oh, now this lane's being pushed in. Now our tier 2 is falling, the tier 3 is exposed.
This is the Tundra playbook.
Yeah.
This is what you have to be ready for in this tournament. I think Secret's idea is we get this mag lineup, we have a bunch of cores you can shove out the lanes, scale really well, take the late game fights. You can't get there, it's a problem though, and yeah, who's Titan Sliver?
Yeah, who left that behind?
Somebody has a regret in the jungle.
Let's see, we'll check out the Tundra side. Oh, there it is, it was the Tundra. All right, well, that's a freebie for Secret. Oh, look at that.
They don't want it.
Or maybe don't look at that.
They don't want any handouts, Cap.
Want to win this game fair and square.
That's damn right. I mean, the alpha move is you pick that up and you give it back to him. That's the next level play.
Under attack.
Imagine if you win the game on top of that, ultimate mental damage being done.
I mean, that is something Puppy would do. I would have beat you at full strength.
Next Roshan, that's going to be so crucial, right? I mean, you have gone on this entire, yay, Rezo finds it in the end. Hey, look, there's the Titan Sliver.
I've never heard such a resounding cheer for a neutral item in my life.
It's going to pass it over to the Monkey King, so that's a pretty significant not only damage buff, but also the status resistance could be
very nice.
Very crucial.
Roche does spawn here, but the biggest question is you need lanes out to be able to deal with it, right? I don't think you can just go in the pit and force it like you did last time if you're Secret. Maybe Tundra sleeping, but I wouldn't bank on it. They always have that sleep up, so it comes down to this Ember just reading the map super well. There's a limit to that. When you have Moonlight Shadow, when you have all the vision Tundra has, it's just too much weight for Nisha to do it all. Now you're forced in a position where you gotta win the 5-on-5 clash. Tundra doesn't have to force it here either. They do have a Hex on Brood. This is an absolutely nasty item if he gets the initiation with it. Might be something Secret does not expect and does not BKB preemptively for.
They throw an illusion up into the triangle area, trying to get some information. Secret is smoked up, though. And so Tundra, they start moving north. They think, okay, maybe they're up here somewhere. Not actually the case.
You've got to find this OD or you've got to skewer one of these cores back pretty deep and then just triple BKB man up.
So you think of the state of team fights, it's much easier for Tundra to win, and it's Secret who have this, like, the onus on them. There's this one play they have to do in order to win a fight.
I think Tundra's super comfortable in this game state. I mean, they're also dire. They can abuse buybacks on the dire outpost for this Roche fight.
Oh yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of things going their way right now. It's just so hard for Secret to make a move without Tundra knowing it and without knowing where they're coming from. They also have bailout tools. They can use support buybacks on the front line. They can use the tossback. They can use a Force Staff. The initiation is not guaranteed to go Secret way. You might just get hexed when you blink in. You might get Astral.
Enough.
you have to worry about them potentially just forcing it as well if you don't have vision. The glimpse checking the Naga status. It will be real.
Yep. Of course, what you're referencing there is illusions. They do get one shot by glimpse, so if you hit an illusion, just instantly pops. Problem is, there's so many of them.
Puppy doesn't mind doing a little illusion farming in the downtime.
Not bad.
Căng quá.
I think Tundra's contemplating whether they want to just evade this.
Anh đang rất là buồn tè à, nhưng vấn đề là sợ anh mà đi tè bắt combat xảy ra không có xem được kịp.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just chipping away at the mid tier 2, there's really no rush to go to that trade, right? You could just force them to bottom eventually.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to force it this game. And so you see Rezo, he's trying to look for anything.
I don't know what mix-up of button clicks that one was, but he force-staffed and horn-tossed, but didn't blink forward.
Soxa, think about blind jumping. Cutting his way through.
He's going to find Science and toss him back over to the side. Nation's immediately going to try and take advantage of this. They do manage to get off the snowball, and they're gone on top of the OD. That's all important, but he has the imprisonment. He's going to come back into Chrysalis with the stun blinked away just before the stun could have hit. And that is so much of the team fight on the side of Secret now. Tundra is going to continue to retreat, though, instantly to side forward onto the Magnus. He tried to go forward, but he had an Aeon Disc as well, so he's going to be okay. And that hammer did absolutely nothing to him, but did almost finish off the toss. The Ember Spear is stuck inside the Ensnare with no BKB. He will die, overextending. Now 9 goes in with the RP. They land exactly what they needed there in the fight. 2 cores going down on the side, now with a buyback on sides. They're going to finish off Soxo. He gets tossed over, maybe sneaking low, beaten down. Chrysalis versus Skeeter, a one-on-one carry matchup where Skeeter has the health advantage, and he's got the ensnare, he's got the illusions, he surrounds the Monkey King, and now 9 comes back into play as well for the +1. Rezo for Staff Skewer on away. They're trying to catch him, but 9. So close to being able to get off that extra imprisonment, but the blink goes first. Ultimately, Tundra walk away the victors.
I mean, honestly, it's not the worst outcome considering that Wukong stun completely whipped on that OD. I thought that fight was going to be way more hard. And of course, you force this OD buyback. So that's a huge deal for Secret here. You're going to lose the Roche, but this Roche was just... I don't think it was in the cards at this point in the game anyway. You're going to have to kind of wait out this Naga's timings, go ultra late, abuse buybacks in a 50-minute plus situation here. That is the key to victory for Secret. And right now, Tundra, they're going to have free reign on the map. OD buyback, but he gets the Aegis.
So just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, you think even though they got Roshan on the side of Tundra, the fact that they were already so far ahead in your head, that team fight was kind of a win for Secret? Just the fact that, as you said,
I mean, I'm not going to call it a win. You know? It doesn't
a draw, maybe?
But just considering how that fight started and how hard it is for Secret to find these initiations, I mean, we see here Tundra's completely reset, right? Yeah. Even on this second go, Rezo just gets insta-hex. These jumps are just very hard. Nisha tries to commit in, but at this point, again, your BKB is gone. You have no backup dispel. Yeah. The team fights become near impossible at this point. So the fact you got an OD buyback out of missing a Wukong stun is pretty good in my book.
Yeah, it's fair enough. And it's all thanks to Resolution being able to hit that RP. And perhaps a little overextension there from 9, but ultimately he had the buyback, was able to use it to secure Roshan, and has the Aegis now for the next 4 minutes.
You were talking about that hammer doing nothing. Something I've just been laughing over in this game is Nine's been running around with this Eye of the Vizier.
Yes, the minus 15% max mana. That's how much value he puts on cast range.
He's just playing for the Astrals. Yeah. I don't need a high mana pool, you know? I'll make it up with the saves, make it up with the dispels. Of course, you get mana from the Astral, so...
I mean, he's probably jealous of Puppy. Puppy's sitting there rocking a psychic headband. He's like, that's the cast range item that OD really wants.
This is the future of Dota, where ODs lower their own mana pool for the dub. I mean, it's also Tundra's game plan for the fights, right? They don't need to burst somebody. They don't need to take some super short-oriented fight. They just need to play along, get a huge amount of rounds of spells off.
Both the supports getting caught here. It's Puppy who's going to be run down. Looks like the Tusk maybe got away. He did. Well, he almost did. Wow, Resolution's going to be found. Uh-oh. Now he's got Skew and he's got Aeon Disc. So let's see how far away he gets here. Is there an opportunity for him to be able to blink away during this Aeon Disc, or no? Hit by the arrow. Oh, he still gets it off. That status resistance lasted just long enough. He fogs him and TP's out. What an escape from Rezo. Twice now, the Aeon Disc that he picked up comes in clutch.
Absolutely clutch. Doing a little tree work as well. Never hurt anybody. Yep. That's a lot of time. Every time Secret buys some time, it means they can get another lane out. Give him some remnant of map control and vision. They're pretty much stuck in the base at this point. Of course, I don't think they have any inclination of fighting this Aegis too much.
No, absolutely not.
And Tundra's caught up in the levels, they caught up in the items. Skeeter is super far ahead in this game, 30k net worth.
Ôi, làm thế nào để cản con Naga đấy được?
Bloodthorn, Butterfly, and BKB. This is like a man fight build, right?
Yes.
This is a build where he just wants to run in man fight secret cores. You're not going to be able to out right click me. Yeah, that Aeon Disc
barely able to get away.
Doing the work.
Backing live, we have the RP that lands onto the Naga Siren, but he's showdown tanky.
Ê, vào đây đứng ngoài kìa.
Got the imprisonment plus the shard, so he's going to be able to walk it off, all thanks to that Roshan pickup. What a Gleipnir though, locking out a bunch of heroes. They also got on top of it. Once again, the OD, they're just walking away from this one thanks to that imprisonment save. They jump back over 33, who look to be able to finish off Puppy, has an Aeon Disc, and now the song reset comes in. They built up these imprisonments, 9's in the position. Arrow goes out, BKB from Chrysalis. Takes that one down. Secret on full retreat here. Are they all going to get away from this one? Tundra, do they have anything left? Nisha, he barely got away. Glimpse back, goes around. They have the Lotus Orb to deal with the silence. That part is so hard. I love the Lotus Orb from Puppy, but it's so hard for him to be around this Ember Spirit all the time. Toss away. Oh, there goes Skewer back at the same time. The slight and jump away from Nisha. Saxa thought he had an opportunity to trade his life for a big core, but Nisha's Ember Spirit is just too elusive.
No more tosses for you. Rezel's getting fed up with these tossbacks, man. He is the ultimate displacer in this game. And these fights, they just go long. Gotta save those BKBs. I was surprised Cristal still had his arrow at the end. I thought it was going to be expelled for sure. Was very patient here from Seeker, and of course the tactical retreat. Not losing anybody in all of that?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I mean, even Puppy was on like 10 or 20 HP there to brutally to the back. Managed just to walk it off. Fluffy had. Sometimes the 40-minute Fluffy had comes in pretty handy.
Yeah. Don't take away that hat. Took it straight from Science, probably.
These Astrals are going to be a problem. Like, Puppy's building towards Ags, but of course, OD Astral doesn't care too much about the Ags unless you're catching him in it, right?
Yeah. It's true, which you kind of need.
Hay quá! Hay quá! Trời ơi!
Right in front of the tier 3 with the static storm on top of that one. The imprisonments once again. The BKB is going to go out from Skeeter, and he gets the song. Once again, they find this beautiful initiation, but Skeeter's Naga Siren is too tanky. He doesn't die fast. We talked about that problem 30 minutes ago. They do not have the ability to burst down heroes, in which case 9 is always able to take his time getting the imprisonment saves.
They just need more damage in order to convert on these finds, because they're finding them. They found the real Naga multiple times. Like you said, just not enough damage to kill him. There's going to be an Astral save. There's going to be a song follow-up. At that point, he just walks it off. Initiation's so difficult. Now you're getting turned on. Bloodthorn going to work here, shredding Zayas.
Definitely no shortage of damage on the Tundra side. You have that Bloodthorn.
You've got to be able to check the OD on these other initiations or find him. You have to do both things at once, right?
Yeah.
Finding the Naga, finding the Brood, that's great, but if they can just walk it off every time, Tundra's not losing too much on these goes. You are heading into very late game territory.
So who are you assigning, like, who has what duty? Do you assign for any good initiation? And then what, Chrysalis, you try and jump onto the OD, or what's the play here?
I'm not sure. It's not easy. Depends who thinks they have
nice Force Staff. Cuts the King down from his perch here.
But BKB if he can get it off.
He does have BKB, but he has an opportunity. Imprisonment at the last second. He's got some regen coming in. He's going to survive through this and get off the the stun, a huge heal with the Wukong's command. The imprisonment once again. The Song of Siren.
Doesn't want to.
He needs to be able to jump out, but they're going to go back in. Do they find him? He's a tree right there. He's right there. He didn't found him. They hit him. He's not going to be able to jump onto the trees. He's still inside the Wukong's command, but Skeeter doesn't care. He's got his illusions. He's got his whole crew signing up for duty to bring down the Chrysalis Monkey King, and he's dead for 80 seconds. A huge opportunity now for Tundra to perhaps break open that high ground.
No buyback for 150 gold.
Oh, they don't know that, though.
I don't think they have much interest in going high ground. I think they have interest in taking over the map. Getting even more farmer and their supports who are reaping the biggest benefit of all this. I mean, hell, Snaking's level 20 on this run, with full Aeon disc. Even these supports are becoming very difficult to kill.
Avalanche, toss, arrow coming in. No.
Just sending the message.
Yeah, just keeping them up. You can't push out these lanes too far. Meanwhile, spiders, illusions, the whole zoo is here to play.
Soxa's building an Aeon disc of his own. I don't know how you kill this Tundra backline. It seems impossible. pretty much
Xích
have to
quay
find a
ra
good
giết
core,
O đây để
have
của
to
chúng ta
find
ra.
the skewer RP, lock down Odie with this static storm. Maybe this disruptor Ags is the key to making something happen here.
From Magnus from the bottom.
1 HP, guys. Make sure he dies.
There's a panic.
Take a reset, take a reset.
Yeah, healing.
I think he's snapped, guys. I think he's here.
He's up on.
Rồi.
They're running.
Nice one.
You can see very calm, clear communication from Tundra. I'm sure they feel very comfortable in this game. I mean, you said it. They felt comfortable like 15 minutes ago. Now with a 19,000 net worth lead and closing in on Secret bit by bit, they are tightening the noose.
They just see everything. What's there not to be comfortable with, right? You know where Secret are at all times. You have control over where the fights take place and how the initiations go for the most part. Secret pretty much are only going to get the jump if they smoke out, plant a ward, and just see everything off it. Now you just get Roshan here. Absolutely no contest in the books if you're Secret.
It's going to be Refresher Shard. Do you think they had a preference there? Aghanims or Refresher Shard?
Này sẽ lên high ground này.
Honestly, maybe your Refresher.
Nhưng mà
you already have
rất
like
khó
Ags on the
ăn
heroes
lắm.
you want it, right? Sure. Even this Naga has one, so.
In which case now we can drop
Ui, vào đây còn có
double
refresh
Senu's
up nữa.
Eclipse. I mean, we could get 4 imprisonments pretty easily. I mean,
double hex.
You could hit a 4-man RP on the side of Resolution. It may not do anything if 9's not in it.
It will do absolutely nothing. He'll just drop the double hammer, double hex. He's going to turn the fight around again, so you have to find the angle. Nice skewer.
Away! It's a long one. Snake King blocked by the kinetic field, actually, but the second one gets around it, and on the side, we're going to see Puppy pay
Ui, nhẹ nó
for
cắn.
the kinetic field. Perhaps the spiders look to be able to chase him down, and the hammer gets dropped. 9 turns around and a second support goes down. Rizzo looks to try and blink forward there and get the skewer back. Meanwhile, we see Nisha. He's forced to bomb his BKB, the Bloodthorn. Managed to get that one out of him. They've used kind of everything they have on the side of Secret. They're going to have to full out retreat. They may just have to give up a full lane of barracks.
This game is looking rough. There's just not enough damage in the tank. I think even at this point, if you land everything on this Naga, and he doesn't Astral, doesn't matter. He still has Aegis. He still has the Butterfly Evasion. Just not cutting through enough of this. You need really deep
Skewers, though. The skewers are always an opportunity. 9 in turn throws out the imprisonments. They cannot seem to be able to lock down these one heroes because 9 is always there to be able to get the save. They have that buyback, though, on the Disruptor. They need to make it worth something here. They get the glimpse back, but again, the Astrals, the imprisonments, they keep on going down. And this is still the first life. Saxon with the toss over on Anisha.
Nó cứng.
He's caught at the side.
Nó cứng quá, nó không chết được.
And there's the second side. Wait, in the vulnerability over and over again, but he couldn't get away. He does have a buyback. They're going to try and get the die back on the Puppy
nó
here.
cứng quá, bao nhiêu đam vào người nó không chết.
Another skewer over the side through the kinetic field. They caught
Hay.
They hit him with the stun.
Hay. Hay quá. Trời.
Finally, the OD is the one that gets caught in the initiation for Resolution, gets caught in the trap, and now the rest of
Hay quá, Resolution thành vậy.
There is no imprisonment.
OD by.
OD coming back. Uh-oh. They cannot afford this Naga Armor to die. He pops him in. The nice dodge there on the stun. The arrow coming in. Goes wide. He's focusing on Resolution. He does not want to get skewered any longer. The BKB is going to wear out soon. They've gotten on top of 9. Well, it's maybe just the touch who's gotten on top of 9. Nisha has the second round of the BKB. There goes the imprisonment. Chrysalis. And they follow up off of this one. Science. Oh, that skewer is off the mark. He blinks away first. And that, without being able to catch 9, so much of their extension here on Secret is being ruined. Again and again, the imprisonment's going down. Nisha throwing out the damage.
Bình tĩnh đi sao, bình tĩnh lùi đi.
Reset here. Ultimately, they still got a buyback out of 9. There is still a buyback on Skater, but both 9 and 33 used theirs in a losing game. That is a glimmer of hope, Avery.
That is more than a glimmer. That is like best case scenario. You're fighting Aegis. You're fighting so many saves. So many of these skewers on point for Resolution. This is the only reason they're still in this game. It's just dragging them insanely far back with the talent, with the Aether Lens. You can get them real deep. And of course, that's a 3-for-3 buyback situation. I don't even think you're too sad if you're Secret out of this scenario.
Yeah. We saw a whole lot of this guy at TI-10, the Magnus. The hands of collapse now.
Channeling
Resolution, channeling his
Ôi,
in collapse, trying to show off.
trận này Resolution tức là người quyết định đoạt cái game này luôn. Một lần nữa lại vào chúng ta có Magnus.
Absolutely nothing. If anything, Naga's just healing for it. Your Ember's dying to the hexes in the back.
Yeah.
We do see though this Odie, if he gets caught, I mean, what a horn toss skewer here. Yeah, he's stuck on the static field, but I guess it just gets overwritten. If you can find that Odie and take him out, all of a sudden Tundra have to route. Like their saves go away, a lot of the chip damage and the glimpses and all of this become way more powerful for Secret. But you have to be able to find him, and that is the trick in this game.
Yeah, like Secret, they may have gotten the buyback out of them, but I feel like they're not going to be able to take advantage of it. I think they're going to be stuck inside their base. There's no way they can go for some crazy all-in. It just comes down to one team fight sort of play. I think Tundra is just going to lock them out. Just wait for the buybacks to come back up.
That's why I said this game is going to go late, because I don't think Secret's giving up their base easy. No. And they're ready to defend it. At the same time, Tundra's building damage is very poke-oriented. They can't just force the throne in a buyback situation, right?
Yeah.
That fight does not favor them, especially when you start getting skewered into the fountain. I mean, it's not normal that you're talking about skewering into the fountain for a viable strategy, but at this point, it is something Secret can think about. Like the ranges on some of these, you have a refresher as well. You can blink RP skewer, refresh, skewer again, RP in the fountain again.
The prize is mine.
That's one way to help deal with some of these heroes, or separate the fight by such a distance that the Astrals just can't come through.
With that level 20 talent in the Ether Lens. And as you said, the refresher, it's a very real possibility. And if they get the right initiation, maybe they don't even need the fountain anymore, because now they've got an Aghanim Scepter Disruptor. So if you hit 9, he's done so. He gets the Static Storm on top of him, he's not going to be able to do anything to stop it. He'll just melt.
If you hit him, beautiful. Even if you don't, you're doing that to make the OD show.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
Nine has to think about when he shows in these fights and how he's doing it. If he commits to try and get the save, he opens himself up.
Right.
That's when you get chains into a Static Storm, something like that. I mean, remember, this OD has been playing this whole game without BKB, without a huge amount of defensive items. He's even gone Moon Shard. You can't get much more aggressive. You get caught in the Static Storm, you're pretty much done. There is no save to bail you out other than the song. You better pray it's enough.
Is he actually going to go Overwhelming Blink?
Why not?
Why not Arcane Blink?
It's stronger.
That is literally more strength, yes. Thank you, Avery. Snowball in. Zayat's being pulled into a nasty scenario where he'll just be avalanche. Now, Chrysalis is out. Oh, look at that. Zoxa immediately tried to pounce on the Monkey King to get him off the tree. Still caught him in the end. Is he going to be able to get off of BKB? They've got the Lotus Orb to be able to help him out. He pops BKB now, turns Static Storm. There's no real Naga Siren there. They've also caught Puppy on the side. So the two supports will die. Neither one have a buyback and Skeeter. Whew. Zoxa almost catching the Monkey King again. Chrysalis barely managed to jump away.
And these retreats from Secret have been on point this game. These are not easy scenarios to get out of, and they have done the correct job at bailing on a lot of these situations. Because messy fights like that, there's absolutely no way you're taking that type of engagement. So you need to get your cores out, you need to get them well. I even feel like sometimes Puppy's just running in to try and take some of the spells, get his cores out of that situation. As long as all three Secret cores are alive, they can take a base defense fight.
Look at this. They last showed on the bottom side of the map, so they smoke over to the top side. See if they can get a pick here on maybe an Ember Spirit or Magnus out of position. Failing that, okay. We don't find that opening.
No BKB on this Monkey. Skeeter, he's up the Bloodthorn.
Oh, there it is. Instant sides being used as he blinks in. Aeon gets just wiped out. The Nullifier completely disrupts that one. They do have a buyback onto Rezo. They're probably going to have to wait out the supports, though. We're almost up here.
Do you want to fight
Chrysalis, you got to be careful. His BKB still not back up. They're going to go for the buyback now. The Magnus needs to be able to bail him out, but there goes the song. Perfect timing. Can they get out of the glimpse range, though? Puppy is going to be able to force that one. The man to dodge or the imprisonment. Oh, he got the dodge out. Nice illusion dodge there. And the Jammer's being dropped. Almost finishing off the Monkey. He turns around, spots Satanic, gets a little bit of heal. Not very much, though. Secret, they got to get back to the fountain.
Any more glimpses?
No more glimpses, apparently.
No, he needs to heal. Oh, Zayats, he got songed on the blink in punch. That might be a very different fight if that happens. And of course, some sick Manta dodges from Skeeter this game.
Yeah, very well played by Chandra. Nice reset by them. I mean, they are just playing this like Secret. They're holding on by a thread, and they're playing really well to keep this game still going on. But Tundra, very disciplined. They keep on poking at him and getting a little bit more resources out of him, a bit more. And they're saying, this is fine. We love this game state. You're losing range barracks, you're losing melee barracks.
You're losing Magnus buyback.
Yeah, Magnus buyback. Like, you will eventually run out of resources. We are going to drain you dry. And even if that doesn't happen, they still have full control of Roshans. They could still infinitely farm.
I mean, they just keep sending the Broodlings in too. Like, you just watch these mini maps. It's just dots of every color going into secret space, pushing the waves in. It's a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, even if you did ever push out the lanes a little bit and 5-man smoked out, like, it would be so obvious because the illusions and the spiders are always inside the secret space.
I mean, this game has gone on that OD buyback is up. So that 6 or 7 minute window that Secret had to maybe abuse that. Just no way to
này mà
capitalize on
Secret
it.
lật được á,
Instead, they had a
là
great
trận
smoke
sau
on him.
chắc chắn Tundra thua.
Actually chained him there.
They actually do find the OD.
Rồi, tôi lại
Moonlight
xem
Shadow
là
goes out. It
tiêu
almost seems like
là
Secret's
mất tinh
just
thần
making a break for trying to kill as many creeps as possible and get back to base in time.
Link is on Nisha. It's going to help him a lot this game. Not get Hex, not get Astral. Be able to come in the fight.
So many spells at the same time.
There's a lot.
So the Bloodthorns, the Scythe Devices, the Imprisonments.
And we saw like the Nullifier, right? The Nullifier is a big one because now those Aeon Discs, it's not helping you on the mag. You're going to purge a lot of this stuff off. It just becomes even more obnoxious to jump. I mean, Sox has got a full Octarine core. These Tundra supports are so farmed and they are so annoying.
And who's going to take the Aghanim Scepter? Going to be the Broodmother. So now, talking about the spiders being in the base, and now you're going to have these spinner snares just sitting all around. If you ever try and step out of the base, there's probably going to be like 10 spinner snares you're going to be running into.
I'm starting to feel like we're at the point where they need 5 or 6 Lincolnses for the mag. You know, are we at that point again? Somebody help this man get the skewers off.
They kind of do. They kind of need just that.
Or BKB here, but he's just so far from it.
Setting up, Saksa finds the initiation. Avalanche with a toss back as well. They do manage to get a skewer back into the tier 4s. So as long as nobody dies on the side of Secret, it's going to be okay for them. They did use the BKB, and Saksa was walking off with the Aeon Disc, the 4-staff away. Now the Song of Siren allowing him to get out. So he forced a BKB. I think Chrysalis used his.
How do you kill any of these heroes?
I don't know.
If you're not killing him in that scenario, I mean, you need Nullifier. You just need it. They need it now.
Didn't quite get it. The skewer almost going off. The Nullifier is going to make that Aeon Disc
useless.
He dies. Nine finish him off. There's going to be a dieback. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. We were Chrysalis in a good position, though. And my goodness. Nine just exploded. And 33. That's a squad spider as well. They do up Secret. Got to be careful as they push out, but they really want to be able to force more. They want to be able to stop these supports. There goes the buyback. The Bloodthorn Snare onto the Ember Spear. They need to help him out. But here comes Nine. They've got the Scythe. The imprisonment going down. This is maybe the last stand from Secret. It's all up to Chrysalis and Nisha to be able to fight through. Skater, he's going to fall once. Nine, a dieback on him. They just changed the game for Secret, but Chrysalis, he's not sure if he can go for it. They're going to stick on a Skater instead. Saksa comes in, lays down a combo. Almost shot the monkey gate. He does die. He goes down. The one-on-one against Nisha. Now Sneaking joins in the fray. He jumps forward. Nisha, he must get this kill. He needs it so badly. Another round of slight. But the double strike gets him before he dies. He finishes off 9. He gives Secret a small chance. Tundra are going to go high ground with 4. Just to 2 possible for a hold here from Secret. It's going to have to be some sort of crazy tier 4 defense, all up to Chrysalis and Puppey.
This is one BKB. That's it in the tank. The Puppey buyback. Static Storm in 30. He's getting Snare, getting Illusion. I don't think the Monkey King's stopping this, but he has one last Wukong in the tank.
The most veteran TI captain in Dota history, and the newest kid to the block, Chrysalis, holding against 4 of Tundra. The tier 4s are down. The throat is exposed. They got to get in there soon. He pops the BKB. He starts charging at Tundra, but they just keep their distance. He's going to blow the Wukong's command. He tries to hold. He needs 15 seconds. Chrysalis, can he hold 15 seconds for the Magnus to come back and start getting those skewers?
How long is this Wukong? He's praying for it to be as long as possible.
It needs to be a little bit longer, but he's getting tossed out of it. And now Tundra, they pounce a second round of refresh. The Static Storm, they're trying to hold. They're trying to get out of that. But are they going to be able to hold this one? The mantle away, the Song of Siren out, 4-staff TP out, and Secret hold! Chrysalis and Puppey, they managed to Oh, somehow, some way, this game will continue.
The refresher on the monkey. We said that Wukong has to last longer. Well, two of them was the way to do it. Tundra just didn't want to commit for that throw. Choosing to send everything else at it except the core heroes in. At the end of that fight, Skeeter says, I'm out of here, man. I am not going to push the luck and force the buyback.
Divine!
And you don't get another chance after that one.
Divine Rapier, baby.
It's time to go all in. A Divine Rapier for Chrysalis is the only real way this could end.
I mean, a beautiful setup here from the Boundless in a two-man static storm static field. That's the only way you're killing these heroes, or at least threatening them. So like we said, it was only Crystallis and Puppey. That's all you need sometimes.
That's true.
Now they're looking for more, trying to abuse the window they have. Remember, no buyback here on this Brood for 70. No buyback on this OD if he gets found. Crystallis just running down.
He tries to sneak it, Saksa. He tried to kill a creep wave. He really does not want to let this opportunity for Secret to go high ground while there's still 60 seconds for 33.
I mean, this is 50 seconds, no Brood. Divine Rapier up on Monkey. No buybacks for Secret. They need this throne, and they need to race it. Tundra pushing it bottom.
Misha, if he could just even hold these heroes here while the rest of the team pushes down that mid lane, but they're actually going to come back.
But Secret want to take the fight. They do not want to end up in a throne race.
Get a glimpse, get a glimpse. Oh, Puppey.
So much time cost here. But of course, you have an exposed throne on half HP. No glyph. Secret just have no choice in that scenario. Have to come back and play the defensive position. You have to imagine if they'd gotten to Tundra's base in that interval.
Oh, yeah.
Now this is absolutely excellent.
What did I say? Nerdy and dirty? That's the only way to play it right there, Tundra. That is nerdy and birdie to the best of degree. Pulling the creep wave with his courier, and he keeps it alive, too. Goddamn brilliant, Tundra.
He didn't have anything else on the map he could have done that with. With all the gunk on the map. Even the couriers making it hard for Secret to get these lanes out.
It is beautiful stuff.
Illusion. Just when you thought you had to fight everything, they throw a little bit more your way.
Yep.
That said, Secret, they are smoking up mid. Remember, no buyback on OD Brood. Divine Monkey might just one or two shot some heroes here. Refresher coming up in 15.
Oh man, a double boundless strike would actually just one-shot some heroes. Glimpse back, first thing, fine, 33. Instantly, the RP goes down to 2. 9 with the save though. 9, being chased down by the snowball. Gets a first step away from Sox and he locks down the 2 supports and bam! There they go. There goes one hammer. 9, setting up a little bit more, gets the reset of the song. So now with just the cores alive,
they are trying to get
out. They can keep their distance and maybe get out fully. Saksa, maybe not so lucky. That is going to be very bad if he dies here. Another hero with no buyback. Again, Secret, they have been down and out this entire game. Anything that resembles parity in this game has got to be a win for Secret. They are just like stuck inside their base for like 90% of the game. And now we've gone to a point where we're kind of even, and there's 60-minute items. Secret can actually get out on the map and pick up these 60-minute items, which are a game changer.
Apex for snaking here.
Apex.
Tundra is definitely farming and choose who to give it to. Still, you have 100 seconds, no Tiny, 50, no Brood. Secret can get lanes out. Remember, they're not Mega'd in this game. They still have bottom barracks. They can push it out pretty fast between Monkey and Ember. I think you try and find something here. I don't think you're just complacent with trading neutral items and letting this Tiny Brood respawn for free. That said, it's obviously easier said than done when you have so much trash just pushing in your lanes.
Yep, that's exactly what Quinn called it on the panel, right? You've got these spiders running at you, these illusions constantly. You have to have a... Secret's idea was the empowered triple melee lineup. And it's still not a... Secret's idea was the empowered triple melee lineup. And it's still not enough.
I mean, I'm amazed at how much they found in these late game fights.
Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield ngon này, Mirror Shield lại vào.
I almost want to see that on the Ember Spirit, so...
Ember đẹp.
Reflect the spell, reflect an OD spell here. Might just win you the fight.
Yeah. You know what I love is that Tundra...
Anh vẫn nhớ cái Mirror Shield, có Mirror Shield là cái item mà khi mà bạn đeo trên người, thì nếu bạn địch cái cast một phép vào người bạn, thì bạn sẽ phản cái phép vào người đối phương. Anh vẫn nhớ có cái lần anh chơi một game ban đấu với xẻ thua vì cái item ở trên người anh.
Oh yeah, they got a tiny giant's ring, tiny.
Thứ rất là cay cái vụ đấy.
Đấy
là một cái item lập bèo rất là tốt.
I doubt he's going to take it on Naga this game, but This guys just always get it. Of course, we're gonna wait for the tiny respawn just to see how big this tiny gets. Everybody.
Kia cũng có mirror shield.
KB tiny with giant
That's
string.
for Fallen Sky.
Tiny of all time.
Secret still need 2 more.
Oh my lord, he's a big boy.
Show him.
Ôi ôi ôi. Ôi trời ơi. Ôi trời ơi.
Is that a hero? Is he bigger than Roche?
He's coming for you.
Ôi trời ơi.
Put him in
the ultimate rock monster face off.
Put him in the pit.
Ôi trời ơi.
We'll swap him out.
To hơn cả Rosan đó.
I mean, that is a visual monstrosity.
They have been inside their base so long, by the way, they haven't finished up their tier 5 items because tier 4s are also dropping for the side of Secret.
Got to farm through them. I mean,
yeah, they still have 1 tier 4 and 1 tier 5 left.
Pretty much all you got is Fallen Sky on this Tusk. You've got that mirror shield. They're going to give it to Nisha, so he has that. Trying to keep this Ember alive as much as possible. He got the refresher too.
Phút thứ 60 là khởi điểm của sự điên cuồng của DOTA. Đấy là cái lúc mà những cái item nó có những cái tác dụng rất là kinh khủng được rơi ra với mục đích duy nhất là để game nó kết thúc trong một trong 2 team, hoặc cũng có thể kéo dài game lên cấp đôi.
How much Tundra presses their advantage with the Roshans, which they're still probably going to get him, but how much does an extra Ags do for Tundra here? Not a lot. How much does an extra Refresher Shard do?
4.358 mana. Ôi.
If you're just now joining us, we're 63 minutes into game 1 of the upper bracket final here, Secret versus Tundra. If you're wondering what all this craziness is going on in your screen, it's a lot of tier 5 items going into play. It's Secret who have been pretty much, it felt like they were kind of in that like 5% win chance for the last like 30 minutes, but they've held on.
10 to 5%.
Ôi dồi ôi. Ôi dồi ôi. Má ơi, má ơi.
He is actually bigger.
Rosan nó như người tí hon.
Glorious. I'm just basking in the beauty of
now he's got tree volley too.
The
tree is huge. I feel like he's gonna throw that and knock out the ancient just with 1 punch.
I have nothing to say. I'm just admiring the beauty of watching this walk around. I don't think I've ever seen such a girthy specimen in my life, Cap. That is the beauty of Dota.
So Secret have been holding on just ever so barely, and quite literally probably one of the smallest little threats you could possibly hope for. Tundra have been fully disciplined this entire time. Like, while Secret have been holding on, Tundra have not overextended, as they've seen many teams do here at this TI.
They're looking for the toss back.
They have been looking for openings and patiently letting those openings play out. Somebody walks into that spinner snare, great. We can get the toss back, and oh lord, he is coming! Here comes Saksa! Giants Ring Saksa trying to find the opening here. The Wukong's man is going to go out. They do have the imprisonment. The Dark Shadow is the tiny moving out of that Wukong's man. Thanks to that imprisonment astral save once again from 9. They do have the Scythe, keeping that Ember Spirit. Force staff him out. That's the nullifier. Oh, he got hit by an arrow. Puppy down. 1 pick off, tree volley being used, caught, and forced to use the BKB. 2 small wins there for Tundra. A BKB down on Chrysalis and a buyback out of this Disruptor.
Nó quá to đến nó không thể quay người được để nó toss hả?
It's just been so good at being able to just see small opportunities like this arrow. Saksa looking for an opening. Doesn't go for the toss back, instead the imprisonment. Magnus getting caught as he tries to jump in, also nullified as well. Tree volley's coming in. Resolution needs to be able to get out. Zayas managed to get the kickback on his Snake King and snowballs his way out of there. Chrysalis sees an opportunity. Hits him with the strike, and the static storm will finish him off. 9 is almost dead. Nisha's been messing around with him, but at the same time, Tusk falls. Nisha all in and trying to chase down this OD. The last remnant to the BKB. He couldn't fight him. TP out. The BKB expired. He gets caught. Socks up to finish him off with the help of 9.
This OD is way too elusive on the back end. So much help as well. And that was a refresher for this Ember. He's going to have to expend buyback here, but he is not going to have that up, which means no BKB for the full duration.
Buyback 1, buyback 2. Skewer away. Pulled out, but at the same time, buyback on the Disruptor. Chrysalis jumps in, immediately in prison. He's not going to get off the Wukong's command. He hopes for it, and he doesn't have the BKB either. Starts fighting up against Skeeter. Trying to hold him. Oh, what a kickback! The Monkey King, what a beautiful kick!
Buybacks here. Odie coming back in.
With the song, setting things up. They have the imprisonments ready to go. They're going to focus on this Tusk first. They know this repositioning is so damn bad for them. And Avalanche.
Oh,
the hammers come in.
Wow, GG.
Spirit a 2 buyback. They are all in on being able to hit either the best RP of your life, Rezo. No! It's denied by the imprisonment. He tries the boundless strike. He gets the skewer back now, but coming back into play, Chris is not going to be able to do anything. Immediately silences. That is it. Tundra, they will take this game 1.
Wow.
Just the most beautiful disciplined play you could possibly hope for to see on the main stage from Tundra. They worked Secret bit by bit. They wore them down until they could finally break them.
How many Astrals, how many tosses does it take to wear this Secret team down? My God. I mean, it just felt like people were getting Astrals for over an hour in that game, and every single one was more annoying than the last. There's Brulines in the back. There's Naga Illusions in the back. Somehow, Rezo's finding these skewers to keep him alive, but at some point, one of those spells is going to miss. And then the gunk just gunks you up. It's just too much, man. Of course, Tiny's probably taking up half your screen as well. So many individual fights, too. You have this duel on the backline between Nisha and Nine, chasing each other, refreshing for the double BKB. Penta Remnant refreshed into the Deca Remnant, trying to finish him. But
không giữ được con OD là chết.
You needed 15 in that game or something. I don't know. Too many Astrals to match it. That was a Tundra game through and through.
It really was. We said this is going to be a battle of ideas. Who's going to come out on top? Tundra's ideas do succeed, but Secret, they definitely showed they're not going to go down without a fight. And I'm sure our panel has so much to say about a wild 67-minute game.
Yeah, I can start talking after I pick my job off the floor, because this is the international. This is the Dota that we live for, and these are the moments that define our game. I'm here, Tsunami, with T-Gov, Lizard, and Sheepstick, as we're all just, you're looking dazed, Sheep. You're just...
There's a big rock behind us.
Yeah, now imagine how Secret felt about it.
Dude, what a game. I was just so hyped just to come back from Tundra with their like really good smoke moves in the mid game into this long late game, base defense, all these little pokes and prods coming out. We're going to threaten you with the glimpse. You got to deal with the skewers. You have to save with all these different things. There was so much thinking that everyone had to do in that game, and that's the Dota we love.
Yeah, you have these kind of people, you know, they enjoy that late game. They enjoy when you can't even understand what the hell is happening. And then I'm like, man, like, you just want to see strategies. You just want to see normal Dota. In the end, none of that matters. You get some tier 6 items, you get a Tiny that's higher than, I don't know, what building? T-Gov, go for it.
Mount Everest.
Big Ben. I just love it.
He's been fully rejuvenated for this one, but T, what's on your mind, man?
I mean, you speak about strategy, Lizard. It's the fact that Secret, in the early game, they were the ones being the aggressors. They were crossing the river, they were taking the fight to Tundra. But they take that one fight in the top lane, where they utilize the OD, go get those imprisons, and since they then win it and get across the river and set up their kind of aggressive positioning, you have Skidder with the Naga Illusions pushing it out, 33 with the Spiderlings pushing it out, and like Skidder, he plays over an hour-long game, he doesn't die at all. He's 14-0-24. He's backed up by the OD the entire time. Like, Nine really just unlocked Skidder to pop off.
It's something like the Dazzle plus Naga, Dazzle plus anything that buys a heart, really, that was played like a month or two ago. Now you have Naga and OD. Astral Imprisonment, get that heart going in after you leave the Disruptor's ulti, then you can heal up, reset the fight with sleep. It's just so nasty, and this is Tundra 101. You have Brood Mother sending her little broodlings everywhere. You have Naga with the illusions everywhere. You just cannot play. I like what Secret tried to do, right? Like with the Magnus, with the Ember, with the Monkey, you get that Empower. It works versus any kind of a zoo. And they said in the interview that they needed to address the zoo. Obviously, it didn't work out for them.
It definitely worked out for a while. It was nice because it felt like Tundra really struggled under the pressure that Secret were applying, because you're able to farm with all 3 cores with this Empower, and also they're more aggressive team fight. In the mid game, it was hard for Tundra to fight into it because 33 had such a bad start on Brood. So when Tundra gets shoved into the same side of the map as each other, like Naga wants one side of the map, Brood Mother wants one side of the map, like all these heroes are competing for farm with 3 Empower melee cores. It's really hard for them to find farm.
It's probably the best thing that happened in Secret's draft. That's the Monkey King on the safe lane. Like, he generally does not lose versus melee heroes, and he definitely did win super hard against the Brood. Forced her to jungle at her, like, what, level 5?
Yeah, he didn't even get his spawn Spiderlings. He was there early on.
Yeah, like minute 14, 15, your tier 1 tower on the bottom lane is already standing. That was the moment where I started trash-talking Tundra's draft. Like,
yes, I recall.
It's not gonna work.
I'm glad that you exposed yourself, because I was about to call you out and be like, Lizard, Blizzard, somehow I remember a different result coming your way. And you may have heard Cap allude to the fact that Tundra is dirty and nerdy. And we keep saying that, but what does it really mean? What are the analytics behind us saying such bold things about the team? Well, maybe Purge can explain it in a little bit greater detail.
That's right, Neil. Tundra's drafting has been very innovative so far this tournament. They're ahead of the meta. They're setting the trends. For example, in the group stage, they picked Crystal Maid in 10 of their 18 total games. She ends up with a 65% win rate. Really, really good. Every other team looks at that and says, oh, CM must be really good. Let's pick CM ourselves. And then she goes on to be the most picked hero of the main stage so far, doing really good there. But Tundra, when they get to the main stage, they just say, our favorite support lady, we don't need her anymore. We're just going to pick Mirana every single game. They haven't picked her one time since they started. They haven't even banned it. No respect at all to the hero that they trended in the tournament. We just saw Mirana in this previous game. On top of that, Tundra, the other way that they're setting trends is, for example, their Doom pick. It's been banned against them now 13 times, all in the first phase, the most powerful time to ban a hero. Very effective. That's because 33's Doom is so good. The total bans against them account for 1/3 of the total bans against Doom in the tournament. That's 33%, of course. One trend they haven't embraced at all, though, is the Leshrac. It's the second most picked hero of the groups. It's a 76% win rate. Definitely the most broken hero of the patch. They haven't played it one time, and even more shockingly, Tundra has played against Leshrac 0 times in the entire tournament. It's pretty remarkable. They have banned it now 6 times, the previous game and the previous 2 before that. So basically setting trends, forcing their opponents to ban other weird heroes that nobody else is picking, and now picking more weird stuff like we saw in the last game. Secret, on the other hand, they picked Lesh 5 out of 18 matches. They picked it every game in the main stage, except for the last game that it was banned. They had 4 wins when they get it. So it's the hero of the tournament, but Tundra just doesn't care, and now they're just in a great position because every other match that's happening isn't the normal meta, or the information you get from the other games aren't going to be applicable to Tundra, and that's what gives them a really good upper hand in these games.
They go to the beat of their own drum, Purge. Thank you very much. Yes, but one thing that I'm a little bit... Oh, you want to talk?
There's one more hero.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think it's Kunkka, actually. We should talk about Kunkka.
Well, tell me about Kunkka. What's he up to? Hey.
He's got a really good beard.
Oh. The handsome fellow, I gotta say. I'm inspired.
He's got 2 masks on.
The multi-mask.
Wow, beautiful. Why am I even hosting them? We could have done it in AR. Thank you very much, Purge, for that information. And yes, it does seem like Tundra is very strong. Now, how much stock do you put in adaptability? Because Secret, they have played a hell of a lot of games to get to this point. They went through all of LCQ, they went through all of group stage, and now they're going through the bracket, and they drop a game. All of our upper bracket were 2-0s. Now what, T?
Yeah, I feel like for Secret, at least, it's trying to make sure that their first move into the enemy jungle leads to success. Because they were in a really good position to take the fight, to take some momentum. But Tundra, they're some of the best teams at taking these defensive fights, winning, and then occupying an aggressive position to choke out your opponent. Like, if you think of the biggest net worth leads across TIs, Tundra has the second biggest net worth lead against Talon earlier. Then in this game, they had like a 60k net worth lead. Like, when they get into a winning position, they hold it. So I think for Secret, you can't let Tundra slowly get into that position where they just kind of choke you out in the game.
Well, I'm still pulsing with excitement, and I can only feel it all the way here in Norway. I wonder how Singapore is dealing with such an exciting game. Let's check in with Slacks.
Hello, 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 my friends. It is I, Sir Action Slacks. We're here in front of the arena right now, and did you know you can take a picture with a replica Aegis? Very cool. However, I've always wondered, what would someone do if they just saw someone stealing the Aegis? My friend is here. He's going to pretend to be security. What's your name, sir?
Irfan.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I'm going to run and try to hand this Aegis off to someone, and you got to go up to them and have them point to which direction I went. I want to see if they're loyal to me or if they're loyal to you. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go assault someone that has no idea that it's coming. Are you ready?
Yes.
Time to go give away the Aegis. Count to 20. Here we go. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Out of my way, out of my way. Out of my way, out of my way. Miss, can you hold this? Please hold this, please hold this. Listen, don't tell anyone you saw me, okay? No, sir, I'm still alive, sir.
Okay. Did she just get to keep it now? Yeah. Is she taking the final slot?
No, the winner of TI now has to go find that lady in the crowd. Can I have it back, please? We just won the tournament.
She's giving it back. You were supposed to run!
What a good
You ratted me out! thievery. Not allowed. Not allowed thievery. Thank you. The Aegis is safe.
Honestly,
all good. Thank you.
We are honest people.
Honest people here. Thank you. Oh, yeah, take it back, guys. I'm sweating my booty off out here. Everybody yell! Put him in the mouth!
Woo! Yes! And Aegis Snatch was not successful in this game. Poor Slacks sweating his ass off, but it is an honest group of people. No malicious behavior there.
I love you people are honest. Give me back to Aegis.
Yoink.
I would have stolen it so fast.
So apparently what I think is going on is that you can go and take pictures with the replica Aegis. Which I remember that during TI 10, when there was no crowd, I very surreptitiously walked up to the real Aegis and like snapped a quick selfie and I was like, oh my god, this is like...
Did you touch it? Did you,
I asked permission and I was not granted permission.
It should actually tour the world, you know, on the downtime, like football does. Just
well, right now it's looking
Aegis.
like it's about to tour from Eastern Europe to Western Europe because it's going from Team Spirit to one of these three teams that remains, looking like it might be a compelling case for Secret, for Puppy to put his name on it again, T. I don't really know. You think that Tundra is going to turn it back around or what?
I think Tundra is going to probably, I mean, they're the favourites. They've taken game one here. I think they're in a really solid spot to get to the finals. I think Secret, their storyline isn't to win this series. Oh god, they can hear me now. It's to bounce back in the lower bracket. Oh god, they can really hear me now. Yeah, I'm kind of believing in Tundra just because of how dominant and methodical that game one was.
And the way they're playing, right? Like Naga, the way they even approach the Naga drafts, the fact that he is going for this new build, it's not that new. It's been being built in pubs for quite a while now. But Orchid, the way they combo that with a Mirana, that's a 4 or a 5. You always have that extra surprise coming from Mirana's ulti, and then into the Orchid, then into the Ensnare. Also the fact that they buy a gem very, very early on, they devoured it, and they always send the gem back to the base, right? Like they secure the map, they secure the vision, and then they set up these ganks with heroes that you don't necessarily expect.
And we had a lot of skepticism surrounding this draft sheep. I know that you saw Brood and Naga, and you were like, oh, I don't really think that, I mean, there's a lot of clear on the side of Secret.
Whoa. This is backstage talk. These are off thoughts that don't truly reflect my feelings on the draft.
You hate
them. As I said earlier on the draft, it had problems. When Secret properly applied pressure, that draft really struggled because there wasn't enough farm distribution for everyone on the map. However, they made really good comeback plays, utilizing Sax's Tiny. His tossbacks enabled so many of those fights during their comeback when they were starting to reclaim the map. That was good. This was good. This was what made their stuff work. Skitter is so confident on his Naga, on his CK. He plays these illusion heroes like they're not illusion heroes.
Yeah, and sorry for exposing off-the-record knowledge. I'll give you something that's on the record, though, because Tundra had some thoughts on Secret.
I think Team Secret is a very formidable opponent because I think they've defined their roles for each other very well, and they know exactly what to expect from each other.
I mean, obviously they hit Puppy, so like it kind of goes without saying. Honestly, it doesn't need to be explained. And by this point, it's also for Nisha as well. It's just such an amazing player.
If you were just to think of each of their player, not even looking at any particular game, you kind of have an idea of what each hero will play. Nisha will generally play like a very high damage hero, and then Crystallis will either be some sort of utility or counter pick for the lane, and same thing with the Resolution.
They know their lane matchups very well. It's like they play these stupid combos that you feel like the lane shouldn't be strong, but then they know something about it a bit more than you do, or like the synergy is a bit better, that they manage to win these lanes, and like suddenly like they have very good synergy in the game.
The last time we played them in a group stage where we duoed them, I think they messed up their drafts in both of their games, so I don't think we actually got to play the real Secret.
Like going into this match against them, I think we are kind of on even grounds. Like both of us have kind of, since that match, both of us have kind of gone through a win streak. Yeah, I think we are on even footing, and just excited to see how the game will play out.
The footing is becoming somewhat uneven, though. As we saw, game number 1, Tundra, they do their own thing. You heard it from Purge. They set dynamics throughout the group stage. They throw them out the window whenever it comes to playoffs time. Now, upper bracket finals, we see Zoo T, do you think they go back to the well on that one, or is it too telegraphed?
No, I feel like this game one was a perfect example of Tundra getting what they wanted. Secret, when you enter that first phase of bans, you kind of know what's going to be hitting you. Tundra, they're not this unpredictable team in regards to their openings. It's normally like kind of 9 specialties. I feel like for Tundra, they just keep doing what they're doing. They won the first game. They're looking good. They're looking solid. You don't need to change up. For Secret, though, it's if we do the same bans and maybe let Brood through, do you want a different answer? Like they crushed him in lane, but the overall game, like losing out on map
came
presence.
back. They made a comeback with the Brood that got crushed. Like you don't see that very often. And also, if you're Tundra, you're probably feeling really good right now, Sheep, right? Because in group stages, 2 games lasted 60 minutes.
It's true.
Now you win with even the tier 5 items coming into the play.
Yeah, I think they should feel confident, but not cocky, because like we talked about, Secret did have that early game advantage. They were starting to creep ahead in net worth, and they were looking very scary to fight into. So for Secret, I think it's more of tightening up that area that they struggled with in the last game and making sure they can cement their lead. And for Tundra, it's, I mean, do the same thing. They made the right moves to come back. They kind of knew what they had to do, and maybe they want to adjust how they play that Brood lane. It just went so bad.
Still seems like you like it being a top priority for Tundra, that Brood mother.
I really like the Brood.
Okay.
I just think it presents a lot of problems, and because her item build is so generic, because 33 also plays Tide the same way.
You say that now, but I thought the dynamic for the longest time was I have to go Wraith Pact or Pipe every time.
He did. He went Wraith Pact.
He went Wraith Pact.
Then where were you getting generic from then?
Is in it's something that is good no matter what the game is, right? You're not going, oh, I have to buy like a Solar Crest for armor or whatever. It's just like I'm going Wraith Pact. It reduces damage.
I have to just say that I am worried for Secret, because the games where they performed, like maybe overperformed, were the games Nisha played Leshrac.
Yeah.
And that's what I believe. I don't know who, Slacks or someone said it just a moment ago.
I doubt Slacks said it. If it was smart, I think Slacks said it.
Yeah, they had like 4 out of 5 games on Leshrac, and they won all 4 of those. So Lesh is their comfort hero, and it's also a hero on which Nisha can definitely just put them all on his back and carry it.
That's probably not getting through the draft, right?
Yeah. Most likely will not.
Yeah, it was banned in the previous game. Probably going to get banned no matter the pick order again in this game as well.
Well, let's see how these priorities pan out as we get into game number 2 of Tundra versus Secret.
Team Secrets turn to ban.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Tundra Esports.
Now, we heard earlier from that video from Tundra themselves, they said they talked about when they faced up against Team Secret in the group stage, they said they didn't really feel like they faced the real Team Secret. Sure, game 1, they feel like, okay, now we're matched up against the real guys. Both games, though, game 1, both in the group stage as well as now on stage, they won with the Naga Siren. So, I don't know, something's working for Tundra. Their ideas still work against Secret, even if it was a little harder this time.
Yeah, man, I think kudos to Secret for pulling it back and making it drag out that so far. I think Secret is the first team I've seen do what you have to do against Tundra, which is survive their offlane. Tundra's offlane is extremely fierce. They're very dominant in the laning phase, and you can fall really far behind. And Secret just totally trampled that. They crushed Tundra's offlane, which I don't think anyone has done yet this tournament. So I say, even though Secret lost that game, I feel like they have a pretty good footing in that they had a really good laning phase. And if you have that against Tundra, then you're set up to play at the very least an even game.
Yeah, honestly, I think this OD last pick was... I didn't realize how strong it was until I actually saw the game. I just didn't realize it. You never play against this hero in Pops. I haven't played against this hero in months. But this OD with the Shard, he completely nullified the way Secret wanted to fight that game. And I think without OD, this game would have been completely different. So we'll see what they want to do to change it up. They do have second pick on Secret this time, and I do think they're a team that benefits from second pick because Puppy likes to hide his picks. He wants to play pick these heroes that play multiple roles and then hide them till the very end, and this is easier on second pick. I would agree.
They also slightly shifted the bans, banning the Brood instead of the CM this time, so saying, all right, you have 2 5s, you're going to pick every game, fine, we'll just lead them both, pick one, whatever. Sure. We're going to ban your like, super annoying Neta cores, you have to pick something slightly different, you know, pick this Visage on 8, maybe it's a little weaker in lane, you can exploit it a little bit more, you know. I think that's probably a better angle for them.
10 seconds. I was surprised they banned this Maiden in the first game. Like, I get Maiden as a hero that they're winning every game with, but they're also winning every game. And I think, to me, it's like, is Maiden going to destroy you in a series compared to a Brood or a Doom or, you know, like some Naga Siren that's really the core of their strategies? Because this Maiden obviously accelerates their support duo a lot. It helps them skirmish. It gives them some extra lane shove for their pick-off combo. But I feel like it's I'd rather play against Crystal Maiden than like the Brood or the Naga, you know?
Do you think it was more about the opposite? Do you think it was like, we're going to give you Brood Mother and break it? Because they, as Quinn pointed out, they did win that lane. So maybe they thought, okay, we're going to show that you can't use this tool for not just this series,
possible.
but also potentially grand finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. It's something that Puppy is, like, notorious for doing. Like, fine, we'll give you your best try, we'll beat it, and then, like, you're screwed. Then your draft is hosed, and you don't want to play Brood again, and then now what do you do, right? But, I mean, they lost, so you just ban it, say, screw it. I don't want to see a spider in my game again.
And here we go already with the Flex Dawnbreaker, which we've seen, I believe, Crystallis play it, and then Resolution can also play it. They are on second pick, so they're going to hide this till later. And I think this hero is really good for Secret, the way they play. They like to have Nisha on these mid carries, which is also better on second pick, right? Because he's going to see his lane, he's going to get a counter pick. And then this Dawnbreaker can go either lane, she can connect the mid lane with Nisha. Silencer is a solid hero against CM, no pun intended. You have the global for ulti, and you're also decent lane matchup against her as well.
Are you going to get Visaged here?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's just, you're opening up the Silencer, right? Like, this is the ultimate Visage on response team. You know they want a Wraith Pact hero if Doom is out of the pool, which it is. And Brood is out as well, so if you don't take your Wraith Pact hero here, you're maybe not getting to second phase. And I feel like they really want to see hero versus Silencer. It's one of the best ways to abuse this hero. Even if you end up getting countered in the game, your lane's terrible, you can always just throw Broods on him. So he's kind of forced to make a decision in terms of spell casting because the hero's just too slow. He's very clunky on the map, he needs a lot of farm. So I think Tundra got a pretty happy Visage pick, but I agree that Dawnbreaker should be very good for Secret in this matchup. Like, it's one of these cores that can shove waves, deal with the early skirmishes, and still scale, and help their mid-hero scale. Yeah. We've seen these Dawn Storm, Dawn Shadow Fiend combos be really powerful this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare these first two heroes from Secret to the first two last game, I think they're a lot happier in terms of, like, it gives them more flexibility in what they pick in the second phase. They have a lot more damage, a lot more, like, casual fight. It's not two heroes that sort of do the same thing. They have pretty good magic damage. They have decent scale, you know, it, like, sort of balances in a lot of ways. I think they're much happier with that because now Nisha can play, like, the, you know, the carry type of hero, or we can play the spellcaster type of hero. Rezokin has different options. I think they're more open in terms of, like, what they can pick down the line.
It's going to be interesting to see if they want to address this Wraith Pact in any way, because I felt like last game the Wraith Pact actually had huge impact. They didn't have a simple way of killing it. You know, Ember doesn't want to hit it, Monkey doesn't want to hit it. You want these kind of range heroes. Sometimes, you know, people would pick a Snapfire, something that can actually deal with the Wraith Pact timing. So I'm trying to think what they're going to pick for Secret in the next hero. It's going to be Zayak's hero, most likely. And they could set up a way for the Silencer to lane away from Visage too. That is also a possibility.
They only really have been playing melee fours for Zayat.
Silencer
right? Like, when you think of the
counter,
Wraith Pact kills, I think of like
Reset
Piranha,
counter,
Snapfire type deals from the 4. And he's pretty much just playing
Dawnbreaker counter,
Tusk,
Reset.
Mix. Job's done.
Không hẳn là các
Go
bạn
in
Reset nhưng mà
and
phải làm Reset rất là
wreak havoc, especially when you have Silencer 5. You kind of want as many forms of solid, easy initiation as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, they could be looking for that Wraith Pact killer from the core position on 18. When you look at Tundra's heroes, they're a bit clunky in the way they fight. It's very like, we stand in a ball, we hit what comes into us. So if you have this sniper, this SF, this turret hero, says, okay, that's fine. If you're going to sit there, I'm going to sit there too. I'm going to punch you from farther away. I'm going to beat you backward. Like, that type of thematic fighting for Secret, I think can be very good, and also like helps give them an answer to this, you know, Wraith Pact, which is super obnoxious.
Yeah, they're banning Naga here though, right?
I'm trying to think about it.
I feel like you ban Naga. I don't think you want to play another Naga game. Even if you're confident you're going to get the cores, I feel like it's another hero that makes the way the fights play out very difficult for Silencer. It's just very obnoxious. He sends stuff in, he sees you, you start getting chipped.
I mean, the question is, if you have 2 cores that you can pick against Naga, do you still need to ban it? That is the question here.
That is a big question.
You do get to counter it, and it also depends a bit on what support they want to pick here. And like you said, he's been playing mostly melee heroes. Which one is the best here? And they do ban it, so I think it's an okay thing to do. They keep losing to it. Clearly, Tundra is an amazing team with Naga Siren, so I can see Clock here, I can see Tusk, something that just fits with his MO, which is just pick melee heroes.
Do you like the Earth Spirit? I feel like it is one of those old school Visage counters in a way. Like, you can get on him, start burning the stacks, be extra tanky, you just get BKB, he doesn't do anything to you.
In theory, he is stronger than the other supports in how the fights break out. He is weaker in lane, but you're right, it is a lot about fighting. You come to land Dota, it's a lot about fighting. You know, logic kind of goes out the window sometimes. That's what happens on stage if, you know, you play in front of this huge crowd. But they do go for Nyx Assassin, which I do think is a weaker hero against, you know, Visage's timings.
Yes.
I mean, there is the upside to this Nyx hero that the combo with Dawnbreaker is pretty powerful. You get this 10 stun increase talent, and you just get chain stun. The Nyx hits you, stuns you, Dawnbreaker drops on you, and you just get chain stun for like 5 seconds. They full to 0 you. So I mean, we saw last game Tundra playing this more of this pick-off style.
Banaga.
Secret this game
Không đúng đâu, Banaga là
than they
Banaga.
did the last game. So maybe, you know, being able to split the map a little bit more.
Cái
We saw them
mix này là để
you know,
kiểu
Gridlock
dần mặt
did this
OD á.
1K, 2K Goldie for quite some time.
Dần
So
mặt
maybe
Tundra là
Snake's
không
Dawn
để
gives a
không
little more
Tundra
global
pick
presence,
OD
more
á.
pick-off potential.
Bởi vì
Maybe that gives them
Nyx
the
là
opportunity to
counter
like
cứng
build
của
more of
OD.
this gold lead if they have another good early laning phase.
So I think this is going to be the hardest phase for Tundra because they have to decide what to show here. They're definitely good against all these heroes actually because it is a solid support matchup. And then which core do they go with here? What do they want to address? Do you want to address this Dawnbreaker, which can go to multiple lanes? Do you just want to pick something that's just good in the game with Visage? You know, like for example, they've played the CM Chaos Knight lane a lot, and that's a very hard lane to beat.
I could see CK, I could see Ursa. They want something to just go in the Roche pit, try and abuse the Wraith Pact early. Like your Global's on cooldown, your Dawnbreaker ult's on cooldown. Just go in the pit, start getting the Roshans up.
I'm feeling CK. I'm feeling CK. CK? Yeah. I think it just fits their MO, you know. Again, it's also true. Summons, it's illusions.
Yeah.
It's not a Naga Siren, but you still get to throw stuff out there.
You could go Ags.
Sounds there. You can go Ags. You know, you press BKB, you press Ags, you dispel Global from everybody else.
Pretty nice.
Pretty poggers indeed.
Very poggers.
That was for Quinn.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No, I mean, I think this, like, Secret may have the more pick-off than they did last game, but in terms of just like raw single target damage, okay, so they do go for the 9
Primal
hero.
Beast.
I mean, it's definitely, it's not the worst of Primal games. I wouldn't say it's the best either. It sort of has like back and forth matchups against a lot of these heroes. I could see their ideology being, hey, Secret has a lot of these magic damage, like not super scaling heroes, and we see, you know, potential carry options that could be good on 23.
Like
we choose to see that one extra pick. Maybe we get to see a lane, or we know the Dawn's going, we know the carry matchup, and we get like this really powerful carry pick. And you know, maybe they feel we're gonna pick 9-0 anyway. It's gonna be some melee dude who's gonna like go do some stuff for us. He's gonna run in, so they're like, just pick it now, whatever. They'll counter it sort of. Primal's not that easy to counter in lane, and we'll get this like slightly better carry pick that gives us, you know, a better game matchup as time progresses.
I think it's pretty smart in a way because it fits in how they want to play the game on Tundra's side. So they want to open up Visage's lane right when you hit 6. That's generally what they like to do with Zoo, this team. And Primal is one of the best hero at rotating to your lane. He's just fast with trample. He's always going to get on top of somebody. And when Visage hits 6 with Primal Beast coming in there, if he's not too far behind in lane, which is one of the weaknesses of Visage, they can pretty much kick out anybody. So I want to see what Secret addresses here. I think they'll pick their mid hero. Okay, Pangolier.
Very, very good against all of Tundra's heroes, and I think it gives them that oomph that Secret sort of needed. Like, they want some dude who goes in and can bam, slap, like, it's something oomph to it. Because they have a lot of, like, casual magic damage, you know, some little bits here and there, and now they have, like, something more impactful that goes in, doesn't care about Wraith Pact. Tundra has all this magic damage and just absolutely nothing to Pango. Like, it is a very, very good Pango game.
I like this Pango Dawnbreaker dual core. Like, I think these are the types of heroes you want versus Tundra. Heroes that can fight early, you don't fall behind on the map, deal with the lanes, deal with the skirmishing. At the same time, you're happy going late game with them too in a 5-on-5 ball scenario where the damage is going to be enough to cut through the Wraith Pack pipe scenario or whatever you're dealing with. I also think this Nyx Primal Beast interaction is like very weird. So I think we've seen it a lot this tournament. Like when you press BKB on this hero is the one thing that I think isn't always super obvious in a lot of the fights. Like you BKB before you charge in, or you just charge in, you're getting carapassed, is something weird happening to your hero, right? You have a global, like if you BKB early and you get global, then your ult is screwed. So this I don't think this Primal Beast initiation is that easy for him in a way. I think it's kind of murky to me.
I do like the Pangolier, like you guys said. I do think it's mainly about this Pangolier answering the pressure from the Visage and this Primal Beast, because I think he's going to want to match them. So if they're going to go somewhere together, this Pangolier is exactly the hero you want that can deal with that lane. He can go there, you know, with Dawnbreaker ulting in, you can actually fight them, you can fight their timing. And, you know, like I said, this is Land Dota, it's about fighting, right? Even Tundra last game, you know, they push all these waves. But to what end? They want to be able to fight. They want to be able to see somebody and start casting spells, start poking them. And it's a similar thing, right? They have Clockwork with the Vision, the Visage. It just fits their MOs for both of these teams.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we can see Secret this game with another smart ban. I think banning the CK, like you were talking about, you know, it's just like very, very comfort. And it's sort of an interesting dynamic whenever you play a team that has such set-in-stone heroes, is you can sort of get in this thing where like, hey, we can counter this hero, but they also really like it, so do we want to just ban it to put them out of their comfort zone? And so you can sort of go back and forth on that, and it seems like Secret has fallen much more into the camp of, hey, maybe, you know, it's not the greatest CK game, it's against Pango and Dawn, it's like, it's okay, you know, but they really like it, so we're just going to ban what works for them instead of trying to ban the most ideal hero, which I think is a pretty good ideology against Tundra.
trying to think of this last Tundra hero here.
I mean, they banned Darkseer.
TÄI Esports.
It is pretty interesting, right? Because Secret upgraded their second phase to all carry bans, as opposed to last time they placed up against them. It means so many Skeeter heroes are out of the pool. Tundra really trusted that Skeeter's got something left.
I mean, there's Wraith King and Ursa. Those are like the two that come to mind. I mean, this team is almost always picking something that just goes in, takes all the attention, gives vision to the rest of their lineup, causes chaos, and of course, if you can get something with nice lane synergy with CM, you're gonna feel a bit better about potentially abusing this Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk of saving your carry for last pick. Is if there's 15 more billion heroes carry heroes banned, then you can end up with questionable options, and you come out and you're like, are we really happy with this? You have to think about their counter pick as well, and is that going to mesh properly? It's not a tricky, or it's not an easy pick.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think what he's going to want to play here, because there's always going to be some kind of counter pick, so it has to be something he's happy with. Ursa, okay, Terrorblade.
Ooh, Terrorblade.
When in doubt.
Terrorblade out?
Terrorblade out.
Yeah. I was just looking. I wasn't looking at
anything in the chat. Bust out the TV. I will say Terrorblade is fairly strong in lane. There are not too many lanes that you can't, at least survive to the point where you can go jungle. But, it's not an incredible TV game. It's an okay TV game, right? You're playing against Nyx and Sound, so you want to push these waves. Again, it just fits with their style. Push waves with summons, illusions, and find the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it also gives them this raw damage. When you're against Dawnbreaker and Pangolier, like, you want some massive, high DPS dude for when this Pango runs in. Like, he can't just roll and have a free game, Like, once his roll ends, like, he's going to get focused on and blown up by the TV right clicks. Like, that matchup can be very two-sided.
Yeah, there's a lot that can jump this Terrorblade and make his game hard, and there's not a lot that protects him. I feel like last game we had all of those saves, all of those fight resets coming out. This game is different, right? Tundra does not have a single bailout spell. If you just all on this Terrorblade, you global on top, who's doing anything to bail him out of the fight? He dies, so much of your damage goes away. We've seen a lot of games where this Primal Beast, this hero doesn't just do it all on his own, right? And now you have DOTA added to the mix, a hero that Terrorblade has issues gap closing or man fighting in late game scenarios.
And one of the best killers at TB too, right? Just shreds through all that base armor.
I think this looks to me the most doable game in terms of bringing Tundra down. Like, if you're gonna bring this team down and beat what they're doing, this game to me looks like the most doable.
But are they actually going to be able to do it? Fly, what are you feeling?
I'm going to go with Secret. Again, I was wrong last time, but, this is looking pretty hopeful. I do think this is a pretty good draw ranger game. I do like the Pangolier and how they're going to set up the fights with Nyx Assassin. It's not as simple for Tundra to completely play out the fights. Like SVG said, they don't have the save. That was what changed everything for me last game. So I'm going to go with Secret.
I am also going to go Secret. My one worry is this offlane for Tundra, I think, is a lot stronger than it was in the last game. And Drow Silencer is a lane that can get out of control very quickly. Suddenly there's a Birdman taking all your towers, and you're very sad. So
he's going to have to lane the Silencer against the Crystal Maiden. I'm pretty sure they're going to do Nyx Drow top. That's what I'm feeling at least. But then they're breaking the Rezo-Zayak combination, so maybe not.
And you're throwing Nyx potentially into Clock Visage, which isn't much fun for him either.
That's true.
Who does go down there and tank it up? Maybe you just dodge entirely? Is there like an aggro option? It's not amazing, but
yeah, I mean,
use it to some degree. I think Secret, honestly, they just want to get out of lanes. I don't think they need to win lanes super hard here. It's like they just survive, get their cores levels and farm. They get into that mid game. I think they're going to be pretty happy. Again, best chance I've seen.
All right. Secrets versus Tundra. Game 2 is almost ready to go, but we got to check up the man on stage. Slacks has got Heen for a last-minute interview.
Thank you so much, everybody. I am here with Heen from Team Secret. First chance to talk to you. I mean, so much time in the uppers. My goodness gracious. Sir, a very aggressive draft coming out here from Tundra. Pretty scary stuff. A little bit more defensive on your side, would you say, or are you going for just as much offense on this one?
Oh, I think we're trying to aim for a balanced draft, especially because we're a second pick. You don't want to have to, out-tempo them to win the game. We can make mistakes and still be in the game. Last game, it kind of felt like the Naga was more of a problem than we had anticipated. So after a few mistakes, it just, I could feel the frustration in our players' comms. So.
All right. Well, it looks like that this one might not be as frustrating. We'll have to find out as we go straight in the game. The boys are ready to play. Throw it back to our casters.
All right. I love the fact that he pointed out that, like, listening in on the comms, he was able to pick up some of the frustration from some of his players. I mean, that just did not look like a fun game to play for Secret. With that many saves and that much split pushing, it just felt like everything that they tried to do was immediately stymied. So, this time around, I mean, you pointed out early on, there aren't those kind of saves. There's still the split pushing, there's still going to be Visage familiars, still going to be illusions running around, but no saves. They can actually go in and try to kill something and probably actually succeed.
Which is a big deal when you have high committal lineups. Last game was a pretty high committal lineup for them. They have a lot of big ults. They have to drop them. Once they're dropped, if it gets reset, there's not a second round until 70 minutes when you have refreshers, of course.
Yeah.
But this game, it's a similar story to some degree, right? You have this global, you have this Donald, you have the Pangolier ult. Once these spells get committed, you are locked into that fight. So you need to be making sure you're getting a big kill out of them. And yeah, no saves, a lot less gunk on the map. That's why I'm saying, like, this Tundra draft, it's very much up their alley, and this team has been arguably the most dominant team at this tournament.
Yes.
So if there's a time you can make the god bleed, I feel like this is it.
12 wins in a row for Tundra now. They have been hot, hot, hot. Coming off the group stage, going into playoffs. And now they are just one win away from a grand final appearance. Absolutely amazing, especially for, I mean, we talked about the matchup. Let's just talk about the captains versus captains. I mean, we've got 11-time TI attending, just absolutely the GOAT of captains, Puppies, versus Snakey. First time at TI as a captain. He's been here before, but this time around, he's the one calling the shots, right, Avery?
It's a different story entirely. I mean, he has always been a pseudo-captain on every team he's been on. This guy talks a lot, and he talks often, so it's a familiar role for him. But yeah, the pressure's on, and they're handling it magnificently, right? One game away from that grand final. You're already pretty happy, almost regardless of that outcome. Already a pretty good start as well. Getting some trades out. Well, Snaking, he's not going to be happy.
Trận này sẽ rất là căng ở phút thứ 10 trở đi này. Bởi vì cái lineup của bên Secret nó sẽ đánh nhau rất là dã man luôn. Ở đây là cái nhiệm vụ của Primal Beast với cả Clock để giữ tempo cho bên Tundra để TB farm.
Sure.
And this Tundra offlane, they pull waves a lot. So if you're going to throw something in a random lane and hope to get out of it, it's probably this lane to some degree. The pull action already on time and on point.
Yep. And I almost wonder, like, Secrets, they could have been doing some of their own pulling. Meta was popped early by Skeeter, but now it's down. They're immediately going to start getting a bit aggressive, missing out on that last hit, though. It's an interesting matchup. Nisha versus 9, Pango versus Primal Beast. I think we actually saw this maybe a couple times in the group stage or something. And it's a matchup that both of them are just going to be kind of bleeding each other constantly. Particularly the Pango, anytime he puts damage on the Primal Beast, he starts getting those stacks up.
I mean, Primal Beast is the alpha dinosaur in this game, so I favor him a little bit.
Yeah.
He can dominate with the uproar stacks, that type of deal.
Ở kèo này thì đúng là kiểu hai bên chọc nhau thôi chứ không giết được nhau. Bởi vì cả Primal Beast lẫn Pangolier đều có một skill di chuyển, gây đam di chuyển và có một skill tăng.
Pango does have multiple spells to at least cause a little bit of a gap.
And then when the Primal Beast wants to make some of those early rotations, I mean, we saw even starting the last chance qualifier, the way Toxin would move around pre-level 6 to some of these side lanes. Look for that Pango, who is a little bit more reliant on hitting his ultimate, but he's just a great counter initiator, right? I mean, was it Fly who said he just constantly is going to try and follow the Primal Beast and the Visage wherever they try and put pressure on the map?
Yeah, you just need to check 9 in this game. Just don't give him like some free rune into a bottom rotation that breaks the Drow lane. Yeah. That's the lane Secret really want to think about. Like, the Primal Beast going top for a Parablade, who really cares? It doesn't progress the game for Tundra.
Sure.
Primal Beast going bottom, killing your Drow, breaking this lane open, giving Visage extra levels to get the 6, that will break this game open. So that is
nghe giọng ăn khác á. Ăn công nhận hôm nay giọng ăn có hơi khác bởi vì như anh nói hôm qua gió đi lạnh về gió xong rồi giọng hơi khô. Nhưng còn lại giọng ăn vẫn vậy.
Visage hurts, man.
Yeah, he certainly does.
Chắc là tôi đủ tai nghe đó.
Back and forth. You see a bunch of 100% win rates on some of these heroes. The Primal Beast for 9. Now also Zayat's on the Nyx Assassin, also 100%.
Nisha going for a little bounty rune steal. 9 says no, sir. I am the beast.
You may be mobile, but you're not going to go farther than that onslaught can take the primal beast.
Even Puppy getting chased off lane a little bit. Second meta pop top.
There's another one. Puppy even on the sounds.
I mean, 9 is dominating the lane in terms of the resource advantage, right? And that's why, like, if you ever force this Pango to base, suddenly the map opens up for him a lot too. Yeah, level 5 to 6 timings just become crazy strong.
Nói bình thường là nhiều base sẵn.
The resources, but not so much the CS. Nisha doing very well in that regard, 19 and 3. There's a few more creeps available. Zion's getting caught inside the cogs. 33 throws out the big nuke. Spike Carapace is already burned through, so Zion's is getting to be run down underneath the trees. The battery sold the last couple of ticks. Couldn't get the final shot off either. So, the first blood still available for the taking.
Oh, he was gone for sure there, but just enough stick charges, holds it to the last minute, fogs him up as well. I mean, that's a huge play on this lane. Like, he gets the trade off first drought. Now they can turn around as well. Both side lanes.
There's an opportunity. Resolution swinging through Snake and getting that kill, and 33 almost dying on the other side of the map as well. So once again, the side lane's not doing too badly for Secret, though they certainly are not.
Anh đảm bảo level 4 ở trên top. Aeroblade phải vào rừng. Aeroblade không thể đứng ở cái lane đấy với Silencer và Dawnbreaker level 4. Không thể luôn.
I mean, I think this lane
Lên là chết.
better for Secret in a way. Like the early level 1 through 3 is where this vision shines in terms of getting you with all-in kill.
Sure.
They didn't get that, which means Crystallis gets to, you know, just pull up the extra items. He doesn't have to spend as much on regen. He doesn't
trying to go for the deny. Pops a fairy fire last second. Snaking. He held on to the Crystal Nova. Now they do have socks. The arrow is flying through. Fell a little shy though. Once again, the Sports walking out of this bottom lane. Just a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, Nisha and 9, they have indeed been clashing quite a bit, both of them going down to about a quarter of their HP. But Nisha, he gets a bottle refill, whereas 9 doesn't have that same privilege.
Yeah, so 9 actually ends up being the one forced to base here, and Puppy will spend his death wisely, refill that bottle. I mean, he was kind of playing off the lane a lot top, just choosing to drag some creeps. Skeeter was doing an amazing job of keeping the illusion on him, which was super annoying and resulted in the kill. The benefit for Secret is this Dawnbreaker is going to have a pretty fast 6. Like, he's already level 5. Speaking of ultimates,
Nisha has his ultimate with 9. He timed it perfectly. He was level 5 in like 3/4, but he knew as he cleaved through those creeps, he's going to get his level 6, and he gets the kill. A huge nice illusion. That is twice now he's managed to
quả đấy Nisha hơi chủ quan.
This guy is just piecing it up on the lane. Taking it straight to him. You are going to have this rolling thunder when you come up, but I don't know if there's a huge amount he can do with it in terms of moving. And Tundra's already moving this beast bottom, so if this Pango TP's back mid, you lose your counterplay ability, which is exactly what's going to happen. 9 just reading.
Comes in charge. Crystallis can't get out of the way fast enough. Doesn't have the silence, so no force movement to try and stop this primal beast.
And this is the 5-minute catapult still.
Cái ultimate của Primal Beast sau cái giải này chắc chắn nó sẽ bị tăng tới ít nhất 15 giây.
This tower can just take a huge amount of damage here.
Và đấy sẽ là một cái nerf cực kỳ đau luôn.
Might choose to stay around a little. He's going to go back towards mid for XP.
Underneath his own tower here, Nisha not wasting any time, couldn't get off the freeze there. And so with this rollout, should be able to easily collect the kill on a Skeeter. So trading out the carries this time, at least when it comes to the top lane, Snaking is going to be the +1. And, well, +2 for Puppy. Thanks to the intelligence seal.
Đúng rồi bạn yêu. Bạn chơi Dota đi xong rồi đến lúc mà tôi cũng sẽ cầm bạn tập như thế.
I mean, this move was super nice from Nisha. I think this move actually converted a lot more for Secret than the early Primal Beast just because that Visage was in 6. Yeah. That move will get the Visage to 6, but this move just ends up in a dead tier 1 here. Terrorblade has to go jungle. Will plant his own obs. Nice from Skeeter.
Hi.
Meanwhile, Zion's getting XP on mid, so a decent sequence here from Secret to strike back. Crystallis gets to stay bottom. He's not getting forced out just yet, though now with Visage 6, he'll probably make the rotation. Of course, the tier 1 dying top means he has more space to operate in. So now when he gets kicked out, he actually has somewhere to go. So that move is super valuable for Secret in terms of how they're going to play the map here.
Do they have anybody who can continue to hold that tower against the Visage, or is this just long lost? Does Secret just not even look to the bottom part of the map anymore?
Ngồi quay lại gần ngày không hiểu gì. Nếu như bạn bị tập chơi Dota thì xem cái này không thừa đâu. Bởi vì nó làm cho bạn quen với cái bộ dạng của game. Tuy là mình sẽ không chơi ở cái mức level này nhưng mà nhìn xung quanh quen. Các hero đánh nhau. Trông thế nhé, có một lượng lớn, ở đây lớn là cả gần hơn mấy trăm ngàn người. Họ xem Dota nhưng họ không chơi Dota. An quen dành vài người như vậy. Tức là họ xem thì họ vẫn hiểu tình thế của game và các thứ, nhưng mà họ sẽ không hiểu kỹ về game bằng người chơi á. Nhưng họ vẫn thích xem.
I think it's fine to send him down here. Like, he'll still farm a decent amount. You're going to stall this Visage up a little. At the same time, if you get XP on one of your supports mid, remember these two secret supports. It's a pretty slow and greedy support duo. Silencer Nyx, you need a lot of levels on these guys, and ideally some basic items too.
Hello, Doxa. Didn't actually punish him there at all. Zayat's not ready to go with the Impale.
Oh, double damage Primal Beast.
That is scary, but Resolution, he's pretty tanky. They're going to follow him here. Can he get the hammer away? No, he's definitely going to be stuck here in this position. They managed to dodge the hammer stun, but there is going to be Nisha rolling through. Onslaught over to the side here. Nine trying to get him out. He does not want to fight into the Pango, but Nisha has hunted him down. They're going to keep him chain stunned up against the wall.
Ôi trời, rồi vào góc. Rồi vào góc.
For Team Secret.
And fourth intelligence for Puppy. Every little mana pool adds up, and especially versus a hero who's pretty small to begin with, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So nice counter kill from Secret again. Nisha just reading the map. If this Primal Beast is going to play aggressive, he can turn those around. He'll always kill him on the return. That area is just so deep for Tundra, right? Like, yeah, part of the map. The tier 1's still there. Secret can instantly respond.
Primal Beast đấu với cả Silencer phải rất là khéo, bởi vì nếu như mà dính skill 3 cái last word của Silencer ấy, thì Primal Beast kiểu gì cũng sẽ bị đứng yên. Bởi vì bộ skill của Primal Beast là cái thứ chính để khiến nó nguy hiểm ấy. Bởi vì có một số tướng nữa khi mà bạn bị khóa các phép vào nhưng bạn đánh tay được mạnh tốt, ok. Nhưng mà với Primal Beast thì không. Primal Beast đánh tay rất là tệ. Và lại khi mà biết là bị silent là Primal Beast bên team kia là sẵn sàng biết là mình không làm gì nữa, chỉ có chạy thôi.
Has the power to do anything about the Visage. He can hit him and impale him, and they could follow up with the Dawnbreaker, but...
No, he wants to find Terrorblade in one of these jungles or just a free support kill. You do have the Donald that can come in on any of these Vendettas.
Yeah.
He's just walking over Sentry Ob, and Tundra doing a nice job of warding up the map, keeping the vision. They have very good observer wards up at the moment. Pretty much seeing everything they want to see here.
Yeah, seriously, 4 different wards. This one's super deep in the mid lane. They've got a defensive one. They've got 2 up top as well.
I mean, just beautiful vision in this game overall. Like, even the secret ward's super nice.
Oh, yeah. They've got a nice little triangle surrounding that straight-up triangle. Tundra is actually clearing through Ancient stacks, which apparently there was a number of them there. So, drops the freezing field. 9 will help with the trample.
Taking a page out of Puppy's book there. Do a little 5-position farming.
Little farm, never heard of 5. You guys should take that up in your pubs.
No, please don't. How are the levels looking for Secret? That's a big question. Because this Nyx got a lot of levels, but Puppy is still level 5. He is suffering. This global silence is pretty much nowhere near to coming out. Trying to get some Vendetta hit.
Ooh, didn't even go for the Vendetta hit. They may run out of damage as a result. The hookshot comes in from the side, stopping the Rolling Thunder. But even there,
just
looked way too tanky there.
They were just baiting out some reaction. I mean, they got this Visage teleport, they got a hookshot. All right, back the farming, right? Remember, this is a Drow lineup for Secret. Like, traditionally, Drow lineups, you're aiming for some pretty later timings, right? This is not a hero that... I mean, this hero can join the fights early and be super happy to clean him up, but she's also pretty happy to just keep farming Ancient stacks, getting the levels. Every level on this hero counts for a lot in terms of how her ult works,
so much of Drow's impact, though, going into that later game is whether or not she's able to just freely hit people without, stuff being in the way and negating that ultimate of hers.
Do you think that's why? I mean, we have Primal Beast, we have Clockwork. There does seem to be a decent number of heroes to get on top of this Drow Ranger, or is that not enough in your mind?
Yes, Solar Guardian Global needs to be Here's the first connect with that chain stun.
Yeah, they're going to use this nicely. Nisha said, okay, you guys take 33. I trusted you got it. I'm actually going to go for the +1 here. And Resolution with the hammer will claim the double.
Very nice double kill for them. This is the type of tempo I think Secret wants to play. Just finding the kills when their ults are up every 70, 80 seconds or so. Connect with a Vendetta, connect with a Rolling Thunder. Back to farming for Stalls, gets the clear triangle, he gets the clear top wave. Puppey finally trying to get to his level 6 up here. Inching towards it with every CS, so yeah. Secret pretty much getting what they want on all their heroes during this time. And every time Visage dies, you're also extremely happy because it sets down the tempo on the map, right? Yeah. Now all of a sudden, the 100 doesn't have this flat, they don't have this raid pack that they're getting to that's going to exist in the space and be occupying your mindset.
Đấy, Phước Tư bây giờ là cái lúc Secret sẽ tổng tấn công TUYÇ rất là ác luôn này. Dawnbreaker có Echo Saber này, Tango có Diffusal Blade và Silencer có level 6. Đây là những cái khởi điểm công tướng rất là mạnh.
Yeah, Tundra almost always buy double force staff. It is 90% of their games. They like to be able to reset fights, save people. I mean, the Arcane Boots is another form of save this game, right? If you Arcane Boots your Terrorblade, Arcane Boots your Primal Beast, you might get Sunder off, you might get that Onslaught off. All of a sudden, that counts as a reset. The Tundra always thinks about these itemizations in terms of how they can prolong the fight for their cores and just get multiple rounds of spells off. That's where their lineup shine.
What do you make of the Veil, though? Saksa has that force staff. He's definitely going the double, but he also has the Veil queued up.
I mean, if there's one team that's going to buy Veil, the AUI team. I mean, this guy's been buying Veil for almost a decade here. This item is efficient. Like, you get the mana regen, you get some aura. It produces a significant amount of damage increase in the early fights. The question I always have with this item is if you don't get the early fights, does it feel that good going into the later game, especially versus BKB cores or cores that jump you on the backline, right? Because it isn't as much survivability, it isn't as much tankability in those later durations. So to me, this tells me, again, Tundra want to hit a like 20 to 25 minute timing here, where the spell damage is just going to be too much for Secret to deal with.
It is kind of interesting, though, because they're matched up against two cores that can go Magic Immune.
Yes.
You know, we're going to have the Dawnbreaker's Eye. Try the opening, the Rolling Thunder is on top of it. The chain stun.
Nice.
No opportunity for a Sunder. Now they back up through, but the hook shot is on in from Saksa.
Now Puppey.
The rest of the team of Secret is going to come through. They managed to get out the global ever so barely. And look at Chrysalis. He's just standing delivering on that high ground. Now they come back in with Nisha from behind. They almost claimed the kill on a Snake King, but now he's been grabbed by the Primal Beast. He needs to jump away. The Swashbuckle gets him a little bit of distance, burning through the mana of 9. He's got a lot of stick charges. Nisha actually, with the haste root, is running around. He spotted Snake King.
Hay quá, Nisha hay quá.
Getting away from this one. He knew it too. Even with the high 5, taunting Snake King into his death. 33 chase downs done it.
Hay quá, hay quá, hay quá.
To clean up the kill.
Silencer của nó sống thêm được 2 giây là cái lý tại sao TUYÇ có comeback để được một global silence.
Echo Saber timing for Rezo doing a lot of work there as well, and that's a huge amount of levels for this Secret lineup that uses them amazing. Of course, Haste Rune on Nisha, he is just doing the best Pango dance of his life, cleaning up the back of the fight, gets a huge shield crash off as well, just tanking so much up. And all that was started with this Terrorblade pick, right? This is the exact target they want to find with this Solar Guardian Nyx Vendetta combo. It's going to be deadly for Skeeter all game. It'll bypass the vision that was such an issue for Secret last time. Nyx doesn't care if you have wards, doesn't care if you have this Terrorblade illusions, because you cannot sentry everywhere. That's going to give him a window to start a lot of these engagements with the core down, and just beautiful teamfight execution here. Again, the Carapace messing with these heroes, the mana burn in these early fights, doing a decent amount of work, and Nisha just playing with him, man. Put the high 5 up at the end. See you later.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. Even after a game 1 loss, Nisha showing that he does not lack in confidence on the main stage here. I want to point out the fact the Wraith Pact was alive that entire fight. That cannot feel good for Tundra that they recently picked up this item. If they used it to the full extent of its abilities and they still lost.
It's very true.
Zayas, you gotta be careful. Oh, 33 drops the familiars first.
Narrowly escapes that vision. He was really close to just dying there. He has full wand, but that was a bold move.
Tower is under attack.
Very bold, indeed.
Puppey đã bị khủng long gì?
Just about as bold as 9, who was thinking about. Puppey showed maybe diving in and trying to get a quick kill and get out.
It's pretty hard to out-farm this Tundra team, but I do feel like Secret, they have a decent advantage right now in terms of the actual 5-on-5. Outside of that Wraith Pack, they have their Diffusal, they have their Echo Saber. Solar Guardian's pretty powerful for giving you the numbers advantage. This Visage, he's top. You know, if you find an opportunity to get a 5-on-4, a 3-on-2, some of these number fights with the Vendetta global ability, Secret's going to take those every time because they have global to back it up as well. Maybe part of this Veil on the clock is also Soxa just trying to find Puppey in this game. That is his MO. Yeah. Find the silencer, hook him. If you Veil him, maybe it gives you the extra damage to just kill him faster or solo kill him.
Smoke.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Especially if he's going to follow up, he onslaughts and tramples through. Like, that's one-shot territory for sure.
And now they have
Nice, now the opening. They have the Rolling Thunder as well, the Dawnbreaker.
Oh,
Tundra did not see this one coming fast enough, but they do have in that back line. Skeeter has popped the meta, so Secret needs to be able to reset a little bit, especially with Soxa getting on top of the Drow Ranger, making it even worse. Puppey's going to get grabbed. The two supports of Secret dying, despite the fact that Secret are the ones finding the initiation. It's Tundra who gets the better of the engagement, and as a result, can maybe take this mid tower.
I mean, just beautiful hook shock to the backline, disrupts the whole fight. Nisha's going on this Visage, but it's not really the target he wants to start on, especially if it's just him. Like, you're basically just wasting Rolling Thunder at that point. They can't come through and turn that fight around post-BKB or post-Terrorblade initiation. And Skeeter joining, pretty nice Yasha timing, along with that Mithril Hammer, just dealing a decent amount of damage and clean up 2 kills into a tower. That's the type of fight Tundra wants to be able to take. Visage tanks the initiation, Terrorblade gets a free fight. Nisha just going into all.
That is a shield crash on 2, but I don't think it's enough to save him from this sticky situation. Not sure what he was expecting there, but it was certainly not 3 heroes from Tundra.
I think he just wanted an easy bounty route, but nothing. Yeah. Nothing is easy on the TI main stage, Cap.
No, certainly not against Tundra, who have been... They really have not given much ground to Secret in either of these games.
Game's a lot about BKB timings as well. Who can just commit in the fights and get the damage done during those intervals? We will have BKB flying out for resolution here, so he's pretty strong in a TP top. Of course, he can TP to these lanes no one else wants to go to. Still join the team. It's a decent time for Secret to try and find something. Remember, meta has been down for this as well. 50 seconds. Skeeter does not want to join a fight. Rezo just pushing in here.
They're going to spot him. Going to get off his BKB in time. He's going to be changed on here. Beautiful combo from Tundra. 9 and Soxa not overlapping there at all. Very nicely played.
That's the Veil amp.
Yeah, that's true.
There for that Veil. So this extra burst, have to try and account for it.
Now Secret is willing to fight here.
They have a blink on Tango.
Oh, it's going to be revealed though. Pop the Rolling Thunder. Just try and slow him down. They're going in pretty deep for this one. I'm not sure if the rest of the team really wants to follow this one up. They're going to try it with the Impale, but here comes the Primal Beast running over the Nyx Assassin. The first use of the BKB. And of course, they got to get out. Leave their supports behind. They are fodder.
Cái BKB của Primal Beast căng quá.
Fast little arrow, and now this Visage, though they do have Skeeter coming in from the side, the meta pops out. He does Gus, pushing over to the side. Ooh, Soxa, that's an awkward conks. Blocking Skeeter from his retreat, jumping back in. Nisha claims the kill onto 33. Now with the resolution closing in here, they can throw out the stun. Skeeter's gonna pop his BKB. Do they have their own BKB? Needs to get off the thunder. He gets it off on turns around and kills the Drow Ranger. A beautiful play, but the young man on stage that is gonna be able to claim 2 core kills.
Tụi này hay quá.
Looking to find something, but there's just not much to claim. Skeeter back up to full HP here. 9 full resource as well. Impale off the mark.
And with that miss. No. 9's
not that crazy. Oh, that was almost a nice Terrorblade kill. Saw Rezo manning up. He was chunking him down, but just getting in that Sunder range. Enough to propel him back up the full. Skeeter has done a very nice job at joining these fights at the right time and in the right place to get a decent position. That said, Nisha is really carrying this early game. Like, he is doing so much of the damage these early engagements, going in, going out, trying to bait out the spells. This global is not really what Puppey wants out of the spell, right? Like, he's getting trampled down during a global. Doesn't feel amazing. Imagine they have that later on because he can survive, but the long-range damage is considerable here for the Secret lineup. You get swashbuckled, you get hit by this Drow,
Khó lắm bởi vì bây giờ Pro chưa có khả năng đứng yên một bắn mà Pro phải có thêm BKB. Có nghĩa nhất là phải có thêm một item nào đấy có thể bắn ra nhiều lượng đam hơn hiện tại. Swap máu hay quá.
Skeeter, I mean, he's not had a long career. He started off, I mean, he first learned about Dota during TI ĐA when he was still in elementary school. He was watching pro gamers on stage, and that was the first time, apparently, that he learned you could play video games for money. He said, that's what I want to do. And here he is, in the upper bracket final for the most amount of money, man.
Playing him for a little bit of money.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit.
This gamer thing is working out all right for him.
He seems to be doing just okay.
Shot. Soxa killing the creep, chaining the stun there with the cogs, but the rest of the team, they called it off. They said, this is not the fight that we want. Soxa says, okay, thanks guys. I'll see you later.
Just splitting the map, snaking, trying to do a little
the roll up. Hey, forces something out of him. Forces 2 ultimates, in fact.
I
mean, he dies, he doesn't get a kill, but did get a lot out of Secret in a way.
I think Secret, like I said though, I think Secret is happy to play his tempo where they get these kills. Like 40 seconds on the sideline for a 100-second ult. It's not the worst, right?
Yeah.
To me, this is Tundra waiting out this meta timing. They really want to take the fights with Terrorblade this game. They need his manpower in the engagement. Sure, Visage survives for a while, Primal Beast survives for a while, maybe kills the support. But the fights where Skeeter joins is really the ones where they want to clean up and get the conversion into the objectives. Next one being Roshan here. He has full Hurricane Pike, so you can get pretty aggressive in these engagements. Just Hurricane piking in, medding, taking the fight to this drow if she gets caught. Would expect Tundra to group up, probably try and smoke for some sort of good fight with Vision. Very soon here.
Get the right kind of fight, take Roche.
Snaking, he's just going to teleport in on cue.
Okay, here it comes.
Smoke everybody but Skeeter, let him show somewhere, send illusions down the lanes.
I mean, with BKB and a negative scepter on 9, this Primal Beast is so scary when he goes in. He's gonna break, drop the sentry, doesn't catch Zayats fast enough.
They're going to threaten the Roche, though, and Secret need to think about whether Tundra's committing to this. They don't have an easy way to get Vision in that pit.
That is super awkward. Means somebody kind of has to put their life on the line to get that information.
It's a mind game.
It turns into a free pick, perhaps, especially now with the ward going down.
This situation is going to be very awkward, especially when the enemy team has ways to force you to show elsewhere. Similar to that last game, Skeeter, he's on an illusion hero. His job is just be super obnoxious with these illusions, shove the waves that Secret doesn't want to go to.
Yeah, but if they find this initiation, Skeeter,
this could be the best hero they can find.
Okay, they're not going to be able to get a fast initiation for it. Ooh! The roll up. Is he going to be able to get off anything here? Nisha is just dead immediately. The physical damage overwhelms him, and now Zayat's going to be chased down. They spotted him. They're going to pop the drums, chase him down. They've got the slow, and that should be it for our Nyx assassin. He's got a Vendetta up in a second, but I'm sure they have detection, even if he tries for it. She does not. Holds on to that spell for now. That's kind of awkward because they're running into the BKB carry.
Yeah.
I don't know how Secret would be able to change stuff. It would have to take. They needed Vision over the Terrorblade, I guess.
I mean, I think they're just hoping to force a reaction, maybe get out. If they find another core who doesn't have BKB, they're happy to take that fight with the Solar Guardian Global. At least they got this meta out on a good portion of the map, right? It prevents Skeeter from just instantly going to Roche with meta. That said,
he did have a TP up.
That was the knockback for the Nyx, so he was dead for 70. It's going to give a decent window here for Tundra to just clean it up without that meta. Now you're in a position where you can test as your Secret, and I mean, how do you even get tested? There's no way without Pango. It's going to be very close here, but not close enough.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that Tundra recognizes we don't have the meta, so we need to throw all the damage we have right now, and they're going to do it just in time before Nisha can get into the pit with that Rolling Thunder and disrupt things and cause a bunch of chaos. So, I mean, great read by Tundra. They got that timing down to a T.
Fast plays win you games.
Yep.
Making every second count here. That's going to be ages for this Terrorblade. Makes it even scarier in these engagements, and Ag's done for 9, so his Primal Beast damage is starting to ramp up.
Hi. Nisha, they had the vision to be able to get the opening. The Drow Ranger's going to get run over, though. 9 popping his Ags, but he has to chase in real deep for this one. Can anyone bail him out? He's just getting trampled to death. Somebody help Crystal. It pops him at the last second. Grabs him in the end, pulls him down. Now, underneath that tier 2, I mean, he's fast. Can he get away, though? Well, the final swashbuckle gets him in the end, but they get drug in a little bit deeper. Zayats, he's going to be chased down on the side here at the same time. 33 is kind of toying with them.
Nó xong bảo nó dẫm con râu như kiểu không có gì xảy ra.
They will not get baited. 33 just straight up throws damage onto the tier 2, saying you guys can't fight right now. Force staffed, aggressively force staffed in.
Hi.
Back into the line, but Resolution cleaves out the support. The Stoneborn gives him a little bit of time. Nisha, he's got to keep his distance here. That's Sunder.
You can keep poking here.
They can. Can they actually keep them in place though? Slowed down by the curse and the hammer. Nisha comes in through the side. The shield crashes there. And boom! There goes that visage.
There goes the Wraith Pack.
Popped as soon as the cloak is gone.
Yeah, this poke and physical burst is ramping up for Secret. Desolator on Resolution. Just doing a huge amount of work in these engagements. You get the proc on any hero, throw the swashbuckle on top. Yeah, only it's a decent amount of minus armor coming your way. I mean, Rezo is the carry right here. You know, it really is. Going back to his days with the multiple TI runs here. Not unfamiliar territory for him.
Yeah, I mean, I always think of, when it comes to Resolution and carrying on the main stage, I always think back to that time we stood in for Team Empire. And, I mean, his performances at that TI were incredible.
I mean, he's 9-1-7, level 20. He's the highest level in the game.
Yeah.
He's having a beautiful game here. Shard online, Echo build back up after the BKB disassemble. Less luminosity attacks required. Like, he is going to shred these Tundra supports if he gets on them. Crystal Maiden basically just gets Starbreakered into oblivion. Skeeter needs to use his BKB timing well. If this fights go really long and Secret still have the manpower up, I feel like this is not the same situation as last game where Tundra can stall the fights out super long and just benefit from the Astrals and the tossbacks and the arrows. Yeah, this is more you gotta commit with your Terrorblade, get the damage done, and make sure it counts.
At the same time, though, while Rezo's having this amazing game, we saw in the last fight, Chrysalis, because he still doesn't have BKB, he's just being soloed by a single hero. I mean, 9 is so farmed in this Primal Beast that he's just able to trample him down.
Yeah, it makes you wish you had 2 Force Staffs, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe that is the key of the game. I mean, Puppey has one. He's building Glimmer as well. Any extra mobility you give your very nice hook shot.
Hook shot off of that, but it does give an opportunity for Nisha to get off the Rolling Thunder if he wanted to. Double silence from Puppey, though. It is something expended.
Yeah, Skeeter's looking to go in here. Still has Aiden.
Not about it. Skeeter's chasing Puppey with the Eye of Scotty. Slowed down to a crawl. He is pretty tanky, and they actually can't finish him off somehow.
Hell, he has like 26 armor.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 2, I guess that armor aura was maybe just enough to keep him alive.
He just walks it off.
Well, now meta has been used, and the Aegis is going to expire in a minute and a half. There's going to be timing here for Secret.
I mean, it was the marksmanship. It's giving him all the extra bonus, Hachi.
Yeah.
So this silencer's a lot more tanky than you think.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think Skeeter thought he was going to, like, 3-shot him.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Guy have a spend shard or something? Now Secret have an opportunity to abuse the meta cooldown here. Smoke up from Puppey. Wants to try and initiate with this Nisha Pango. Either find the back line.
Surprised they're going right now. But maybe it's just like meta's down. It doesn't matter if he's got Aegis.
Down. Aegis right now at 50. They want to find some initiation with the Sword Guardian on top.
Not quite close enough. Puppey. The smoke is going to break. Tundra on high alert. Up on a high ground. Really good timing from them. They backed out at the right time. They read, you know, hey, even if we got this Aegis, we're still exposed whenever meta is down, we have to play defensive.
Going up just TPing Outpost. Or he canceled that. That was a aggressive Outpost TP, I was about to say.
I was wondering where he was TPing to.
But Secret will take it back. You said Tundra. I mean, this team is just so efficient at playing the map. They have an 8K lead. It really doesn't feel like they have that much, but it's just all on their supports. These supports just always get farmed. Snaking up the Force Staff, and I mean, Soxa sitting on the big boy Philly.
Oh yeah, he's going to get Aghanim Scepter soon, which means one of the side benefits the Aghanim Scepter is the constant rocket spam that you get. So that's another aspect of split push that Tundra will have. They always got something.
He can split push the lanes, he can throw the vision in the fight to find the silencer. Yep, make it annoying for this Pango who wants to hide in trees. Yeah, he's just going to pick it up, buy out for it. Tundra collecting a lot on the map right now.
Look at them again. This deep vision they have in the mid lanes has, I think, given them a heads up that this is happening. Now, they're going to lose their Crystal Maiden, but that is really not that important. Tundra are pretty happy with losing their 5 if it means another smoke is down on the side of Secret.
They're okay with this for now. And okay, I was going to say, Skeeter had a Sacred Relic in his inventory. A little early for Divine there, son, but of course, Nullifier coming out. It's going to be nice to dispel these Secret cores in the fight. No more Force Staff for the Drow at a time where he might really need it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Also messes with Pango. So interesting itemization here from Skeeter. Again, I think Tundra's identifying they want to make the most happen in the interval where they get the clockwork quick shot, they get that initiation.
Đi sai quyết định đầu tư game rồi. Game để phá mất.
Especially for the next Roshan fight. This is what both teams are gearing up for. For Secret, they do have like triple core lineup that scales incredibly well here.
Do you think the nullifier is really the best item for? I mean, it felt like there was a lack of damage here. I would expect maybe more like pure dataless route or something.
I think the nullifier becomes very good when you get to that swift blink.
Okay.
Which is what he's thinking about, right? He has a Q next. I don't think you go this nullifier without getting a blink somewhere in your inventory.
Yeah.
Because what you really want to do is be able to just
nó sẽ bắt mình chơi nhưng dù có thể loại tướng đó.
He's gone, right?
Phải
He
chịu
has
thôi.
to sit there and man fight you, and it
Thế mới gọi là mò hang.
Same with like the silencer. I mean, we saw the silencer's tanky. It takes a little bit. Nullifier just helps you cement these kills. Tundra wanting to use it here. Shiva's completed for 9.
They found the ward now. They made back up just at the right time. So now Secret, they have a gem as well. Earlier, Tundra, again, they buy these really early gems, which I'm a big fan of. Tundra, as soon as they feel like they're kind of like, all right, we're definitely stronger than these guys, they pick up the gem and they just take over the map.
I mean, no vision left. Yeah. Absolutely debilitating for these Secret lineups that need to fight around it.
Maybe a big reason why they're able to get such a big net worth lead.
Always helps. I mean, Zayat's game is just not easy.
No.
And he just doesn't want to run up any of these high grounds. The illusions are constantly shoving in, which forces someone from his team to go somewhere else.
Scan up to the high ground, see if they can get into position to get this ward down.
Crystallis is like leading the charge here, you know?
Yeah, he's got a fresh BKB. He's like, I don't have to be scared any longer.
Đến sau cùng thôi. Đấy, có biến nối dây thẳng golem mà là sao? Tận hưởng.
He can still join the fight.
Yes.
So your ability to play the map versus the illusions went up considerably.
Cắm vào những cái chỗ mà nó bật DOTA Plus lên đấy. Nếu mà Don đang có DOTA Plus đúng không? Don giữ nút out thì nó sẽ hiện lên trên trước mặt mình những cái địa điểm mà mình có thể cắm mắt để cho tầm nhìn tốt. Thì cứ cắm mắt vào những cái chỗ đấy là được. Easy. Nó sẽ có những cái vòng xanh hiện lên hình cái mắt. Hướng dẫn game mình để hướng dẫn mình chơi ấy. Cứ giữ nút out nhìn xung quanh map và thấy những cái địa điểm để cắm mắt. Cắm vào cái chỗ nào mà mình cảm thấy hợp lý nhất.
Well, he tried to go in, and that initiation didn't feel good either. So Tundra is now on full-out retreat. The roll-up, Nisha going to be able to deal with the frostbite. Can he get out? He's going to be grabbed by 9. Swashbuckle over to the side. There goes the Crystal Main. Nice two-man stun as well from the Nyx Assassin.
Hay quá.
Triple kill for Crystallis. Turns over to 9, who had to deep commit in order to finally finish up that Pangolier. No stuns in time.
Roll bắn ra rồi. Hay quá.
Finds a 4th kill for Crystallis.
You wanted that rampage for the books, but damn close. And Secret clean up 4, only losing the Pango there. Very
đẩy quả đẩy Terrorblade vào để stun ngon quá.
They saw that on the ground, but Taking got his courier out fast enough to be able to recover that gem. So that's
quick fingers on the couriers from this Tundra side.
They really do. They know how to play with every single unit they have in their control.
That is the exact fight Secret wanted to hit. They got some vision out. They take it, the initiation with the Pango. The global was beautiful. Separates the fight, and of course,
ôi, Rô có cả thêm cả shot luôn. Nice.
Aegis on Drow is a huge deal. This damage is starting to come through for this Terrorblade. I thought that was an aggressive
không quả đã quên nó không nhìn ra con gì.
That was nice, but it was Tundra trying to save him from the chain stun, which you can't blame them. But it ends up just pushing him so deep, and then Nisha on the back line. Secret just get the dream fight here, right? Drow gets to just shoot Terrorblade the whole time. He gets forced in again, maybe betraying a little bit here. He just gets bursted by Resolution with the minus armor. Drow to back him up. And this Tricore coming online for Secret here. The physical damage is no joke. If Terrorblade dies, these other 2 cores are not going to carry the huge distance in that fight in terms of the damage output. Like, this is a Terrorblade draft. You are buffing him up. You want him to live through that engagement. And at this point, Rezo and Crystallis might just be out carrying him. The tag team here, that's a big swing.
He's no longer going the Swift Blink. Now he is going back for the Daedalus. Now he's saying the damage is the problem. But I did like your idea of like a certain way to play against the Drow Ranger, because in just a normal game, this 1-to-1 matchup between Drow and TV is not that fun.
I mean, this Nullifier, it makes a lot of sense this game. It helps him stick on targets, but at the same time, he has to aggressively force them to be able to stick on them. if someone gets forced before you get that nullifier hit out, it gets kind of weird, right? Yeah. Like traditionally, if you want to go this dataless build, maybe you rather have Satanic, something else, even like a Manta Dispel.
Butterfly opportunity.
I mean, he's still going to be incredibly strong here. If he gets the nullifier hit, it's going to pay off. It's just a question of can he land it, how deep does he go in the fight? Because like we saw there, you go a little too deep, you get Starbreaker.
Này muốn đánh nhau, muốn đánh nhau muốn bắt đầu.
Now Secret taking the fight to them, pushing his tower with Aegis.
Bắt đầu, hay là rơi lôi.
He's going to be able to break that smoke. The onslaught on through. They do have the spike carapace, pop the BKB last second. They managed to get on top of the Silence as well. Global Silence goes out. Science is not dead yet. Nor is delivering the damage onto Skeeter. Force that forward. Managed to get the hook shot. Turn around. Skeeter.
Rồi bắn đâu á.
Gets popped. Crystal is trying to walk away, but that nullifier, it'll keep him in place. And now 9 is setting up for the Starbreaker, though. Resolution.
Hay, lên rồi. À, giết được Skeeter. Hay quá. Hay quá.
Give me your intelligence, mother, and I'll take it every time. Puppy with the buyback to get the extra insteal.
And runs down Snake King. Resolution finds an extra one on top of that.
Công ty đó là global, đúng rồi. Công ty của đó là global.
The world is their oyster at this point.
Dawnbreaker có một skin rồi, có một bộ rồi.
Like we can feel in these fights, the damage is just running out for Tundra, and the real carry in this game, Resolution, coming online. He hits 25 after this fight. Which is a huge deal for this hero. Now you're dealing with double Starbreaker, which have just been debilitating for Skeeter. Yeah. I mean, beautiful hook shot here. They get the Sunder off. Operation Safety to bail out Skeeter. Takes the fight to Crystallis. Maybe if there's no Aegis here, this fight looks different. But even so, Rezo is just smacking him. And that hammer hurts, man.
Yes, it does. All of that farm is paying off. They're so focused on dealing with the Drow Ranger in this bad matchup with his Terrorblade that it means that Resolution is completely uncontested in fights. Delivering damage right there. There's a man on stage who set all that up in the first place. His Vendetta positioning, breaking that smoke,
that
made an awkward initiation for Tundra.
I mean, that's what wins Secret the fight there. Like, imagine Puppy gets broken on instead of that Nyx. It's a completely different engagement. Instead, 9 has to spend his entire BKB duration and half that fight chasing Puppy around. He doesn't want to be doing this. It's dirty duty. Someone has to, but it takes him way longer than he wants. And now Secret taking control of this game. Now they're scaling into that late game tricore where Shiva's on Nisha on top of a timeless relic, Arcane Room. He's going to be pretty strong in this next engagement. Huge amount of spell damage coming out. If Drow lives through the initial burst from Tundra, it's going to be a hard fight. Rocket Flare scouting Puppy.
They're going to go for that free kill. And he has the gem too. Nisha's going to try and follow this up though. They do have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in on the side. They're going to chain stun down this Vincent. The double hammer goes to play. And Snaking, well, he tried to freeze the field. They're getting on top of Crystallis. This time around, when he doesn't have that second line, Skeeter's got the meta. And they can start laying to the Drow Ranger. But they need to be able to get the disarms. And now, going out. The Drow falls here. And Nisha, they are just cleaving through
Lê bóng. Lê bóng vô địch.
Resolution Starbreaker breaking Tundra's dreams here, closing this out 2-0. He wants to send it to a game 3. This man is absolute resolute.
He really is, and it's so fitting. He showed up on this roster with
một cái là có một cái đợt vừa rồi ở trên group Dota có một người up cái ảnh của Dawnbreaker lên ấy, xong rồi hỏi là mọi người cho tôi hỏi cách lên đồ của Lê Bóng thế nào, thế là từ đấy anh nhiễm không để gọi là Dawnbreaker bình thường anh gọi là Lê Bóng. Lúc đấy anh cũng chẳng biết Lê Bóng là ai nhưng nghe buồn cười.
May just give them the chance to even up this series against Tundra, the upper bracket final.
Secret is just all over Skeeter in these fights. He just does not have the sustained health like last game. And they are able to burst this terribly down regardless of the crowd. And yeah, you love to see that, man.
Harken back to a little bit of the TI1 days. Back then at their very first international, the boosts were closer together, much closer.
Dạ biết rồi, anh về sau thì anh có biết rồi. Về sau thì anh có biết rồi. Buồn cười. Anh nghe nó buồn cười ấy, tại Dawnbreaker kiểu là gái rồi nhưng mà cũng kiểu rất là lực lượng. Anh nghe trên lên bóng ai cũng tưởng tượng ra ngay một đứa nó nhìn nó rất là trâu bò nhưng mà con gái.
They have the buybacks. Tundra's probably gonna have to buy out to take these fights. Full control of this game now. Octarine done on Nisha. Aeon disc for Puppy. jumping him just became a little bit harder. I mean, now you really need to get back into this nullifier. You need it, but yeah, Skeeter's just getting kited, right? And even if he takes down one of these secret cores, pick your poison. Are you going Drow? Or are you going Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, somebody's got to deal with this Dawnbreaker, man. I almost feel like 9 getting his level 25. I know most people go the extra duration, but I almost wonder if getting the BKB piercing disable would be better. Just deal with this Dawnbreaker, who's like BKB and challenging the Terrorblade every time.
It might be. If you can just get this Dawn off your Terrorblade, at least free him up a little bit, or maybe burst him. I don't know how much it's doable, but you have to deal with resolution at this point. He's just cleaving through your entire team. I mean, he has Blink. He has everything up, pushing towards Strength Blink. In fact, he's saving for buyback. So even if you kill him once, he is going to buyback. He's going to Solar Guardian back in. This Dawnbreaker has built-in Aegis here, as long as he wants to keep the gold up, which he will.
Yeah, that's
không ai muốn đợi một con lề bóng này là nó quay cho hai búa một cái là nắp mộ cuộc tình luôn.
We'll see how Tundra is able to hold now that the shoe is on the other foot.
Ra biết là Arcana đấy. Arcana với cả set này hình như là set for fail thì phải. Ôi ôi rồi, má ơi, bóng nó quay cho một cái kìa, chết luôn rồi. Ôi trời ơi.
Secret, they use their buybacks, but they're not going to be able to do much. Maybe they can. 9 jumps in, grabs the Drow Ranger, and they do manage to get him. A immediate buyback. Secret trying to reset around this one. A beautiful stun from Science. Once again, another 2-man follow-up. Nisha keeping his distance here with the swashbuckle. He's going to roll up to the side. They're going to try and deal with this Nyx assassin. Go, Dawnbreaker coming in.
Boy.
Can they chain stun him? They burned out of mana. He needs to be able to get off a Sunder, but he doesn't have an opportunity to do so.
Game 3.
But at the same time, oh, the Primal Beast went in, but they couldn't actually deal with the Drow.
Ôi dồi, bóng nó quay ác quá.
He will not go down easy. He will not go down without a fight. He finally does fall, but Tundra, it's too late for them. They blew far too much to be able to bring down the Dawnbreaker.
Nó quay.
Is here to clean up. They buy back where they can. They do have the Roland coming on through. That's going to be able to get the chains done on to 9. He sets Drow.
Game 3.
No buybacks. 33. Gonna be collected.
Rampage!
Team Secrets.
Woo!
They will close out this game 2 and even up the series.
Lấy bóng.
I mean, that's what everybody wants to see here. A game 3 between these two teams, and that felt like Secret's playbook through and through. Clinical early to mid-game, executing with their ults on the kills that they need to, a slower tempo, just methodically oozing the victory out of that game from Tundra. And it felt like Tundra were the ones kind of on a timer. Like, they're trying to fight with this Terrorblade timing, trying to get that meta to maximize the usage, but that one fight clicks. All of a sudden, they're on the back foot, and it's just too hard to recover into all those carries Secret has. I mean, you got to give a shout out to Resolution in this game, right? What did he end the game on in terms of score? Absolutely brutal performance, just crushing them with the hammer to send it to game 3, 14-2 and 16. Yep. He hit that super early 25 and never looked back. Double Starbreaker with the shard, disintegrating that Terrorblade.
Đi tắm. Tranh thủ đi tắm.
That's for game 2. Third game is coming up. And I'm sure there's so much to break down in this clash of ideas. Who's going to come out supreme in game 3 for that?
Tắm cái là vào có game 3 là vừa.
You're coming to the wrong place then, my friend, because I'm not on that stage. I'm not there in the heat of battle as these two titans of the game clash head-to-head. As we slightly decompress, T, Lizard, and Sheep, welcome back to another classic game here at TI. And T, I am enjoying this trend of me exposing off-the-record quotes that you guys share with me.
Okay, go on.
At the end of that draft, I vaguely recall you saying something about
correctly here, boy.
about your emotions regarding the 2 drafts, just the 5 heroes that you would see on both sides. You felt kind of strongly about one.
Yeah, I basically said that Tundra's lineup is the type of lineup that I'd love to see in like a ranked game. You know, when I'm trying to get my 30 MMR, I see those 5 heroes, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna double down. That's comfortable. And then Secrets, I basically was saying it was about, it's kind of a bit scarier. It's positional. If you get yourself in position, you can win, of course. But it's like, of course, I lean more towards TÄNDRA in regards to the ranked analysis there, but my golly gosh, did Secret play
and you just lost double down the MMR.
I just lost 60 MMR, but it's fine.
Sometimes it happens, you know, you double down, then you check everyone's names, you see some, I don't know, some baby rager that you had in your pubs that's actually feeding, that's 8,000.
Forgot to avoid him.
Yeah. Forgot to avoid him. On the other side, there's Rezo playing the Dawnbreaker on the offlane. And Shippo, do you like the 3 carries from the side of Secret?
I liked their heroes a lot more this game because it felt like they could actually cover each other in these fights. Like last game, it felt like Secret had the gusto and the outplays in the early game, but they couldn't cinch the mid-game fights, right? TÄNDRA had an exactly similar situation happen again. You go into this 15-minute mark, and you have Skitter at the top of the net worth chart, leading above everyone else, and then all 3 of Secret's cores, and then the other 2 on TÄNDRA. And now this has happened twice. This time, at least, Secret have the global, the Dawnbreaker ult heal, and the role to actually fight properly.
I feel like this whole lineup of Secret was, we'll protect you, Mr. President, Mr. Chrysalis. Like the way they're playing, you have Silencer that's also kind of on the sidelines, even though it's Puppy. He runs in with Silencer just to die and buy back. The other 3 heroes though, you have Dawnbreaker, you have Pango, you have Nyx. They're literally, all they have to do is go up front, create enough space for him to dish out the damage, for him to multi-shot, and that's why he got the Rampage in the end.
Yeah, and in this highlight we just saw here, and like Zayat, he had an incredible game on this Nyx Assassin. You know, the first 20 minutes, it was quite slow from both teams. They're kind of waiting for a big timing to hit. But then you just see Zayat just in the perfect position, jumping on the Terrorblade, CCing into the Dawnbreaker on top of that. And then at the very end, to play under the ward, quick blink, double stun. Like, I think Zayat, you could feel the energy as well. The way that he was standing up, screaming after he was making these plays. Like, just that is the infectious energy you need when you're kind of coming back into a game, which looked a little bit difficult, leaving laning phase from TÄNDRA at least.
Yeah, I think the well-rounded nature of the net worth distribution, Sheep, that you alluded to, you think that top-heavy method that TÄNDRA has now gone for 2 times in a row is going to come back to bite them? Because it seems that at least Secret has found one answer to it.
I'm not sure if it's on purpose. Obviously, everyone would like to have all 3 of their cores. They're obviously struggling with something. I'm not sure if they're just not farming enough and they're trying too hard to be aggressive on TÄNDRA. It worked for them in game 1 just because one of their biggest strengths is in this pickoffs and their spell casting. They will just use their spells a lot better. It's just really hard when you're playing into global. Like they managed to get onto Secret side of the map and then just couldn't quite cinch those kills because of the global coming off, and then they just take a great fight.
There's also one problem with Clockwork. Like that man buys an Aghanims and he's taking all your farm. Like by the time your illusions get there, the Rockets have already cleaned up the full wave. So they definitely struggled a little bit when it comes to that. But also, jokes aside, Clockwork buying that Aghanims meant that he doesn't have a saving item. So plenty times in a game such as this one, you would see DRAW completely going ham on the TB, and there's just nothing to save him, nothing to reposition him.
So we saw it.
Yeah. So you say no saving item. He had quite the opposite. He had a Force Staff at one point, which was useful in 9 out of 10 situations, but there was one moment where the Terrorblade was on the receiving end of Saksa's Force Staff and just went deeper into the fight. And I'm sure Skitter had we didn't get a true sight replay for that one. There may have been some strong words tossed between the 2 players there because that was not the Force Staff that Skitter needed.
Right into Resolution's loving hammer hands.
There we go. Well, I have been enjoying the very illuminating thoughts from you guys, and so I would like to dull that by going to Sir Action Slacks in Singapore.
Hello, 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 Arena. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here in the crowd. How are we doing, crowd? Hell yeah. You know what I've always wondered? This is a real thing that I really do wonder. What would happen if somebody won the Aegis that was just a fan? We're going to have a contest. I have some very rare giveaways here. I want you to do an acceptance speech between you and your friends, okay? We're going to pass along. The crowd will react to who wins. Please pretend, sir, you just won the Aegis. Do your speech.
I just wanted to say it's been a long journey, and I want to thank my parents and friends from Herald to where I am now. It's been a long journey for many years, and now I am here.
And you won.
And thank you to my fans.
Okay, pretty good crowd. All right, give it a shot.
All I got to say is the competition sucked. I deserved it. What else is there to say?
Damn, that was like a puppy interview. That was hype. All right, sir.
I've got to give it to you guys. The crowd, the Singaporean crowd, incredible today. All for you guys. It's all for you guys. Thank you, thank you.
Wait, one more? Okay, make it fast.
We won because of Singapore, baby. Let's go.
Okay, crowd, I need your help. Contestant 1, please. Applause if you want it. Contestant 2.
Yeah!
Contestant 3. And 4. All right, it looks like we have a clear winner here. Is your beautiful little prize. I don't know what this is. I'll give this to you. I don't care who gets this one. I only brought 3. For every winners, there must be a few losers. So sorry, guys. Thank you for watching. And please send us back to the panel. Can you throw to Tsunami for me? Just say back to you, Tsunami, as hype as you can.
Back to you, Tsunami.
Okay, that's too hype. I don't like that. You're doing it too much better than me. Thank you so much.
Yo, thank you very much, random Singaporean fan. Thank you very much for sending it back over here. The duality of Dota players. I 100%. Contestant 2, carry player. You could tell it. You could, from that intonation, he is no stranger to saying that he single-handedly carried his way to the Aegis.
He was the coach. Actually.
He was the coach.
He wasn't even in the game, yeah.
Yeah, I've also had people take credit for victories that are not deserved, but I am happy that the crowd has been getting into it because, yeah, we've been now embracing the Singapore indoor stadium. It has been living up to the hype 100%. I'm glad that everyone's getting into it. And now they have a third game to look forward to, Sheep. I am thinking that we are setting the bar extremely high for this TI because the Liquid series versus Aster, amazing. And now Tundra versus Secret at game 3.
Oh boy, we talked about the adaptation, right? And by God, Secret did. They really adapted. I think their draft was just stronger and better, and they executed it nicely. And I want to see them carry that through to this game 3. And for Tundra, I don't know. Skitter is an amazing carry. No fault with him. You keep doing you, baby.
Sure.
But the rest of the team really need to kind of sort out what they're doing. Maybe they could apply more pressure to Rezo. He is just like reliably carrying these games like with no problems, right? You feel it, right?
Of course, and they even did it early on, like they were setting up these traps for Rezo because they know you're playing into a Dawnbreaker. One side of the map, you have the whole team. On the other side, there will be Rezo just farming away. They caught him a couple of times, 2 times to be precise. Later on, you just can't do anything about him. He gets that BKB and he's a menace.
Yeah, I think, Tundra, they were on like a 12-game win streak up until this point. Secret, they finally just beat them. And Tundra, they're just a hyper-defensive team. They wait until their timings, and then they look to punish. Secret, they found a way to punish that timing where Tundra felt most confident. So I think, yeah, they're coming into this game 3. We heard it in the interviews. Both teams think they're evenly matched. 1,033, they clearly are. Like, it's hard to really pit one to either. I think draft-wise, it's fine. It's just in the game, there's these small plays, like, did they get the 4 stuff off? Did they position correctly? Do they have the vision? So, yeah, it's an incredible third game coming up.
Yeah. We've been very wholesome throughout the whole tournament, but in the pre-game interviews, I heard cheating drafts, I heard nerds, I heard a lot of bad stuff, but I'm expecting a really good game.
Oh, I thought you were about to like dunk
subvert expectations.
I'm expecting BM pauses. I want some all chat. I want strong mantles of intelligence in the base. Give it to me.
And on the TI main, I mean, we saw Zayat standing up. He's getting into the spirit of the competition.
Oh, we need some, like, do you know, like the true sight segments during the game? We need that, but like when he's standing up. So when he sits back down, like Puppy's like, sit down. Get back into your
Job's not done yet.
It's not over.
We have not won yet.
Take a deep breath.
Well, let's see these two teams take their spots back onto the pods as we get into this game number 3. Tensions are high, but thankfully it's not elimination. Team that loses here goes on to face against Team Liquid tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
Don't forget they can hear you right now, Tsunami, so please, you have a couple choice words to say. Who would you like to influence?
No, it's all you, T.
Tundra, I love you!
There we go.
Secret, you're so cool!
I predicted you in the bracket Secret to win this thing, so please give me my battle pass points. Thank you.
Well, did you predict them all the way back from LCQT? That's oh, you did?
I made 0 predictions in the entire battle pass thing, but I made 1 to win TI was Secret.
What thing?
The battle pass predictions. The battle pass? The battle pass. Battle pass. You've triggered me now.
You were rooting for them because Secret have had a hell of a journey to get to this point, and I want to hear it from them.
I mean, the best moment obviously was beating
PSG LGD in the upper bracket and then beating Thunder in the upper bracket again to solidify top 3. Matter a lot because now I'm exactly in the same spot as I was in last TI, so that's pretty good.
It meant so much to me because I always come to TI, I always go to the upper bracket, and then I always lose the first game in the upper bracket, and I start all over again from the lower bracket. But this time we won the first game. I was like, oh my god, this is the first time ever I won my first game in the upper bracket. It meant so much to me.
It does definitely feel like we're sneaking in this time. And I mean, sneaky last chance qualifier. You know, you see Team Liquid there also at the same time.
I think they helped us a lot, but I would say as well that it was super hard to be in those qualifiers because it's a mini TI, like 100% mini TI. Like you gotta go through some, you know, tough games. I don't really know the future, but so far I feel like we're in a pretty good state to take the whole thing, you know. I don't know like what's gonna happen. Maybe we're gonna choke, maybe we're gonna, you know, play our best Dota ever. But I feel it. I feel it.
And he should feel confident feeling it because he's got 2 people right behind him and to the side of him who have already done it. Puppy taking the very first Aegis, and Heen as a coach on Liquid, looking to replicate these results, going head-to-head against AUI 2000, coach of Tundra, and waiting in the lower bracket is Matumba Man on Liquid. But it's encouraging, and I mean, Rezo, anytime I hear from him, it's hard not to smile, Sheep. He's such a kind boy.
Dude, Rezo's so nice. I met him last TI, and I think he was like ready to retire. He was talking about moving on from
He was
Dota.
Russian talent at that TI.
Yeah, and he was like, I don't know, like I'm just not sure, and like I'm so glad that he found Secret and they're performing so well. Like he is definitely one of the kindest dudes I've met in Dota.
And he's one of those players that just kind of gets picked up by a team, right, and then destroys the TI. It's not the first time that it has happened.
Yeah, and the journey he's gone on, right? Like obviously throughout the year he's had to go do a lot of things, unfortunately, due to things happening. So the fact that he's been able to go through all of that, keep his mindset in a good spot, and then return to the main stage with Secret, go through the last chance qualifier, the group stage, this point here, yeah, it's incredible performance, and yeah, a lot of respect towards Resolution.
And the fact that he gets to do it with his boy Zayats as well, because for those of you who may not know the context, Zayats was picked up by Secret during the middle of DBC Tour 3. It was because Yapzor wasn't able to play, and Zayats comes along, Rezo loses his theoretical lane partner, and then a few weeks later, there's a vacancy, and they get to reunite. And we thought that maybe it was a bit of a honeymoon period at first, maybe at the Riyadh Masters tournament, and then it just keeps going, and they keep doing well.
If you find the right players that want to play with each other, they get to these tournaments, like 3 separate tournaments to get here. Like you want to have players that actually want to play with each other.
Stronger.
I'm strong. I'm together because we got the money to bring them into the squad. Like these guys, they want to be together.
At that time, you're probably like you're in Team Secret. Zayats comes in, suddenly Puppy starts speaking like Ukrainian, Russian, Estonian, whatever. Zayats as well, and suddenly you hear Rezo, and then again Rezo.
Để giải thích cái vụ đấy đáng lẽ là có, đúng không? Nhưng mà cái lúc mà Addict add vào ấy thì một số bạn membership vừa mới hết, cho nên là tự dưng vô tình thay An thiếu 1-2 người rồi đấy để An mở thêm slot mới, thế là đâm ra An chưa add vào được, chứ không An cũng tính add vào luôn rồi. Every tức là anh nhận ra cái trò của bọn này của YouTube là nếu như mình đủ cái lượng membership để mình unlock cái mới đâu thì mình add vào, thì cả mình có bị dưới cái lượng membership thì nó vẫn giữ cho mình đó. Thế nhưng mà mình phải add nhanh, mình phải đủ slot mình add nhanh. Bây giờ để em xem lại nào. Nóng quá.
I want to see, first of all, I want to see Secret banning this Broodmother, so Tundra's going to be forced into a different opening. They already banned out the Doom, and just go for a different approach than they did the first game, because Tundra does have second pick again.
That is scary, right, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, second pick.
Mất 7 người nữa cơ. Trời ơi. Đợt vừa rồi mọi người tặng nhiều á, thế là có nhiều quá, thế là có một đống slot thì không có gì để áp vào. Xong đến lúc mấy cái người được tặng membership nó hết á, thì nó bị giảm á.
They do the 2 core bands. I think this is much better than the first go around. Now Tundra has to come with a new 2-3. They don't typically 2-3 Visage, so you're looking at, are they going to do the primal again? If Secret sees a primal, they're probably, this is fine. We know it's a mid primal. Like, I think Secret is much happier going into this draft than they were the first game.
Now, we talked about the clash of ideas. These two teams, they have different ideas when it comes to drafting, but also when it comes to the setup on the map.
Lại ban lại con nhện, lại ban lên sắc vào Mercy.
And Secret actually actively choosing Radiant against what most people would expect right now. Quinn, why do you think they chose Radiant?
I genuinely don't know. It may be something to do with them playing their triangle for this Roche hill. You saw a lot of tension and waiting around this Roche pit, and I know the hill. You can sort of play closer to the hill on Radiant and meme with the Roche pit, throw some arrows, whatever. I think they may value that dynamic or something along those lines. That would be my best guess, to be honest.
You guys, anybody else have some ideas?
It's interesting because in a way, TÄI has a better access to Roche almost because of the outpost there. They can fight, they can buy back, they can TP in. Radiant can't.
Right.
So it is actually hard for me to understand, but we did play, from my perspective, we played Thunder, who chose Radiant, and what they like to do is they just like defending their side of the map. And the Radiant jungle is overall bigger.
Vào những ngày cuối ở đây ấy, ở những ngày cuối trước khi anh đi holiday về Việt Nam ấy, anh nghĩ là anh sẽ ăn những cái món mà chỉ có bên Úc có mà Việt Nam không có. Nhưng đồng ý có cái việc đấy là những cái món mà có khi cả năm được ra không ăn. Hôm nay anh sẽ kiểu phá lệ ăn.
I could see it being a defensive type thing. I feel like if we go back to a lot of those historic Secret teams that played pretty defensively, they played to scale, they played to farm. My brain is telling me a lot of those Radiant defense type situations.
Lên bóng này.
Radiant triangle just feels really hard to break.
It is much bigger, the hill, it just feels like you're walking into a fortress.
Yeah, so I could see that being part of the game plan of Secret. Feels like the side lanes maybe slightly better for how they play him or something, I don't know.
But then you have to ask yourself, isn't this better just when you're on second pick? Because on second pick, it is easier to get that better win condition. You get
nói là món nước thì chỉ là ăn KFC với cả McDonald's thứ mấy cái đồ nhanh.
You know, the entire game, Tundra's one fight away from losing that game. This game, Secret's on first pick. Tundra is going to get to respond in whatever the way they want. And we saw the first game, it was kind of a similar story with this OD coming out. At the end of the day, they couldn't match us OD at 60 minutes, right?
I agree. If you believe the first pick has to take it to second pick in one of those scenarios, then if you're doing it from Radiant, you get in that situation where you have to take the fight into their dire outpost for a Roshan. It's really sticky, right? I am happy to see this Dawnbreaker back, though.
Yeah.
I was not sure if they were going to get this hero after that last game, and I feel like if they don't take it here, it gets banned 100%.
Yeah.
Because that hero just did insane work for them. It's one of the big flex cores that Puppy likes to play around it, that you talked about in that previous game. So I feel like this draft is, again, this is more in Secret's wheelhouse in terms of I don't feel like there's some crazy 33 hero already causing them problems.
Ở đấy mọi người qua uống cái vanilla coke chứ, vanilla coca.
Like you said, I think the bottom is actually better for them than the maiden, just because of the vision aspect and the stun. But otherwise, I feel like Secret's probably happy with this in terms of the first phase trade.
Yeah, I think so too. They have this Dawn flex waiting, so maybe Tundra picks Net as hero at the phase, but it's not some end of the world stuff because you can still counterpick it if you want. So you're at least getting one guaranteed lane counterpick. You can late pick Niche as hero, so maybe he's not going to see his lane, but he will see a lot of heroes. I think they are a lot happier because Tundra picks this double sup. It's not something super scary. It's not oomph, like you see in the last game. There's a brood, bam, you need to respond to this. Your whole draft is revolving around this. You're scared. You're thinking about what they pick. Tundra picks 2 sups, and it's fine. It's decently well rounded. There's nothing wrong necessarily, but I think Secret is in a much more comfortable position. They're happy with what they have, and they're sort of planning things out. They can get some better structure, I think, than they had the other game.
I mean, they also just get the ban whatever they don't want to play with. Yeah. The 2 supports are locked, right? So then you get Naga ban, you get OD ban. Probably the 2 most annoying heroes from game 1.
And I think it's kind of the beauty of a best of 3, and sometimes you see it in a best of 5. The teams develop over time. They run into these different scenarios and they have to adapt. And you can see that Secret has so much confidence in this Dawnbreaker, and they take it and then they ban everything that they've played against before. And now Tundra is the one that has to adapt, and they're going back to one of the things they used to do, which is pick this guy, his Tusk. However, this does mean that Secret gets a nice counterpick for Nisha mid, and we know how much damage Nisha can do when he gets a counterpick mid.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha is an absolutely beastly player with a good game. I mean, there's maybe some angle with this Tusk pick here. You would think that, hey, you see Dawn, it's going to go into the side lanes as a core. Maybe you want to pick the cores to counterpick that. But I think this team puts into a lot of value on Net having a very impactful pick slot. They'll give him the 8 with some oomph pick. They'll give him 18, or they'll give him some hero that he thinks is insanely broken.
Tớ ngồi để tớ để cái hiện lên cái avatar trong Discord lên để trên stream
really weak lane, blind,
tớ không có để avatar
so let's save our offline pick. We think Neta is really valuable.
We're
going to put extra emphasis on that. And hey, 9, you always do fine in lane anyway. You can run around and cast your spells just like you would in any other game.
gonna be interesting to see what he opts for this Tusk, because I could see them getting like an Ember or Storm or something here. They just want to get a mobility hero that uses like some of the lack of super early stun that this Tusk provides, but they went for the Earth Spirit as well. I also feel like this Earth Spirit CM duo is kind of designed to keep that Visage pick in check that you always have to think about coming down, especially when they have this tiny 4. Zeus. There's the immobile Spirit.
I like it because, you know, he can get away from shards. It's not that easy for them to set up a kill on this Zeus. There's almost always going to be a response. And when you think about how these heroes are going to clash against each other, which I'm sure these guys are considering right now when they're talking about it, there's so much poke coming up from Secret that Tundra has to commit for a fight. They have to commit for a kill. They're going to go in deep, and then, you know, the counter initiation starts. There's going to be Dawnbreaker ulti. There's going to be the Spirit ulti. So currently I'm kind of digging Secret strategy, but, you know, we're kind of missing 2 heroes on the other side. Yeah, so it looks better.
I mean, I think game
đầu Naga với cả OD nó cài quá, thì Secret bao
similar magic damage. It's like mid-range damage. So if this pipe, this Wraith Pack comes out, we talked about the Wraith Pack being annoying in the first game. Secret is incredibly bad against Wraith Pack and also really bad against killing it. And here's your Wraith Pack hero. So they will have this, you know, potential, hey, maybe our lanes are falling apart a little bit. Our heroes need levels. Our heroes all do damage the same way. And potentially this Wraith Pack pipe like become a problem.
Yeah, that was a very good pick for them. I feel like everybody almost forgot it was like still in the pool because it's been a first phase hero for so long. But
I think they just fell into the scale. I think they just fell into the trap. If you guys
remember,
Secret played against this Enigma, and they actually picked Crystal Maiden and Dawnbreaker, and they absolutely demolished this Enigma, and that's exactly what they're going to do now. Like, okay, we're just going to lane this Dawnbreaker, see him again. They're going to last pick something else. I'm not sure. It could be, you know, a Rezo hero. It could be a Crystallis hero, but I think this is actually better for Secret. I think they messed up on Tundra.
Interesting. I mean, I think was it against Tiny in that other game? Because I know people value like the Enigma with Tiny especially differently than other Enigma lanes because you have this like wacky toss back, like the Eidolons duplicate, and then you just get exploded by all the Eidolon right clicks. I mean, I think this is another one of those situations sort of similar to the first game where Tundra's like, hey, we know like what you're going to play against this, and let's see who.
Matchup. At the same time, there is no BKB Blink Black Hole cancel. So if Tundra feel like that is something they needed in this game in terms of like a hard shutdown for a carry that's going to come out and they don't want to have to counter with their last pick, it helps them a little bit in there. Because like, are they going to pick Visage here for the Wraith Pack? It doesn't seem amazing, right?
What about Vengeful Spirit in
carry?
Oh, Venge.
That is an exotic choice, I'll tell you that.
I don't know if I believe in Venge, but...
Titanic carry. Oh, gyro.
Destroying
this
Enigma.
I mean, this is a hero people were picking in scrims a lot before TI against this Enigma, experimenting. I've seen lanes where the Enigma gets absolutely blown out of the water, and other games where Enigma sort of survives.
Nhìn Tiny Picture là kiểu combo với Rihanna thì có thể là Tiny xếp lên.
But this lane is CM gyro. Like you are getting nuked, you are getting flacked. It's pretty hard to play this lane. I don't know if Tiny interacts that well with it.
Voi trong này Voi ok nhỉ?
I don't think you're too worried about scale here. All the gyro has to do is just fight. He can even be like third net worth. You're not even sad in this game because you have Zeus and Dawnbreaker to back up the scale.
Trận đấu Secret thua là vì Naga mà.
This response from Secret, they have multiple lanes that are good against Enigma. They have a lot of different damage resources now with, you know, Gyrocopter bringing that physical damage. Dawnbreaker can build into that Desolator. We have seen Dawnbreakers go for the Wraith Pack build before. I don't know if he's gonna do that. I think Rezo kind of popped off last game and owned.
Không có gì cover. Ui xồi ôi, nó bảo có CK.
But into the comfort. Is this a hard CK game, or what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of in-game matchups, the Zeus one, as time progresses, is pretty bad. All your illusions kind of just explode, and your hero explodes too. I mean, potentially, they just feel like they need this tempo strong lane. It's, you know,
CK nó có thể là vào nó giết một phát được chết CM với cả rốt được luôn.
Secret has pretty good options. They have good draft integrity, much better than the, you know, how easy it was to play the first game. I think, you know, now this gyro can kill the Wraith Pack. I feel like I look at this draft, and I'm pretty chill if I'm Secret.
CK đánh lâu dài rất cay.
I think it's similar to the second game. Like Tundra trying to get this carry, you can push out the lanes and give this kill threat between the Tusk and Mirana that they
nó xài là skill mà nó không chết là vấn đề đấy.
Some ability to open up the map and find the kills. But Secret just has
nó phải đánh nhau trong cái lượt flash canon của gyro.
They have the Solar Guardian, they have Zeus, so they can back up some of those heroes that otherwise
nó bắn hết đúng không? Nó bắn hết là coi như là không còn gì nữa.
They can turn it around. I think that was like, I think the Solar Guardian was huge in game 2 in terms of breaking how Tundra was trying to play that map. I totally agree. I think this Dawnbreaker pick, especially, they realized that after game 2, this hero is what is going to help them defeat the way Tundra wants to play. How do you want to play this game? Push out the waves, and then, you know, the fact that other heroes are showing and they attack elsewhere on the map, can't do that against Dawnbreaker, right? So I do agree. I do like Secret again. A lot of it is going to come down to how this Enigma does in the bottom lane.
Cũng chẳng có gì đó, nó ban gần hết rồi. Là đánh còn ban bỏ lane nó carry.
The way this game's going to go.
Yeah. So that lane is going to be all important, but Quinn, how else can Tundra,
you
guys are all leading towards secret ways, what does Tundra need to do to claim the W, go to the grand finals?
I think a lot of it just does come down to this Enigma lane. If he has a good start, suddenly this Wraith Pack pipe, they start looking extremely intimidating.
Và cái nhà đấy bạn nghĩ nó pick luôn đấy, bởi vì kiểu team Secret làm phép ấy, nãy nó có BKB nó vào nó sẽ ăn hết.
Like it can exacerbate the problem like greatly. Like suddenly this Tusk is all in your business and what
sao nó quay con rớt ạ.
Any lane swaps or anything that would help enable this, or is it just purely going to have to be good play?
I feel like a lot of his gameplay, they just kind of have to be. Netta is a great laner. This is a situation he picked himself into. He was happy with the situation. They didn't bend the gyro. I think he can clutch it up.
One word answer, gentlemen. Fly. Who's going to the grand finals?
It's going to be Secret.
All right, Quinn.
Secret.
Nghe kiểu rất giàu sang.
Rất giàu sang, nhưng mà chỉ có tớ thấy.
Joining us and breaking down the draft to such extreme level. Feel like we all learned something in that one. But game 3 of Secret versus Tundra. It's about ready to go. One of these teams is going to be going to the grand finals. Maybe the other team will join them, but it'll have to be a very long Sunday for them.
Nói chung là cái mo không phải là cái đẹp, cái mo là hiệu ứng thôi. Còn cánh nó nhiều cánh đẹp á.
Nobody wants to do that, except maybe Matumba.
Mà bây giờ cũng hay nó cho
lấy hiệu ứng.
I mean, this is another team where I feel like
this
Tundra draft does exactly what they've been doing the whole tournament. They have a bunch of heroes who can push the lanes out. They have an illusion carry. They have a summons offlaner. They have this killer mid for 9, like the spear breaker, like Odie, whatever. He can run around, make some crazy stuff happen, help set up the kills for supports.
It got us this far. Let's not stop.
Yes, right. It's very much up their alley. At the same time, I do think like this Dawnbreaker's has to be one of the heroes that's better conceptually against the style, because she's extremely tanky, shoves the waves pretty fast, is giving you that scale advantage. At the same time, in a way she's protecting other heroes from shoving out lanes, right? Imagine Nietzsche is pushing lanes, as Gyro's pushing lanes later in this game. He gets arrows, jumps and have the sword already come out. Suddenly, Tundra are in a position where they can more heroes to go for those types of kills. And every time you force them to commit more and more numbers, those moves become a little bit harder. Right? So Tundra has to just be that little bit faster, a little bit quicker, and 3 runes.
Nice kick away.
Tip.
That'll secure that 3rd bounty rune. So does mean he doesn't have rolling boulder, which I don't know if that's important or not when it comes to this lane.
And they're also gonna put the Earth Spirit down here again. So similar to last game, take the safe lane with Chrysalis.
Đó, là đầu tiên.
Not doing that CM gyro lane, which I feel would just build Eidolons.
Yeah. Chứ là OG.
I mean, Flak.
OG, EG.
Maybe they're just fine.
Để loạn nó lên,
Want to
của
set
con
up
thằng
this
bé.
stronger off lane. Maybe they're worried about playing double melee into this chaos night lane.
Này là từ
Maybe it's just Rezo, you're the
Empire.
Like, let's secure resolution Dawnbreaker this game, because we saw
Empire với chuỗi 21 trận thắng liên tiếp.
Gyro, like we talked about, doesn't have to be the true one in this game. Gyro can just play for some spells, running in, being annoying, shutting down the Enigma. He doesn't have to have the greatest start of his life, because, again, very strong scaling track for Secret if this game goes late.
It's already doing so much, Puppy. Pushing back the Snake King Mirana, blocking the easy camp as well. The other side, Giants actually gets a pretty nice W.
Resolution này tiếp địch khó, vui vui thôi. Tiếp bẩn thì phải nói là OG. OG về cái team thích tiếp bẩn.
A little bit of block in here. Nisha doesn't really care too much. In fact, he slows him down. 9 in response, snowballs onto the range creeps. I don't know why, man, but little stuff like that.
Thằng này hay phát tốt limit.
Cute little 1v1
nhưng mà cái matchup này thì không biết được rớt. Tại vì cái skill 3 nó lọi quá. Điều gì cũng nhảy được.
Thực ra tôi thích cái skin 3 này hơn là cái skin 3 ngày xưa, mặc dù skin 3 ngày xưa rất in 3.
Đi ở trong shop mà, ở trong shop thì không có gì đâu. Rồi xưa skin 3 ở trong nội tại thế thì mới đưa được cái mắc 2 á. Ui ôi.
Mắc 2 với cả lên VO ấy.
Mắc 2 VO. Ôi dạ.
Mà cái hôm mà tớ chơi lại rớt, tớ quen tay, tớ đã hay lên VO.
VO vẫn hay mà.
Lên VO giật nó là một cái gì khác hẳn với cái ga luôn.
If this hero gets off to a good start, you just bypass a lot of his issues, right? You get to the faster level 6, you get to some early items. This hero doesn't need much. You get to an urn, you get to a BKB. you just become a beast. So getting the first bundle here for him in a safe lane Earth Spirit scenario. The cherry on top here from Secret. They are leading the CS board in all 3 lanes. I mean, this Enigma is getting destroyed early on.
They took maybe a little bit of risk. And as you said, they could have done Crystal Main Gyrocopter and just absolutely dumped on 33's game, but instead they tried to make both the side lanes, or tried to win both the side lanes by putting the Crystal Maiden down there, and it's worked.
Yeah,
âm thanh bên YouTube nghe dỡ hơn là bên Twitch. Bên Twitch nghe bị rẻ hơn.
Meanwhile, I feel like Nisha gotten every single CS in this lane, 19-5. He's having a hell of a spree right now, but he is getting dangerously low all the time from Nine's spam out of shards and such.
Cái hiệu ứng dưới chân năm nay đẹp.
Đỏ đẹp.
Not even a high ground.
Em màu tím cũng đẹp.
Năm 21 bị lâu sẽ đéo dùng được cái đấy. Cái năm mà có cái gậy xanh.
Thế bảo cái mod đấy là phải gọi trả tiền nữa đúng không? Phải trả tiền.
That's a decent trip to base then.
Đấy có cái mod là mồi trả tiền.
Có một mod trả tiền là nó sẽ cho bạn chọn một preview ở ngoài.
Cái này có Battle Pass đúng rồi, cái đấy là từ hòm của Battle Pass. Với độ hiếm cấp vũ trụ.
Cái mốt thì đồ nào cũng có, nhưng mà cái mốt mà phải trả tiền nó được cái là bạn xem được đồ. Như kiểu là bạn đeo đồ trong DOTA ấy.
Còn kia là phải đeo sẵn nữa.
Cái mốt của tớ là tớ chỉ biết chọn tên đồ ấy thôi.
It's pretty weird. I mean, honestly, if I was a Earth Spirit, I don't think I'd
be too nó hit 29 con.
In terms of resources, right?
Căng
it
vậy.
pushes the lane in because you get the flag, it shoves out, you kill Eidolon. Crystal's going to do this pull, he's not the one dying. He gets a bunch of solo XP. I think it's what Tundra need to do
mà nó đi
in terms of
đai
coming
được
back to the same level and worth up getting the XP for Tiny. Yeah, but it's definitely not some like end-all be-all. And I mean, that's also the deadly combination of this
Cúp farm được 17,
like,
còn
you just
Deny
step
có
up too far, you
19.
get all in.
Có farm 19.
I mean, Zayats will have to walk all the way down here.
19-34 mà. Đã rồi. Gấp đôi luôn.
When was the last time we saw Tundra lose lanes like this? I feel like
it's a rough start.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get much better than this in
a CM là cái con dễ chơi dễ trúng thưởng nhất. Mặc dù là yếu thật đấy, dễ chơi dễ trúng thưởng.
Bản tôi thấy bản này nó mạnh quá.
Bởi vì cái bộ skin nó đủ hết.
Stop Soxa in what would have been an avalanche tossback under tower with Malphite still on him. Like that could have been a kill.
Còn Zyro lên được cái sáp, quả thế lửa, đéo chịu được.
Nó không biết trận này là Zyro sẽ lên sát, nghĩ là Zyro lên cooldown. Cái sát thì đó.
Skeeter's gonna have to catch up this
game. Rồi, Nisha đã hết tuần chỉ đấy.
Skeeter's not going to be happy with that.
Cái áo đấy của rất là một trong những áo đồ vàng hiếm hoi, mix đẹp.
Đẹp hơn Akana.
Tất nhiên. Nhưng mới với Akana đẹp. Mới với Akana đẹp.
And by the time you get there, it's harder to use those because they have the global response.
Yeah, like one roll in from Zayats could be a kill on any core.
Akana, cái mode ấy.
This would be an all-important kill. They're gonna have to snowball. Do they keep up with Nisha as he tries to hop over the cliff? They do have the
what the?
more damage. Nisha delivers a bunch
before he goes down.
Maybe Secret can collect some kills in return. Nine is so low. Puppy's gonna throw it out.
Gần đủ đam. Trời ơi, đen nhỉ.
Left the DD for his.
Ý gì nó giết được cả hai.
May regret that choice. Nope, they're not going to go for the dive.
He's thinking about it.
Roll in from behind, Zayats blind, trying to find Sox. It does get him now, slows him down with that double damage, puts it to work. The toss over is not good enough. Puppy will secure the last hit. 2,000 net worth lead now for Team Secret, 3-2.
Nice response from Secret to turn that mid around. I thought Nisha was just gone for sure, but they get the double kill out of it.
Tùy tay từng người.
Extra levels for these supports. Puppy's up
to tay bọn mà nó chơi cùng một cái hồ này khác bạn. Đi mẹ, hai lần có đẩy có, stun có, stun có, cái đéo
this is where his spells are pretty strong. He's pretty tanky. You can abuse the stack game.
Burst đam thì không hẳn là burst mà đam nó đều đặn.
I respect that go attempt play. These are the types of things Tundra they need to start looking for in this game. Get the tiny Mirana going, finding these
hơi chuỗi.
You have CK stun, you have Malefice.
Team bên kia thọt mà.
CK đi với cả nó rất là khó.
Yeah,
Nó
and
có
some
đánh
of
đầu
this may
thử.
just come down to the fact that they
Nếu nói
lost the
đúng ra
lanes,
team
right?
bên kia con alpha ổn định nhất là con
This Chaos
Enigma.
Knight, who's usually a hero that has so much sustain, you could
Bởi vì
chill
con
out.
Enigma đi offlane mà nó vẫn cao ấy.
Ai da.
He's not able to
Ai
stay
da,
alive in this
đau
lane,
quá.
so snaking kind of always has to be here.
Ui.
There's the arrow. Thunder God's Wrath isn't enough. The Frostbite is in range, so he turns around and uses it on the Mirana instead. And Puppy will be able to walk it off. But
Làm chú nào
the fact
cho
that
làm chú
snaking
Đức.
can rotate out of this lane, I think, is debilitating to all of that aggression that TUS wants to be able to put down.
Yeah, normally they want to be able to
Anh
leave
có.
Skeeter alone at this
Mặc
point.
Donald đến rồi.
Yet that
Tại
almost
lấy đồ ăn.
rotation cooking around their mid. Nine is the hero they often play through for that early tempo, so side lanes going a little subpar does mean that the supports get clogged up at these random 2-on-2s. They don't necessarily want to be in for too long. 8-minute room fight. Well, Nisha was trying to jump for it, and snaking will go down to Rezo. These Tundra supports, they're having issues in this early game.
That silencer game, where Puppy was super under level. It was like 13 minutes in, he was still level 5. Not this game, man. He's way far ahead thanks to all these kills. Level 3 Frostbite. Maybe not even need the tome. Save that one for Science.
Yeah, I'll take it anyway, you know?
Roll in, kick back, nice play. 9 out of spells, needs a little helping hand. Snaking the arrow slides right on by, but was enough to dissuade Secret pushing in some more. They're actually going to use this to smoke. This is a cool play.
Yeah, they're going to try and activate this Tusk heading towards top. This is one of the easier carries to smoke through because you can just stun the guy and it sets up for you easily. See if Rezo seals this one out.
The right time here, or is he going to get a little bit too...
He might. He feels it coming.
Hello, yeah.
Sticking on the hard left-hand side of the lane.
Bây giờ mặt đi em.
They got a ward. They're going to come for it now, though. 9 immediately goes for the pick off onto the crystal main.
Tôi nghĩ là CM nằm.
Get that kill. Nice
CM nằm, may không phải lấy bóng. Top nằm, chắc chắn.
Hopping on in. That is a trade-off that Secret is very happy with, I'm sure.
Beautiful read of that move from Secret, just saying that this tiny city mid, there's only one place Tusk is going to go right. Rezo reads the move, pings it out, says, hey Puppy, you wanna take that one for me? He does his job. That'll get Zeus a pretty nice kill.
Mà còn nữa để đứng trong top network thì khi bây giờ chết.
This is a pretty nasty Zeus game. Like you're counteracting the Mirana ulti with the vision. You're screwing with the multiple stun initiators with Tundra. You're forcing them to have to gap close you through all
nhiều khi tao
the
cũng ước
secret
gì
AoE. So
có một người em mà biết cầm bình cho tao thế.
the faster he gets to that shard, the Kaya, all this extra damage.
Cái hôm qua đánh xong rồi nó nghe thoại mình gào hét. Ồ, đeo Secret.
That early level 6 from Rezo puts it to good use, get a core kill. Gyro, I mean, I was thinking this Gyro might have like a toughish lane maybe, and maybe he doesn't have to carry the game, and he's just leading the pack.
Đấy mà báo công an cái cho thật sẽ những nước tiểu anh đã lên phường ấy có những nước tiểu luôn.
Never have too many carries.
That's true. Well,
the prize is mine.
My C-Pups may beg to differ, but
you can never have too many carries, Cap.
6-3. Team Secret, well, he did have a 2,000 net worth lead, so it has gone down a little bit. So it seems like the state of the game has been okay for Tundra, even though we've seen them, lose some kills and stuff like that. It seems like economy-wise, they've been doing all right for themselves. So I wonder how many stacks Chrysalis has available.
Well, Nisha's doing his best to steal him a bit.
There it is. We got 6 of them packed up. Yeah, Stoxa comes in, tries to grab what he can.
Ôi, bên kia sẽ tách 6 lần.
I don't think Secret want to give up this jungle too early here.
Radiant's bottom tower has
You're always happy to farm it out, but if Tundra's going to give you these skirmishes, I feel like Secret is pretty strong in them just because of how many levels they have on these supports. Puppy's not too afraid.
Đưa cái bình đấy là cứ tele lên
You
là
also are
xong ném
losing
bình
in
là
this tier
người
1
thằng tele
trade, so
lên.
that was something from the other game. Secret defended their tier 1 for a long time against that 33 Brood Visage. This game, a little different. He's just going to claim it here, push himself towards the raid pack the rush she will have.
Skeeter looks like he's going to call it quits on that safe lane for now. 11.5 minutes in, safe lane tower still being up. It's great progress, and they will have that Wraith back coming in now for the Enigma. So
Giọng chú Đức Béo là một thành viên khác của TCA gì?
Roll in on point Science. He's going to be able to get some serious damage onto this Enigma.
They don't
necessarily have any follow-up. Too many heroes here on the side of Tundra who are showing up, with Moonlight Shadow being used as well.
Rồi lao
too
hơi
many
bướng.
heroes there, not expecting them all.
Nhưng mà nói thế, Script đang thua trụ mà.
You will pay the price.
Không, chỉ có quả đấy nó nghĩ là thằng Rốt sẽ follow nhưng mà chắc là quả thấy 4 đứa rồi mà Rốt rén.
So they're not really able to take advantage of that. I mean, I guess in many ways, Dawnbreaker is just not a hero that could take that tower. And yeah, now 33's up here. So now if you want to take that safe lane tower, you have to fight into the Wraith Pact hero. That is pretty scary.
You have to take this suit if you're Secret. Like, you have to equalize the map, open up some more space for
Enigma có Wraith Pact rồi.
triangle rotation
Nguy hiểm phết.
pattern hero. He really needs his tier 1 down to open up enemy jungle and make
Đẩy
those
hoa
rotations
chủ này cái
efficient.
gì nữa.
They will finally claim it. Be very happy with that. Now it just
Ở
comes
dưới
down
bốt
to
đánh
these
nhau
mid
gắng
fights. How
nghe.
much does Tundra want to
Quay
push
cam
to the
bốt
tower
cái.
or smoke to the triangle?
Đâu không phải nhau đâu.
The answer is right now. Armless CK.
Đấy, nó hai cái
Time is
bốt
of the essence, it seems, for Tundra.
I don't want to give too much space to this Secret Tricore again.
The Enigma is going to push in the mid lane while the rest of the team smokes out behind the mid tier 1 tower.
Ít nhất là
Great
mid sẽ có
D.Va
hai người
though
nào
from
xuống.
Team Secret.
It's incredibly valuable here.
Bên nào
Gonna
cũng
help
biết.
protect this Zeus. They are just chipping this tower. Eidolon's doing a decent amount of
Nếu mà Don bay vào đúng lúc mà
for Secret here. They don't want to walk up too much.
Bye-bye,
into the
Black
CK
Hole,
in the
hơi
trees.
dở.
You don't know where this Tuskar is. He was bottom. You don't get the tier 1, but about as close as you can get.
Yeah, certainly.
tách mỏng quá.
Alright, so an early Chrysalis and a straight up BKB, so really delaying the Aghanim Scepter a lot for Chrysalis. Feeling like he's going to need that early team fight item.
I mean, I think this build is fine. Like, the Ags is a farm accelerator, but you got to remember what he's playing with, right? He's playing with 2 other cores that are going to take a lot.
Sure.
He's playing with a Crystal Maiden who can soak off the farm as well. Like,
so don't be greedy.
I mean, there's just a limit to how many creeps you can eat on the map.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think early BKB is strong in this game with that Chrysalis just going in, soaking up some spells, dealing some decent physical, making the fight happen for your other 2 cores. Because Zeus does not want to go in. And this Dawnbreaker doesn't really just want to run in first either, right? He wants to ult on top, either an Earth Spirit roll, Gyro going in. So if Gyro can frontline, it's nice. And on the flip side, this Tundra teamfight is a lot about using this Mirana ult to find the targets they want between TÄI and Tusk. Searching for it now.
Tried this before. They're going to have to lead off with the Avalanche. Tumbler toy over the side to make sure they get the toss. And a very nice pickoff for Tundra. He kind of needed to, but Secret, they're going to chase after these guys. 9. He's got a haste rune, so he may not be able to outrun that rocket, but he can get some serious distance. Interception! What a play from Rod, and now in turn they're going to save each other with a
Rồi ra ngoài. Rồi.
Black Hole rồi, sao?
Not bad.
Interception there to just turn the fight around.
Rồi.
Wrap it up. That'll be a team wipe for Tundra.
Ây da,
Whoever you want.
xa đi đâu ấy?
What
5-man wipe.
a setup.
That was just beautiful, baiting the overextension. That roll is just too deep, and of course, no solar
Một pha
guardian to come
combat
out of
thôi
that
là nó
fight.
nhảy lại
Like,
hết
that
một
spell
lượt
might
tiền.
have turned that fight around right there.
Yeah,
Super
sure.
clump,
Bằng
super
luôn.
slow, all in the Earth Spirit gun, but your Dawnbreaker sitting
Đây là lý do tại sao tớ thích rush cái shot của con lưỡi bóng, bởi vì nó trong cái BKB quá là lợi.
I mean, this chase.
Nhưng mà quả này là thằng Leroson nó nhìn thấy con tay đi rồi, nhưng mà nó tưởng một cái rồi đâu bắt đầu ông nhờn để bết lại.
Either way,
Nó bết.
CK does his best Secret Service impression there.
Quả đấy con tút nó cứu Mirada nhanh.
33 comes in with the cleanup.
Không làm gì.
Nó đúng rồi, là con Mirana cứu con Tusk. Nó đỡ quả. Nó đỡ một quả 5.
As long as he gets the dub.
That means Tundra gotta be feeling really good about that momentum shift, especially after how hard that laning phase was for them. So the fact that they are now solidly back in control of this game, if they can get to a point where they've got the pipe completed on the Enigma, then we're full team fight ready to go. Wraith Pack pipe, just like the Broodmother.
And that Wraith Pack pipe is deadly this game, right? There's only the Dawn Starbreaker and the Gyro Black to really clear into the physical area. Everything else is just AoE magic. Yeah, so that EHP from
Antaka kia ở team nào nhìn quen thế?
Tác xa chắc đánh cho OG. Sao chắc đánh cho DC ấy, cái bọn vào về nhì và bị win dã móng.
Cái team win này cũng là một cái team mà khó hiểu. Vô địch xong rồi bị mất luôn.
Definitely a bit of
Bị
both,
gì
right?
mà
Like,
nó
if
bị
he
bọn
gets
người.
Gapples, he can E-Blade the Tusk, who's not going to go BKB first. He's going the Deso build. So if you E-Blade him, leap away, bolt him back, 9 just gets debilitated in that type of engagement. At the same time, you can E-Blade yourself before one of those jumps. It's very nice. There's also a lot of chain stun potential for Tundra. Like, you get Malefice, you get Avalanche, there's an arrow coming through. If they commit on a chain stun target off the arrow and you E-blade that guy and it saves him from a lot of that physical burst, you can turn the fight around.
Láo.
Yeah, it really was.
I don't think Skeeter thought it was just him. And it was.
It really was. The rest is secret. They were a bit of distance away, snaking. They're going to try and pop him here. They're going to throw the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of this to ensure they fast kill, but they're on the wrong side of this cliff. He's just going to try and use it to his advantage, though. They do have the shard out. There's no black hole to fear, so they can just kind of run headlong into Tundra, perhaps. A freezing field. Keep it going. Just managed to get that one kill. Resolution trying to finish it off, but Dawnbreaker Hammer can't go to 3. Now Chaos Knight, Skeeter trying to get the Arnold toggling, but Nisha delivers. It's not quite enough. The toggles keep going. Frostbite going out. Now Crystal is low. Flat cannon shots. One after the other, but Skeeter stays alive.
Nó to quả lát kinh quá.
Nisha got stuck on that high ground cliff too, trying to position to just stay out of range, but
to quả
not
lát kinh
enough
quá.
to finish off that CK. Skeeter lives through it all. We saw the type of fight Skeeter wanted to take, taking the raid pack down early. These Tundra heroes are tanky, man. Like, the damage is done, right? You have 2,000 HP to cut through on this Tusk, 2,000 on this CK.
Thằng này nó lên
Nice
đồ
way to
y
start
tớ
with
bạn.
killing the support for free.
Này
Then
chắc
you're
là
like
thêm
stuck
game
in this
TC
close
rồi.
engagement. You're getting multi-avalanched. That shard ended up slowing down the gyro as well. Just can't commit.
Xem game một anh Achon nào đấy của team TC. Đi up lane.
Very awkward engagement. You also have to think about these midnight pulses just getting thrown down and burning you for the whole time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Lên cái kiếm
This
đấy
kiting,
mà.
I mean, Skeeter
Cái đó
introduces it in so deep. With this
Nó vừa có máu, nó vừa có đam, nó vừa có hồi mana.
heavily overextended. His lifesteal is not
cái
enough
đam
sustain
hồi
to deal
mana.
with all this bits of damage being thrown at him. And now,
Tundra, they want those long fights.
yes,
Từ lúc mà lên cái đấy là gần như
Perfect scenario for
chết
them.
thì cần phải về.
trying to hammer away, but here comes the snowball. 9 knocks him out. And it looks for a little bit more too. The shard locking in Puppy. May have gotten the T-ward, but he won't make it out alive. Nisha barely able to jump away before the Tiny could grab him. Tossing to his allies. 5,000 net worth lead for Tundra. They continue to grow and continue to take more and more of the map away from Secret.
This is the Tundra like 5-man skirmish that they use this Tiny and Mirana combo so well for. Like, no cooldowns they really have to wait for. They don't really care about Black Hole this game. They're ready to fight all this stuff, get their carry involved. Skeeter having a way more impactful game this time around. Level 13 top in the charts. He's just been involved in everything, and between him and the Tusk tag team, there's not enough armor or survivability to deal with the physical burst right now. Pushing Secret to the back, but it's going to give a lot of space to this Tundra line.
Con này giữ tên nhỉ? Phải mình là lúc ấy mình bắn cái tên rồi đấy.
It is these two supports between Sox and Snaking. They find farm and they find it
Không
very
dùng the
fast.
chat stream trên Microsoft Edge.
I don't even know where they
I don't
find
know.
this much farm
Không biết,
jobs.
tao không dùng Microsoft Edge.
I mean, Sox is pushing up close to Rezo, right? Very different from last game.
Yeah, certainly. It's not the same kind of game where Rezo was just able to hang out in side
kiếm một
lanes
Sven
and
nữa là
farm
kiếm một
non-stop
giáp mà.
and join the occasional team fight. Tundra's actually putting an effort in shutting him down
Anh dùng
first,
Chrome.
smoking him at the start of any of these rotations.
Anh nhúng vào
That's the best
Chrome
way
quá
to do it.
sâu
You
để
take the Dawn
phát
or Zeus
ra.
out, you remove a lot of that
Phát
counter
tiện ra.
initiation. Yeah. And if you hit a nice BKB timing here, that is
Nó
one
quá
of the
chìm
downsides
sâu.
of the secret line. Right? The pipe for Tundra is super powerful. The BKBs next is powerful. Like, there's not a lot to interfere with those durations, and they get a lot done because the physical burst is just so high.
Maybe catching Snaking here. We had that smoke. Don't need to use Undergod's Wrath. Nisha will hold on to it for now. It was a smoke rotation, fighting the triangle like they wanted. They end up, well, they'll have to be content with a priest of the moon kill, because that's all
Nhất là
they
có
got.
thằng Lý nữa thì bố biết.
Đúng rồi.
Wow, ooh, the BKB timing of it. They've hit the pipe.
Ấn ra mà mọi người lại bảo ô gắt thế.
You hit this BKB timing on Skeeter. I don't know what Secret does.
It's going to be rough. I mean, at that point, these raid pack lineups can always just go into the pit and force the roach. Yeah, right. You have Deso on Tusk with tag team as well. Even has Brigand's Blade on top.
Feels like it's going to be a long time before the gyrocopter's damage becomes relevant enough to carry through against BKB raid pack pipe.
That's just not doing enough right now.
No.
Too much magic AoE, not enough cleave to clear through this. And again, Tundra just spamming out the map, right? Their supports are so obnoxious and just running down these side lanes, forcing you to react. You see the Eidolon's top, making people show, making you split up while they get slightly more out of the map every minute that ticks by. The team is just crazy efficient. in terms of getting farm on everybody, and they make it pay off too. Their itemizations are very good.
Thắng
Force
chui.
staff already out for snaking here. Another one being built by Soxa, so double force staff once again. That is their MO. It's going to bail out the cores even more.
They're ready to go.
They are always ready.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Đều luôn sự nằm xuống các bạn ạ.
Trying to
Nó
tackle
ping
that
thẳng vào đầu cái kia.
area of the map that Radiant uses to farm up so much. That Radiant triangle where we
Có lẽ là CM.
a gyrocopter is going to be farming of Ancient. They couldn't actually catch anybody there. But
Đây thì Puppy đánh rất láo.
comfortable going back to do Roshan, right? Because Secret is just. I mean, if they're not going to challenge them immediately,
Roshan lại có bác
Roshan
khó
just
loi.
dies too damn quickly. So an Aegis pick up for Skeeter. Accidental BKB pop.
Haste.
He doesn't need it, you know, sending a message here. Yeah, Roshan cannot dodge. That's that great pack force fight that Secret can't take right now. They just need more farm. They need it on the Stormbreaker and
Để bóng đi rồi.
Really
might just be able to 1v1 him here. Rezo not gonna be able to TP out in time. Soxa is there for the cleanup.
And this Tusk has just been incredibly annoying for the Stormbreakers. Yes. The amount of interrupts he has, the physical burst, versus a hero that does not build armor for a long time.
And he is ready to serious charges too. He's at 12 already.
Game này thua là về nước đúng không?
Không, cái này tôi đánh thua.
Lot of magic damage. There's that E-blade being put to use.
Ăn sim được chưa? Không ăn sim được chưa?
They can catch somebody out of the way of the Enigma.
Radiant's top tower
No rate back, no pipe. They do get bursted very quickly.
Very true. It's like the Veil from last game. You have this
Từ
much
12 giờ,
magic damage.
11 giờ chưa?
It makes all of your stuns count for just that much more.
Cái
It'll push Gyro almost to the top of the charts here, so Stalus is still going for that Axe. He's just gonna try and scale it up in a late game Gyro with
nhưng thực ra thì cũng chưa biết là bởi vì nãy giờ Gyro chưa có tham gia combat.
the burst blink without a save behind you. There's one save in this game, you know, it is a very long way away, but the
Gyro vẫn đang trong quá trình định nuôi các bạn.
Gyro vẫn đang trong quá trình nâng cấp Boeing đang nâng cấp thành Su tiêm kích.
Còn nuôi được nữa hay không thì chưa biết.
Certainly. Especially given the fact you said, you know, they have 3 cores that all want to farm up on the side of Secret. They've only got a core.
Đang từ máy bay phun tốt trừ sâu thành Boeing 747, sau rồi mới thành máy bay tiêm kích Su 30.
Is he immediately going to be forced onto Chrysalis? Has to use the BKB. Cannot get caught into a team fight against a Chaos Knight with its Aegis and a BKB.
Definitely not. Even the Mage Slayer on top of the CK going to give him the extra resistant tankiness in these engagements. Not to mention if he ever lands hit on Zeus, just reduce the damage.
Look at this. Sundra saying, okay,
that's they
can't play. Let's go to the other side of the map immediately.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow in one as well. Found the
Smoke is going to break. They did find the gyrocopter, an opportunity to be able to burst him out almost instantly, and there he goes. The response from Secret, they tried to do some damage to the Tiny, only got him to half health. They fully give up now, leaving Puppy behind.
Chú Đức đéo nha, chú này là một thành viên của TCA.
Is going to be able to get out. Yep, we're good.
Hỏi.
These AoE spells just do nothing into the auras, man.
Yeah, seriously.
You have to keep your cores alive here. Antaka are just accumulating more and more net worth lead up the 10. Using this Aegis to
cái line-up của Secret không khó comeback lắm.
I feel like that's been the story this whole series.
Khó comeback. Cái line-up bởi vì nó không có con nào là tạo play ấy, như kiểu trận 1 thì còn có back note, trận này đéo con nào.
Một khi đã chia thành trận nút.
Chaos Knight trong cốt truyện có liên quan gì đến Abaddon? Không. 4 con liên quan đến nhau trong cốt truyện đấy là Chaos Knight, Io, Enigma và Keeper of the Light. Đây là 4 nguyên tố cơ bản của vũ trụ. Abaddon không liên quan gì cả. Ôi giời ơi, bắt được. Ôi. Úi rồi. Rồi đấy.
Larger every minute here. The aura is just nothing to fight through it here for Secret. This is turning into a death ball of a game.
Có gì để counter con này ra.
Tundra, they're going to force it. Like game 1, they chilled out. They took so much. They just built up this network bigger and bigger and bigger. What it looks like here in this situation, 26 minutes in, they're playing full lane of barracks. Team Secret without Nisha, without a buyback there, there's no way they can hold.
Ui ôi,
That is their big high
nhà ba luôn.
Game 1, they had the Magnus. This game, they've got Zeus. That's the best they have to offer.
I don't even think he can really walk up.
Không thuyết phục cái pick Zero.
Way too much tankability on this Tundra side.
The glyph is down. The tier 3 is almost falling. His Tundra's gonna force this for 2.
Ui rồi ôi. Ôi rồi ôi. Ôi rồi ôi. Còn Black Hole thôi. Thôi. Ôi rồi ôi.
Rồi.
Ra rồi. Ôi rồi, ôi rồi, ôi rồi. Ôi rồi, thôi, không được rồi. Được rồi. Hơi đắt. Hơi đắt. Cái giá phải trả là hơi đắt.
Không thu được giết con này lại nhưng ngay mà.
After that fight, Nisha, you cannot let him get away
with
this one. He's gonna eat one, but he already used the lightning bolt. He's gonna take it out. Oh no, Secrets.
Nine playing with his food in this game, man. Putting the BKB to great use here. This Tuskar is going in and out of the fight. It's just way too annoying for Secret. They don't have the hard stuns to lock these heroes down. Double force staff as well. And like we see, the damage just takes so long to bring any of these heroes down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a triple buyback from Secret in their base defense. Don't even have Black Hole for this engagement. The Enigma's just a damage sink. But he sinks a lot of it.
And it's only because of this buyback here. Just a beautiful ultimate resolution that ultimately sets them up to be able to clean up the fight and just not lose the game outright. Also, Skeeter losing the Aegis midway through that one. Nisha's been caught though. Nisha E-Blade? Oh, he doesn't have a hop, but he does have his Link Dagger.
Ôi.
That was as close as you get. Still playing on
Ôi, nó vào đấm tiếp. Ôi trời.
One more buyback left for Secrets. And again, is it even enough? Can the Zeus even push them away from this lane? I don't think so.
Con nuôi được kịp con Zyro lên mà lại.
Tundra had enough of the long games in the first two. Decided to kick it up a notch.
Nice blink backward. Right into the middle of Tundra. A trap beautifully set and sprung by Skeeter. Stops the initiation entirely. There is still a tier 2 up at the top lane, so Tundra cannot take Mega straight up. But they're only a few minutes away and a couple of movements out from being able to that potential last team fight forced upon
Nhưng mà Backlip.
I don't see a way to fight this 5-man. I just don't see it. Where's the damage coming from? Even if you land everything on everybody, it's just not there. Heroes are too tanky. Triple BKB is now online, so now you have to worry about BKB Black Hole on top of everything else. Tundra just closed this map out so fast. The death ball came online, you lose one fight, suddenly you're in a position where you lose Aegis, that converts into a Rax mid.
Chỉ có một điều kỳ diệu mới giúp comeback được cái game này. Nhưng với một CK thế kia thì qua thế nào?
Okay, what do they need to win this fight in order to get to that divine rape?
They need a divine rape here.
Well, maybe Tundra will buy one for him. Oh, look at that. Triple bounty rune just casually sitting back on the dire side.
Béo ngậy.
Phút đấy nó chưa chừng.
Chill out. Take your time. Wait for Roshan. There is very little rush here.
They're just farming it up. Both their supports ahead of the enemy 3. Just insane amount of utility coming out. You have full Lotus on this Mirana, Drum on top of it. Sox has got 4-staff Yules. I mean, these supports are incredibly hard to kill. You have to commit a large amount on them in the first place, which you don't want to because they're not even the big damage dealers. Yeah. Near impossible situation for Secret to play out of here. It really is divine. You just have to find a way to get to it and hope the blacks are enough. Because I don't think any other item is going to cut through this damage in a base defense scenario.
But what if Tundra goes high ground before that? Because that's looking like a very real possibility. I mean, you should, like, tradition says you should probably wait for Roshan.
Yeah, divine rồi.
God, what if they did? What if they did go for that high ground?
Úi dồi, Happy sang cái nha, nó farm luôn.
Could they just potentially seal their grand
Bố
finals
mày đã không còn
appearance?
gì là bố mày phải làm cái gì.
Gotta wait though.
Wait for the Roshan. Puppy
knows he's here.
Ôi, bắt lên tí hí, bắt lên như thằng trộm cắp như phường bất lương.
So it's going to get taken away by 9.
Balls up the game a little bit.
True.
Zyro đang cầm Bridge and Blade là cái kiếm tăng tốc độ đánh với cả máu của kẻ thù càng ít thì nó gây thêm sát thương một chút.
Zyro không về, Zyro nằm yên.
Là như ngủ ngon, ngủ sớm ấy, nice young.
They just can't farm these areas of the map. Go to the few parts that they can. I mean, just look at what Crystallis has to do in this.
Để săn gà nha, để mua ấy,
he pops out,
gà đổ ấy.
tries to get a little bit of farm in this bottom lane where he can. He can buy a relic, but the
chỉ 4.000 thôi, còn thiếu một cái thôi. Một cái relic rồi.
No. They need something much bigger, much grander to be able to cut through Tundra, who smoked up around the Roshan spawning here. Look for an opening, see if they can find anybody. Nobody's showing. Okay, let's check that Roshan pit. Oh, hey, look at that. Big guy spawned. We could take Aegis and Shard.
They get to choose who gets to take that victory Shard.
Yeah, between Skeeter and 9. The potential two Royal Roaders, as they're both looking their first time TI appearance. Get to that grand finals.
And even the nullifier done for this Tuskar, so any sort of save mechanic that would have come out is no longer there, which Secret aren't even getting there. It's pretty much just the E-Blade. He's not itemizing ahead at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it is all on this Gyro Reaper, which, like you said, I don't know if we're getting there. Tundra can just walk down top, cement the death ball.
And even if he does get it, he's got no sustain whatsoever. He doesn't have lifesteal.
Yeah, it's no guarantee.
He might just get one shot. Nine might just show up, punch him in the face. Glass jaw gets knocked out, and there goes the Divine Rapier.
That is Dota. Sometimes punching someone in the face is stronger than divinity.
13-31, 33 minutes in, feels like
22k network. Gỡ thế nào được?
Game 3 has just been a slow, constant progression of Tundra, building up that snowball.
Phân giải.
Realistically, Team Secret are left in just one crazy good hold. And if they do manage to succeed, they could get themselves back into the game. We could have this windfall of net worth going their way. But as it stands, it's right there.
Game has decided.
No shot.
100%.
Honestly, from a theoretical perspective, I think it might be true. But of course,
everything
Dota
breaks down on the TI main stage, right?
Dota is not played in the theoretical. It is played in the
còn nó đoan là hơn ra tăng chắc chắn mà.
Can be made, so there is still a glimmer of hope here.
Secret thắng game này giveaway Nitro cả cái sau rồi.
Extra damage and stun here.
Okay.
Ôi.
Of course, we are still a little bit off that divine.
Has the gold for it. How do they get out there to buy it?
That is a bigger problem.
Yeah, because you can't just rely on the courier.
Courier is already in the tree, so he's prepping for it.
That is so scary.
That is a great time here to run, man.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you might not even
get there.
Ôi nó fake được con lên bóng trước rồi. Ôi rồi.
3 dead, no buyback. Tundra. Maybe don't even need the megas. Maybe they just delivered the final blow to Team Secret, knocking them down to lower bracket.
Bạn nghĩ là cái divide rơi trên đường.
Have to fly it through here on the side. The last
hope. Is he going to sneak it through? Will anybody notice this courier? It's going to slip on by for now, but Megas is going to be claimed. Team Secret. BKB does go off. Divine Rapier starts going to work, but you can see they're actually decently tanky. Crystallis got to get back to
Ôi. Cara chìm sâu. Here I go.
Tundra are going to the grand finals.
In an absolute dominating fashion for this game 3. Those first
Đợi tí bạn lại xem là nó công bố cái gì từ game nữa.
They are definitely the favorites going into that grand finals. Just no one can break the way these guys play the map, outfarm you, out efficiency you. They
Còn đấy ở giữa giải thì
your jungle
công
disappears.
bố là có DOTA xong còn mấy cái voice pack mới.
No mistakes that come out on this side when they're functioning on all cylinders. Games look like this. You get death balled out of nowhere from that 20-minute mark to the 30-minute mark. All downhill.
It's just going to come down to that best of 5 grand finals, then we'll see whether or not it's going to be Secret or Liquid who will challenge Tundra there. See if they can break Tundra in a best of 5, because in these best of 3s, Tundra has seemed untouchable. Crazy strong performance by them, and we're going to see more of them tomorrow, but that actually is going to be closing out the day. A 2-1 for Tundra takes him to the grand finals.
And we have now locked our very first grand finalist here at the International 2022 Tundra Esports, an organization that you wouldn't have heard of at prior TIs. They were very, very close to qualifying to TI 10, fell to OG, and now they're back in a very strong form. I don't really think many people would have predicted them. I think closing out after Tour 3, it was a dice roll on which of the Western European teams were going to be the front runners. And Tundra were definitely in contention, but the fact that they have managed to carry the momentum and not falter at the finish line, Sheep, I think that is a testament to how strong they are.
I mean, I would never have expected it. Like, your coach, AUI, this is a guy that failed pathetically to qualify for TI 10 with Arkosh Gaming. And now to be a grand finalist. I mean, what a story, what a progression.
Wait, that was also the guy that paneled TI Grand Finals last year, right?
What I'm hearing is that North America is just a very competitive region.
What I'm hearing is some copium from our host.
Maybe it's a little bit from column A, a little from column B. But praise to Tundra T. This was a clinical game number 3. No quarter given whatsoever to Team Secret.
Again, Tundra proving that they're one of the most patient teams. You know, until they know that they can dominate a fight, they're not going to take them. You see in that kind of at the very start of this clip, we're seeing the top play with Secret's chasing the Tusk, and then you have Snaking leaping in to dodge that roll, to block it off, and then you have Saxa coming from the behind, tossing everyone back in, avalanching 3 heroes, get black hole, like just how methodical they are in their team fight, how clutch they are. They pick these skirmishes matchups. They don't have this immense hero pool like other teams, but the way that they play their heroes, they are like the best in the world at this, and that's why they are in the grand finals.
The best thing about it is the amount of swag and flair that they bring to the table, because it's not just it's not just the way they play. They aren't only methodical. Like they're playing a Tusk mid. Like if you pick a Tusk mid, Tsunami, I'm gonna report you.
You should.
I'll block you. I'll delete you from the friend list. You know, but they actually make it work. This Tusk, Dezo, Falcon Blade, Nullifier. This Tusk is second on the net worth charts. He's one-shotting your supports. He's one-shotting your cores. It's a scary thing to play against.
I want to hype him, man. I love Nine's Tusk. I literally spent like ages watching replays of this man's Tusk before we came to this panel, because he's just so good at it. Like, if you watch that game as well, Secret were pretty good at stomping out his plays. Like, Snaking came mid, smoked him to top, Rezo reads it, plays back, they connect more heroes on Secret, they kill him, right? But despite all this, he's farming to his destinations, he's farming back, he's making sure he's keeping up in net worth. This Tusk was higher net worth than his goddamn carry. Like, he is so comfortable on Tusk. I am like in awe. I love that. I love seeing someone who's like, this is my hero, no one else is playing it, I'm comfortable, I know how to make it work.
He finished 22-12. Like, he had a stellar game.
That man made his mark. He's going to grand finals off of the back of that Tusk, and now lower bracket finals. We got Secret going up against Team Liquid.
Oh, okay. So I got excited for that. I'm sorry if I took that from you. I'm so sorry if I took that from you. Literally, the entire series, I've been watching this because I want to see Secret versus Liquid, because Matu, he was going to be potentially retiring, and then Liquid, they pick him up from retirement. It's like, no, one more ride, please. So like, it's Poppy versus Matu. It's just like such a wholesome series. Like, Poppy obviously wants to get the Aegis with his new boys. Matu wants to get it before he retires. Like, that could have been a perfect grand finals, but now it's a low bracket finals.
Hey, I'm
so
not
good.
Right? It is.
Anh sẽ stream
That'll
đây.
be elimination threat, but
Mai
we
stream
won't
tiếp
have an
nha.
elimination interview here because Secret went down, but we have a winner.
Bye bye cả nhà. Ra đó chắc vừa ra bắt được không? Không có mùa xuân đó đâu. Ok, mai anh sẽ stream vào giờ tương tự như ngày hôm nay, cũng chắc cũng tầm 11 giờ. Nha. Ok, bye bye mọi người. Hẹn gặp lại mọi người vào ngày mai và ngày kia. Yeah. Peace.